Lin Yi traversed to the Douluo continent, where he was bestowed with an extraordinary divine body by the system. However, an unforeseen complication arose during the fusion process. The divine body was sealed, and the seal was guarded by an impenetrable shield with an astonishing amount of health. Only by shattering the shield could he unlock the divine body. With no other options, Lin Yi embarked on a perilous quest, compelling the formidable beings of the Douluo continent to assist him in breaking the shield. The system also assured him that rewards would be dispensed based on the damage inflicted upon the shield. The greater the damage, the more substantial the rewards, with critical hits triggering even higher-tier rewards. Bibi Dong inquired, "Are you truly intent on seeking death?" Lin Yi replied, "Indeed, I implore you to strike with greater force." Qian Renxue exclaimed, "Wait, does this mean that attacking you will actually yield treasures?" Lin Yi responded, "Your damage is too low, you only triggered the purple reward pool. If you exert more effort, we might access the black reward pool, and the red one would not be a mere dream." Qian Renxue declared, "I refuse to believe I cannot break Lin Yi's shield. From now on, I shall attempt to slay him twice daily." Lin Yi scoffed, "Pa, I can't even be bothered to expose your true motives. You are clearly after the breakthrough crystals that drop when the shield is shattered. Despicable. Please, everyone, can we refrain from your scratches? I am in desperate need of breaking this shield. I seek to inquire, who is the strongest on the Douluo continent? Even if the divine body remains sealed, inflicting damage to trigger a gold reward pool would suffice. 1. An audacious quest for death, yet he remains an ordinary individual? Wuhan City, the Hall of the Pope. Report. A scout rushed into the resplendent hall, bowing deeply on the polished marble floor. Bibi Dong rubbed her temples, weary, and gazed down with an air of frosty nobility. "Speak." The scout, with a peculiar expression, reported, "There is someone within Wuhan City, seeking death." Bibi Dong frowned slightly. "Are you tired of living? You come to report such trivial matters? Do you think the Wuhan Temple is a place for good deeds? No, no, Your Holiness. It is the manner of his death-seeking that is too ostentatious. He even constructed a platform for it. Most soul masters are gathered there, and I fear there may be an unforeseen event, hence my report." "Oh." Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, intrigued that such a spectacle could unfold in Wuhan City. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to the side. "Nana, let's conclude today's lessons here. Please investigate this matter for me." "Understood, teacher." From the shadows, a golden-haired beauty emerged slowly. On the bustling streets of Wuhan City, stalls of various kinds lined the roads, yet no one paid them any heed. Ordinary citizens, self-important soul masters, and even the vendors were captivated by a nearby platform. Upon it sat a seemingly unremarkable youth, who, to the assembled soul masters' eyes, bore no soul power, merely an ordinary person. Above the platform hung a banner that proclaimed, "Seek enlightenment in death, those who strike may earn rewards." The crowd below buzzed with speculation. Could this person be mad, so openly inviting others to kill him? What does earn rewards mean? Will we truly be rewarded for killing him? Hearing this, Lin Yi opened his eyes and explained, "Even if you cannot kill me, there are rewards for your efforts. I am genuinely seeking death, and I shall not neglect any brother who lends assistance. The rewards I offer will vary based on the damage sustained." However, he paused, revealing the desolation in his pitch-black eyes, devoid of any desire for survival. "Those lacking the capacity to inflict meaningful harm need not apply. I am in haste to meet my end. If you can only offer superficial scratches, I kindly ask you to leave." A hush fell over the crowd. A few hot-headed individuals could barely contain their frustration. Who does this brat think he is, speaking so arrogantly? With that frail physique, a kick from me could send his intestines flying. He'd be dead several times over. Lin Yi turned to the speaker, coldly retorting, "If you can indeed kill me with a kick, I shall grant you a lifetime of wealth and glory. But if you speak empty words, I suggest you leave at once." "How dare you?" The furious onlooker leaped onto the platform and delivered a kick to Lin Yi's chest, only to find his countenance shifting as he heard a sickening crack. Clutching his fractured leg, he tumbled off the platform. Lin Yi dusted off his chest nonchalantly, stating, "Individuals like you, who don't even merit reward, should refrain from attempting to join in." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Only the one who had fallen understood the sensation of kicking the youth. It felt as if his leg had collided with a steel plate. He had never encountered someone so resilient. Wow, even in his final moments, he's so audacious. Honestly, I feel tempted to grab a knife and give him cut. Is the reward genuine? It appears to be a drunken man previously stabbed him and received 100 gold soul coins. Seriously? Listening to the lively discussions below, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had traversed from Blue Star to the Douluo continent, a realm he had once avidly read about. He had assumed he would be like most other transmigrators, blessed with stunning looks, an extraordinary martial soul, and unparalleled fortune. Yet, the reality was starkly different. He was merely average in appearance and possessed no martial soul. After years of waiting, the system finally appeared, promising to grant him an extraordinary divine body. Upon fusion, he would gain transcendent power beyond the Douluo realm, even reshaping his very form. However, complications arose during the fusion process. The divine body was sealed, ensconced within an immensely thick shield. Only by shattering this shield could he unlock the divine body and attain ultimate strength, achieving a second evolution and reaching the pinnacle of power. This was the very reason Lin Yi found himself in this predicament. The system, seeking to rectify its earlier misstep, supported Lin Yi in breaking the shield, promising that each instance of damage inflicted upon it would yield random rewards from the system. Furthermore, should any rewards drop, the system would trigger critical hits, bestowing Lin Yi with even higher quality rewards. After much contemplation, Lin Yi devised this audacious scheme for seeking death, drawing upon his past experience as an actor, skilled in portraying the despair of seeking death. To enhance the efficiency of breaking the shield, he specifically chose Wuhuan City, a place teeming with powerful soul masters. With the likes of Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue lending their strength, his progress in shattering the shield should accelerate. In the background of the crowd, 3 figures approached slowly. "I was sent by the teacher to investigate. Why are you two following me?" Lin Yi crossed her arms, her beautiful willow-like brows furrowing. Her brother, Xiaoyu, seemed unfazed, but the presence of Yan, who had accompanied them, irked her greatly. "We're merely curious. We heard someone is seeking death in Wuhuan City, and we thought we should satisfy his wish." Xiaoyu smirked, his handsome features exuding a charm that intrigued him. Training had been tedious, and upon hearing of such an interesting event, how could he resist the temptation to observe? Yan glanced at Lin Yi and whispered, "Nana, if that person truly wishes for death, should we not fulfill his desire?" Lin Yi halted, glaring at Yan. "First, do not call me Nana. Second, if he has set up this platform for so long without anyone willing to kill him, do you truly believe he is an ordinary person?" Yan let out a cold laugh, saying, "Even if he is not an ordinary person, as long as he does not retaliate, why would I be unable to kill him? Let's not forget, we are the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, all of us at the quasi-Spirit King level." Lin, disinterested, continued to stride forward. As she navigated through the crowd of onlookers, she gradually caught sight of Lin Yi seated in the stands, causing her to involuntarily slow her pace. Lin was taken aback. She truly had not sensed any fluctuation of spirit power emanating from the youth, which indicated he was indeed just an ordinary person. Injured at the yellow level, Yin gained mastery over flames. Is it not equivalent to courting death for an ordinary person to engage in such a contest? Wait a moment. It seems he did mention that he came here seeking death. Lin Yi stood at the foot of the arena, meticulously observing the scene above and around her. The reason Bibi Dong sent her here was to ascertain whether anyone was maliciously orchestrating a gathering of soul masters in Wuhuan City. However, it appears that this is not the case at present. The expression on the boy's face was filled with profound desolation and disappointment, and the intention to seek death in his gaze seemed to have reached a pinnacle. This gave Lin Yi the impression that even if a tidal Douluo were to deliver a fatal blow upon him, the boy would not even blink. Despite his unremarkable appearance, the aura he emitted captivated Lin Yi's attention deeply. At this moment, Lin Yi was employing his acting skills, for he had also noticed the arrival of Lin Yi and her companions. How could he forget these pivotal characters from the novel? After such a long wait, he finally encountered someone with a modicum of strength. Surely this time he could inflict some damage on the shield. Previously, those who had participated were either commoners or ordinary soul masters of levels 1 to 20, with rewards consisting solely of gold soul coins. For instance, the drunken man who had fought before dropped 100 gold soul coins, while Lin Yi had garnered 10,000. Yet, what use did he have for such wealth? He needed other rewards to realize his goal of becoming stronger. Ultimately, the aim remained to break the shield. Thus, he earnestly implored those who could only scrape the surface not to show up, as it was a sheer waste of sentiment. At that moment, Yin squeezed in, casting a few glances before laughing. I truly thought he was some formidable soul master, but it turns out he is just a mere lad, seemingly devoid of any soul power. Huali Na shot him a cold glare. If that is the case, let us depart and report back to our teacher. Oh no, nah, this kid has set up this platform and attracted such a crowd. We must help clear the way. Yin observed Lin Yi seated above with a hint of mockery. If the previous contenders had failed to kill Lin Yi, it indicated that the lad indeed possessed some means of protection. However, if he succeeded, Wu Ti that showcases abilities before Huali Na, Xiaoyu, standing beside Yin, glanced at the banner and expressed curiosity. I wonder what sort of rewards he will offer. He then shouted, "Hey kid, if I kill you, what reward can I expect?" Lin Yi smirked, "There's nothing you can't imagine. I can provide it all. Additionally, even failing to kill me is rewarded, as long as the damage you inflict catches my eye." In truth, aside from the gold soul coins dropped by the system, Lin Yi had not yet encountered other rewards, as the damage inflicted thus far had been minimal. Thus, it seemed that money was the lowest tier of reward. The system as prize pool might not be entirely composed of items from Douluo continent, so Lin Yi was intrigued about what kind of critical rewards he could receive. As he awaited the unsealing of his divine body, he could only rely on the rewards from scraping the shield to achieve his goal of becoming stronger. At this moment, Lin Yi was fervently seeking death. Wow, this kid truly knows how to boast, Xiaoyu remarked with amusement, glancing at Yin. The latter huffed softly and lightly stomped his foot, leaping onto the arena. "I am here to fulfill your wish." Seeing this, Huali Na furrowed her brow. "Yin, do not provoke unnecessary conflicts. Fear not, my lady, I willingly embrace death. Killing me will not only fulfill my desire, but will also yield immense rewards." At this juncture, Lin Yi had made his intentions clear. He welcomed his demise, with bountiful rewards promised. Yin wore a mysterious smile as he cracked his knuckles and circled Lin Yi, failing to notice anything amiss. The boy seated on the platform appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary human. "Before you meet your end, do you have any final wishes?" Yin inquired. Lin Yi looked up at him, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I hope you will exert some effort." Yin responded, "Good lad," quite arrogant. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from the arena. Lin Yi observed coldly, his heart soaring with delight. Yin unleashed his martial soul, scorching currents swirling around him, and deep red flames ignited the dark patterns on his body as the fiery lord emerged behind him. Immediately thereafter, rings of soul rings ascended. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. 4 complete circles of soul rings, a master at the soul sect level. The onlookers were astonished, many finally recognizing him as part of the famed golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple. They were indeed illustrious figures in Wuhuan City. "Kid, you had the chance to leave a last word, and now you shall not complain about my lack of mercy," Yin declared, extending his right hand, gathering seething flames in his palm. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, piecing together the timeline. It appeared to be just before the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies. It seemed that Tang San and his companions were already around 13 or 14 years old, unexpectedly the same age as his current body. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. Scalding dark red lava surged towards Lin Yi from all directions, instantly incinerating the upper half of his clothing to ashes. Huolina frowned, while the spectators quickly shielded their eyes. Just as everyone believed Lin Yi was about to be reduced to ashes, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. The lava struck Lin Yi as if it were mere water splashed upon his skin, achieving no effect whatsoever. He was left completely unscathed, his expression calm, while Yin, in contrast, was left breathless and hunched over. The soul power consumed by the first soul skill should not have been so taxing. The main reason was that Yin sensed something amiss midway and intensified his effort, yet still achieved no response. This boy seemed to be an insulator against flames. Impossible. How can this be? Yin was at a loss, for the boy appeared entirely ordinary, clearly devoid of any soul power. Yet how could he possess such formidable fire resistance? This would certainly be a tremendous embarrassment before Nana. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced at the system interface. Health lost, 5423. Remaining health, 9999999993432. Damage level, yellow, random reward. Mastery of flames, host reward, ultimate fire mastery, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Damage levels were categorized as white, yellow, purple, black, red, gold, and color gold. Although Yin fell into the yellow category, it represented the highest damage value he had received thus far, and it was his first encounter with rewards beyond gold soul coins. However, this shield was indeed formidable. Alas, the road to breaking the shield was long and arduous. Although you did not kill me, I shall keep my word. The reward due to you will not be diminished, Lin Yi stated, as a yellow orb of light flickered in his hand before diving into Yin's body. Yin stumbled back a step, his eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? I present it to you, a reward corresponding to the damage you inflicted, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Just then, Xiaoyu leaped onto the platform, glaring at Lin Yi. Nonsense. Are you harboring resentment, tampering with his body? Yin stood still, silently sensing the changes in his body, his expression gradually morphing into one of bewilderment. He placed a hand on Xiaoyu's shoulder, astonished. My flame temperature seems to have risen by 500 degrees. To the eyes of Xiaoyu, this might seem inconsequential, but Yin was acutely aware of the significance of temperature elevation for a fire attribute soul master. The temperature of flames serves as a testament to a fire soul master's innate talent. After all, while soul power can be enhanced, one's innate abilities are immutable. An increase of 500 degrees equates to a complete metamorphosis for Yin. Under Xiaoyu's astonished gaze, Yin approached Lin Yi, bowing deeply with immense excitement to express his respect. Having previously offended him with his attitude, Yin wished to apologize to his elder. Upon completing his apology, he straightened up, his face still flushed, and his demeanor brimming with exhilaration. Just a mere mastery of ordinary flames had stirred such enthusiasm within him. What if he were to attain the mastery of ultimate flames? Would he not leap into outer space? Mastery of ultimate flames could elevate Lin Yi's control over fire elements by 5,000 degrees. Now that would indeed be the epitome of elemental mastery. However, Lin Yi currently lacked soul power and the ability to command fire elements. Both would need to be acquired through subsequent rewards. In any case, it appeared that the system was indeed truthful. Lin Yi felt a flicker of joy within. Yet, his expression remained cold, his eyes reflecting a profoundness and solitude not befitting his age. There is no need to thank me. This is the result of your own sacrifices. However, I must admit my disappointment. I had expected you to inflict greater damage. Hearing this, Yan's gaze intensified. May I inquire, Elder, does greater damage yield greater rewards? Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, naturally. However, one may only attack me twice in a day. A third attempt will not yield any rewards. If you wish to continue receiving rewards, return tomorrow. As Yin prepared for another attempt, Lin Yi cautioned, I advise you to carefully contemplate how to maximize your damage before attacking. Reckless assaults will squander this opportunity and may lead me to look down upon your efforts. This statement left Yin feeling quite embarrassed. He scratched his head and blushed, retreating a few steps. Indeed, just moments ago, his confident attack had failed to even disturb a single hair on the elder. Yan's belief grew stronger that the youth before him was a true exceptional master, merely disillusioned by the world, seeking death, yet unable to end his own life, thus seeking others to do so. Therefore, he could not allow his elder to remain disappointed. With this thought, Yin took a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged in a corner of the platform, and began meditating to restore the soul power he had just expended. He aimed to return to peak condition, gather a powerful strike, and deliver damage that would not disappoint his elder. His primary goal was still to secure greater rewards. After all, 500 degrees was truly enticing. Another 500 degrees would be even more delightful. Perhaps in a few days, he would directly ascend to the mastery of ultimate flames, at which point, combined with his rock attribute, he would unleash the hottest magma on the continent. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Yan's dramatic shift in attitude astonished him. Could that yellow orb have been some sort of mind-altering drug, leading Yin to believe he had received a reward when, in fact, he had not? With this thought, Xiaoyu leaped down from the platform and approached Helena. Sister, what is your take on this? Helena gazed intently at Lin Yi's face and slowly replied, I sense he indeed seeks death. After all, no one can remain indifferent in the face of attack. However, I remain skeptical regarding the rewards. I share your sentiments. Yet one thing troubles me. How could he possibly remain unscathed? Helena continued, This lad exhibits no signs of soul power fluctuations. He appears to be an ordinary person. Even if he were a soul master, he has yet to unleash his martial spirit. It is common knowledge that a soul master must exhibit soul power fluctuations when releasing their martial spirit. But without releasing it, how could his defense be so formidable? Body strength? That seems implausible. Perhaps he possesses a charm akin to mine, using some sort of hallucinatory soul technique to cloud our judgment, Helena deduced. Yet, what could possibly motivate a youth seeking death to act in such a manner? She found it perplexing. Regardless of its authenticity, one can only ascertain the truth by testing it, Xiue said as he leaped back onto the platform, standing before Lin Yi. Boy, it's my turn now. Like Yin before him, Xiue conducted a meticulous examination of Lin Yi, but discovered nothing amiss. All evidence indicated that this youth was merely an ordinary human. Lin Yi smiled and extended his right hand. Please. Xiue summoned his martial spirit, 2 silver crescent blades, known as moon blades, a supreme attack-type weapon spirit. In Lin Yi's recollection, Xiue, as the leader of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, should possess the strongest single-target attack skills and perhaps even self-created soul techniques. Lin Yi silently hoped for an attack of purple caliber. Xiue moved with remarkable speed. The moon blades in his hands glimmered with a chilling light as he raised them high, his body twisting mid-air to gather momentum, and then delivered a heavy slash towards Lin Yi's neck. Clang! The moon blades emitted a resonant hum, akin to striking metal alloy. Taken aback, Xiue staggered back, trembling in his grip, as the resonant sound continued for several seconds before fading. What neck? How can it be so resilient? At that moment, the system panel reappeared. Health lost, 4142. Remaining health, 9999999899298. Damage level, white. Random reward, 100 gold soul coins. Host reward, 1,000 gold soul coins. Damage level white. Lin Yi recalled and realized that Xiue had not even unleashed a soul technique, merely slashing at his neck. Damn, you squandered a golden opportunity for rewards. The triggered critical hit yielded only a 10-fold increase. Far less than the previous drunkard who had similarly received 100 gold soul coins, but had triggered a critical hit of 10,000 gold soul coins for Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he conjured a flash of white light, tossing 100 gold soul coins at Xiue's feet. Xie, still astonished by his moon blades, snapped back to reality upon noticing the coins by his feet. He frowned. What do you mean by this? Lin Yi replied with a cold chuckle. I categorize damage levels as white, yellow, purple, black, red, gold, and color gold. The gold soul coins reward belongs to the lowest tier, the white level. What do you think I mean? Xiue swallowed hard, momentarily speechless. He had indeed only tested his moon blades tentatively, and his arrogance had prevented him from utilizing a soul technique. To hear that the esteemed leader of the Spirit Hall's golden generation could inflict less damage than even one of his subordinates is nothing short of shameful. Lin Yi stated, causing Xiue's face to flush with embarrassment. He raised his moon blades, anger coursing through him. I suspect you have no rewards at all. You must be using gold soul coins to deceive. I admit I was merely testing you. Since you say so, very well, I shall fulfill your desire. 4. If damage exceeds 10,000, gain a growth crystal, and Xiue shall break through to Soul King. Lin Yi did not spare him a glance, calmly stating, you have one more opportunity today. If that fails, perhaps allow your underling a chance instead. Xie turned to see Yin, now fully recovered from meditation, eagerly watching. His expression seemingly pleading, boss, if you truly cannot manage, why not let me go first? Coupled with Lin Yi's mocking presence, Xiue's fury intensified. Do you doubt my capabilities? His voice turned icy, the moon blades in his hand emanating a ghostly glow. Whether I succeed or fail, I shall prove it with damage. I am but a dying man. I will not engage in a war of words with you. With that, Lin Yi closed his eyes, his demeanor tranquil. In the eyes of the observing Helena, the unremarkable Lin Yi radiated an aura of otherworldly detachment. I'm here to demonstrate the damage I've sustained, while simultaneously proving to everyone that your actions are nothing but a ruse. I cannot fathom why you would resort to such tactics to gain notoriety in the Spirit City. But this ends here. Lin Yi smiled silently. Meanwhile, 2 crescent blades twirled in the hands of Xiu, their chilling gleam manifesting, causing the banners in the stands to tremble subtly, a testament to the overflow of Xieyu's soul power. To be frank, Lin Yi felt a tinge of envy towards soul masters like Xieyou, for he had yet to awaken his martial soul and possessed no soul power. However, he firmly believed that the awakening of his martial soul was imminent. The higher the level of damage inflicted, the greater the rewards reaped. With so many powerful beings on the Douluo continent, there were black, red, and even golden-tiered damages awaiting him. Perhaps even a divine martial soul might drop. For soul rings began to materialize around Xieyou. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. At that moment, his third and fourth soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The fourth soul technique strong, and the third soul technique break. Under the enhancement of the fourth soul technique, the third soul technique unleashed its power. Huliana and Yen, familiar with Xieyou, understood that he was about to get serious. The cold, silvery light cascaded from the stands like moonlight. The crescent blades hummed. The sounds of metal clashing and grinding resonated. As Xieyou charged toward Lin Yi, crossing the two blades to carve a cross upon Lin Yi's chest. Break! Clang! Clang! Xieyou furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sound. The crescent blades, which usually sliced through iron, appeared to have collided with a mountain. Retracting the blades, Xieyou gasped for breath as he gazed at Lin Yi in disbelief. The young man slowly lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips, while his chest remained unscathed. Not even a scratch in sight. Damage taken, 10564. Remaining health, 999-9999-78463. Damage level, purple, random reward, growth crystal. Host reward, growth spirit stone. The growth crystal is categorized as a purple level reward within the system's prize pool, capable of elevating the user's soul power by 1 level. In contrast, a growth spirit stone can enhance the user's soul power by 10 levels. However, this can only be utilized once Lin Yi possesses a martial soul. Lin Yi glanced at Xieyu's damage, which barely reached the purple level, yet it was still commendable, being the highest damage sustained thus far. Damage ranging from 1 to 5,000 is classified as white tier, 5,000 to 10,000 as yellow, 10,000 to 50,000 as purple, 50,000 to 200,000 as black, 200,000 to 500,000 as red, 500,000 to 1 million as golden, and anything above 1 million is considered rainbow-colored. Why? Why did I inflict no damage? Xieyou, somewhat exhausted, half kneeled on the ground, propped up by his crescent blade. His expression fell into despair, unable to comprehend how such an attack could yield no harm. Had his years of rigorous training rendered him incapable of even giving someone a light scratch? That was impressive, barely attaining purple tier damage. This corresponds with the rewards I promised you, Lin Yi remarked with a slight smile, extending his right hand, aglow with purple light. A purple crystal floated from his hand, landing upon Xieyu's chest, subsequently shattering and merging with him. Brother, Huliana exclaimed, immediately leaping onto the stands. She reached for Xieyu's chest, but found no trace of the stone. What was that? What did you do to him? Huliana questioned Lin Yi. Her elegant brows furrowed. Despite her favorable impression of Lin Yi, her concern for her brother's safety overshadowed her thoughts, as she remained unaware of Lin Yi's true identity. The growth crystal has surely elevated your brother's soul power level by 1. What level was he at before? Level 49. Lin Yi paused, smiling. Well, it seems your brother has indeed gained a fortunate advantage. You may inquire about his current level. At that moment, Xieyou sat cross-legged, promptly closing his eyes to adjust his internal energy. Moments later, he opened his eyes, filled with fervor and joy. I've broken through. I'm at level 50. Xieyu's reaction was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. This breakthrough felt like a resounding slap to his face. Was it not said that no rewards were possible? However, the embarrassment of being proven wrong and the sorrow of failing to inflict damage on Lin Yi paled in comparison to the elation of his soul power level increase. Xieyou regarded Lin Yi solemnly, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. I am but a junior lacking insight, having offended you with my words. Please do not hold it against me. Not at all. You have received a crystal, and I have obtained a spirit stone. Why should I blame you? Lin Yi thought to himself, clearing his throat and stating aloud, had I known it would be this beneficial, I would not have wasted that opportunity. Xieyou felt a wave of shame wash over him, deeply regretting his earlier arrogance. I was too proud. I beg your forgiveness. Yet, if you possess such divine abilities, why seek death? While I may not wield great influence in the spirit city, I do have some authority. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall do my utmost to assist. Xieyu's sincerity was palpable, so much so that even Yin couldn't help but smirk. Yin distinctly remembered Xieyu's disdain when he had bowed to Lin Yi, yet here he was, kneeling before him. Talk about a slap in the face. Well, this is his wish. Let's not interfere. Let us simply do a good deed and try to accommodate him. Indeed, let everyone witness that we in the Spirit City are hospitable and eager to help. Xieyou and Hulayina turned to see the crowd below surging forward, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. They had witnessed the entire spectacle, and while Yan's mastery of flames might not resonate with every soul master, the elevation of soul power was a tangible benefit. The Spirit City was not short of soul masters, especially those stymied at levels 19, 29, 39, and so on. This crowd viewed Lin Yi as a treasure. Seeing this, Lin Yi coldly commanded, one at a time, form an orderly line. Each person has 2 chances. Please return if you merely seek a scratch. Do not waste my time or that of others. Why do I feel as though they are merely a horde of quacks? Lin Yi mused internally as he surveyed the crowd. When will a true powerhouse arrive, delivering tens of thousands of damage and rewarding me with a divine martial soul? 5 more damage points to reach purple tier, and Yin was at his wit's end. Hey, my second attack hasn't even begun. This is first come, first served. You can't just cut in line. Yin rushed over, glaring at those trying to clamber onto the stands. He had just finished meditating and was eager to unleash all his passion upon Lin Yi. Yet, this sudden interruption, how could he tolerate it? Under the pressure of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the Soul Masters dared not offend him, muttering as they retreated from the stands and obediently formed a line. Witnessing this, Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. If even Yin could intimidate them, it was clear that this group lacked any formidable soul power, at best. They were a collection of soul masters in their 30s or 40s. This simply would not do. Not only were these individuals weak in soul power, but their talents were likely lacking as well. A mere assembly of therapists wasting precious time. It is imperative to disseminate this matter swiftly to attract more esteemed soul masters, thus securing superior rewards. Senior, I am prepared. Yin once again stood before Lin Yi, paying his respects with utmost reverence. Lin Yi cast a glance at him, remarking coolly, there is no need for such deference. Remember, I am merely a man seeking death. You fulfill my wishes, and I shall grant you the rewards you deserve. It is simply a fair transaction. Hulayina pursed her lips, her hand hesitating to rise. She had come to believe that the rewards Lin Yi offered were genuine, and his formidable strength was undeniable. After all, how could he emerge unscathed from an attack by being like Xieyou? This was all due to Lin Yi's exceptional acting. His unwavering gaze, filled with a determination to seek death, stirred something within Hulayina, evoking empathy. Senior, is it not somewhat inhumane to attempt to kill you in exchange for rewards? I cannot shake the feeling of guilt. Hulayina spoke softly. Xieyou nodded in agreement. Assisting him in his breakthrough was a tremendous boon, yet resulted in attacking their benefactor. Yin glanced at Hulayina, shame washing over him as he lowered his head. Indeed, Hulayina's maturity surpassed his own, and he had failed to recognize this. What? Are these 3 truly thinking this way? Why feel guilty? I am the one profiting immensely here. No, you must not feel pity for me. What I require is harm. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Am I in need of your sympathy, you pitiful souls? If you do not wish to slay me for rewards, you may as well leave and allow others the opportunity. I have no time to discuss humanity with you. Upon hearing this, the trio was momentarily taken aback, heads bowed as they hastily apologized. Forgive us, Senior. Xieyou turned to the other 2, Yan's sister. Since the Senior seeks death, let us strive to fulfill his wish with all our might. Indeed, observing their change in attitude, Lin Yi finally felt some relief. Unbeknownst to him, Hulayina's gaze remained filled with compassion for him. Senior, I will launch my second attack now, Yin stated with a grave expression. Lin Yi replied, put some effort into it. Do not make me look down upon you. Yes. Yin widened his eyes, taking several deep breaths. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a twinge of nervousness, fearing that his damage might be deemed insufficient by Lin Yi. A searing aura enveloped him as he unleashed his martial spirit. The flame lord exuding majesty as rock and fire swirled in the air, coalescing into molten magma. Lin Yi watched with envy. He longed for a martial spirit of his own. If Yen were to hear Lin Yi's innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly question his existence. How could such a remarkable senior lack a martial spirit? Fourth soul skill, Molten Surge. The black-red magma surged forth under Yan's command, akin to a colossal fiery arrow aimed at Lin Yi's chest. For some reason, upon witnessing this, Hyena felt her heart race. Boom! The searing magma collided with Lin Yi's chest, splattering in all directions, yet failing to penetrate. Not even a burn was left in its wake. Despite his anticipation, Yen felt a pang of disappointment as he hung his head. Health lost, 99.95. Remaining health, 999999969,742. Damage level, yellow. Random reward, flame manipulation proficiency 100. Host reward, acquired flame manipulation ability, proficiency 10,000. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, what one desires often comes to fruition. He had just obtained mastery over the utmost fire from Yin and now acquired the ability to manipulate flames. Even though he was not yet a soul master, he could now wield fire elements of the utmost caliber. However, he could not allow his joy to show. Lin Yi maintained a nonchalant expression, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity, you were so close to reaching purple-level damage. Truly, just a hair's breadth away. Based on the damage, I can only grant you a yellow-level reward and an increase in flame manipulation proficiency. As he spoke, a yellow orb of light flickered in his hand, plunging into Yan's chest. In that moment, Yen felt a deeper understanding of flames, yet he could not find joy in it. Furrowing his brow, Yen recalled that Lin Yi had bestowed a purple glowing reward after Xieyu's attack. Surely, purple was above yellow. Thinking of this, he humbly inquired, "Senior, could you inform me how much more is needed to reach purple-level damage?" Lin Yi regarded him with a peculiar expression. Perhaps it is akin to the damage inflicted by a 3-year-old's punch. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stepped back, collapsing to the ground, cradling his head and crying out, "No, why? It is too difficult." Xieyou smirked slightly. He approached Yen, patting his shoulder in consolation. "Do not be disheartened. The senior just indicated that my recent full-force attack barely reached purple level. Let us strive for extraordinary performance tomorrow." Xieyou's words had a soothing effect. Yen, his expression grave, stood tall and murmured to himself, "I shall practice through the night. I refuse to believe I cannot increase the damage of my 4th soul skill by at least the strength of a 3-year-old's punch." With that, he leapt off the platform, dashing toward the martial spirit hall. Watching Yan's fervor, Lin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Xieyou then turned to Hyena. "Nana, why not give it a try as well?" Hyena gazed at Lin Yi, her beautiful eyes glimmering. "My soul skills are primarily supportive. Their damage is minimal. Even if I attack, it may not yield significant results." Xieyou shook his head. "Nevertheless, give it a shot. Even if the damage level is low, you might receive a reward that suits you." Lin Yi, too, recognized that the rewards dropped by the system varied according to the attacker's psychological needs. The only difference was the quality of the rewards based on the level of damage inflicted. In truth, it is not necessary for just one person to attack. You can join forces for a single assault, and the rewards can be distributed as you see fit. Lin Yi had devised a clever plan. He was fully aware that Hyena and Xieyou possessed a martial spirit fusion technique. Martial spirit fusion technique, enchanting specter, go forth. With this, Lin Yi turned his attention to the long line of soul masters ahead. These cupping masters could indeed be utilized. He spoke up, "Everyone, if you lack confidence in your damage, you may seek a strong ally to assist you in your attack. Or perhaps employ a standard fusion technique or martial spirit fusion technique. Of course, the rewards will be freely distributed among you." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to ponder. Indeed, if there was an opportunity for better rewards, why not seize it? After all, it was not limited to a single attack. With 2 opportunities in a day, the rewards could simply be shared with another. With this realization, a significant portion of the crowd hurriedly departed to seek their allies, while only a few remained, either believing they could not find assistance or harboring an unfounded confidence in their own damage. Lin Yi chocolate ignardly. This strategy would not only elevate the damage dealt in a single instance, but also serve as free promotion. Before long, more individuals would learn that attacking him could yield rewards, and who could resist the allure of powerful soul masters? Everyone has needs, and this holds true for powerful soul masters as well. Moreover, Lin Yi had begun to discern that the rewards offered by the system based on the attacker's psychological needs, were diverse and certainly capable of satisfying even the most formidable soul masters. However, he remained uncertain as to when he would trigger rewards of black level or higher, as it required inflicting over 50,000 in health damage. The red level requires even more exaggeration, necessitating over 200,000. As for the golden and the colored golden levels, these are aspirations that Lin Yi dares not even contemplate at this moment. Shall we perform a soul fusion? Xiaoyu cautiously glanced at Hulaina. However, the latter looked somewhat troubled as she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. The name of the soul fusion between her and her brother is Demon Charm, and due to their shared bloodline, their soul compatibility is remarkably high, resulting in formidable power that undoubtedly surpasses Xiaoyu's attacks by several folds. Under such a level of assault, can he truly guarantee that he will remain unscathed? Hulaina could not assure herself that he would not be fatally struck. Senior, do you truly have no lingering wishes? Hulaina inquired earnestly. Crouching down close to Lin Yi, a waft of youthful fragrance enveloped him, and for the first time, Lin Yi scrutinized Hulaina's features with a degree of seriousness. Her fair skin, moist cherry lips, and enchanting phoenix eyes exuded a captivating allure that made one unable to resist stealing a few extra glances. If one's resolve were not steadfast, there might even be an impulse to kiss those red lips. Indeed, the beauty of Douluo is truly deserving of its reputation. However, Lin Yi concealed his thoughts well. He closed his eyes and replied softly, "Yes, apply some force." Is this a lingering wish? Hulaina stood up and nodded toward her brother. How could she not be envious of such opportunities, although they were built upon the premise of harming a stranger? Since Lin Yi was willing, any further reservations on her part would seem overly sentimental. Soul fusion. Suddenly, a pink mist enveloped the stands. Upon witnessing this, the crowd below grew restless. What if their soul fusion technique truly managed to kill him? How would they claim their rewards then? Could this lad withstand an attack from two king-level soul masters? Goodness, it's over. Had I known, I would have acted sooner. Perhaps I could have earned a soul power enhancement. In the next moment, the demon charm emerged from the pink mist, towering over 2 meters tall, clad in armor. With a mask adorning its face and 2 curved blades in hand, displaying deadly arcs. The pressure emanating from the soul fusion technique sent chills down the spines of those below. Is this the secret weapon of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? The oppressive force was palpable, rendering it difficult to breathe. Grasping the elongated blades, the demon charm advanced towards Lin Yi, emitting a voice that was a blend of masculine and feminine tones, causing the hairs on the back of one's neck to stand on end. Senior, be careful. Lin Yi looked up, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. The blades in the demon charm's hands glimmered ominously, and Lin Yi caught a whiff of sharp aura. Such a level of damage should surely reach the black level, right? The demon charm charged its attack. Moon blade cleaved through the air. The resonant clang of metal accompanied by the sound of armor clashing as a beam of cold light descended upon Lin Yi's head. The force of the strike shook the stand. However, in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the moon blade above Lin Yi. Crack, crack. The androgynous voice of the demon charm was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My blade shattered? Not only was it a shock to him, but the onlookers below were also left dumbfounded. No way, this cannot be right. He was struck by the soul fusion technique of the golden generation of the Spear Hall, and he emerged unscathed. Yet the blade was the one that shattered? This is utterly ridiculous. The curved blade disintegrated into nothingness, and the armor of the demon charm began to break apart, transforming back into Xiaoyu and Hulaina. The two retreated a step, their faces pale, clutching their chests. Gasping for breath, the previous charged attack had indeed consumed a considerable amount of soul power, yet it had resulted in no damage whatsoever, leading the siblings to question their soul fusion technique for the first time. Lin Yi glanced at the system panel. Damage taken, 41328. Remaining health, 999999928,345. Damage level, purple, random reward, mental power 1000. Host reward, mental power 10,000. This left Lin Yi somewhat bewildered. What? The damage didn't even reach the black level. It's still a distance away. Lin Yi was reluctant to voice his thoughts to the siblings, but they could likely discern from the color of the reward that it was indeed a significant increase, yet still far from the black level. Regrettably, while the damage has increased considerably, it still remains at the purple level, just a short distance from reaching black. Keep pressing on. Upon hearing this, Hulayina and Xiaoyu simultaneously slumped to the ground, deflated. After expending so much soul power, they still did not reach the next damage level. Lin Yi reassured them. Nonetheless, the rewards are quite substantial. This time, you've gained 1,000 in mental power. 1 point of damage equals 1 point of reward. Even among the same purple level, the quality of the rewards varies. Lin Yi stated, igniting a renewed confidence in the siblings. The reward is for her. Xiaoyu quickly gestured towards Hulayina. Lin Yi nodded, presenting a purple glowing orb before Hulayina, which fused into her body. How do you feel, sister? Xiaoyu asked. Hulayina meditated for a moment, and when she opened her eyes, they sparkled with pink light, and her entire demeanor transformed. Even Xiaoyu, as her brother, was momentarily taken aback, his awareness briefly muddled. The allure of her charm skill had unexpectedly doubled. Hulayina gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Lin Yi nodded. Your charm ability is inherently a form of mental control. With the increase in mental power, the effectiveness of your charm naturally rises. Xiaoyu scratched his head. No wonder. I suddenly felt that my sister appeared even more beautiful just now. Is that so? Lin Yi's expression shifted as he inquired. Let me see. Are there any viewers present? Please take a moment to vote and comment. 7. Could it be that his mastery of fire attributes is unparalleled on the continent? Get lost. Hulayina chided. Lin Yi swallowed hard. He had to admit, he too felt that Hulayina had become somewhat more beautiful. Those luscious lips, those captivating eyes. Wait a moment. Damn it, that enchanting effect. How could a person seeking death be swayed by feminine beauty? I must endure. Once I deplete the shield's health and unlock the divine body, wielding supreme power, the entire Douluo continent will be mine to command. At that point, we can discuss the essence of manhood. Senior, how do you perceive my current state? Is the external change a bit evident? Hulayina asked cautiously, stealing glances at Lin Yi. She dared not presume the extent of Lin Yi's strength, but she was certain his expertise was incredibly vast. The ability to raise one's flame temperature indicated his preeminence in fire attributes. The capacity to elevate someone's soul power level pointed to his groundbreaking research in soul techniques. The enhancement of mental power signified that his own mental prowess had undoubtedly reached a zenith. If she could receive even a modicum of guidance from such a formidable individual, it would be a tremendous boon. Thus, while Hulayina outwardly inquired about her changes, she was subtly asking how she could further elevate her charm ability. You? Lin Yi cast her a nonchalant glance and chuckled softly. A long road lies ahead. Upon hearing this, both siblings were taken aback. Xiaoyu awkwardly spoke. Does Senior believe that my sister's improvement in charm ability is not significant? Internally astonished, he acknowledged, as expected of a great figure. Even I can perceive my sister's heightened allure, yet Senior seems oblivious. Lin Yi scoffed. To take pride in such a minor change is truly unnecessary. Your sister still has vast potential for enhancement in the path of charm. As long as the pain you endure is substantial, the recent reward of mental fortitude is merely the tip of the iceberg that I can bestow. Upon hearing this, the two siblings were immediately taken aback, rising to their feet in shock. They were astonished not only by Lin Yi's resolve to embrace death, but also by his extraordinary capabilities. Who is he? And what has he endured to exhibit such a selfless willingness to die? I must return to report this to our teacher, muttered Hulayina. Compared to the disturbances caused by soul masters, this elder's identity evidently warrants greater attention from a spirit hall. Hulayina began to perceive that the appearance of this elder was a rare opportunity for the entire Douluo continent. May I inquire your esteemed name, elder? I am Lin Yi, an ordinary seeker of death. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Xiaoyu twitched his lips. Ordinary? Elder, you truly possess a sense of humor. At that moment, Hulayina tugged at his sleeve, and Xiaoyu, understanding her cue, quickly followed his sister off the platform. The presence of this elder was of great significance, and it was imperative to inform their teacher promptly. However, Xiaoyu remarked, I am more curious about the extent of damage His Holiness the Pope might inflict upon the elder. Upon hearing this, Hulayina halted, a smile gracing her face as she looked at her brother. You think as I do, I was just pondering that. Indeed, our combined martial soul fusion technique failed to harm this elder, so it seems we must summon a tidal Douluo. In truth, I believe even a typical title Douluo might fall short, Hulaina concurred. Thus, I feel it is best for our teacher to take action. Perhaps she can obtain what she has long desired from this elder. What is it? Xiaoyu inquired, looking at Hulaina with curiosity. I shan't tell you. As the two siblings made their way toward the spirit hall, Lin Yi found himself filled with anticipation. Indeed, the majority of the continent's experts resided within the spirit hall. Hurry back and spread the word about me. At the spirit hall, just as Xiaoyu and Hulaina prepared to enter the Pope's chamber, they suddenly slowed their pace. Having overheard Yin passionately discussing a matter with someone. Teacher, trust me, it is because of that elder that my flames have intensified, and my control over fire has improved. Nonsense, came a robust voice in rebuttal. As Xiaoyu and Hulaina entered the Pope's chamber, they glanced up to see Bibi Dong seated upon the throne of steps. Her brows furrowed in fatigue. Below her, an elder was engaged in a heated discussion with Yin. Like Hulaina, who had Bibi Dong as her mentor, Yin too had a teacher, the elder known as the Flame Eagle Daw, a title renowned for his remarkable mastery of fire. Upon seeing the siblings return, Yin rushed over as if he had found salvation. Big brother, Nana, you're finally back. Quickly tell Her Holiness and my teacher whether what I just said is true. The siblings nodded in unison, their expressions grave. Bibi Dong then turned her gaze to Hulaina. While she did not trust Yin, she had faith in Hulaina, who never spoke lightly before her. You little brat, unleash your first soul skill upon me, and let me see if your flames have truly intensified. I find it hard to believe that such a person exists in this world. What distinguishes him from a deity? The Flame Eagle Douluo frowned, visibly discontented with his disciples' uncritical adulation of a mere novice. Yin complied without hesitation. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. When a molten mixture of fire and rock erupted from Yin, the Flame Eagle Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. As his direct disciple, he was all too familiar with Yin's abilities. The Hell Lava Surge was indeed different from before. Previously, Yan's rock attribute had overshadowed his fire attribute, resulting in a darker hue of the lava he produced. However, the current lava was distinctly redder. While he could not ascertain the temperature at that moment, it was evident that Yan's control over the fire element had become significantly more precise. The impurities in the lava had diminished, and its fluidity had grown more refined, an effect of enhanced control. Yet, the Flame Eagle Douluo remained skeptical. He extended his finger towards the lava Yin had conjured. For someone skilled in fire, he was unconcerned about the temperature, but upon contact, his expression changed once more. The temperature radiating from the lava was undeniably hotter than before. You haven't created some sort of enhancement soul skill to deceive me, have you? The Flame Eagle Douluo regarded Yin with a serious expression. Yin, nearly in tears, protested. I truly haven't teacher. How curious. How could this be possible? The Flame Eagle Douluo waved away Yan's lava, stroking his chin as he muttered to himself. Could it be that the person you mentioned possesses unparalleled mastery over fire? The Flame Eagle Douluo fixed his gaze upon Yin, who widened his eyes and nodded earnestly. I believe it is possible. Hold your horses, let us first see for ourselves. Our elder Lin, he must not be questioned. Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong smirked slightly, explaining, Elder Flame Eagle is always like this. Whenever he hears of a formidable soul master in fire control, he expresses skepticism and insists on verifying it himself. However, the capabilities of Elder Lin extend far beyond merely enhancing a soul master's fire attribute. Teacher, regarding what Yin just mentioned, Hulaina stepped forward anxiously. Enough. Bibi Dong interjected with a cold gaze. Nana, what you wish to convey has already been articulated by Yin. Yet, such fortuitous events are rare. I have never heard of someone delivering treasures through violence. Xiaoyu's expression mirrored Hulaina's urgency. Your Holiness, this matter is indeed true. Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She grasped her 2-meter-high staff, slowly descending the steps, the heels of her shoes echoing sharply. In the Douluo continent, the abilities of soul masters are diverse, and you are at an age filled with a yearning for power, easily misled by what your eyes perceive. This is quite normal. As Bibi Dong approached Hulaina, her tone grew grave. Banana, why have you followed their folly? Teacher, if you doubt me, then look at me now. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong turned, unexpectedly locking eyes with Hulaina's enchanting pink gaze. Huh, what do you think you're doing, using charm on me? Bibi Dong regarded her quizzically, but soon, A flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. Under the enhancement of her mental strength, Hulayina's charm ability managed to momentarily distract Bibi Dong. Observing the astonished expression on Bibi Dong's face, Hulayina felt a sense of triumph. This is the reward I just received from that elder. Surely you can sense my enhanced charm effect, teacher? You believe he augmented your charm ability? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes. To be precise, he enhanced my mental strength. Do you think he is a creator deity? Bibi Dong frowned, beginning to understand the frustration felt by Elder Flame Eagle. It was indeed exasperating to patiently explain to a student whose judgment was clouded. Nana, there is no one in this world who would unconditionally bestow anything upon you, especially in such a self-sacrificial manner. You are inherently gifted. It is natural for your abilities to grow. Why must you glorify that stranger? Hulayina, desperate, wondered why her teacher was unwilling to believe her. However, this aligns perfectly with the teacher's character. She has always approached matters with utmost rationality and realism. Moreover, the revelation of this incident is indeed hard to believe. After all, achieving the level of Lin Yi is likely the domain of the divine. Teacher, if you harbor any doubts, why not accompany us to investigate the truth? Bibi Dong turned her back to Hulayina and let out a cold snort. How could I possibly waste my time on fantasies concocted by a few children? Furthermore, Elder Yining has already gone to verify it. When he returns, the truth will be revealed. If it turns out to be false, I shall confine you to closed-door cultivation for a month, forbidding you from leaving the spirit hall. Her voice was icy, leaving Hulayina feeling deeply aggrieved. Let us wait then. When Elder Yining returns, I shall see how the teacher intends to handle this slap to her face. Hulayina was brimming with impatience. Lin Yi, you must prove yourself well, and with your strength, deliver a resounding blow to these narrow-minded individuals. Teacher, the elder is just ahead. Yen, filled with enthusiasm, led the way for Elder Yining, sharing Hulayina's sentiments. Having benefited from Lin Yi, they felt an obligation to defend him against any skepticism. Such a generous individual, whose life was already fleeting, should not endure such doubt in his final days. It was simply unjust in their eyes. As they gradually approached the scene, Elder Yining was momentarily taken aback before a cold smile crept onto his face. So many people actually believe in this tale of murder and treasure. Huh? Yen, look at you, reduced to mingling with this rabble. Yen was furious, but dared not confront the teacher. The truth would soon be revealed by the teacher herself. He furrowed his brow and said angrily, Hey, you little brat, are you trying to challenge me? Well, today I shall engage you, for I have come here specifically to expose the falsehood. Elder Yin Ying's expression turned serious as he strode through the crowd with an air of authority. However, upon spotting Lin Yi seated in the stands, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had anticipated a youthful rival, but instead, he found himself faced with a mere child. Being deceived by such a youngling left Elder Yining utterly speechless. He even began to waver, contemplating whether to confront the boy. If word got out that he, the esteemed elder of the spirit hall, had come to compare fire attributes with a mere child, it would be laughable. Just as he was about to turn away, Yen seized the opportunity. Lin Yi, my teacher, Elder Yining, is prepared to compete with you. Elder Yining turned to Yen, his expression one of utmost embarrassment. However, with so many eyes upon them, he had no choice but to set aside his pride. Ahem. Elder Yining cleared his throat and stepped onto the platform. Young man, I have heard about your exploits from my disciple. I shall grant you one more chance. All you need to do is acknowledge that my disciple's enhancement in fire attributes has nothing to do with you, and I will spare you any embarrassment. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly opening his eyes. The youthful darkness of his gaze conveyed a sense of indifference and aloofness. Even when faced with the title Douluo, do not forget the one who dug the well when drinking water. Why then, should the teacher shy away from acknowledging the benefits received by the disciple? Elder Yining was taken aback. What audacity! How can a mere child, devoid of any visible soul power fluctuations, possess such confidence? He realized he had already granted the boy considerable face. Lin Yi smirked and looked up at him. Do you have the courage to kill me? I can elevate you to heights you could never reach in this lifetime. Elder Yin Ying's eyes widened in shock. Yen, floating nearby, chimed in, Teacher, why not try attacking the elder? You truly can earn rewards. Get away from me. Elder Yining angrily kicked Yen aside. While it seemed Yen was merely offering temptation to Elder Yining, It was a blatant provocation. Am I a title Douluo, supposed to rely on you to achieve heights I could never reach? No. Lin Yi gently shook his head and replied. It is a height you will never reach in your next life either. Elder Yining suppressed his fury. This was Spirit City, and even a title Douluo could not disregard the laws and kill recklessly. Can you even wield fire? Young man, I challenge you to a duel of flames. It was the first time Elder Yining had been verbally bested by a child. 9. The ultimate fire. Let me teach you a lesson. Do you think I can wield fire? How coincidental. I just learned. And it is the ultimate fire. The ultimate fire refers to flames whose temperature exceeds a certain threshold. A pinnacle sought by fire attributes soul masters. This talent is inherent to one's martial spirit and is exceedingly difficult to attain through training. There are hardly a few soul masters on the entire Douluo continent that possess such flames. Are you a fire attribute soul master? Seeing that Lin Yi did not respond, Elder Yining pressed the question again, raising his voice so that the onlookers, including his foolish disciple who was counting money for the deceiver, could hear. I'm not a fire attribute soul master, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Elder Yining's face broke into a triumphant expression as if he had unmasked a fraud. You are not even a fire attribute soul master, yet you dare to claim you are not a fraud? Not a fire attribute soul master? But according to this title Douluo, his disciple seemed to have genuinely increased in fire ability. If a non-fire attribute soul master could enhance another's fire ability, wouldn't that be even more miraculous? Elder Yining found himself bewildered by the discussions of those around him. These simpletons, how can they still be praising this boy? Are they truly so naive as to have never been deceived? Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, Do not be hasty. Although I am not a fire attribute soul master, I possess some understanding of fire attributes. Elder Yining, already irate, couldn't help but sneer at Lin Yi's words. Huh, a mere smattering of understanding? Others might think you are being modest. Listen well, young man, everyone is watching. As a title Douluo in the realm of fire attributes, I cannot enhance my disciple's flame temperature. How do you intend to accomplish this? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned earnest, even urgent. Would you like to know? Kill me, and you shall find out. I can even elevate your flame temperature. A title Douluo like you still has the opportunity for transformation under my guidance. You will welcome a second spring in your life. In Yan's eyes, Lin Yi exuded an aura of selfless brilliance. The silkworm ceases to spin only when it dies. The wax candle melts to ash only after shedding its tears. This spirit of self-sacrifice to foster others, even at the brink of death, seemed an unattainable height for Yan. Indeed, Lin Yi spoke with a sincerity and altruism that was palpable. Absurd. Simply absurd. Elder Yining perceived the youth before him as a madman. Yet today, he would engage in a duel with this lunatic. Come on, if you claim to have even a modicum of understanding, unleash your fire attribute attack upon me. Show me that you can convince me. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils abruptly constricted. Lin Yi, with an expression of detachment, slowly advanced a palm forward, and time itself seemed to decelerate in that moment. His slender fingers spread wide like a peacock displaying its feathers, although no flames were visible. The air had morphed into a scalding wave of heat. Then, within Elder Yining's widened eyes, a fierce inferno suddenly ignited. Lin Yi's palm turned red and scorching, a terrifying flame accumulating within that radiated an overwhelming temperature. Elder Yining instinctively took a step back, every hair on his body standing on end. As a title Douluo, he felt the threat of death emanating from this flame's heat, a complete and utter domination by its temperature. The ultimate fire roared with the ferocity of a primordial beast before the flame eagle Douluo, only to be skillfully retracted by Lin Yi. The atmosphere fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. Yin, recovering from his shock, inhaled sharply, sensing a faint scent reminiscent of something charred. As he circled to face the flame eagle Douluo, astonishment enveloped him. The flame eagle Douluo's face was flushed, his brows and beard singed and curled, and his attire bore several large blackened holes, exposing two searingly red pectorals to the air. Teacher, Yin remarked, an incredulous smile tugging at his lips. Yet, the flame eagle Douluo merely stared blankly ahead. Teacher, are you all right? Yin inquired. Why are you silent? Have you been burned senseless? In the next moment, the flame eagle Douluo's eyes widened, his legs buckling as he knelt, murmuring, I never expected to witness the ultimate fire in my lifetime. Ha, ha ha. He chuckled vacantly. Yin, taken aback, turned his stiff neck to glance at Lin Yi, whose expression remained calm. The senior actually possesses the ultimate fire. This realization clarified why Lin Yi could so effortlessly enhance his fire attributes and abilities. How many in the continent could claim to wield such a force? The flame eagle Douluo had once told him that soul masters with the ultimate fire were 1 in a million. Those who grew in strength thereafter would undoubtedly stand as the pinnacle of power in the Douluo continent. Yet, to think that the figure he once idolized in his youth would appear before him in such a manner, seeking death. Yin swiftly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in respect. Teacher's temper is fierce. Allow me to apologize on behalf of my master. Truly, the senior is quite remarkable to harbor such power. Lin Yi responded with an air of indifference. I merely possess a modicum of understanding. Indeed, as you say, senior, Yin replied, his mouth twitching. At that moment, Lin Yi continued, tell your teacher to stop pretending to be dead. I retracted the fire just in time and did not harm him. Yin nodded, nudging the flame eagle Douluo, only to find him leaning awkwardly, sprawled on the ground, lost in thoughts of the ultimate fire. Teacher seems to have lost his senses. Yin remarked, bewildered. Lin Yi frowned, lamenting the teacher's fragile mental fortitude. What a misfortune. I have squandered an opportunity. Take him back for recuperation. Once he has recovered, let him come to confront me. Understood, senior, Yin replied eagerly, though envy gnawed at him. It seemed only someone of such formidable strength could casually utter such words. He carried the flame eagle Douluo back to the spirit hall at a swift pace. Upon entering, Yin, distracted, collided with 2 men walking side by side, causing the flame eagle Douluo to tumble to the ground. Isn't that Yin, an elder flame? Inquired the effeminate Jew Douluo, turning to regard them in surprise. Gue Douluo glanced at the fallen flame eagle Douluo, then turned to Yin with a curious expression. I heard you two went to seek that reckless boy. Have you returned? How does he compare to Elder Flame in terms of fire attributes? Yin scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Just then, he noticed the flame eagle Douluo rising with surprising agility, heading towards the hall of the Pope. Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. Teacher, you're actually pretending to be dead. The flame eagle Douluo's exasperated voice echoed back. You little rascal. How could I not pretend? Otherwise, I might not have made it back alive. I've truly encountered a formidable adversary. I must report this to Her Holiness the Pope. Wait for me, teacher, Yin exclaimed, chasing after him. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged puzzled glances. What has happened to the flame eagle Douluo? This is the first time I've seen him in such a state. Kulme, let us find out, they decided. The Spirit City had not witnessed such excitement in a long while. Your Holiness. The flame eagle Douluo entered the grand hall with a trembling voice, his appearance a picture of disarray, tinged with a hint of grievance. Bibi Dong lifted her head, and the Xiaoyu siblings turned to look. Unable to contain herself, Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Elder Flame, how did you return looking like a bald eagle? Hulaina quickly covered her brother's mouth, stifling her own laughter. Xiaoyu, how can you say that about Elder Flame? He merely went to consult Senior Lin Yi for a new hairstyle. Hulaina speculated that Senior Lin Yi must have imparted a severe lesson to the flame eagle Douluo. Well done, Senior Lin Yi. I adore you. Bibi Dong straightened, her expression one of surprise. Elder Flame, what is this? I never anticipated he possessed such remarkable expertise in fire attributes. The flame eagle Douluo shook his head, sighing, his expression one of profound frustration. Bibi Dong then caught sight of Hulaina's triumphant demeanor below. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she adopted a slightly unnatural expression. Surely it cannot be as Nana suggests. She turned her serious gaze to the flame eagle Douluo. In your opinion, what constitutes exceptional mastery? The ultimate fire, he replied succinctly. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, are you saying this individual possesses the ultimate fire? The flame eagle Douluo nodded gravely. Not only does he wield the ultimate fire, but his control over flames is also unparalleled. The ultimate fire may be innate, yet mastery over flame control requires decades of cultivation, far exceeding what one would expect from his apparent age. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed as she stroked the golden patterns on the armrest of her throne, contemplating the truth of the reported attack. Is this attack on the treasure genuine? She inquired, her gaze scrutinizing. Xiaoyu and Hulaina immediately looked to the flame eagle Douluo, who shook his head slightly. I realized the boy's identity might be extraordinary, which is why I hurried back to report and did not linger. Hulayina frowned. The attack on the treasure was real. Bibi Dong regarded her anxious disciple, pursing her lips as if regaining some ground. Nana, according to Elder Flame, I concede he is indeed a genius, but there is a distinction between genius and divinity. Teacher, would you dare to wager with me? Hulayina suddenly stepped forward, her beautiful face resolute. She was determined to defend Senior Lin Yi's character. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at her, her cold eyes filled with disdain. What is there to fear? But if we wager, there must be stakes. Bibi Dong smirked, seizing the opportunity to motivate this girl to train harder. If you lose, you shall be confined until the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies commences. Use this time to focus. Nana, securing victory for the Spirit Hall is paramount. And if you lose, teacher? Hulayina challenged, her gaze fixed on Bibi Dong. The latter chuckled lightly. Would I lose? In such an absurd scenario, even a 3-year-old knows right from wrong. An attack on the treasure? Do you think he is a child of fate, or a deity descended to earth? But what if he were to lose? Hulayina pressed stubbornly. Bibi Dong paused, momentarily taken aback. Hulayina's performance truly sparked her interest in the young man. What kind of enchantment did he cast upon her? How could this typically obedient disciple trust him so deeply? Based on her life experiences, Bibi Dong was skeptical that there existed a man in this realm who would genuinely offer selfless contributions without seeking any valuable return. Such individuals were virtually non-existent, particularly men. What do you require of me? Bibi Dong said generously to Hulayina. I hope you could personally visit and, utilizing the authority of the Pope, fulfill a wish or perhaps a dying wish of Senior Lin Yi, Hulayina expressed, recalling the forlorn gaze of Lin Yi. That desolate and hopeless look tugged at her heartstrings. Gaining benefits through such a means filled her with guilt. It would be far better to assist Senior Lin Yi in this way, as a form of repayment. Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with intrigue. A dying wish, how fascinating. I shall grant you this request. She then turned her gaze towards the palace doors. You three, how long will you continue to eavesdrop outside? We pay our respects. Your Majesty. Douluo, Douluo, and Yin entered promptly, bowing to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, my subordinates, and I have heard rumors about the young man's suicidal tendencies. Our curiosity piqued. We propose to investigate further. Bibi Dong nodded at this. I was just about to call for you. Confirm the truth of these claims and return swiftly to report. If I discover that you too have colluded with those three and distorted the facts. As her noble countenance turned frosty, Douluo and Douluo hastily knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, even if you lent me 3 lives, I would not dare. Douluo exclaimed bitterly. Neither would I. Douluo quickly echoed. Go then. Understood. Bibi Dong lifted her delicate arm to support her head, her enchanting gaze fixated on the direction of the city. What was the young man's purpose for appearing here? Could it be that the Tri-Spirit sect had deliberately sent him to undermine the Spirit Hall from within? It seemed that Hulayina was already deeply entangled in this affair. Bibi Dong glanced at her good disciple, who was currently brooding over the plight of the unfamiliar youth. Youth often succumbed to such sentiments. Bibi Dong did not believe she could be swayed by the tricks of such a man. She had seen through everything. How amusing. Even the street vendors appeared to have abandoned their stalls. Douluo turned his head to survey the main thoroughfare of Spirit City, noticing that the onlookers had flocked to the commotion, leaving the vendors without cause to remain. It was only upon witnessing this scene that the two had learned of the youth's suicidal intentions. Indeed, the rumors had spread like wildfire after Yan Douluo's ruckus, igniting fervent discussions throughout the city. Initially, many believed it was merely a jester seeking attention, and even the reports of Yan Douluo being humiliated were thought to be exaggerated. However, when they saw numerous individuals departing the stands with heaps of gold soul coins, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Who would dare oppose money? Regardless of the truth, they resolved to investigate. Douluo and Douluo paused, astonished by the sight ahead. The small stands were surrounded by a throng of people, creating an impenetrable barrier. Some even took to the skies to observe. Old Gui, do you not feel that Spirit City hasn't been this lively in ages? Is that not obvious? Our primary purpose for being out here is to enjoy the spectacle. Sure. We are here to verify the truth for Her Holiness. Yes, indeed, to verify. Two titled Douluos, please cut in line. As Douluo and Bibi Dong approached the stands, they found the crowd too dense to see. Old Gui, clear the way. Douluo ordered sharply, raising his chin. Gui, visibly reluctant, grumbled, "Why must I always do this?" Douluo raised an eyebrow, sweetly insinuating, "Such tasks should be assigned to those of unsightly appearance. Get lost, you damn chrysanthemum." Gui shot him a venomous glare. He advanced with a grim expression, his voice low and ghostly. "Step aside." The soul master in front turned, startled to see a ghastly visage behind him. "Oh my goodness." The soul master trembled in fear, quickly stepping aside. Utilizing his ghastly appearance and the ominous aura he exuded, Gui carved a path directly to the stands. Gradually, some soul masters recognized their identities. Heavens, are these not the renowned elders of the Spear Hall? Douluo and Gui Douluo. I've heard they are favored by Her Holiness. They must be here on her orders. My goodness, Her Holiness is aware of this matter. Was she come to partake in it herself? Unbelievable. In my lifetime, I have the opportunity to witness Her Holiness. Did you know she is a stunning beauty? The moment those words left his lips, Gui Douluo frowned, casting a wary glance. The imposing aura of the titled Douluos instantly froze the blood of the speaker, rendering him rigid and trembling. "Do you dare speak of Her Holiness? You must be tired of living." At that moment, Douluo patted him on the shoulder. "Old Gui, look, someone is attacking up there. Third soul skill, sweep across the army." A young man shouted from the stands. As his third soul ring glimmered, though it was merely a white ring, a black scythe spun wildly around him, generating fierce winds, ultimately striking Lin Yi's neck. Clang! The black scythe shattered instantly. The youth knelt in disbelief, blood spilling from his mouth. For a soul master, the shattering of their martial soul was indeed a grave blow. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, lifting a hand to rub his slightly stiff neck, likely because he had claimed that a generous reward awaited anyone who could kill him. Most soul masters opted to target his neck. After half a day, he had endured 37 strikes, yet not a single hair had fallen. The number of soul masters whose martial souls shattered was not few, yet here was yet another. Health decrease, 1838. Remaining health, 9999998756222. Damage level white. Random reward, 1,000 silver soul coins. Host reward, 1,000 gold soul coins. Lin Yi glanced at the data, unable to suppress a smirk. In truth, he did not feel the intensity of each attack. Regardless of the damage inflicted, it was inconsequential to him. Thus, he could only gauge the strength of the attacks based on the displayed data. However, to this young man before him, he could only advise, perhaps you should train more. 1838 damage is still over 3,000 points shy of what I consider yellow level. Lin Yi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Having endured numerous assaults, he had become so nonchalant that he openly shared the damage data with his opponents. This not only allowed them to grasp their inflicted damage, but also to comprehend the distance to the next damage threshold, effectively providing them with a clear target to strive for. Upon hearing this, Douluo and Gui Douluo exchanged bewildered glances. He had even classified the damage into specific tiers, complete with precise data. Unsure, they decided to observe further. Lin Yi tossed a pile of shimmering silver soul coins before the young man. Yet the latter, disbelieving, widened his eyes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and knelt to grasp Lin Yi's thigh. "Senior, could there be a mistake? This is my third soul skill. How could the damage only be 1838? Surely it should be over 5,000. Lin Yi scoffed at his words. With such meager damage, how could he expect to claim a yellow grade reward? What gave him such confidence? The quality of his martial soul was abysmally low, and the quality of his soul rings was equally poor. The low damage was entirely justified. Having finished speaking, before Lin Yi could lift a finger, two waiting soul masters stepped forward, hoisting the young man and unceremoniously tossing him off the platform. "Huh, I can easily discern that this soul master's third soul skill is utterly pathetic, and he still dares to seek a yellow reward? My brother and I barely managed to inflict 5,046 damage with our martial soul fusion skill. If your fusion skill only dealt 5,046 damage, then you and your brother are truly lacking. Do you think you're impressive? How about a one-on-one? If I may boast, my third soul skill just inflicted 6042 damage on the senior." Esteemed one, hearing the discussions among the surrounding soul masters, Gui Douluo and Douluo felt their worldview shift dramatically. How did these soul masters acquire such a sense of experience from killing? Lin Yi sat cross-legged, his gaze placidly fixed ahead. After elevating his mental strength to 10,000, he could effortlessly grasp the entirety of the situation. This included the arrival of two titled Douluo below. As soon as Zhu Douluo and Douluo made their entrance, Lin Yi's mental acuity had already locked onto them. He understood well. With Zhu Douluo and Douluo present, Bibi Dong could not be far behind. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile crept upon his lips. After being subjected to scraping for the better part of the day, he now regarded the titled Douluo with the same hunger a wolf might feel upon spotting a plump lamb. The allure was undeniable. He craved the damage output of the titled Douluo. Lin Yi felt genuinely grateful for the contributions of everyone present, selflessly offering their strength. Although their abilities varied in potency, to Lin Yi, it was a reflection of the enthusiasm of the citizens of Spirit City. He began to employ a performance to manipulate their perceptions. The effect was pronounced. As many onlookers displayed shifting expressions, they murmured, "We came for the reward to slay him. Yet he thanks us and claims we are selfless. Surely, it is the senior who is too selfless." "Senior, you must not say that. We ought to be thanking you. Indeed, my wife is ill, and I lack funds. I was fortunate to have earned 2 gold soul coins from striking the senior." Lin Yi smiled slightly, his heart tightening. To mention only 2 gold soul coins was rather audacious. Yet the damage inflicted left Lin Yi without a glimpse of hope for a swift demise. The number of soul masters capable of achieving yellow-grade damage was exceedingly few. Upon hearing this, many soul masters hung their heads in shame. They lamented their shortcomings, unable to meet the expectations of senior Lin Yi. At that moment, the queue of soul masters suddenly turned their gazes towards Zhu Douluo and Douluo, enthusiastically inviting the 2 esteemed titled Douluo to cut in line. "Respected titled Douluo, please feel free to go ahead." Zhu Douluo and Douluo exchanged perplexed expressions. Indeed, let the esteemed titled Douluo step forward quickly. Otherwise, senior Lin Yi may leave without ever witnessing a satisfying demise. And how shall we then claim our rewards? Or rather, do good deeds? 12. Damage 49,561. Pathetic. Aren't you afraid we might genuinely kill this kid? Zhu Douluo regarded the soul masters with an air of superiority. To him, these soul masters were unworthy even to hold his shoes, and their low damage was merely natural. If the lad on the platform possessed any genuine skill, it would only be natural that these soul masters could not take him down. However, should he and Douluo choose to act, the outcome might differ. Douluo, with a grim expression, spoke in a voice colder than his appearance. "Once my soul skill is unleashed, he may very well perish." We do not believe it. To their astonishment, the surrounding soul masters unanimously shook their heads, their expressions devoid of emotion. To this point, not a single one of us has been able to inflict harm upon senior Lin Yi. He seemed so bored midway that he even lectured a powerful figure of title Douluo level, which was quite an eye-opener for us. Upon hearing this, Zhu Douluo leaned closer to Douluo, whispering, "They must be referring to Yanning Douluo, right?" Douluo snorted disdainfully. "It's merely a matter of innate suppression among fire attribute soul masters. That old fool must have refrained from attacking, allowing this kid to strike instead, resulting in his own misfortune. Otherwise, this kid would surely not have made it this far." However, Zhu Douluo frowned slightly. "But if he has compiled the damage data so meticulously, what if our own data falls short? Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" After hearing Zhu Douluo's words, Douluo fell silent momentarily. He turned to Lin Yi and, in a low tone, inquired of him, "Young man, what is the damage standard for title Douluo?" Lin Yi replied with an impassive expression, "There is no standard. Title Douluo varies in strength. Among soul masters, each has differing innate talents, martial soul qualities, types and ages of soul rings, leading to varying damage outputs for 1st through 9th soul skills. Hence, how could there be any standards? High damage signifies strength, while low damage indicates weakness. It is quite simple." Lin Yi's calm words elicited an unmistakable dark expression from Douluo and Zhu Douluo. Was this a veiled mockery? Suddenly, they felt immense pressure. Everyone was aware of the identities and statuses of Zhu Douluo and Douluo. If their damage were inadequate, how would they endure the ridicule from other elders within the spirit hall? "Which soul skill do you intend to use?" Zhu Douluo suddenly asked Douluo in a hushed tone. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo responded, perhaps the first soul skill. There is no need to argue with a mere child. We merely came to verify whether rewards would genuinely drop. Douluo nodded in agreement. Then I shall also use my first soul skill. Allow me to go first. Having concluded their exchange, Douluo turned to face Lin Yi. Kid, allow me to experience your abilities. Lin Yi extended his hand, please. Douluo, tall and imposing yet bearing a captivating visage, donned resplendent golden armor adorned with intricate patterns of a wondrous chrysanthemum, appearing quite dazzling. This was also his martial soul, the wondrous chrysanthemum. Are you prepared to face an attack of tidal Douluo caliber? Douluo, with an alluring makeup adorning his face, spoke in a manner that exuded a graceful femininity without appearing effeminate. Lin Yi remained silent, patiently awaiting Douluo's assault. First soul skill, Chrysanthemum Blade. Douluo pointed his right hand forward, and his yellow first soul ring simultaneously radiated light. In that instant, the air became saturated with a faint fragrance emanating from the wondrous chrysanthemum, momentarily halting consciousness. The next moment, golden chrysanthemum petals rained down like delicate feathers, gently swaying in midair. However, the atmosphere suddenly shifted, and all the chrysanthemum petals froze in midair, their sharp tips aimed at Lin Yi, converging into a rain of blossoms that launched an assault upon him. The sound of clashing echoed like a tempest as the fierce onslaught rained down upon Lin Yi. But how could this be? Chrysanthemum Douluo was taken aback, retracting his right hand. At that moment, within his field of vision, the golden chrysanthemum petals struck Lin Yi as if colliding with solid rock, scattering harmlessly without inflicting any damage. Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help but swallow hard. The deadly technique he unleashed on others seemed to transform into mere petals against this boy. Was he truly using flower petals to strike someone? As the assault gradually ceased, the damage report appeared. Damage taken, 49561. Remaining health, 99999987071. Damage level, purple, random reward. First soul ring's lifespan increased by 1,000 years. Host reward. First soul ring's lifespan increased by 10,000 years. Lin Yi glanced at the display, shaking his head with a wry smile. The self-important title Douluo had merely employed his first soul skill, failing to even reach the black level of damage. Though it was just shy of that mark, Lin Yi still looked down upon it. Coldly, he remarked, damage 49561. Purple level. I now bestow upon you a purple level reward, an increase of 1,000 years to your first soul ring's lifespan. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yi conjured a purple orb of light, sending it soaring towards Chrysanthemum Douluo, who felt it merge into his chest. 49,561, Chrysanthemum Douluo muttered, still fixated on the damaged figure, only to be stunned as the purple orb integrated into his being. He looked up, incredulous. Did I hear you right? You can enhance my first soul ring by 1,000 years? You did not miss here. Alongside the enhancement, your first soul ring's endurance cap is also raised by 1,000 years, so rest assured there will be no backlash. Lin Yi's expression remained stern as he critiqued the earlier attack. Moreover, 49561 damage? Pathetic. Chrysanthemum Douluo's lips twitched. Curiosity piqued as he summoned his own soul ring. Upon witnessing the transformation of his first soul ring, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? It's truly purple? Originally a yellow 100-year soul ring, it had indeed transformed into a purple 1,000-year soul ring due to the increase. Gulping in disbelief, Chrysanthemum Douluo's gaze towards Lin Yi became complex and fervent. Ghost Douluo was equally stunned. He inexplicably leaped onto the stage, pushing aside Chrysanthemum Douluo, declaring, Chrysanthemum, step aside, it's my turn. Hey! Chrysanthemum Douluo, still reeling, stumbled as Ghost Douluo shoved him. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yi. Senior, is this soul ring for real? Lin Yi met his gaze, coolly replying, of course it is genuine. Simply use your soul skill to find out. And let me add, this reward is quite trivial for title Douluo. Chrysanthemum Douluo felt as if struck by lightning from the disdainful look Lin Yi cast upon him, akin to viewing refuse. Ghost Douluo's heart raced with anticipation. It's my turn now. Senior, I am preparing to attack. Lin Yi nodded gently. Please. Ghost Douluo contained his breath, suddenly unleashing a torrent of soul power from within. With fervor, he shouted, fifth soul skill. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo's face froze. He immediately cursed. What the hell? Didn't you say to use your first soul skill? Why has it turned into the fifth? Apologies to the readers for the interruption. Please take a moment to cast your votes and leave comments to inspire the author's writing. Congratulations, you have achieved a historic high in damage. Douluo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, pretending not to hear Chrysanthemum Douluo's protests. True men know when to bend and when to stand firm. Only those with a delicate disposition cling to their pride and stubbornness. Why would he dare use his first soul skill? Just look at how Lin Yi scorned the damage inflicted by it. With that cautionary tale in mind, he certainly wouldn't foolishly unleash his first soul skill. We are prominent elders of the Spirit Hall, titled Douluo. All the surrounding soul masters are watching intently. What he unleashed was not mere damage, but a display of power. Douluo lacked confidence that his first soul skill would surpass Chrysanthemum Douluo's damage, so he opted for the fifth soul skill instead. This reckless youth seemed fixated solely on the final damage figures, unconcerned with which soul skill was employed. Moreover, Douluo had nearly discerned that Lin Yi genuinely seemed to be courting death by sitting there. After all, what sane person would welcome others to attack them, encouraging the use of their most powerful assault? How peculiar. This fervent death-seeker was unlike anyone he had encountered before. He had finally met someone even more morbid than himself. However, he was truly covetous of the rewards that might fall. He hoped at the very least to receive a soul ring lifespan, increase rewards similar to that of the dead chrysanthemum. A treasure that could not be altered by any soul master, immensely precious. Fifth soul skill, Ghost Shadow Kill. Douluo's expression darkened. His robust palm, reaching forward as a swirling vortex of darkness, coalesced in his palm, exuding an eerie aura. In that moment, the crowd seemed to hear the wails of the damned emanating from the vortex, as the temperature in the air plummeted, a chill emanating from deep within. Many couldn't resist shivering involuntarily. Chrysanthemum Douluo's teeth nearly ground to dust. This damned ghost had promised to use his first soul skill, yet unleashed the fifth instead. Was he toying with him? Despite his inner discontent, he refrained from interrupting Douluo's attack. After all, Chrysanthemum Douluo was eager to see if this youth could survive under the onslaught of the old ghost's fifth soul skill. He was also curious about the higher damage level Lin Yi mentioned, which seemed to be black level, and what kind of rewards it might yield. The stage was finally set for a spectacle. Lin Yi slightly raised his head, a subtle greedy smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf eyeing a lamb. Douluo inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Yi's gaze and couldn't help but shiver. It was quite amusing, really. The onlooking soul masters trembled at his soul skill, while he quivered at Lin Yi's gaze. Douluo felt an odd sensation, as if Lin Yi was salivating over his soul skill. Eerie shadows surged forth from Douluo's palm, instantly freezing the atmosphere. The chill of the netherworld descended upon everyone's hearts. The phantoms moved swiftly, their grotesque faces lunging at Lin Yi. They tore and slashed at him. What was meant to be a collective assault, now singularly focused upon Lin Yi. Douluo swallowed hard, watching Lin Yi surrounded by the black shadows, suddenly filled with concern. Would he truly perish? He had never before concentrated such a group attack upon a single individual. Yet gradually, Douluo's expression began to change. He was witnessing an unprecedented reaction from the specters for the first time. Each specter's attack transitioned from frenzied to progressively slower and more sluggish, with one even wearily extending a black tongue, exhausted and hunched over. Before long, the specters began to dissolve one by one, emitting anguished cries of despair. Among them, Lin Yi gradually became visible. The ghost Douluo approached with curiosity, narrowing his eyes keenly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi's body would have been shattered into pieces or devoured to the point of leaving no bones behind. Yet he remained perfectly intact, seated calmly. The ghost Douluo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Are you kidding me? The expression of the chrysanthemum Douluo also turned peculiar, having assumed that the fifth soul skill would inflict some damage on the boy. Yet, his hairstyle was untouched. Lin Yi glanced at the data on the panel. Health decrease, 99321. Remaining health, 9999997842334. Damage level, black, beginner. Random reward, breakthrough crystal. Host reward, breakthrough spirit stone. This new type of damage had similarly stimulated the emergence of numerous new elements. Lin Yi spent a brief moment reviewing the system annotations. It seemed that damage above the black level had begun to be subdivided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced categories. The black level damage ranged between 50,000 and 200,000, further divided as follows. 50,000 to 100,000 is classified as black beginner damage, 100,000 to 150,000 as black intermediate damage, and 150,000 to 200,000 as black advanced damage. Likewise, subsequent red, gold, and colorful levels also had their own subdivisions. What is the damage? Why isn't the senior speaking? The ghost Douluo fidgeted, whispering. For some reason, the anticipation of the damage outcome made him feel a bit anxious. Lin Yi lifted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing the smile, the ghost Douluo inexplicably felt relieved. After all, Lin Yi had previously displayed a scornful demeanor towards everyone, as if looking down upon their damage output. The fact that this boy smiled at him indicated that the damage must be significant. The damage of 99,321 was deemed black beginner damage, only 600 short of reaching black intermediate damage. Lin Yi explained with a slight smile, simultaneously revealing a statement that sent the ghost Douluo into a state of exhilaration. This damage had surpassed the previously recorded damage by the chrysanthemum Douluo, setting a new historical high. The ghost Douluo's eyes widened. A historical high, achieved while stepping on the face of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Upon hearing this, the chrysanthemum Douluo's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly. The surrounding soul masters were collectively astonished. Goodness, is this what a titled Douluo is capable of? Over 90,000 damage, something I could hardly fathom. He is nearly hitting 100,000. I believe this is the first time I've heard of damage at the black level. What rewards might it yield? The ghost Douluo listened to the discussions around him, his mouth dry with anticipation, and immediately turned his gaze to Lin Yi. As senior, may I ask what my reward is? Lin Yi extended his right hand, forming a heart-like gesture from which a black orb of light materialized. Everyone's eyes were fixated on this extraordinary black orb. A historic moment indeed. The black beginner reward. The breakthrough crystal differed from the growth crystal, which only applied to soul power increases for levels 68 and below. The breakthrough crystal was applicable for soul power increases for levels 93 and below. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he inquired, "What is your current level?" The ghost Douluo responded, somewhat dazed, exactly 93. Then congratulations, you are now approaching level 94. Thank you all for your votes. An update is coming today. Typically, after achieving the status of title Douluo, advancing soul power by one level becomes exceedingly arduous, especially beyond level 95. The breakthrough crystal allows for any soul power increase by one level for those at level 93 and below, and advancing from level 93 to 94 maximally utilizes its potential. You are indeed fortunate. After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, the ghost Douluo raised his hand in excitement, gathering his thoughts. Wait, senior. I'm only interested in knowing if this thing can truly elevate me to level 94. Do you doubt it? Lin Yi foot lightly, flicking the black orb with his fingertip, causing it to collide against the ghost Douluo's chest and merge with him. The black orb seemed to carry immense force, causing the ghost Douluo to stumble back several steps. Old ghost. The chrysanthemum Douluo stepped forward, anxiously gazing at the ghost Douluo. The latter closed his eyes, savoring the sensation for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. The ghost Douluo was so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Damn it, I'm now at level 94, one level higher than you. The chrysanthemum Douluo, who had been curious moments before, felt his expression gradually stiffen upon hearing this. Damn you. He kicked the ghost Douluo, his frustration boiling over. The latter fell to the ground, but showed no anger, brushing himself off before respectfully nodding to Lin Yi. Then, with a playful grin, he approached the chrysanthemum Douluo. Old chrysanthemum, since we both validated this, let us hurry back to report to His Holiness the Pope. You go back. I refuse to be left behind. The chrysanthemum Douluo gritted his teeth. He looked at Lin Yi, recognizing the situation, and slightly inclined his body, clasping his hands. Esteemed senior, I now understand that the rumors are true. You truly possess such formidable power. Yet, I am curious if I may launch another attack against you. Lin Yi was, of course, open to the challenge. Certainly, within a day, one person has 2 opportunities to attack for loot. You still have 1 chance today. Upon hearing this, the chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes lit up, suddenly ignited with fervor. He aimed to surpass the highest damage record set by the ghost Douluo. Damn it! I'll crush this old ghost. At the same time, he sought to obtain a black-level reward. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his soul ring's increased age, only to find that the ghost Douluo received a reward that elevated his soul power to level 94. The comparison left the chrysanthemum Douluo feeling nauseated, overwhelmed by bitterness. But just then, the ghost Douluo excitedly approached, widening his eyes to ask, "So I still have another chance?" Lin Yi nodded. Of course. With a fierce expression, the chrysanthemum Douluo kicked the ghost Douluo away again. Get lost. Didn't you say you were going back to report? Hurry up and go. You've already received a black-level reward, yet you still aren't satisfied? The ghost Douluo frowned, brushing off the footprint left by the chrysanthemum Douluo's kick. I'm not going back. Let His Holiness the Pope wait. Isn't she skeptical? Once we return with our rewards, she'll see. As he spoke, the ghost Douluo suddenly fell silent. Damn it, almost spoke out of turn. Forgive me. That woman is indeed beautiful, but she is also ruthless and harbors grudges. I mustn't speak ill of her, even outside. Juju Douluo cast a glance at Ghost Douluo and said, Keep your distance. Be cautious, my impending attack may injure you. Just as he was about to unleash his soul skill, Juju Douluo hesitated. Swallowing hard, he addressed Ghost Douluo, Old Ghost, why don't you take the lead this time? Why? Juju Douluo's expression shifted more rapidly than pages in a book, and he donned a sycophantic smile once more. No reason, please, after you. Ghost Douluo, bewildered, was pushed in front of Lin Yi by Juju Douluo. After pondering for a moment, his eyes widened as he pointed a finger at Juju Douluo's face. You cunning flower. Don't think I'm oblivious to your scheme. You wish to strike last and set a record for damage, don't you? A muscle twitched on Juju Douluo's face. Damn it, he had been exposed. Indeed, by waiting for Ghost Douluo to release his second soul skill, he could strategically delay his own skill, ensuring his damage would surpass Ghost Douluo's. In doing so, he would secure the highest damage record of the day, which would certainly enhance his reputation. Juju Douluo anticipated that many powerful individuals would come seeking him out afterward. At their level, martial prowess equated to prestige. He aimed not only to claim today as highest damage record, but also to do so tomorrow. This prediction was not far from the truth. Even Lin Yi himself could not have foreseen that this highest damage record would evolve into a coveted honor that powerful Douluo warriors would fiercely compete for. With even the ferocious beasts wanting to join in. Are you in or not? Juju Douluo glared coldly at Ghost Douluo. You first. After you. Let us settle it one-on-one. The loser goes first. Very well. Lin Yi smirked. Is this highest damage record truly so significant? Extremely significant. Extremely significant. Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo responded in unison. Turning to Lin Yi. In the spear hall, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly. Why had Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo not returned yet? She began to regret sending those two, as they were notoriously unreliable. Hulaina felt the wait was prolonged and exchanged glances with her brother, Xiaoyu, before stepping forward. Teacher, shall I go check on them? You have a wager with me. You cannot go. Instead, I will send someone more dependable, Bibi Dong replied, straightening up in her seat. After a while, a robust man clad in golden armor entered the hall and knelt before Bibi Dong. What does your majesty summon me for? Bibi Dong lightly tapped her slender fingers on the armrest and raised her beautiful eyes to regard the man. Has the spirit pig Douluo heard of a boy in the city seeking death who drops treasures upon being attacked? I have heard, as well as the news that Ghost Douluo and Juju Douluo have gone to investigate, but they have yet to return. Oh, what does your majesty imply? Bibi Dong pinched her brow wearily. Go see what those two fools are up to and verify if the boy is indeed as the rumors suggest. Remember, be swift in your return. Yes. The expressions of Hulaina and the others varied as they watched Spirit Pig Douluo depart. Xiaoyu smirked. I suspect Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo have either been intoxicated by the allure of rewards or are competing over whose damage is greater. Hulaina nodded, well aware of the quirks of the two elders. Teacher, perhaps it would be wise to send another elder along for supervision. I have a feeling Spirit Pig Douluo might be tempted to linger and enjoy the spectacle. After all, few could face their own damage values and remain composed under the promise of rewards. Bibi Dong shot Hulaina a cold glance and confidently replied, No need. Spirit Pig Douluo is quite reliable. Spirit Pig Douluo, I will go kill that boy now. The reliably competent spirit pig, Douluo, exited the spirit hall, heading straight for the platform constructed by Lin Yi. As he walked, he mused about the audacity of the boy seeking death. The platform was situated on the main thoroughfare that everyone had to pass to enter and exit the spirit hall. If spectators obstructed the main road for too long, it would be akin to opposing the spirit hall itself. It seemed the boy wouldn't last long there. At most, he could maintain a couple of days of attention before being regarded as a thorn in the side by the spirit hall. Spirit pig Douluo thought to himself. However, upon arrival, he found he had underestimated the boy's allure. What the hell? Spirit pig Douluo stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. Were all of these people here to watch? He had expected the boy's death wish to be a mere trivial matter, but judging by the crowd, it appeared half of Spirit City's soul masters had come to witness the event. Was suicide truly this captivating? The main thoroughfare was completely congested, and even the side roads were filled with people. Some were perched on rooftops, and a few flying soul masters were hovering above. The crown prince of the Heavendo Empire was arriving with his entourage tomorrow. If this road remained blocked, how would they pass? Heaven forbid the Heavendo Empire think Spirit City was filled with soul masters who did nothing productive all day. The boy needed to be sent away quickly. It was likely that the Pope had similar intentions. When Bibi Dong instructed him, she spoke of merely verifying the truth, but had clearly written her desire for him to expose the boy's deception on her face. Spirit pig Douluo naturally aimed to comply with the Pope's orders, as he had always been seen as reliable in her eyes, and he must not tarnish that trust. As for where Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were, Spirit pig Douluo scanned the area, but could not find them. Just then, he sensed two powerful fluctuations of soul energy clashing violently ahead. Having worked alongside Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo for so long, he was quite familiar with their auras. Could it be that they had unmasked the boy's ruse and were now teaching him a lesson? No wonder they had not returned until now. Make way! Make way! The spirit hall is conducting business. Clear the path. Spirit pig Douluo called out as he pushed through the crowd, intent on lending assistance. Yet, he found it odd that a reprimand would take so long. Could it be they were unable to overpower the boy? But when he reached the center of the scene, he was left dumbfounded. This was not about disciplining the boy. Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were clearly engaged in a brawl. Spirit pig Douluo turned in astonishment, only to see the boy sitting atop the platform, an expression of apparent regret on his face. Indeed, Lin Yi watched Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo fight each other, his heart bleeding. How he wished these soul skills were striking him instead. All this damage was being squandered. Moreover, was the record for the highest damage truly that significant? It was merely something he had mentioned offhandedly. You two cease this at once. Spirit pig Douluo shouted, unable to endure any longer, having been inseparable for so many years. Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo had nearly identical damage outputs for each soul skill. Their skills continuously nullified each other, leading them to engage in direct combat. The sight of the porcupine Douluo was utterly unbearable. Could this truly be the conduct of an elder from the spirit hall? It was painfully eye-wrenching. Stop, please. Cease this at once. The porcupine Douluo shouted in fury. Fortunately, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire was not present at the spirit hall today. Otherwise, the embarrassment of such a scene would be insufferable for the hall. The chrysanthemum Douluo had the ghost Douluo by the throat, while the ghost Douluo was gripping the leg of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Both halted their philosophically charged antics to glance over at the porcupine Douluo. Elder Porcupine? The chrysanthemum Douluo glared menacingly at the ghost Douluo. Since Elder Porcupine has arrived, I shall spare you for now. Heh, I want to attack before you do, you foolish chrysanthemum. Always trying to take advantage of me. Who was it that first broke the rules of combat and unleashed the fifth spirit ability? The two exchanged fierce glares before finally separating, brushing the dust off their clothing as they approached the porcupine Douluo. Elder Porcupine, what brings you here? The ghost Douluo inquired, perplexed. The porcupine Douluo wore a grim expression, feeling utterly humiliated standing beside these two. Have you two elders forgotten the task assigned by His Holiness the Pope? Of course not. We simply instructed His Holiness to wait patiently for our news at the Spirit Hall. The chrysanthemum Douluo replied impatiently. The porcupine Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chrysanthemum, have you lost your mind? How can you speak so casually of such rebellious words? That is His Holiness the Pope we are discussing. Who in the Spirit Hall, aside from the grand offering, would dare show her disrespect? Are you aware of what you are saying? The porcupine Douluo glared at the chrysanthemum Douluo. At that moment, the ghost Douluo confidently spoke, Elder Porcupine. Do you believe that when we bring back our report, the entire spirit hall, including His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering, will be completely enamored by that young man's charm? The chrysanthemum nodded slightly, casting a furtive glance in Lin Yi's direction as he murmured, "The spirit hall has struck gold this time. We should be grateful that this youth appeared in the spirit city, rather than within the confines of the two great empires." Grateful? Nonsense. Look at yourselves. Have you both lost your senses? The porcupine Douluo seethed. Had he not been outmatched by the two of them, he would have dearly liked to teach them a lesson on behalf of His Holiness the Pope. The chrysanthemum Douluo then adopted a brotherly demeanor and pulled the porcupine Douluo aside. "Trust me, if you attack that young man now, it will yield unexpected rewards. Get lost." The porcupine Douluo's anger made his hair stand on end, resembling steel needles. "Do you think I am as unreliable as you two? I am here to serve His Holiness the Pope." He spoke with an air of responsibility. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Pointing at the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo, "Just wait. I shall report your antics to His Holiness the Pope." The two, undeterred, casually picked their noses, entirely oblivious to their own errors. The chrysanthemum Douluo even pointed expressionlessly in Lin Yi's direction. "Porcupine, strike him, and then reconsider your previous statements." The porcupine Douluo glared, declaring, "I stand by my words. There is no possibility of recanting. You two should await the Pope's retribution. Moreover, I was indeed sent to eliminate him. I shall go and do just that, then report back to His Holiness the Pope." The ghost Douluo poked his head out and extended a hand, saying, "Brother, after you." With a huff, the porcupine Douluo cast a disapproving look at the two. How on earth did these two manage to become elders of the Spirit Hall? It was truly incomprehensible. He ascended the steps to the viewing platform, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Lin Yi, an utterly ordinary young man. His appearance was commonplace, his aura unremarkable, his attire unremarkable. His gaze lacked luster, even hinting at despair, which somewhat aligned with the demeanor of one seeking death. Had the porcupine Douluo been aware of the Elder Flame Eagle's past, perhaps he would have perceived Lin Yi differently. But at present, he felt only disdain and anger, especially after being provoked by those two fools. "May I inquire as to who you are?" Lin Yi slightly raised his head to meet the porcupine Douluo's gaze. Based on the feedback from his mental probing, he sensed the immense soul power emanating from this individual, unmistakably a title Douluo. He vaguely recognized the visage, but could not recall the title. He was undoubtedly one of the elders of the Spirit Hall. It seemed yet another elder had arrived, though he wondered when the offering would come. "You do not deserve to know who I am." The porcupine Douluo shot Lin Yi a cold glance while surveying the platform he had constructed. "Tomorrow, important individuals will visit the Spirit Hall. Your platform is obstructing the path. I now present you with two choices: dismantle this platform or face death at my hands." "I choose the latter," Lin Yi replied calmly. The porcupine Douluo nodded, regarding Lin Yi with a hint of respect for his audacity. It seemed this young man was indeed seeking death. "Very well, I shall accommodate your wish." "Wait." Lin Yi suddenly raised his hand. The porcupine Douluo frowned and then smirked in disdain. "What is it? Are you having second thoughts?" Lin Yi shook his head, smacking his lips. "I can see your fervent desire to eliminate me. However, I advise you to unleash a spirit ability in which you possess confidence. I am rather difficult to kill, I assure you." The porcupine Douluo was taken aback. If the youth had no basis for his words, he likely would not have spoken so boldly. He glanced back at the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo, both of whom nodded gravely. "Very well. What harm could it do to heed his advice? It would serve to verify whether he possesses anything worthy of treasure and then swiftly return to report to His Holiness the Pope. He could not afford to waste time here like those two dimwits, engaging in unreliable antics." "Agreed." The porcupine Douluo nodded. Lin Yi finally revealed a smile, a gesture that deepened the porcupine Douluo's confusion as he sensed Lin Yi's genuine happiness. So eager for death? Quite the peculiar individual. The porcupine Douluo released his soul power, far more potent than any Lin Yi had previously encountered. Simultaneously, a massive red blood boar phantom materialized behind the porcupine Douluo, its form robust and brimming with battle intent. The spines protruding from the blood boar were the porcupine Douluo's most formidable weapons, each one exceptionally hard and laced with venom. The porcupine Douluo's eyes glowed with a crimson light, his red hair standing erect like steel needles. Then, an eighth black soul ring slowly rose around him, exuding a dark, eerie glow. The powerful soul force repelling all soul masters, except for the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo. Eighth spirit ability, Bloodbore Spear. The porcupine Douluo raised his stout right arm, fingers curling into a fist. From the blood boar behind him, a barrage of blood-red spikes surged forth, coalescing in his hand to form a menacing red spear imbued with malevolence. The crimson spear, approximately 3 meters in length, exuded an ominous scarlet glow, accompanied by a pungent aroma of mingled blood and venom. Its long blood groove was terrifyingly formidable. A strike meant certain death. Upon witnessing the martial soul unleashed by the porcupine Douluo, Lin Yi finally recognized his identity. During the Battle of Jiaoling Pass, facing the formidable Yang Wudi, the porcupine Douluo had been severely injured before he could unleash his eighth soul skill, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Unexpectedly, the eighth soul skill, unseen in both anime and literature, was about to be wielded against him. Perfect. Bring it on, I am ready. The porcupine Douluo, with his crimson gaze fixed upon Lin Yi, flexed his muscular arms, redirecting the blood-colored spear. The spear tip seemingly homed in on Lin Yi's heart. Prepare tout dit, he growled, thrusting forward with all his might. Clang! The spear's tip struck Lin Yi's chest, producing a resonant sound akin to a bell tolling. What followed was utterly astonishing. The spear tip shattered, yet the momentum propelled the porcupine Douluo to continue his thrust. Thus, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The blood-colored spear appeared to penetrate Lin Yi's chest, but in reality, it shattered inch by inch, fragments scattering everywhere, failing to pierce his flesh even slightly. Ultimately, the porcupine Douluo's right fist pressed against Lin Yi's chest. He was left dumbfounded, for the spear had completely disintegrated. After releasing the soul skill, all that remained was a fist, with the remnants of the spear strewn across the ground. This is utterly absurd. I unleashed an eighth soul skill. The porcupine Douluo retreated, stunned. Lin Yi glanced at the data panel. Health lost, 135,687. Remaining health, 9999996532241. Damage level, black, intermediate, random reward. Torso soul bone, 10,000 years. Host reward, external soul bone, 100,000 years. The damage from the porcupine Douluo's eighth soul skill was lower than he had anticipated, likely due to his recent ascension to title Douluo and the relatively modest quality of his martial soul. However, the rewards dropped were surprising to Lin Yi. What good fortune! He had received the most precious torso soul bone, with damage totaling 135,687, categorized as black intermediate damage. Lin Yi turned to the Jude Douluo and the ghost Douluo, who were staring intently in their direction. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi continued, "Congratulations, you have set the highest damage record so far, and I bestow upon you a black intermediate level reward." Goodness! The Jude Douluo exclaimed, hopping in agitation. The highest record had now risen to 130,000, making it all the more challenging. At this moment, the porcupine Douluo remained shocked that his eighth soul skill had borne no effect, leaving him utterly bewildered by Lin Yi's words. What is this black? What record? What is 130,000? What reward? Lin Yi regarded him with a calm expression. The reward for the damage you inflicted. The porcupine Douluo swallowed hard. What is it? Lin Yi flicked the black orb in his hand towards the porcupine Douluo. As it floated, it gradually transformed into a colossal torso soul bone. The porcupine Douluo's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground, clutching the soul bone. A torso soul bone, 10,000 years old. You are quite fortunate. Your first soul bone reward is indeed a torso soul bone. The porcupine Douluo trembled as he embraced the soul bone, its heat searing into his very core. The arena fell silent, the tension palpable. Lin Yi scratched his ear. By the way, who might you be? The porcupine Douluo immediately knelt, cradling the soul bone, and stammered. I am the porcupine Douluo. Lin Yi frowned, pointing to himself. Who am I? You are my father. 2 chapters delivered, esteemed readers. Please lend a hand and cast your votes, and continue to follow the daily updates. Thank you. 17. Bibi Dong. Pass it on. Serpent Spear Douluo. In the world of Douluo continent, regardless of who one is or their rank as a soul master, no one can maintain composure in the face of soulbone. Its value is immeasurable. The porcupine Douluo's reaction was entirely as Lin Yi had anticipated. Moreover, this was an incredibly precious torso soul bone, He could easily become the target of pursuit by all title Douluo for possessing it. The porcupine Douluo clutched the soul bone tightly, fearful that a mere glance from another might incite desire. Lin Yi, with a calm demeanor, stated, "I have no interest in being your father, nor do I harbor any interest in your mother. I shall ask you once more, who am I?" The porcupine Douluo swallowed again. Despite the absence of any soul power fluctuations emanating from the youth, he felt an inexplicable pressure in the face of his relentless questioning. "You are my grandfather?" He ventured cautiously. Lin Yi took a deep breath and rolled his eyes. "I'm a seeker of death." He struggled to refocus on the central theme of his presence there. Otherwise, others might mistakenly perceive him as a benevolent figure. As he spoke, he pointed to the banner in the stands. "Having received the reward I bestowed upon you, you should realize that my most fervent desire is to die. And your task is to eliminate me without mercy." His voice resonated with determination, and his expression was grave. His face seemed shrouded in shadow, causing the porcupine Douluo to recoil in fear, clutching the soul bone as he sat back. I understand. I will try my best," he stammered. "You have one final opportunity for an attack today. Seize the moment to maximize your damage, leaving no regrets. I must remind you that if the damage from the same individual lingers within a fixed range for too long without a breakthrough, even if the damage level remains unchanged, the quality of the rewards will diminish." Lin Yi stated matter-of-factly. He was not speaking in jest. This was indeed a nonsensical regulation set forth by the system. It likely served to prevent the same individual from endlessly milking rewards from Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi saw no issue with it. In fact, accumulating small victories over time could yield significant results. Yet, the system maintained high standards. Of course, Lin Yi recognized that this was to encourage individuals to continuously surpass themselves and achieve higher damage outputs. Eventually, this regulation might elevate the overall combat prowess across Douluo continent, potentially shedding its reputation as a realm of fantasy's underbelly. The Jew Douluo and the ghost Douluo exchanged astonished glances. The Jew suddenly spoke solemnly to himself. "I have an odd feeling that this youth is a divine being sent by the heavens, presenting us with a challenge. And our continual self-improvement and the strongest damage we can inflict is the correct answer to this challenge. He is a benefactor of Douluo continent." With soul bone rewards being offered, the Jew Douluo found little that was unbelievable. The ghost Douluo nodded in agreement. "I feel the same. We are truly in sync. Who the hell is calling you my brother?" The Jew Douluo shot the ghost Douluo an exasperated glance. At that moment, they noticed the porcupine Douluo cautiously descending the steps and immediately approached him. The spiny porcupine glanced warily at the two individuals before him, having long since secured the soul bone within his soul guide. "What do you want?" he asked. The chrysanthemum Douluo snorted dismissively, saying, "What did I tell you? Do you still wish to retract your earlier statements?" The spiny porcupine Douluo's face instantly morphed into a fawning grin, a stark contrast to his demeanor moments prior. He hastily pulled the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo aside, bowing and nodding. "Brothers, I admit my ignorance. Having been here for a while, you must be well acquainted with the rules. Could you kindly elucidate them for me? I heard something about black colors, damage, and records." The ghost and chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged glances, adopting the air of seasoned players. Casting sidelong glances at the spiny porcupine Douluo. "We could explain, but recalling your earlier arrogance makes it hard." Chrysanthemum Douluo replied with a cold laugh. Ghost Douluo chimed in. "Your self-assured demeanor is quite irksome." The spiny porcupine Douluo's expression stiffened, and he slapped himself on the face, exclaiming, "Who the hell is reliable? Since my birth, I've never been dependable. Is it the esteemed Pope you refer to? Let her wait patiently." He grumbled. "Women are always fussing. If she doesn't trust us, just wait until we return with our rewards. That will surely slap her face." The ghost and chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged serious glances. "Who is calling you brother?" In the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong's regal features grew increasingly impatient. "How long has it been? Why hasn't the spiny porcupine returned? Has he perished alongside that boy? Or has he joined the ghost and chrysanthemum Douluo in accompanying him to the grave?" With a sharp clap, Bibi Dong struck the armrest of her throne, startling the three below. Xiaoyu and Yin felt the palpable anger radiating from her, instinctively huddling together in fear. Hulaina, familiar with Bibi Dong's temperament from their close association, stepped forward, arms crossed, and asked, "Teacher, Did you not say that elder spiny porcupine is usually reliable? Xiaoyu and Yan's eyes widened in shock. Wow, you're bold, Laina. Bibi Dong glanced at Hu Laina, momentarily taken aback, and cleared her throat defiantly. He has indeed obeyed my commands before, but this time, I am uncertain of the cause. He must have been lured by Senior Lin Yi's rewards. Hu Laina asserted confidently. Bibi Dong clenched her teeth. A hint of stubbornness mingled with irritation at Hu Laina's words. She refused to believe that no one could assist her. Pass it on. Serpent Spear Douluo. Do you understand now? Chrysanthemum Douluo glared at Spiny Porcupine Douluo. So, the highest damage record is set by me? The Spiny Porcupine Douluo's face flushed with excitement, matching the hue of his martial spirit. Chrysanthemum Douluo scoffed. But did you not hear the boy explain the rules? If your subsequent damage does not exceed your previous threshold, the quality of rewards will diminish. Starting with your 8th soul skill raises the bar too high. Achieving a breakthrough will prove challenging. Essentially, this meant that the rewards obtained later might not surpass the soul bone's quality and could even fall below what the damage should have warranted. The Spiny Porcupine Douluo's expression stiffened, realizing he had celebrated prematurely. Chrysanthemum Douluo patted his shoulder, chuckling, "Oh, Spiny Porcupine, if you desire higher quality rewards, you must strive harder moving forward." Gasping, the Spiny Porcupine Douluo clenched his fists, indignation radiating from him. "Fine, I will claim the highest damage record." Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression shifted. "What did you say?" 18. The frivolous rewards have finally appeared. The Spiny Porcupine Douluo recoiled slightly, his earlier bravado waning. After such a reality check, he felt he could scarcely hold his head high before the ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo. All of this was due to the boy's astonishing offerings. Naturally, if he could acquire another soul bone, he would gladly sacrifice his pride. For today's second attack, he resolved to utilize his 9th soul skill. His resolve solidified as he contemplated creating a soul skill that would maximize damage output. Meanwhile, Chrysanthemum Douluo was eager to take the stage. If his damage fell short of the previous output, he would not receive a reward commensurate with the damage. For instance, if this attack yielded intermediate black damage, he would expect an intermediate black reward. However, since the last attack was of advanced black damage, failing to surpass it would lead to a downgrade, receiving only a primary black reward. In all honesty, this rule was rather harsh. It compelled everyone to achieve increasingly higher damage. Thus, Chrysanthemum Douluo understood that he could not aim for the highest damage record from the outset. He needed to gradually elevate his damage, ensuring he first claimed the normal rewards available to him before pursuing the record later. This was a gradual process, and Chrysanthemum Douluo resolved to visit this place daily until he reached his damage limit. He could not afford to waste the opportunity of 2 chances a day. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. The ghost Douluo would commence with his 5th soul skill, meaning he must produce damage exceeding that level. He was at a disadvantage. On the viewing platform, the previously queued practitioners were ready to take their turn, but upon seeing Chrysanthemum Douluo, they knelt in despair, pleading, "Sir, we've waited so long. Please don't cut in line. Allow us ordinary soul masters a chance at rewards." Chrysanthemum Douluo looked down imperiously. Leave. Defeated, the practitioners could only retreat down the platform, tears in their eyes. After watching so many titled Douluos receive rewards, they were left to merely observe, unable to wipe away their drool. Were the weak devoid of rights? Chrysanthemum Douluo bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. "Senior, I request to make my second attack today." Lin Yi waved dismissively. "If you're a man, come at me." "Oh." Chrysanthemum Douluo furrowed his brow, puzzled. 3rd soul skill. Chrysanthemum Battle. Chrysanthemum Douluo opted for his 3rd soul skill, a group attack, knowing the damage must exceed that of his 1st soul skill. With a sweeping motion of his right arm, he scattered golden light, sprinkling it across the viewing platform like seeds. In the next moment, a multitude of golden chrysanthemums sprouted from the ground, encircling Lin Yi's form. What initially appeared to be a serene and beautiful scene soon took a sudden turn. The chrysanthemums surrounding Lin Yi began to rotate at an alarming speed, their razor-sharp petals viciously slicing into his body. The sound of cracking echoed as the floral blades appeared rusted, a stark contrast to their deadly potential. Witnessing his soul skill fail to take effect on another was profoundly disheartening for the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Yet, upon realizing that Lin Yi was no ordinary individual, he felt a sense of clarity within. The act of seeking death was, in truth, aimed at benefiting the Douluo continent, sowing seeds of kindness among soul masters. It was unclear when, but the chrysanthemum Douluo had developed a deep respect for Lin Yi. He had always admired such selfless saints throughout his life. However, since Lin Yi chose not to disclose his thoughts, he refrained from prying. The attack concluded without inflicting any harm on Lin Yi, a result that fell entirely within the expectations of the chrysanthemum Douluo. With practiced ease, he bowed and inquired, "Senior, may I ask what the damage amount is?" Lin Yi examined the panel before him. Damage taken, 58643. Remaining health, 99999959946. Damage level, Black Beginner. Random reward, 2 hours 1 month limit. Host reward, 2 hours permanent. Lin Yi gazed at the peculiar reward. His expression strange, as his lips twitched in bemusement. As anticipated, after a serious beginning, the absurd rewards had finally emerged. Yet, it was utterly ridiculous for the system to censor his panel with asterisks. He was no child. Thankfully, Lin Yi could sense the nature of this reward, even if it was difficult to articulate. Clearing his throat, he decided to store the reward for later use, as he had recently vowed to refrain from female company. With the damage recorded at 58,643 and classified as Black Beginner, Lin Yi suddenly wore a troubled expression and beckoned to the chrysanthemum Douluo. "Come here. I wish to speak with you privately." "Certainly." Lin Yi leaned in closer to the chrysanthemum Douluo's ear and whispered. At his words, the chrysanthemum Douluo's face turned pale with shock. "An increase of 2 hours. Is that genuine?" Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but it is only valid for 1 month." He then flicked the black luminous orb reward towards the chrysanthemum Douluo. In that moment, the chrysanthemum Douluo blushed deeply and bowed to Lin Yi. "Thank you, Senior. You truly understand me. I shall no longer pursue the path of a mere man." Lin Yi awkwardly nodded in response. He too had just begun to comprehend the quirks of the system. Such rewards could indeed drop, suggesting that a plethora of diverse rewards might emerge in the future. "Hey, dead chrysanthemum, what reward has brought you such joy? I want to tell you." "TCH, it's my turn now," the ghost Douluo interjected nonchalantly. Just then, a curious voice rang out from the crowd of onlookers. "Three elders, are you having fun?" The chrysanthemum Douluo, ghost Douluo, and spiny puffer all turned to see the snake spear Douluo approaching with a cheerful demeanor, inspecting the scene with intrigue. Clearly, unlike the initial spiny puffer Douluo, the snake spear Douluo seemed untrustworthy. With so many spectators, could it be true that attacking yields treasures? The snake spear Douluo questioned as he approached. The three elders exchanged knowing glances and abruptly wore mischievous smiles. "It is true," they exclaimed in unison. The chrysanthemum Douluo stepped forward, spiny puffer. "Show him your soul bone reward." The spiny puffer Douluo complied, revealing it with a sinister expression, reminiscent of a seasoned player ready to trick a newcomer. "Is it a torso soul bone? A treasure dropped from attack?" The snake spear Douluo's eyes widened. "Absolutely," the spiny puffer Douluo replied gravely. "Snake spear, as a brother, I must tell you, when you attack that youth, you must use your 9th soul skill first. Unleash your most formidable attack from the outset. 2 updates today. Please vote and rate. 19. Evolution of Martial Spirits. The snake spear Douluo transforms into the dragon spear Douluo. The chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo chimed in. "Yes, the greater the damage you inflict, the more bountiful the rewards will be. Not only torso soul bones, but external soul bones may also drop. And this is merely a 10,000-year soul bone. You could very well acquire a 100,000-year one. Snake spear, among us elders, you are currently the weakest. Shouldn't you strive to become stronger? The distinction between the strong and the weak lies in your willingness to exert effort in dealing damage." Lin Yi listened silently, unable to contain his amusement. This reminded him of a time in his past life when he fell for a certain gacha game, only to be deceived by veteran players who claimed the accumulated resources must be used on the permanent pool. He foolishly spent a week drawing before discovering the truth. The snake spear Douluo clenched his fists, feeling the pressure of being the least powerful among the elders of the Spirit Hall. Having barely caught the attention of Bibi Dong as a title Douluo, did he wish to grow stronger? The answer was an emphatic yes. "Are you all deceiving me? Ask, and you shall know." The snake spear Douluo's throat moved as he ascended the platform, fixing his gaze intently on Lin Yi. "Young brother, the higher the damage, the more substantial the rewards?" Lin Yi nodded. At that moment, the 3 elders below were laughing heartily, their arms slapping their thighs in mirth. The snake spear Douluo sensed a shift and turned back to find the three standing straight, their expressions grave as they nodded solemnly, as if to say, "Go forth bravely, brother." With determination, the snake spear Douluo nodded vigorously, a smile breaking across his face. Unbeknownst to him, he would certainly unleash his first soul skill as a test. After all, if there were limitations on attack frequency, he would suffer a great loss. The three were indeed good brothers who had shared many years of camaraderie, always eager to share good fortune. "I shall attack now, young brother. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. Please, Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor." The snake spear Douluo took a deep breath, closed his eyes momentarily to gather himself. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, which now gleamed with golden light. He grasped a long spear covered in golden, delicate scales, golden lightning coiling around it in spirals, crackling ominously. Then, the ninth black soul ring swirling around the snake's spear Douluo began to shimmer. A golden, two-headed serpent emerged, seemingly formed from the very essence of golden lightning. Fierce and terrifying, with bared fangs, its blinding gold flashing over the entire platform. Ninth soul skill, thunderous wrath. The snake's spear Douluo roared. As both heads of the serpent opened wide, the spear tip, enveloped in golden lightning, bore down on Lin Yi's heart with formidable force. Clang! The spear's tip twisted instantly, unable to penetrate even a fraction deeper, while the terrifying lightning scattered wildly, only to be repelled by an unseen force upon contact with Lin Yi's body. Boom! The impact reverberated through the air. The brows of the serpent's spear Douluo momentarily unfurled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he let out a piercing scream, hurtling backwards towards the stance. The three elders below watched in astonishment as serpent spear Douluo traced an elegant parabola through the air before landing on the ground. Why? Did my attack have no effect? Serpent spear Douluo, face pale with terror, raised his head, hands still trembling with numbness. His recent assault had not struck a mere boy, but rather a mountain. Lin Yi glanced at the display panel before him. Damage taken, 139,876. Remaining health, 999999459,637. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, evolution crystal spirit. Host reward, evolution spirit stone spirit. Lin Yi briefly scanned the information regarding the evolution crystal and grasped its purpose. Get up quickly, prepare to claim your reward, reminded the chrysanthemum Douluo. Serpent spear Douluo hastily rose, limping towards the stands without daring to delay. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the boy showed no signs of change, not even a hair out of place, while he himself was left disheveled and nearly shattered by the shockwave. The damage of 139,876, classified as black intermediate, shattered the previous record set by the porcupine Douluo, establishing a new historical high. Lin Yi functioned like an emotionless damage reporting machine. Hearing this, serpent spear Douluo's eyes sparkled as he glanced back at the porcupine Douluo. To his surprise, having been taunted as weak by porcupine Douluo, he had somehow surpassed him in this regard. You have received a black intermediate reward, the evolution crystal, specifically targeting spirit enhancement, with an evolution value of 100 points. Lin Yi patiently explained, reading from the system notes. The evolution spirit stone, while its evolution direction remained uncertain, boasted an evolution value of 1,000 points. Store it for now. Use it after obtaining your spirit. This sense of acquisition was inexplicably satisfying, and it was undoubtedly greater and of higher quality than what those who dealt damage received. Yet, Lin Yi was still more concerned about the extraordinary abilities of his transcendent body from another dimension. That would have to wait until the shield was broken, but at the current pace, it should be soon. Spirit evolution? Serpent spear Douluo was momentarily puzzled. Lin Yi then propelled the black orb of light into his body. Serpent spear Douluo shivered as a faint golden glow enveloped him, as if undergoing a sublime transformation. You may release your spirit now, Lin Yi encouraged. Nodding, serpent spear Douluo complied immediately. As he released his original spear, he was astounded by its transformation. The spear had become thicker and more robust, with its scales morphing from circular to diamond-shaped, and the two heads that coiled at the top had transformed from serpentine to draconic. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Congratulations. It seems your title will need to be changed to Dragon Spear Douluo." Dragon Spear? Spirit evolution? My goodness. The chrysanthemum Douluo's expression stiffened. The allure of spirit evolution was overwhelming, far surpassing the appeal of an increase in soul ring age. At this moment, with the addition of dragon bloodline power, Serpent Spear Douluo's strength had undoubtedly increased by more than double. I can hardly stand. I must use my second opportunity today, muttered the ghost Douluo, swallowing hard. Witnessing others receive high-quality rewards was far more disheartening than using his fifth soul skill right from the start. Serpent Spear Douluo, with flushed cheeks, descended from the stands, clutching his dragon spear and grinning foolishly. "Hey, why you all look so glum?" he asked, staring at the chrysanthemum and porcupine Douluo. The two forced a stiff smile, remaining silent. "My little brother said I have another chance today. I'll fight first and then leave. Heh. Serpent Spear Douluo treasured his spirit, swiftly storing it away. Just then, a voice rang out from the stands, belonging to the ghost Douluo. "Sixth soul skill." Serpent Spear Douluo looked over, puzzled. Why is he releasing his sixth soul skill? Shouldn't it be the ninth? But as he glanced at the chrysanthemum and porcupine Douluo, he noticed their expressions. 20. Faced with four men who wouldn't go home, Bibi Dong was on the verge of collapse. Sixth soul skill. Sinister ghost howl. The ghost Douluo's black sixth soul ring emanated a glow, and as he opened his mouth, fangs sprouted, transforming his visage into that of a ghostly specter. Roar! The sound wave of this spirit attack, which eroded the mind, instantly engulfed Lin Yi. The banners flapped wildly, and the wooden platform creaked ominously, while the audience below clutched their ears in pain. Yet, Lin Yi merely dug at his ears. He felt no harm, though the noise was indeed overwhelming. What a ridiculous soul skill. Ghost Douluo, what on earth are you shouting about? As the attack concluded, Ghost Douluo stared blankly at Lin Yi, hoping to witness even the slightest reaction from him. After all, many spectators had already collapsed, frothing at the mouth. However, Ghost Douluo soon realized his naivety. Lin Yi maintained an unwaveringly indifferent expression. Ghost Douluo discovered that only when he inflicted sufficient damage would Lin Yi crack a smile. Damage taken, 90421. Remaining health, 99999936946. Damage level, black beginner. Random reward, Purification Crystal, downgraded to purple reward pool. Host reward, Purification Crystal X2. The reward had been downgraded? Lin Yi found it curious, but quickly identified the reason. He addressed Ghost Douluo, damage, 90421, black beginner damage. Regrettably, it appears your sixth soul skill is not as potent as your fifth, hence the downgrade to a purple level reward. Ghost listened in a daze, suddenly slapping his forehead in regret. My sixth soul skill does lean more towards control. The rules have been clearly stated, leaving no room for argument. He would have to return tomorrow. What is the reward? Lin Yi asked, forming a purple orb of light in his right hand. Despite the downgrade, seeing the orb produced from his damage appear in Lin Yi's hand stirred Ghost Douluo, who knelt on one knee, his expression reverent. In this moment, Lin Yi resembled a divine creator descended upon the world, while his devout follower knelt in humility, awaiting the bestowed grace. The purification crystal purifies toxins, hidden ailments, and dark corruptions within the body. How it manifests and you will depend on your individual circumstances. Lin Yi explained, tossing the purple orb towards Ghost Douluo, integrating it into his chest. A gleam of white light blossomed upon Ghost Douluo, akin to a pure, white snow lotus. At that instant, an astonishing scene unfolded, one that even surprised Lin Yi. The pale visage of the Ghost Douluo suddenly regained its color, the dark skeletal patterns on his face dispersing like ink in water. Vanishing into the air, he no longer exuded an aura of malevolence, as if a specter had transformed back into a normal person, radiating positivity and enveloped in sunlight. Lin Yi displayed an expression of realization. Do you possess a mirror? You may wish to take a look at yourself now. The Ghost Douluo, somewhat perplexed, shouted toward the audience, Juhua, toss me your mirror. Juhua Douluo, stunned by the sight of Ghost Douluo, took a moment to recover before throwing the mirror up. Upon seeing his own reflection, Ghost Douluo was so startled that he fell to the ground. The figure in the mirror was both foreign and familiar to him. Lin Yi then spoke, do not worry. The purification crystal will not affect your martial soul in any way. It merely alters your appearance. If my conjecture is correct, the visage you bore previously was likely a side effect of your martial soul. Ghost Douluo slowly sat up, nodding in a daze. Indeed, I have looked this way since I awakened my martial soul at the age of 6. I had no companions growing up and developed a solitary personality. After decades, gazing at this face now, I realize that I, too, am a living being. He laughed after speaking, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He looked up at Lin Yi, clasped his hands together, and knelt on one knee. I find this reward extraordinarily precious. I am immensely grateful to you, Senior. Lin Yi chuckled softly acknowledged. He had not anticipated that a mere purification crystal would indirectly heal Ghost Douluo. It seemed that the crystal had efficacy against the side effects of martial souls. Just then, a commotion arose from the audience. The snake spear Douluo, who had attentively listened to the entire process, could no longer maintain his composure. "Oh no, I should now be the dragon spear Douluo," he remarked, glaring at Jiwa Douluo and Cuttlefish Douluo, his teeth clenched in anger. "You too, you have deliberately set me up. Haven to you." Upon seeing that Ghost Douluo's damage was not as severe as last time, leading to a downgrade in rewards, the astute dragon spear Douluo comprehended everything in an instant. "I released my 9th soul skill on the first attack. How am I supposed to claim rewards afterward?" "Dragon spear," Douluo lamented, "I believed your claims. I unleashed my 9th soul skill while simultaneously activating 2 enhancement skills. That was my maximum damage." Jiwa Douluo, hearing this, couldn't he help but twitch his mouth. "Snake spear. Even with that, you haven't achieved the advanced black damage. That's rather pathetic. Call me Dragon Spear." "Dragon Spear," Douluo thundered in fury. He unleashed his martial soul, and an aura of dragon roars enveloped him. The golden spear erupted with a magnificent electric glow, and he stood on the platform like a favored child of thunder. "Snake Dragon Spear, are you serious?" "I was merely jesting." Cuttlefish's red hair stood on end due to the electric energy. "Then you go up now? Release your 9th soul skill before my eyes." Cuttlefish Doll responded, equally exasperated. "You hit the nail on the head. My last was the 8th soul skill, and now I am left with only the 9th to unleash. I am not much better off than you." Dragon Spear Douluo was taken aback, his rage reigniting. "So you set me up too?" He ceased further words and unleashed his martial soul's true form, a 2-headed dragon roaring towards the heavens, its head supporting Dragon Spear Douluo's body. The former 2-headed serpent had transformed into a formidable 2-headed dragon. Majestic and awe-inspiring, thunder rumbled as lightning crackled. Moreover, the lineage of dragons was not weak. Nearby soul masters with lower dragon bloodlines collapsed to the ground. A powerful golden light emanated from his spear, condensing into a colossal dragon's head amidst the crackling electricity. Roar! Jiwa Douluo and Cuttlefish Douluo widened their eyes, simultaneously releasing their soul skills in defense. Yet their bodies were sent flying several meters away. They collapsed to the ground, covered in dust, staring at each other in shock. Was this truly the snake spear Douluo, once ranked among the lowest of the elders in the spirit hall? Now, even their combined strength could not withstand a single blow from him. Lin Yi, observing the attack unleashed by Snake Spear Douluo, was momentarily taken aback. It was likely that the current Snake Spear Douluo could easily defeat even 2 young Woody combined. The battle at Jiaoling Pass would thus be rewritten. Yet, amidst their brawl, how could he seek his own demise? Lin Yi's voice turned cold. "Cease immediately. Otherwise, move far away to fight. Do not do so near me." Upon hearing this, Snake Spear Douluo hastily dispersed his martial soul and fell directly to the ground. He stood upright and bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." In the papal chamber, the regal and aloof pope gazed vacantly, as if a left-behind child. Out towards the hall's direction, she murmured, "Jiwa Dong, Ghost Douluo, Cuttlefish Douluo, Snake Spear Douluo, have all those elders I sent out perished?" She crushed the armrest of the throne, her predatory gaze fixated on the trembling ghost leopard Douluo and magic bear Douluo kneeling below. A sound like ice clashing emerged from Bibi Dong's mouth. "You too, if you do not return within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you shall meet the same fate as this pearl." A pearl the size of a pigeon's egg was clenched in Bibi Dong's hand, which soon transformed into fine white powder, scattering into the air. Ghost leopard Douluo and magic bear Douluo clung to each other in terror. "Yes, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She was determined to go out herself to verify the truth of that youth. At this moment, Hulaina stood aside, refraining from speaking. She, too, had not anticipated that for the 4 elders. The temptation of returning home paled in comparison to the allure presented by Senior Lin Yi. Why are there so few recommendation votes today? It feels empty and lonely. I had planned to increase updates this month. Seeking rewards, recommendation votes, monthly votes. From today onward, I too shall be a man who does not return home. As Ghost Douluo descended from the platform, his rejuvenated appearance drew the attention of Douluo and the others. Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief as he approached and pinched Ghost Douluo's face. "Old Ghost, I never imagined you could look this handsome. Get away. Take your filthy hands off me." Ghost Douluo retorted disdainfully. He reluctantly picked up the mirror once more, carefully observing the visage of the person within. Even he felt as if he were in a dream. He had lived more than half a life, and yet such a day had finally arrived. Dragon Spear Douluo was even more astounded than Ghost Douluo. He caressed his spear, realizing that after the evolution of his martial soul, his strength had increased to 2 or 3 times its original capacity. This was unimaginable. Not even sharing a bed with the Pope could yield such a delightful dream. Dragon Spear Douluo gazed curiously at the individuals before him. What kind of attack can this youth withstand without injury, and what treasures may fall from him? Could he truly be a divine being descended upon us? However, as soon as he spoke, Ghost Douluo immediately silenced him with a glance. "Hush! Even if it is the truth, do not voice it. The senior has never mentioned this matter. He surely does not wish for us to make it public. Let us pretend we know nothing." Exactly. The older brothers are indeed thoughtful. A few individuals were engaged in discussion, while the porcupine Douluo stared in astonishment at the face of the Ghost Douluo. Unable to contain himself, he called out to Lin Yi in the stands, "Predecessor, do I also have a chance to transform my appearance?" At that moment, Lin Yi opened his dark eyes, gazing at him with an empty stare. The Ghost Douluo had obtained a purification crystal, and the marks on his face were side effects of his martial soul, hence they could be purified. "As for you," Lin Yi's eyes drifted over the porcupine Douluo's corpulent figure. "The purification crystal would be of no use." The porcupine Douluo awkwardly replied, "All right, fine. However, any reward has the potential to manifest, including enhancing one's appearance or altering one's physique. I have previously mentioned that what you currently see is merely the tip of the iceberg." Wow! The porcupine Douluo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just then, 2 figures suddenly pushed through the crowd. "Elder Ghost Leopard? Elder Demon Bear? What brings you here?" The 4 elders were somewhat surprised, wondering if these 2 were merely here to stir up trouble. The 2, their faces filled with despair, surveyed the 4 with a sense of collapse, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you returning to the Spear Hall?" The Dragon Spear Douluo scoffed. "I have garnered more here in 1 hour than I did in 20 years at the Spear Hall." The Chrysanthemum Douluo approached with a smile. "Did the Pope send you too? You should return and inform him that we will stay a while longer." "Stay a while longer?" The Pope is furious. The Ghost Leopard Douluo was on the brink of despair. However, the Demon Bear Douluo suddenly noticed the Ghost Douluo's appearance. "Elder Ghost, this. I attacked that predecessor, and a treasure fell from him that altered my appearance," the Ghost Douluo explained. "What kind of absurd joke is this in broad daylight? You've changed your appearance, haven't you?" The Ghost Leopard Douluo was somewhat speechless, and then turned his gaze to the Porcupine Douluo. "Elder Porcupine, are you not returning? You have always obeyed the Pope's orders." Coughing awkwardly, the Porcupine Douluo averted his gaze. "Porcupine, show your soul bone to these 2 who have never seen the world," urged the Dragon Spear Douluo. Reluctantly, the Porcupine Douluo replied, "Let us not. If they don't believe, then so be it." The Ghost Leopard Douluo, growing impatient, waved his hands dismissively. "No need. We don't care. We don't want to see it. You 4 need to hurry back with us. That's what's most important." "Exactly. We have no interest in your useless treasures. The Pope only granted us a short incense stick-s time. If you 4 don't return, we're finished." The Demon Bear Douluo echoed in despair. "Show it to him." The Ghost Douluo patted the Porcupine Douluo on the shoulder, urging him further. "Not interested in a divine treasure? How dare you say that? What is more important, the treasure or the Pope? I wonder how bruised your faces will be later." Reluctantly, the Porcupine Douluo carefully produced the torso soul bone. The scene fell silent. The soul bone could captivate any soul master at any time, especially the torso soul bone. The Ghost Leopard Douluo and the Demon Bear Douluo stood frozen, swallowing their words. They stared wide-eyed at the torso soul bone radiating an aura. "Is this the torso soul bone? Could it be a mere chicken frame?" The Chrysanthemum Douluo retorted. At that moment, he released his soul ring. The purple first soul ring slowly ascended, emanating blinding light. The ghost leopard Douluo was left dumbfounded. When did your first soul ring turn purple? Unwilling to be outdone, the dragon spear Douluo immediately unleashed his martial soul. Golden light flickered, and electric sparks danced. The elongated spear lay in the dragon spear Douluo's hand, its scales thick, two dragon heads vividly alive. Your insect spear, snake spear, how did it become? Don't tell me this is a dragon? The ghost leopard and the demon bear were nearly speechless. It is indeed a dragon. And I am now the dragon spear Douluo? The dragon spear Douluo declared with a serious expression. My ghostly appearance was also purified by that predecessor as purification crystal. I did not alter my appearance. Do you still doubt that attacking him yields treasures? The ghost leopard Douluo swallowed hard. I believe it. I truly do. At that moment, the demon bear Douluo glanced at the incense stick in his hand, which had burned down significantly. Silently, he tossed one stick to the ground and crushed it underfoot. An incense stick this time? Huh. From now on, I'm a man who will not go home. The demon bear Douluo excitedly turned to the ghost leopard Douluo. Ghost leopard, you go first or shall I? I'll go first. Let my younger brother explore the way. All right, you first. The two, their eyes gleaming, stared at Lin Yi in the stands, as if he were an enticing lamb. Wait. At that moment, the dragon spear Douluo suddenly called out to the two. The ghost leopard Douluo and the demon bear Douluo turned back, impatience etched on their faces. What is it? Is there something else to convey? The dragon spear Douluo approached earnestly, placing an arm on each of their shoulders, and spoke solemnly. My friends, I have come before you, having suffered the consequences of my inexperience. I truly cannot bear to see you both take the same path. Now, considering you as my own brothers, I share this. The higher the damage dealt, the better the quality of the treasures dropped. You must remember, always prioritize the use of your ninth soul skill. After all, there are only 2 opportunities for attack in a day. If missed, you must wait until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the ghost leopard Douluo and the demon bear Douluo exchanged glances and nodded gravely. Wow, thank goodness you explained that to us beforehand. Don't worry, once we go up, I'll unleash my ninth soul skill immediately, adding a few auxiliary skills. We'll obliterate him. 22, 6-winged angel set with a divine power experience card. The ghost leopard Douluo was the first to dash up to the stands, his face flushed with excitement as he swallowed hard, taking several deep breaths. Up close, he realized it was merely a boy of about 10 years old. However, given what the dragon spear Douluo and the others had said, could he truly be indestructible? Lin Yi raised his head, his indifferent, dark eyes locking onto him. If you are prepared, you may proceed. Huh? Shouldn't it be that I wait until you are ready to act? The ghost leopard Douluo twitched his mouth. However, once Lin Yi finished speaking, he closed his eyes, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. His gaze resembled that of someone who had seen through the world, akin to those who sought death. The ghost leopard Douluo scrutinized Lin Yi while pondering in his heart. Ninth soul skill, ghost annihilation. The ghost leopard Douluo clasped his hands together, pointing his sword at his brow. Wow, another ninth soul skill. The spirit hall truly has no shortage of titled Douluos. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They realized that with these titled Douluos present, they had no chance of even scratching that boy. A massive black-striped ghost leopard materialized behind the ghost leopard Douluo, letting out a fearsome roar, its terrifying fangs and muscular form captivating the scene with an overwhelming presence. Devour. The ghost leopard Douluo directed his sword toward Lin Yi. In that instant, his martial soul suddenly split into dozens of identical black-striped ghost leopards. Each ghost leopard opened its gaping maw, claws scraping the ground, and they lunged wildly toward Lin Yi. As Lin Yi opened his eyes, the low growls of the black-striped ghost leopard reverberated around him. He raised his gaze slightly, only to have a mouth full of fangs snap at his head. However, the outcome for the leopard was its immediate dissolution. The ghost leopards continued to appear, one after another, encircling him. Yet Lin Yi remained unperturbed, observing them with a calm demeanor. The remaining leopards lunged at him, gnawing away. 5 minutes later, what on earth? Where did they all go? The ghost leopard Douluo watched in bewilderment as his doppelgangers disintegrated one by one. Lin Yi calmly addressed the ghost leopard Douluo. The damage has ceased. The attack is over. The ghost leopard Douluo was left speechless, having never encountered such a scenario before. Previously, whenever he unleashed his ninth spirit ability, it was he who recalled the ghost leopards. He had never witnessed them disappearing like this. Damage taken, 143125. Remaining health, 999999315879. Damage level, black. Intermediate. Random reward, Black Stripe Ghost Leopard, Martial Soul. Host reward, Sacred Pattern Ghost Leopard, Martial Soul. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the rewards. This system's operation seemed rather deceptive, rewarding the Ghost Leopard Douluo with a Martial Soul identical to his own. Lin Yi cleared his throat and said to the Ghost Leopard Doll, "The damage of 143125 has shattered the previous record set by the Dragon Spear Doll, classified as Black Intermediate. Your reward is a Martial Soul." The Ghost Leopard Douluo widened his eyes. "Wait, a Martial Soul reward? But I already possess a Martial Soul." Lin Yi shook his head slightly. "It's not that simple. This Martial Soul is an additional enhancement for you, granting you the ability to become a dual Martial Soul wielder. If you're already a dual Martial Soul wielder, you would ascend to the status of a triple Martial Soul wielder." Upon hearing this, the Ghost Leopard dropped to his knees, pounding the ground in ecstasy, his voice filled with uncontainable joy. "Wow, I am now a dual Martial Soul wielder. This surprise is simply overwhelming." The five elders observing were equally astonished, their mouths agape. "Really? Is this even possible?" Lin Yi maintained a composed expression, urging them not to celebrate prematurely. He then flicked the black light orb in his hand onto the ground, which expanded instantly into a colossal black-striped ghost leopard. The Ghost Leopard Douluo knelt, staring blankly at the familiar Martial Soul before him. Suddenly, the Judo burst into laughter. He had actually acquired his own Martial Soul. "Ha ha ha! This is hilarious!" The Ghost Leopard Douluo's expression froze, his face stiffening as he turned to Lin Yi. "Little brother, can this truly become my second Martial Soul?" Lin Yi shook his head. "I am uncertain. You may attempt to merge with it by simply reaching out to touch it." The Ghost Leopard Douluo sprang up and complied. The black-striped ghost leopard let out a low growl and swiftly integrated into his form. The Ghost Leopard Douluo sat cross-legged, meditating for a moment before opening his eyes. "I will try to unleash my Martial Soul," he said nervously, swallowing hard as he attempted to manifest both his original Martial Soul and the second one simultaneously. However, only one Martial Soul materialized. Yet, the patterns of this ghost leopard were no longer black, but a brilliant red. The Sacred Pattern Ghost Leopard. Lin Yi recognized it instantly. "Holy cow! The Sacred Pattern Ghost Leopard." The Ghost Leopard doll turned around, astonished, and sank to his knees. The Sacred Pattern Ghost Leopard was the leader of the Ghost Leopard clan, indicating a definite evolution of his Martial Soul. Lin Yi nodded. "Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. You have been quite fortunate." The Ju Douluo and the others exchanged glances, their expressions twitching in disbelief. What a letdown, all that excitement for nothing. "Thank you, little brother." No, I mean, esteemed senior." The Ghost Leopard Douluo expressed his gratitude fervently, bowing his head repeatedly. No need for such formality. Lin Yi also received a Martial Soul. The Sacred Pattern Ghost Leopard, which he regarded as a high-level black Martial Soul, yet he did not place much value on it. However, the method of acquiring a Martial Soul in this manner allowed for more than one to be fused. He would first merge this one, and then seek out better Martial Souls later on. He hoped to obtain a red high-level Martial Soul, though he didn't dare to dream a golden level one just yet. After all, it seemed no one could inflict golden damage, especially since red was already a challenge. As for the colored golden damage, it would likely require crossing a deity. Let me. The bear spirit Douluo was impatient, his corpulent frame quivering with excitement. Isn't this fellow remarkable? Not only can he gift soul bones, but he can also bestow Martial Souls? Bear, remember to include several amplification spirit abilities. I just held back and only unleashed my ninth spirit ability. Now, I somewhat regret it. The Ghost Leopard Douluo sighed as he passed the bear Douluo. "Sure thing, bro." The bear spirit Douluo's eyes glinted as he eagerly turned to Lin Yi. "Esteemed senior, may I begin?" Lin Yi nodded gently. "Ready when you are." "Huh." The bear spirit Douluo roared. Everyone noticed that his second, third, and ninth spirit rings were simultaneously shimmering. "What are you laughing at?" The Ghost Leopard Douluo inquired, perplexed. Glancing at the Dragon Spear Douluo, who blushed slightly and explained, "I just recalled something amusing. At that moment, a massive blue-black bear, martial soul, appeared on the platform. The bear spirit, Douluo, brandished his claws, his eyes radiating golden light. Explosive 9-stage kill. The 9th spirit ability, augmented by the 2nd and 3rd spirit abilities, unleashed terrifying power, with vicious claws striking Lin Yi from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The bear spirit, Douluo's chubby face, bore a look of confusion. Huh, that sound seems off. After the 9-stage explosive damage concluded, the bear spirit, Douluo, collapsed, exhausted. After a moment of calm, he rubbed his eyes, mouth agape, convinced he must be mistaken. Surrounding Lin Yi were gnarled, terrifying claw marks, yet he remained utterly unscathed, sitting like a statue. My painstakingly constructed platform. Lin Yi lamented as he surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head in regret. He then focused on the panel, momentarily stunned. Damage taken, 162341. Remaining health, 99999153538. Damage level, black, high. Random reward, 6-winged angel set with divine power experience card, 5 minutes. Host reward, 6-winged angel set with divine power experience card, 1 month. Lin Yi was taken aback. Is this truly the pinnacle of speed? The 6-winged angel set, accompanied by divine power? And you tell me this is merely a black high-level reward? He was somewhat astonished. However, the 5-minute experience time allowed him to remain somewhat composed. At least it was only 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the reward he received was an experience time of 1 month. Possessing divine power for a month would allow him to tread confidently across Douluo continent. Observing the bear spirit Douluo's eager gaze, Lin Yi spoke. Damage of 162,341. Classified as black high, with 37,659 remaining until reaching the initial red damage threshold, breaking the record previously set by the ghost leopard Douluo. Black high, breaking the record. The bear spirit, Douluo repeated, his excitement palpable. He immediately brightened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, asking, "May I inquire, esteemed senior, what is my reward? You are the most fortunate person I have encountered thus far. It is possible that the black advanced reward is of this caliber. You have received a 6-winged angel suit experience card. By utilizing this card and donning the 6-winged angel divine suit, you will gain the abilities of the 6-winged angel for a mere 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, the bear spirit, Douluo, fell to the ground in terror. His face a mask of panic. No, no, no. How could I possibly possess the ability to command the 6-winged angel? I am unworthy. The significance of the term 6-winged angel was well understood by everyone in the spirit hall. It was a unique spirit passed down exclusively through the high priest lineage. And the 6-winged angel was the deity revered and worshipped by the high priest. Even the high priest himself could only aspire to such a being. How could a mere elder like him dare to claim it? If he were to obtain the power of the 6-winged angel, would that not be crossing the line? In such a case, what chance would he have to continue existing within the spirit hall? It was not only the bear spirit Douluo who was shocked at that moment. Zhu Douluo, Gue Douluo, and several other elders stared in astonishment at the scene on the platform. The 6-winged angel and the high priest were 2 titles that commanded deep respect from everyone within the spirit hall. Even if they were granted 10 times the courage, they would not dare to wield the powers of the 6-winged angel. Lin Yi observed the expressions of the bear spirit Douluo and the elders below, finding it amusing. Are you that frightened? To wield divine powers would undoubtedly elevate your combat strength to the pinnacle of the continent. 1,000 streams would be no match for you. Why are you so afraid? Little brother, esteemed senior, could you possibly grant me a different reward? I dare not accept this one. The bear spirit Douluo pleaded. Kneeling before Lin Yi with cupped fists, Lin Yi snorted coldly, conjuring a black orb of light in his right hand and tossing it over. The black orb gradually transformed into a golden card in midair, hovering before the bear spirit Douluo. Upon the card was an enchanting woman wielding a golden holy sword, adorned in golden armor, crowned, and with 6 golden feathered wings sprouting from her back. The bear spirit Douluo twitched his lips. Even if he donned this ensemble, he would still be the most unwieldy 6-winged angel. The reward lies here. Whether to take it or not is entirely your choice. Lin Yi's expression remained impassive as he continued. However, I must caution you. Should you choose not to accept it, many would covet this power. To obtain divine strength is to wield the ability to devastate the heavens and the earth. The bear spirit Douluo gulped and extended his trembling hands. I shall take it. But may I refrain from using it myself? Lin Yi paused momentarily before nodding. The reward is yours. How you choose to wield it is your own affair, and it does not concern me. Of course, I would welcome you to use divine abilities to attack me. Perhaps you might earn an even greater reward. Simply shatter it, and you may use it. As Lin Yi spoke, his eyes seemed to shimmer with temptation, causing the bear spirit Douluo's heart to race. Yet, he quickly furrowed his brows. No, I cannot use it. I dare not. This response left Lin Yi somewhat disappointed. The bear spirit Douluo cautiously held the card in his hand, placing it within his soul guide. Suddenly, he spoke with reverence. I shall present this experience card to the high priest as a token of loyalty. His words quickly garnered the agreement of several elders below. Had they been in his position, they would likely have done the same. After all, they truly dared not wield an experience card that bestowed the power of the six-winged angel. Other deities might be different, but not this one. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Lin Yi's heart. To give it to 1,000 streams? That would be splendid. The six-winged angel experience card would undoubtedly entice him. Lin Yi had long coveted 1,000 streams battle prowess, and perhaps 1,000 Renxue would also come along. As 1,000 streams grandfather, he would undoubtedly assist her in her attacks. That would be a tremendous boon. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire was set to visit the Spirit Hall the following day. The platform he occupied conveniently obstructed the main thoroughfare leading into the Spirit Hall. You lot, who among you has yet to make a second attack? Hurry and proceed. So many are awaiting your turn. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, speaking sternly. Because you are titled Douluo, I permit you to cut in line, but do not waste time. Upon hearing this, Long Spear Douluo and Spike Porcupine Douluo immediately bowed. As you command. Their current reverence for Lin Yi was akin to that of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, Bibi Dong would not treat them as kindly as Lin Yi did, feeding them like a father. Brothers, let's complete our 2 attacks in one go. Then we shall relinquish the platform to you too. Ghost Leopard Douluo wore a flattering smile as he addressed Spike Porcupine Douluo and Long Spear Douluo below. Very well. We are not in a hurry. Thank you, brothers. Ghost Leopard Douluo's excitement was palpable. He could hardly wait to verify the changes in his strength after his martial spirit evolved into the sacred pattern Ghost Leopard. Senior, I shall attack now. Lin Yi gave a slight nod. Ghost Leopard Douluo unleashed his 9th soul skill, but this time it was not the black patterned Ghost Leopard. Rather, it was the sacred pattern Ghost Leopard adorned with red patterns. The attack pattern was identical to before, yet this time, the onslaught was evidently more frenzied and violent. The number of avatars summoned by Ghost Leopard Douluo had more than doubled compared to before. However, despite the significant change in offensive power, the ultimate outcome remained the same. One sacred pattern Ghost Leopard after another dissipated into nothingness. This left Ghost Leopard Douluo feeling somewhat defeated. Health lost, 1635538. Remaining health, 99999899000. Damage level, Black Advanced. Random reward, Advanced Speed Mastery. Host reward, Ultimate Speed Mastery. It seemed that upon reaching Black Advanced level, the rewards for Attribute Mastery had gained an additional Advanced label. Lin Yi raised his right hand, lifting the black orb of light. At that moment he paused, for he noticed that the area his arm had swept through had developed a double image. Furthermore, the insects fluttering through the air suddenly slowed their wing beats. The cacophony around him felt as though it had been slowed down exponentially. Every individual's movements and expressions, when Lin Yi focused his mind, seemed to press the slow motion button. Wait, it appeared they had not slowed down. Rather, he had accelerated. Is this the ultimate speed? Seeking votes, monthly tickets, tips Bibi Dong could no longer endure. Arriving on the scene, damage 163538, Black Advanced Damage, narrowly surpassing the Bear Spirit Douluo, setting a new damage record. Your reward is Advanced Speed Mastery. Lin Yi conjured it, tossing the black orb of light towards Ghost Leopard Douluo. Upon merging, Ghost Leopard Douluo slowly opened his astonished eyes. Is this speed for real? Lin Yi smiled slightly. Existence is reason. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, your current speed should place you among the elite of all agility-based soul masters on the continent, including Super Douluo. Upon hearing this explanation, Juve Douluo crossed his arms, skepticism lacing his voice as he questioned, is it truly that formidable? At that moment, Ghost Leopard Douluo turned to glance at him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the stands. Witnessing this, Zhu Dao's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced around, but could not discern the whereabouts of Ghost Leopard Douluo. "Zhu Hua, I'm right behind you." Ghost Leopard Douluo's voice echoed from behind. Yet when Zhu Dao turned, he was met only with a fleeting shadow. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Douluo exclaimed, as he felt a sudden kick to his rear. "Where are you? Show yourself." The elders scanned their surroundings, but none could successfully capture the figure of Ghost Leopard Douluo. However, to Lin Yi, Ghost Leopard Douluo's speed appeared as ordinary running, far from the incomprehensible velocity one would expect. It seemed that mastery of advanced speed still fell short in comparison to ultimate swiftness. At this moment, Ghost Leopard Douluo indeed stood as a paragon among all agile attack soul masters throughout the continent, though Lin Yi had not proclaimed him the greatest. Observing the individuals below who were being toyed with by Ghost Leopard Douluo, Bear Douluo felt his composure slip. He had just managed to secure a reward, only to find it unusable, and the bitterness swelled within him. Bear Douluo promptly unleashed his martial soul. Addressing Lin Yi, "Senior, I wish to initiate my second attack today." Lin Yi, maintaining an expression of indifference, nodded in acknowledgement. Even when a smile graced his features, his eyes remained filled with sorrow and despair. Lin Yi portrayed the performance of a person courting death with remarkable clarity. Regrettably, others mistook him for a deity. Like Ghost Leopard Douluo, Bear Douluo also unleashed his ninth soul skill, with the enhancement from his second and third soul skills proceeding as usual. Explosive 9-segment kill, Bear Douluo bellowed. Despite harboring a lingering reluctance within, Lin Yi noted that Bear Douluo's offensive prowess was diminished compared to his previous assault. This was hardly surprising. Unleashing 6 soul skills in such a short span would strain even the most resilient of bodies. After the onslaught, Bear Douluo collapsed onto the ground, panting and drenched in sweat. Lin Yi turned his gaze to the panel. Health loss, 150896. Remaining health, 9999988391104. Damage level, Black Advanced. Random reward, Intermediate Mastery of Strength, downgraded to Black Intermediate. Host reward, Mastery of Ultimate Strength. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yi felt a sudden urge to laugh. The damage inflicted by Bear Douluo was lower than before, resulting in a downgrade of his reward. Yet it triggered a critical hit within the system, allowing Lin Yi to still obtain the mastery of ultimate strength. It appeared that through the legacy of players like Porcupine Dong, Dragonspear Douluo had successfully ensnared a new player. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi spoke, damage of 150,896. Classified as Black Advanced damage, not only failing to break the record, but also falling short of the previous damage. Thus, the reward is downgraded to Black Intermediate. Your reward is Intermediate Mastery of Strength. Upon hearing these words, Bear Douluo felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He staggered back a few steps. Why make me deliver the highest damage from the start if it results in a downgrade? Realizing this, Bear Douluo turned to face Dragonspear Douluo, only to find an expression that conveyed the last remnants of incense burning away, leaving behind merely a bare stick. Bibi Dong's long, fair fingers gradually tightened into a fist, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Holding her crystal scepter, she rose from her throne, her beautiful eyes glinting with an icy coldness. "Master, please do not be angry. Perhaps they were merely delayed by other matters. Indeed, Your Holiness, it is not worth compromising your health over this." Hulaina and her companions felt a swell of anxiety at Bibi Dong's palpable rage. They had witnessed her anger before, but this was her most fearsome demeanor yet. Tap, top, top. The sound of Bibi Dong's slender heels echoed against the steps. Her stunning visage betrayed no emotion, only a chilling aura. Hulaina, gather the soul masters. Accompany me. As Bibi Dong approached the hall's entrance, her slender figure radiated a terrifying wave of soul power, familiar to those who knew her. She was on the brink of an explosion. I must discover what sort of being could captivate my 6 elders to such an extent that they would dare defy the Pope's command. Hulaina, her complexion pale, stepped forward and whispered, "Master, must we summon the soul masters? Why not simply proceed?" Bibi Dong turned, her icy gaze piercing through Hulaina, to unveil his deception and burn his stance. Frowning, Hulaina took a step closer. "Then does our wager still stand?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh. "Of course it stands. Why would it not?" At this point, Do you not understand, Nana? What kind of reward could compel several elders to openly defy the Pope's orders? I know these elders well. They have served under me for decades without ever disobeying my commands. They must have fallen prey to that boy's allure. We must eliminate him before the Crown Prince of Tiando arrives to assert our martial Soul Hall's authority. Hulaina lifted her chin and raised an eyebrow. As long as the wager stands. Bibi Dong regarded her briefly, then commanded, go summon the Soul Masters. Take my punch. Bear Douluo's face contorted with fury, his robust arm launching towards Dragon Spear Douluo like a cannonball. Boom! Dragon Spear Douluo, weapon in hand, was taken aback, his body sliding back several meters. Such immense power. Not only he but even the onlookers, including Ju Douluo, could perceive the force and energy enveloping Bear Douluo's punch, an intensity he had never before reached. With a bellyful of rage, Ghost Leopard Douluo shouted, Bear, teach that fellow a lesson. After you're done, it's my turn. Lin Yi observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, refraining from intervening. Yet, at that moment, his mental energy, which had been radiating outward, abruptly retracted. A multitude of Soul Masters was approaching. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Who could it be? Seeking votes, monthly tickets, and rewards. 25. Bibi Dong, have you ever experienced what true power entails? The aura emanating from this wave of Soul Masters was organized and formidable, starkly contrasting with the scattered souls around the stands. Moreover, Lin Yi sensed a particularly potent Soul Master among them, undoubtedly a title Douluo. Not only that, but this title Douluo also possessed a unique quality. Her martial soul's caliber and strength were undeniably superior to those of the elders. Who could this be? Lin Yi pondered, his brow knitted in concern. At that moment, a stern and resonant voice declared, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall has arrived. All irrelevant individuals, retreat at once. Hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback before a subtle smile graced his lips. Unexpectedly, it was Bibi Dong. Her personal arrival truly surprised Lin Yi. The 6 elders widened their eyes in unison, their gaze fixated on a single direction. A procession of Soul Master soldiers clad in silver-gray armor advanced towards them. Their steps synchronized, creating a magnificent spectacle that drew the attention of countless Soul Masters. Upon entering the area, the Soul Master soldiers spread out to either side, keeping bystanders at bay. Among them, a tall woman gradually revealed her features. Is that the Pope? My word, what an aura! She is stunning. The Pope is a woman? Goodness, is the Pope truly this beautiful? Clear the way, clear the way. Let me see her properly. Instantly, all eyes among the onlookers converged on Bibi Dong. Every man present wore a look of astonishment. For many, it was their first encounter with Bibi Dong, and they had never seen a woman whose visage exuded such noble coldness and breathtaking beauty. With a crystal scepter and a golden crown woven with threads of gold. As she walked, the contours of her long legs were elegantly accentuated by her light purple gown. Her posture was straight, with every movement reflecting an air of noble etiquette, even the curve of her back hinting at an alluring grace. Bibi Dong scanned her surroundings with a frigid gaze, ultimately locking her eyes on the 6 elders. In that moment, the members of the Douluo felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their legs trembling uncontrollably. It seemed that no matter how strong they became, the sight of this woman instilled an involuntary sense of dread. My elders, you are quite in sync this time, Bibi Dong remarked with a cold smile. The 6 elders stood rigidly, not daring to utter a word. It was evident to all that anger radiated from Bibi Dong's face. Speaking now would be akin to courting death. However, she had no immediate intention of reprimanding the elders. Her gaze drifted towards the stands, and within her beautiful eyes, she discerned the figure of a young man, an exceedingly ordinary youth, more mundane than expected, devoid of any soul power, apart from a somewhat ethereal aura. He bore no remarkable traits. Top. Bibi Dong ascended the 3-tiered steps and arrived at the platform. Hulaina, amidst the crowd, felt her heart clench. She was acutely aware of her teacher's ruthless methods, and the thought of offending the senior Lin Yi sent shivers down her spine. Holding her scepter, Bibi Dong towered over Lin Yi. She frowned. I have come this far, and you haven't even opened your eyes? Tell me, what is your purpose in appearing here? Bibi Dong's voice was icy. Upon hearing her, Lin Yi opened his eyes, his dark gaze slowly rising to meet hers. There was a stark indifference in his eyes, A profound understanding of the world mingled with a hint of sorrow. This expression momentarily startled Bibi Dong, as if it transported her back through her own past sorrows. "I appear here seeking death. If you wish to kill me, you are welcome at any time," Lin Yi replied calmly. After speaking, he closed his eyes once more. Unhurried and unperturbed, his demeanor exuded an enigmatic aura. Even standing before the Pope, he remained unfazed. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yi more closely. She became increasingly convinced that this young man's identity was far from ordinary. While most would feel weak in her presence, this youth remained aloof, unaffected. She, being naturally perceptive, doubted that he was merely here to seek death. He must have ulterior motives. "Remove this platform," Bibi Dong commanded, turning to descend the steps, leaving Lin Yi with a chilling silhouette. The Soul Master soldiers at the ready surged forward. But at that moment, 6 figures descended from the heavens. "As long as I am here, no one shall disrupt the senior's occasion," Ghost Douluo declared sternly, directing his gaze at Bibi Dong. "Even if it is an order from your holiness." Bibi Dong turned back, noticing the change in Ghost Douluo's expression. "Your face? It is thanks to this senior that my martial spirit was purified, allowing me to shed my former ghastly appearance," Ghost Douluo explained urgently. The ugliness of purifying a martial spirit. Bibi Dong paused, involuntarily recalling her own martial spirit's release. However, her eyes soon sharpened with intensity. "Absurd. Do you 5 also intend to openly defy my orders like Elder Ghost?" "Your Holiness, the senior has brought us blessings," Ghost Douluo replied, his expression troubled. "Yes." The other elders echoed in agreement. Bibi Dong chose not to elaborate further. She was not one to waste time with idle chatter when action could be taken. She raised her long, fair fingers, and the 6th soul ring on her body glowed. In that instant, a multitude of purple spider thorns manifested in the sky, shooting towards the 6 elders. "Not good. Old Ghost, quickly get out of the way." The 6 elders were taken aback, unprepared for the Pope's ruthless actions, who had moved to attack without further ado. They dared not retaliate and could only evade. The elders' evasion was swift, and all the blood-sucking spider thorns struck the ground. Bibi Dong snorted and ordered, "Dismantle the platform." "Yes, Your Holiness." The Soul Master soldiers in silver-gray armor surged forward in formation. Lin Yi opened his eyes on the platform, his dark gaze fixed ahead. "So, you intend to dismantle my stage?" He exhaled softly, his long fingers slowly clenched into a fist. The muscles in his right arm subtly bulging, explosive power coalescing within his fist. Lin Yi regarded her coldly. "Bibi Dong, have you ever experienced what true power feels like?" With a single punch, he struck toward the void. The air tore apart with a resounding crack, the shockwave echoing like thunder in everyone's ears. Where his fist passed, a black hole was ripped into space, a tremendous force compressing the air ahead to its limits before igniting. All the advancing Soul Master soldiers found their armor shattered, their bodies flung in all directions. The fierce wind buffeted Bibi Dong's gown, and as her slender heels met the ground, she staggered back several steps. She regained her footing, but the crown atop her head was blown off by a gust, falling to the ground. Her beautiful, long purple hair danced wildly. And there's one more thing. Please support with votes, monthly tickets, and rewards. Keep reading daily. 26. I admit defeat in this wager. My apologies. Bibi Dong stared in shock at the crown that had fallen, her long hair still swirling in the air. The onlooking Soul Masters stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. The 6 elders were equally stupefied. Hulaina, amidst the crowd, covered her mouth with her hands, her expression one of fear. The force of that punch wreaked havoc in the air for a long time before settling. When the turmoil finally subsided, Bibi Dong raised her hand to touch her hair that had just fallen, turning to gaze towards the platform. There Lin Yi slowly retracted his right hand, his indifferent dark eyes meeting her gaze. The scene caused a noticeable change in Bibi Dong's expression, compelling her to take 2 steps back, her proud bosom rising and falling. The might of this young man's punch was astonishing. Had she not relied on her soul power to brace herself, she might have lost her balance and fallen to the ground. Moreover, he had delivered that blow from a distance. The power of his strike had generated a shockwave that reverberated throughout the area. The ground was littered with shattered fragments of metal armor, and the Soul Master soldiers who had fallen in various directions lay unconscious on the ground. The spectacle was utterly magnificent, so much so that many were left momentarily speechless. At that moment, the bear spirit Douluo gazed at his hands, suddenly realizing a profound truth. Could it be that the abilities we possess were derived from the predecessors who came before us? His gaze trembled as he looked towards Lin Yi, overwhelmed with emotion. He knelt down. Predecessor, did you, in your final moments, wish for your extraordinary skills not to dissipate into smoke, and thus chose to bestow them upon us bit by bit? The bear spirit Douluo asked Lin Yi, his heart brimming with sentiment. It was precisely because Lin Yi possessed such ultimate power that he could share his strength with others. Why had he not considered this earlier? Upon hearing this, the ghost Douluo's breathing quickened. He had always regarded Lin Yi as a god, believing that the rewards bestowed were merely acts of kindness. However, with the bear spirit Douluo's words, he gradually came to understand. The gaze of the elder Lin Yi was not feigned. He truly wished for death, and in his final moments, to gradually relinquish his abilities to others might have been his dying wish. The ghost Douluo knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute towards Lin Yi. I, old ghost, am humbled to receive the elder's grace in such a manner. The other 4 elders exchanged shocked glances, immediately adopting the same posture, kneeling with clasped fists to express their utmost respect towards Lin Yi. Bibi Dong stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Turning to Lin Yi, she found her apprentice bending deeply in front of Lin Yi, performing a profound bow. At that moment, Bibi Dong's heart was filled with complexity. The boy's strength was evident and should have raised more suspicions. Yet the 6 elders seemed to have realized something, kneeling one by one, each emotionally charged. What then had they gained from this youth? Bibi Dong looked at the 6 elders and, with great difficulty, managed to voice her question. Is it true that he can bestow rewards? The ghost Douluo wearily glanced at Bibi Dong, saying, Your Majesty, it is indeed true. Even if we were deceived, could the hundreds of eyes around us also be fooled? At that moment, the chrysanthemum Douluo looked at Bibi Dong and stated, The reward I received was an enhancement of 1,000 years to my first spirit ring. Bibi Dong almost blurted out that it was impossible, but the next moment, she witnessed the purple first spirit ring released by the chrysanthemum Douluo. She bit her lip in astonishment. The ghost Douluo added, I also received a breakthrough crystal, and my soul power has now reached level 94. Your Majesty may verify this personally, although it was inappropriate to reveal a soul bone at that moment, in order to prove Lin Yi's innocence. The porcupine Douluo steeled himself and took out his torso soul bone. This is the torso soul bone I acquired. Bibi Dong in shock, then heard the ghost leopard Douluo exclaim, Your Majesty, please look. A ferocious roar filled the air as the spirit of the scarlet-patterned ghost leopard howled at the sky. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened. Your spirit? It has evolved. Elder Lin Yi gifted me a black-patterned ghost leopard spirit, which, due to various coincidences, directly evolved into the scarlet-patterned ghost leopard. Bibi Dong repeated in disbelief. He gifted a spirit? The ghost leopard Douluo nodded solemnly. The bear spirit Douluo chose not to reveal that he had acquired the 6-winged angel set, and simply stated, I have gained intermediate mastery of power attributes, significantly enhancing my strength. At that moment, the dragon spear Douluo shone brightly, releasing his spirit as well. A formidable 2-headed dragon emerged, gazing down at Bibi Dong. Your Majesty, I received a crystal of evolution, and my spirit has evolved into the 2-headed dragon spear. Bibi Dong looked up, meeting the gaze of the 2-headed dragon, her heart in turmoil. She felt her worldview shattering. Yet simultaneously, she realized that she might have wronged someone. How could such a powerful being exist among the 3 great sects? Even if there were, why would they send treasures to Wu Soul City? What could they gain from it? Teacher. Hearing the voice, Bibi Dong turned around. Lin Yi approached with a serious expression, ready to bring up their previous wager. However, upon seeing Bibi Dong's slightly pale face, she hesitated to embarrass her in front of so many people. Teacher, Lin Yi. Bibi Dong pressed her lips together, placing a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, gently shaking her head. It was my mistake. My thoughts were too rigid and one-sided. I remember the wager, and I apologize for losing. Bibi Dong lifted her hand to caress Lin Yi's face, speaking with a hint of regret. The 6 elders smiled at the sight, but then noticed Bibi Dong's cold gaze directed at them. Regardless, the 6 elders remained silent, defying the Pope's command, and would still face punishment. Hearing this, The 6 elders immediately knelt in fear. This day was indeed one of kneeling. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. We acknowledge our wrongdoing. Enough, rise. Bibi Dong suddenly spoke softly again. Were I to encounter such a situation, I too would linger here for a time. These treasures, though unheard of by me, are truly astonishing in their effects. Teacher, Lin Yi tugged at Bibi Dong's clothing, gesturing towards the viewing platform. Teacher should not apologize to me, but rather to Elder Lin Yi in regarding our wager. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards a youth seated on the platform, her heart softening unexpectedly, to fulfill one of his wishes. I remember. Teacher, hurry. I believe Elder Lin Yi would be very pleased to hear your apology. Lin Yi said with a smile, playfully pushing Bibi Dong from behind. As for who will take the stage, I can assure you, Douluo, Qian Renxue, the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang Hao, Poseidon, Tang Chun, the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, Guyu, Tian, Chun Xian, Ning Fengji, the Hao Qian School, and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Everyone you can think of will appear. Feel free to add more. Additionally, seeking recommendations, monthly votes, tips, and daily reads. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was anything but calm. It was not because he heard that Bibi Dong was coming to apologize, but rather due to the punch he had just thrown. When the soldiers were preparing to dismantle the stage, Lin Yi had intended to test the ultimate power he had acquired, to gauge its effectiveness. However, he had not anticipated the terrifying result it would yield. Is this what ultimate power truly entails? In a void, a single punch unleashed a force potent enough to obliterate the very fabric of the laws, a display of sheer terror. With such prowess, he could effortlessly ascend to the rank of a one-punch man within the Douluo continent. Alas, the system enforced a rule preventing the host from honing their shield through self-inflicted attacks. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have simply struck his own face. While he sighed in contemplation, an enchanting fragrance suddenly wafted before him. Upon glancing up, Lin Yi noticed Bibi Dong had approached him unbeknownst to him. The unparalleled beauty of the Pope, tall and graceful, adorned in a light purple and gold gown, her long legs captivatingly alluring. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's gaze lingered not on her for long. Unencumbered by desire, his sole wish was to seek death. Women? Huh. Only those capable of striking him down would capture his interest. Sensing the awkwardness of standing while conversing, Bibi Dong gracefully shifted to kneel on the ground, placing her golden scepter aside. I apologize. I previously misunderstood you. Please forgive me, she said, bowing her head sincerely. Such a scene would have astounded the 6 elders in the past, seeing the Pope kneeling to apologize to a mere youth. Yet, with Lin Yi as the recipient of her apology, the elders felt no dissonance. Rather, they believed Bibi Dong should be even more reverent. Lin Yi regarded her with a calm demeanor, not immediately responding to her apology. Are you refusing to accept it? Bibi Dong's throat tightened with unease. After a pause, Lin Yi finally spoke. It's of no consequence. At his words, a sense of relief washed over the 6 elders, including Hulina. Thankfully, Lin Yi displayed sufficient magnanimity. Bibi Dong, too, felt relieved. Only with the youth's forgiveness could they communicate normally. Is your name Lin Yi? She inquired softly, her expression noticeably softened, imbued with deep remorse. Upon uncovering the truth, her gaze towards the youth filled her with nostalgia, reminiscent of a desolate girl trapped in despair over 2 decades ago. Bibi Dong understood that this young man, much like her past self, was earnestly seeking death, desperately yearning for it. After all, one's eyes do not deceive. Regrettably, Bibi Dong was unaware of a profession called acting on Blue Star. Lin Yi's dark eyes met hers. Indeed, I am Lin Yi. Might I inquire why you seek death? Bibi Dong pondered that rather than fulfilling a fleeting wish, it would be more beneficial to assist him in living. A being of such formidable strength, surpassing the laws. Should he be of service to the Spirit Hall, many currently unattainable goals would become easily achievable. Yet Lin Yi's expression remained placid as he gazed at her, rendering Bibi Dong momentarily speechless. That is not your concern. Bibi Dong slightly furrowed her elegant brows. This youth, though seemingly young, possessed a rather peculiar temperament. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain a gentle tone. Do you have any wishes? I will do my utmost to fulfill one of them within my capabilities. Lin Yi nearly uttered a request for torment, but restrained himself, realizing that as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, her authority might be strategically advantageous. In that brief moment of contemplation, an idea emerged within Lin Yi's mind, an idea that could potentially influence the spirit hall and both empires. Is the Grand Soul Master competition about to commence? Lin Yi inwaited. Bibi Dong, slightly taken aback, nodded. Indeed, it's imminent. Do you possess the power to alter the competition's rules? Even if such changes would be significantly more outrageous than before? Lin Yi pressed on. The notion of altering the rules startled Bibi Dong, who regarded him with astonishment. What do you intend? Although she could not grasp his motives, she replied truthfully, I can consult with the emperors of the two great empires. As long as the method of alteration garners their approval, I have no objections. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Lin Yi's lips. In any domain, self-interest reigns supreme. Once the benefits are presented, dissent is unlikely. Does your inquiry pertain to your desires? Bibi Dong cautiously probed. Let us set that aside for now. After you deliver your 2 attacks today, I shall elaborate further, Lin Yi stated calmly. By enticing Bibi Dong with rewards, she could become as manipulable as the 6 elders and Hulina. I attack you? Bibi Dong queried hesitantly, seeking confirmation. Since you are here, do you not wish to extract what you desire from me? Lin Yi gazed at her with a knowing smile. What I can offer is boundless. Everything you could envision or dare not imagine. The condition is that the quality of the rewards is intricately linked to the damage inflicted. The greater the attack, the more bountiful the reward. Bibi Dong listened intently, perceiving Lin Yi as a cunning merchant luring her into a trap. Yet this merchant was unique, eager to escape this world. In an instant, Lin Yi became shrouded in an aura of profound mystery in Bibi Dong's eyes. Was this a manifestation of some extraordinary personal charm? Very well. I have 2 opportunities today, correct? Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled as she fixated on Lin Yi. Indeed, Your Excellency. At that moment, the 6 elders below chorused, Your Excellency, remember to prioritize the lowest damage first, increasing it with each subsequent attack to obtain rewards commensurate with the damage. Bibi Dong turned to listen, nodding in acknowledgement. These 6 individuals displayed unwavering loyalty to her. Lin Yi observed the group, silently amused. I will not harm you, will I? Bibi Dong suddenly posed the question. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, surprising her with his laughter. I hope you managed to inflict some damage upon me. Lin Yi replied with a smile, then reverted to his impassive demeanor. Bibi Dong regarded this seemingly ordinary yet remarkably poised youth once more, nodding before stepping back. She raised her delicate hand, from which 9 rings of soul power, yellow, purple, black, and red, ascended in sequence. First soul skill, Spear of Death. With her first soul ring gleaming, a chilling, eerie purple-black aura enveloped her form. She raised her fair index and middle fingers, channeling the purple-black energy into a sharp spear. Simultaneously, the spectral visage of the Death Spider Emperor emerged behind her, terrifying and imposing. With a pointed finger aimed at Lin Yi's chest, the surging soul power created an immense sensation of upheaval. Bang! After the attack landed on Lin Yi, the shockwave radiated outward explosively. Bibi Dong, astonished, raised her arm and stumbled several steps back before coming to a halt. The formidable self-defense she possessed left her visibly surprised as she stared at Lin Yi, her other hand gripping her trembling right arm. It was evident that she had suffered a certain degree of backlash from her attack. However, the young man appeared completely unscathed. Bibi Dong meticulously observed Lin Yi's condition. At that moment, Lin Yi opened his eyes and glanced at the display panel. Health lost, 59632. Remaining health, 9999987794772. Damage level, black primary. Random reward, Martial Soul Transformation Selection Voucher. Host reward, 10 Martial Soul Transformation Selection Vouchers. Lin Yi first noted the damage from Bibi Dong's first soul skill, reflecting on the disparities between titled Douluos. Indeed, there existed distinctions even among them. The damage from Bibi Dong's first soul skill surpassed that of the Ju Douluos by an astounding 10,000, equivalent to a significant increase to the lowest purple damage tier. As for the reward, Lin Yi was not particularly surprised. Bibi Dong had always placed great importance on the appearance of her martial soul after transformation. Moreover, the system's rewards sometimes depended on the attacker's individual circumstances, resulting in random drops. According to the original narrative, Bibi Dong's martial soul transformation enveloped her upper body in a terrifying purple-black armor, while her lower half morphed into a massive spider form. The grotesque 8 spider legs and the oddly large spider abdomen rendered her appearance hauntingly fearsome, a stark contrast to her usual elegant and noble demeanor. The original story even mentioned that Bibi Dong did not wish Yu Xiaojing to gaze upon her martial soul transformation, deeming it unsightly. At this moment, Lin Yi turned to Bibi Dong and remarked, "The damage is 59,632, classified as black primary damage. You have received a martial soul transformation selection voucher." Bibi Dong was utterly taken aback. Her red lips quivered as she silently repeated the words, "Martial soul transformation selection. Martial soul transformation selection. Martial soul transformation selection." Could this boy truly glimpse into the thoughts of others? Bibi Dong, striving to conceal her inner excitement, steadied herself and asked Lin Yi, her voice trembling, "Please, senior, explain." Unconsciously, she had begun to address Lin Yi with the honorific of senior. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. As he had anticipated, Bibi Dong would eventually come to respect the rewards he bestowed upon her, much like the elders. The so-called martial soul transformation selection voucher allowed one to alter the appearance of their martial soul transformation at will. Whatever one desired would manifest. By tearing the voucher, it would take effect, commencing from the next release of the martial soul and persisting thereafter. Should one wish to change their appearance again, they could simply use another voucher. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was overwhelmed with emotion, her excitement nearly impossible to conceal. Rarely had she shown her martial soul transformation to others, leaving the elders below puzzled about the Pope's current exhilaration. Only Hulayina understood, her eyes glistening with tears of joy for her teacher. This could be seen as a resolution to a long-standing concern of hers. "Where's the reward?" Bibi Dong inquired anxiously. Lin Yi smiled gently. "You seem rather eager." Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened, and she hastily looked elsewhere, shaking her head. "I am not. I am merely curious. The reward is here." Lin Yi extended his right hand, a black orb of light appearing at his fingertip. Bibi Dong immediately raised her gaze, her eyes fervently fixed on the orb. Unable to resist, taking a half-step forward. Her excitement rendered her cheeks slightly flushed, filled with longing for the reward. This was a stark contrast to the noble and aloof Pope she had just been. Lin Yi, though tempted to tease her further, reconsidered, realizing such behavior did not align with his persona. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he flicked his fingertip, sending the black orb toward Bibi Dong. The orb transformed into a white voucher. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong tore the voucher apart, and the fragments dissolved into white light, merging into her body. Her eyes trembled with anticipation, her chest rising and falling visibly as anxiety and excitement coursed through her. "You may now release your martial soul, and, if you wish, initiate your second attack as well," Lin Yi prompted. Now, Bibi Dong glanced around, feeling somewhat apprehensive. She truly did not wish for others to see her original martial soul form. "Rest assured, it has already taken effect. Just envision the change in your mind." Lin Yi resuscitated. Bibi Dong swallowed hard, steeling herself, and nodded. No matter her new appearance, as long as it differed from her original form, she would be content. With that thought, she unleashed her martial soul. In that instant, the radiant light that enveloped her shifted from the previously eerie purple-black to a soft purplish-red glow. Threads of silk cascaded like gossamer around her slender arms, weaving into a magnificent dress adorned with a spider-web pattern, the purplish-red light cascading down from her chest. The shimmering gown revealed her long, elegant legs, encircled by intricate spider silk that transformed into fishnet stockings. Even as Lin Yi remained unyielding, he found himself captivated by Bibi Dong's stunning martial soul transformation. This completely altered the previous state of her martial soul merging with her form, instead beautifying it into an exquisite outfit. In this guise, Bibi Dong radiated an unparalleled air of elegance, drawing the attention of the male soul masters around. Their eyes filled with admiration. "So beautiful, teacher." Even Hulayina was left awestruck. Bibi Dong lowered her gaze to admire her appearance, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked up at Lin Yi, a wave of profound gratitude surging within her. "Senior Lin Yi," she approached him, her excitement making her appear as if she wished to embrace him. Seeing Bibi Dong rush toward him, Lin Yi's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Woman, keep your distance." Seeking recommendations, monthly votes, and tips. 29. Black Intermediate Reward, Rakshasa, divine fragment. Lin Yi could maintain his composure in the face of numerous powerful attacks. But witnessing Bibi Dong charging toward him made him genuinely uneasy. To be frank, any man would feel stirred by her current appearance. And Lin Yi did not wish for his Fade to crumble. He quickly raised his hand to halt her advance, his expression serious as he declared, "Do not approach me except to attack." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong halted, momentarily taken aback, and awkwardly explained, "I merely wish to draw closer to express my gratitude. If it offends you, I shall retreat a few steps, to delve into the thoughts of others and bestow rewards that one could scarcely imagine." Bibi Dong sincerely felt that addressing him as senior was not excessive. However, his temperament was indeed rather peculiar. Bibi Dong quietly observed Lin Yi, and to be frank, she found the youth increasingly pleasing to the eye. Historically, those who had encountered her martial spirit had mostly perished, and Bibi Dong would not permit their survival unless absolutely necessary. Yet, with the transformation of her martial spirit, she could now unleash it freely before other powerful beings, all thanks to this young man. Prepared for the moment, Lin Yi noticed Bibi Dong retreat a few steps before calmly addressing her. "Yes, senior." Bibi Dong nodded, lowering her gaze to scrutinize her attire once more. The martial spirit manifestation had transformed into a beautiful uniform adorned with attributes of the Spider Emperor, making her likely the most striking figure on the Douluo continent. Attacking in this state felt somewhat unfamiliar. Second soul skill, Spider Emperor's Cocoon. Bibi Dong extended her right hand, releasing a cluster of purple-red spider silk from her palm, each strand tightly wrapping around Lin Yi. At that moment, a spectator among the soul masters below muttered to himself, "This form of the Pope is truly enticing. Those long legs, that slender waist. If only I could be bound by her in such a manner, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life." Brother, this may not simply be binding. Did you not hear the name of her second soul skill? Spider Emperor's Cocoon? As the spider silk continued to envelop Lin Yi, layer upon layer intertwined, it densely cocooned him into an oval shape. Bibi Dong slowly retracted her right hand, casting a worried glance at the cocoon. The mortality rate for those struck by her second soul skill was nearly 100%. The strong would evade it, while those who were hit could only await their demise. Within the cocoon, countless sharp poisonous spines would be released, each penetrating the skin and injecting venom, digesting the target from within. This entire process would not exceed 30 seconds. Such was the terrifying nature of the Death Spider Emperor. In an instant, everyone held their breath, gazing at the cocoon above. Their hearts raced with anticipation. They had witnessed various attacks failing to affect Lin Yi. Yet the soul masters of Douluo continent were an eccentric bunch, with countless methods of assault. Could this young man truly remain unscathed amid such diverse forms of attack? 30 seconds passed, yet the cocoon remained unresponsive. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. The 6 elders below could not suppress their anxiety and stepped forward. "Surely, the senior has not perished so hastily?" 3 minutes elapsed. The cocoon still showed no sign of movement. "Your Majesty, what is happening inside?" Douluo could not help but inquire. Bibi Dong replied solemnly, "If the person inside were dead, the cocoon would automatically dissolve. The absence of dissolution indicates he is still alive. However, this means he is enduring a longer exposure to the venom." Just as her words fell, a flame suddenly erupted from the cocoon, soaring into the sky. Lin Yi gradually lowered his finger, the cocoon that enveloped him consumed entirely by the raging fire. "Had I not heard you say that, I might have foolishly waited for you to dissolve this cocoon," Lin Yi said with a helpless smile. "You weren't harmed, were you?" Bibi Dong approached with concern, inspecting Lin Yi for signs of venom damage. For both emotional and rational reasons, she could not truly kill this youth. His existence was of utmost importance to the Spear Hall. To her astonishment, there were no indications of any harm on Lin Yi. His skin bore no trace of venom residue. The supposed 100% lethality of the Spider Emperor's poison had been effortlessly shattered by this young man, who emerged from the encounter unscathed. Health lost, 74,652. Remaining health, 99999,870,4953. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, 1 Shura God Fragment, 15. Host reward, Shura God Set Experience Card, 1 week limit. New rewards? Lin Yi took a moment to read the description of the rewards. "Senior, how is the situation?" Bibi Dong inquired curiously. As she spoke, she canceled the martial spirit manifestation. her pale purple and gold gown restoring to its original form. Damage 74652, Black Intermediate level. Your reward is... Lin Yi gazed at Bibi Dong's expectant face. What is it? Bibi Dong acknowledged that Lin Yi had thoroughly piqued her curiosity. Ashura God Fragment. After saying this, Lin Yi tossed the black orb in his hand toward Bibi Dong. The orb floated before her, transforming into a fragmented card, faintly depicting a grim and terrifying deity. Upon seeing it, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively recoiled. Her expression was one of astonishment as she stared at Lin Yi, unable to discern anything from his calm demeanor. Only she knew of the inheritance related to the Shura deity, a secret she held dearly. Unfortunately, she was not yet qualified to undertake the divine trial. How could Lin Yi possibly be aware of such matters? Regaining her composure, Bibi Dong looked at Lin Yi with flickering eyes. What is the Shura God Fragment? It is a component of the Shura God Set experience card. Collect 5 fragments to obtain an experience card. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened. Experience card? Using the experience card grants you Shura God power for 5 minutes. What? Bibi Dong was utterly astonished. Even if it was only for 5 minutes, acquiring Shura God power was sufficient to accomplish many things. This was a power she had dreamed of obtaining. How can I acquire the remaining 4 fragments? Bibi Dong, filled with urgency, stepped forward to ask, but then recalled Lin Yi's aversion to proximity, taking a few steps back. Quite simply, by utilizing your 2 attack opportunities each day. There's a certain probability of obtaining fragments, and it is also possible to directly receive a Shura God experience card. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was ecstatic. She immediately collected the floating fragment, cherishing it like a treasure. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt the moment was ripe. Now, allow me to briefly express my wishes. 30. Obedient puppets, treasures for mischief. Senior, please speak. Bibi Dong set down her scepter and knelt respectfully before Lin Yi once more. Until now, few had elicited such deference from her. Bibi Dong had always acted according to her whims, never bowing to anyone's authority or yielding to threats. Yet at this moment, Lin Yi genuinely inspired in her desire to please and flatter, not for any other reason, but because this youth was an inexhaustible trove of potential. While she felt some sympathy for his experiences and admired his charismatic presence, this was a world governed by interests, where everything should prioritize benefits. Bibi Dong's primary objective was to utilize Lin Yi, believing that this was the most expedient path to realizing her grand ambitions. Consequently, any requests he made, as long as they were not excessively outrageous, would be met with her utmost effort to fulfill. Unbeknownst to her, it was actually Bibi Dong who was being manipulated. She was not the only one driven by self-interest. Lin Yi, in conjunction with the system, had maximized his own benefits, asserting that he held the top position in the Douluo continent, with no one else qualifying for second place. While others might consider themselves to have profited, he would never incur a loss. Lin Yi gazed at Bibi Dong and articulated his desire. I wish for a new format for this Soul Master competition, where the entire contest is based on attacks against me, with damage dealt serving as the criterion for victory or defeat. Additionally, I propose abolishing the requirement that participants must be under 25 years of age. Furthermore, I advocate for allowing teachers or elders to assist in the competition, thereby increasing the number of participants from each academy from 7 to 14. As for the specific rules and regulations of the competition, the higher-ups among you may deliberate amongst yourselves. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Yi noticed that Bibi Dong appeared momentarily stunned. Are you listening? He inquired. I find it rather peculiar, she replied, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she fixed her gaze upon him. What is so strange? He asked. Do you truly wish for death so desperately? Lin Yi was taken aback, not anticipating her interpretation. However, it was not entirely surprising. He stared into Bibi Dong's exquisite visage, his expression indifferent as he replied, I do not wish to live for even a moment. After saying this, he locked eyes with her, his dark irises penetrating. So, do you believe my wish is difficult to implement? Bibi Dong felt an unexpected weight of pressure from the gaze of this young man, responding hesitantly. To some extent, there will be no obstacles from my side. The key lies with those 2 emperors. Rest assured, their consent is merely a matter of time. I can afford to wait. Lin Yi sourire. Nodding, Bibi Dong declared, since this is the wish of Senior, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Please rest easy. After Lin, he closed his eyes, seemingly losing all interest in further conversation with Bibi Dong. She wished to engage him further, but was left with no choice but to suppress her thoughts for the time being. Perhaps I should express my appreciation for this young man, she contemplated. Come here, Bibi Dong suddenly called out, and soldiers from the spirit hall promptly arrived, bowing in readiness. Your Majesty, please give your orders. With a serious demeanor, Bibi Dong instructed, reinforce the platform for Senior Lin Yi. The soldiers hesitated briefly, looking up at Bibi Dong, but the chill in her gaze quickly compelled them to comply. Do you not understand my instructions? She questioned coldly. Yes. The soldiers swiftly set about their task, urgently gathering materials from the streets, and soon a team of dozens worked together to fortify Lin Yi's platform. The sounds of construction echoed all around as Bibi Dong supervised the process. She could hardly fathom that she had originally come here with intentions to dismantle the platform. As dusk approached, Lin Yi quietly opened his eyes a fraction, observing the soldiers as they finished their work. To his astonishment, the simple platform he had initially constructed had transformed into something far more extravagant. With the addition of thick wooden supports and sturdy granite, it had morphed into an arena-like structure. Truly, the Pope of the Spirit Hall was a force to be reckoned with, had it not been for the system. Aligning with her would have undoubtedly been the optimal choice. However, it seemed the tables had turned, and now it was these individuals who sought to align themselves with Lin Yi. Calculating the total health points he had lost that day, Lin Yi noted it amounted to 1,295,047. At such a pace, he realized it was still somewhat slow, compelling him to devise some unconventional strategies. Utilizing the Soul Master competition was indeed a rather unique approach. Once the rules were altered, the damage he would absorb would be staggering, and he eagerly anticipated the outcome. Senior, we have yet to inflict our second round of damage today. Douluo and Long Miao Douluo stepped forward. Lin Yi nodded slightly, and after a brief discussion, they decided that Douluo would strike first, employing his ninth soul skill. After the attack, Lin Yi glanced at the panel. Health loss, 149,874. Remaining health, 999, 998, 555, 746. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, obedient puppet. Host reward, 10 obedient puppets. Lin Yi remarked, damage, 149,874. Douluo exclaimed in frustration. I didn't perform well. I must have underperformed. I was just a bit shy of reaching the advanced level. Lin Yi smirked slightly, suggesting, before you get too agitated, perhaps you should first discover what reward you have received. What is it? Douluo asked, looking up at Lin Yi. The obedient puppet. Upon receiving the puppet, you may bind it to anyone you have seen, and issuing commands to the puppet is equivalent to commanding that person. The commanded individual will execute the orders unconditionally. A puppet can only be bound to one individual and can only be commanded once, after which it will lose its effectiveness. Douluo was astounded. Is it truly that remarkable? Does it work on anyone? Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it applies to anyone you have encountered, including your esteemed Pope. He smirked slightly, adding, in other words, this obedient puppet could easily be utilized for nefarious purposes. Upon hearing this, Douluo turned his head stiffly toward Bibi Dong, who wore a dark expression, her eyes icy. Douluo, I shall take your reward, Bibi Dong stated coldly. The implication of Lin Yi's words instilled a sense of fear in her regarding what Douluo might do with such an item. Douluo, pale-faced, hurriedly nodded. I shall present the reward to your Majesty. He picked up the white puppet that had transformed from a glowing orb and eagerly presented it to Bibi Dong. Your reward. I shall keep it safe for you. Bibi Dong assertively took it, her long, slender fingers gripping the puppet. Suddenly, she recalled something and glanced at Lin Yi. The obedient puppet applies to everyone you have seen, including you, right? As the competition drew near, Lin Yi, sensing Bibi Dong's gaze upon him, chuckled darkly. I have not yet finished speaking. It applies to all individuals you have encountered, but that does not include me. Bibi Dong paused, taken aback, and awkwardly nodded, hastily stowing the puppet away. The thought that he might genuinely perceive the thoughts of others was rather embarrassing. At that moment, Long Miao Douluo stepped forward, respectfully addressing Lin Yi, Senior, it is now my turn. Please. Once again, Long Miao Douluo utilized his ninth soul skill, confident that this time the damage would exceed that of the last. A more resplendent golden lightning flickered across the stands, as the two-headed dragon let out a low growl, raising its fierce head, its eyes radiating with golden light. The identical ninth soul skill, due to the varying quality of the martial soul, unleashed an extraordinary effect at this moment. The attack struck Lin Yi, severely depleting his health. Lin Yi sensed that the previous record set by the ghost leopard Douluo was shattered by the ninth soul skill of the dragon spear Douluo. He glanced at the panel, and indeed, it was as he suspected. Damage taken, 171946. Remaining health, 999998383800. Damage level, black, advanced. Random reward, Crimson Flame Spirit Snake, Martial Soul. Host reward, Crimson Flame Serpent King, Martial Soul. It was indeed a martial soul reward. One must admit that the Dragon Spear Douluo had been exceptionally fortunate with his rewards on both occasions. After all, the evolutionary effect of his Serpent Spear martial soul surpassed that of the Ghost Leopard Douluo's martial soul. A serpent transforming into a dragon signifies a qualitative leap in species. A damage of 171,946 marked the first instance of reaching 170,000 in damage, thus establishing a new damage record. Congratulations were in order. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Spear Douluo's face flushed with excitement. From this moment forth, who would dare to claim he was the weakest among the elders of the Spirit Hall? Now, he was the strongest among them. 1 point of damage equates to 1 point of reward, having utilized the ninth soul skill twice. Your rewards will undoubtedly surpass those of others, Lin Yi remarked. At that moment, Bibi Dong pondered, with the Dragon Spear Douluo achieving 170,000 in damage with his ninth soul skill. Could her own ninth soul skill potentially reach 200,000? She held great confidence in her own ability. What sort of rewards would await her upon surpassing the 200,000 mark? Her curiosity was piqued. Senior, what is my reward this time? The Dragon Spear Douluo eagerly stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Lin Yi. This scene caused Bibi Dong to furrow her brow. Why was it that this serpent spear fellow could approach so closely while she could not? Was there something off about her? Contemplating this, she even lowered her head to sniff for any unpleasant odor on herself. Lin Yi was oblivious to Bibi Dong's thoughts as he flicked the black orb of light toward an empty patch of ground. The pitch-black orb landed and swiftly expanded, transforming into a colossal fiery red serpent. The Crimson Flame Spirit Snake flicked its tongue, which was composed of flames. It opened its massive jaws, revealing fangs, and let out a roar directed at the Dragon Spear Douluo, emanating waves of scorching heat. This is your reward, the Crimson Flame Spirit Snake Martial Soul. You may now integrate it as your second martial soul, Lin Yi explained. A second martial soul? The Dragon Spear Douluo stood in astonishment. Such happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Bibi Dong was equally taken aback. She had not only witnessed the process of receiving a martial soul, but she had also heard the term second martial soul. As a holder of a second martial soul herself, she felt an imbalance within. If this continued, would more and more soul masters possess a second martial soul? The ghost leopard Douluo shared a similar unrest. Why was his luck so poor? Receiving a martial soul he had previously possessed? He had missed the opportunity for a dual martial soul, merely undergoing a single evolution. Moreover, it seemed that the evolutionary direction was not as potent as that of the serpent spear. Having witnessed the ghost leopard Douluo merge his martial soul, the dragon spear Douluo, now experienced, promptly reached out to touch the body of the Crimson Flame Spirit Snake. After merging the martial souls, he sat cross-legged and meditated for a moment. The process was swift. The Dragon Spear Douluo opened his eyes, excitement and exhilaration evident on his face. Martial soul manifestation, he exclaimed, and as he did, fine red scales emerged on his skin, enveloped in swirling crimson flames that coiled around him, forming a fierce and imposing illusion of the Crimson Flame Spirit Snake behind him. Now I too am a holder of a second martial soul. Ha! This declaration irked Bibi Dong. She could hardly wait to see the next day arrive. After the attacks of the tidal Douluo concluded, the soul masters below the stands who had been eagerly watching finally had their chance to take the stage. Lin Yi acquiesced, allowing them to line up. However, he found it somewhat absurd that they had diligently taken notes during the lesson, with each of them opting to use only their first soul skill for their initial attack. Brothers, Your soul power levels are merely in the 20s or 30s. What difference is there between the first and third soul skills? The damage difference is just a few dozen, hundreds, or thousands. What does it matter? Lin Yi had to admit that after having reaped the benefits from several title Douluo, his appetite had grown considerably. He found it increasingly difficult to appreciate damage that merely yielded soul coins. Fortunately, the sheer number of these soul masters meant that collectively, they would still contribute a significant damage total. The 6 elders departed one after another, while Bibi Dong lingered until darkness fell, ultimately retreating in solitude. Tomorrow, when that girl arrived, she truly did not wish to host her. She might as well leave it to that old fellow Douluo. Let them reminisce while she sought out Lin Yi, avoiding any interference. In the latter half of the night, the practitioners finally departed contentedly. Lin Yi checked his remaining health. 9999980435567. These practitioners had indeed exerted considerable effort, depleting approximately 340,000 health points. Today, he had consumed nearly 2 million health points, which left him quite satisfied. He approached the wooden cabin beside the stands, a temporary residence constructed for him by Bibi Dong's people. One must commend Bibi Dong's generosity as the Pope. However, Lin Yi now possessed 5 million golden soul coins, all stored within the system space, available for immediate use whenever required. Upon entering the wooden cabin, Lin Yi examined the rewards he had garnered today, particularly pleased with the 2 limited-time experience cards for deities. He carefully stored them in the system space. He had acquired 2 martial souls, the Holy Pattern Ghost Leopard and the Crimson Flame Serpent King. First, he would merge them. As for martial souls, one can never have too many. After all, there is no limit to the number of integrations, and who wouldn't desire to possess additional abilities for free? After merging the Holy Pattern Ghost Leopard and the Crimson Flame Serpent King, Lin Yi found that he had not gained any soul power. It seemed the martial souls acquired from the system differed from those awakened by himself. He had expected to achieve innate full soul power. Grow spirit stones and breakthrough crystals could be used to increase soul power, but Lin Yi had no intention of using them just yet. At present, he exuded an aura devoid of soul power, lending him an air of mystery. In any case, he did not require a martial soul for self-defense. With 3 ultimate attributes within him, he was more than capable of traversing the Douluo continent with ease. After a brief rest, the following morning, Lin Yi's biological clock awakened him early. He exited the small cabin constructed by Bibi Dong and made his way to the stands. Upon turning his head, he was momentarily taken aback. What time was it? A long line had already formed below the stands. Had they eaten breakfast yet? These were all the practitioners from the previous night. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Lin Yi recognized him. He had won 50 gold soul coins the previous evening, which had brought him immense joy. For the strong, power equates to everything. While for the common folk, or ordinary soul masters, the significance of wealth in their lives cannot be overstated. Senior, you have finally awakened. We dared not disturb your slumber. Senior, let us commence before the people from the spirit hall arrive. Indeed, once they arrive, we shall have no opportunity. Lin Yi nodded gently. However, he felt no sympathy for these individuals, for his eyes were clouded with the desire for vengeance. Thus, when the titled Douluos arrived, Lin Yi would not permit them to queue, and he would even welcome their intrusion. Early in the morning, the grand spectacle of treasure dropping from attacks unfolded fervently above the stands. The masters of scraping had developed a remarkable synergy, swiftly inflicting damage twice and claiming their rewards, leaving the stands without a moment's delay. Yet Lin Yi understood that their haste stemmed from a fear of being struck by those waiting behind them. Outside the spirit city, a convoy slowly approached. Elite soldiers clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding long spears, paved the way ahead. Following closely was an elaborately adorned carriage, emblazoned with the emblem of the Qian Empire. Inside sat none other than the Crown Prince, Xueqinghe. Your Highness, we are nearing the spirit city. Indeed, a gentle male voice responded from within the carriage. On the surface, Xueqinghe's mission was to facilitate trade between the Qian Empire and the Spirit Hall. In reality, however, it involved conveying the specifics of the Spirit Hall's infiltration plan, while also allowing him to visit his grandfather and that woman. Captain of the Guards, once we enter the Spirit Hall, you may remain outside. I shall proceed alone. Xueqinghe's calm voice resonated from within the carriage. But your highness, it is our duty to ensure your safety. Fear not. Although the spirit hall has been brazen of late, they would not dare to harm a prince of the empire. Such an act would equate to declaring war, and they are not yet prepared to sever ties with the empire. Yes, your highness. The secret of Xue Qinghe was known to only a select few within the spirit hall, while the entirety of the Tiando royal family remained oblivious. His true identity was that of Qian Renxue's daughter, the former pope, and granddaughter of the Grand Offering, Qian Renxue. Additionally, she was the bearer of the six-winged angel martial spirit. As the convoy entered the spirit city, Xue Qinghe struggled to recall the last time he had returned. He was uncertain if any significant changes had occurred within the city. Upon lifting the curtain to gaze outside, he was momentarily taken aback. What did it signify that so many people had gathered? The captain of the guards also noticed the scene ahead, frowning as the path for the convoy was obstructed by the crowd. People of the spirit city, clear the way for the envoy from Tiando. Yet, to the captain's astonishment, his shout went unheeded. It was as if the crowd had not heard, their collective gaze fixed upon a certain area of the stands. It appeared a battle was unfolding above. Captain, halt the convoy. We shall proceed on foot. Xue Qinghe stated calmly. This is unacceptable, your highness. This would be beneath your dignity. The audacity of the spirit hall is intolerable. They are clearly trying to impede us. The captain seethed, a soul king of level 50, itching to unleash his martial spirit upon the crowd. Do not create unnecessary complications. Stop the convoy. As you command. The curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing the handsome figure of Xue Qinghe, who was assisted down by the captain. He exuded an aura of elegance, cultivated through the decorum of courtly etiquette. Let us ascertain the matter and engage them in conversation. We must avoid any disputes here. Xue Qinghe instructed the captain. Yes, your highness. The captain approached the crowd, with Xue Qinghe following at a measured pace. Hey, why do you block this path? Clear the way at once. The captain shouted at the queue. However, the crowd paid him no mind. Frowning, the captain glanced towards the stands, momentarily stunned. He beheld a group of burly men surrounding a young boy, unleashing their soul skills upon him one after another. The unfortunate boy had no opportunity to retaliate, enduring their torment. Your highness, they are queuing to bully a mere boy. He appears to be just a child. The captain rushed back, seething with indignation. Xue Qinghe, having witnessed the scene, furrowed his brow. When had the spirit city become so depraved? How could so many turn against a single youth? Was this still the spirit city he remembered, once characterized by strict decorum and restraint? Command them to cease. Xue Qinghe ordered, his brow knitted in concern. He could not tolerate such occurrences in a place he once called home, for if word of this spread, what face would the spirit hall have to maintain its standing on the continent? Is this true? In the hall of offerings, a stern-faced man turned, his anger palpable. Qian Douluo glared at a spy who had just delivered news that Bibi Dong had ventured out early with several elders to attend to some reckless youth. Did she not know that Qian Renxue was arriving today? Indeed, Grand Offering. Moreover, the stands have been bustling since yesterday, with over half of the soul masters in the spirit city gathered there all day. The pope and the elders only returned after nightfall. Preposterous. Qian Douluo fumed. How can Bibi Dong, as pope, treat this matter so frivolously? It seems I must reconsider her position as pope. Just then, the only titled Douluo who had not left the spirit hall, the bear Douluo, arrived at the hall of offerings. He held in his hands the experience card for the six-winged angel set obtained the previous day. Quickly, summon them back, as the pope and elders of the spirit hall. How can they conduct themselves so irresponsibly? Qian Douluo felt as though he might burst with rage. After all this time, my granddaughter finally visits, and she has no care for her own daughter, attending to a reckless youth instead. Grand Offering, wait. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Qian Douluo turned, his expression darkening, and saw the bear Douluo visiting. He had been seething with frustration and snapped, "Kneel." The bear Douluo was taken aback, dropping to his knees in fear. Is the Grand Offering in a foul mood this morning? Qian Douluo approached, towering over the bear Douluo, and sneered, "Bear Douluo, you did not come here to persuade me to attend that reckless youth-esque gathering, did you?" The bear Douluo paused, reflecting on the unspoken connection between him and the Grand Offering. The Grand Offering spoke the truth. Indeed, I am. The bear spirit Douluo's words had barely left his lips when he was abruptly sent flying by the soul power emanating from Qian Douluo. He tumbled across the ground like a rag doll before finally coming to a halt, lying there dumbfounded, staring at Qian Douluo. What do you take me for? What do you think this offering hall is? Where is the dignity of the spirit hall? Qian Renxue's expression darkened as he directed 3 penetrating questions at the bear spirit Douluo. The latter hastily scrambled to his feet, kneeling on the ground with cupped fists, and said, "Please, grand offering, do not be agitated. Although I wish for you to come as well, I have my reasons. Even if you have the most compelling reasons. Even if that brat were a deity incarnate, I would not step foot outside this offering hall." Qian Douluo retorted angrily, then took a deep breath, his voice lowering ominously. "The crown prince of the Tiando Empire is coming. He will first meet with me. Leave now, and do not let me see you again or hear anything related to that boy from you." The bear spirit Douluo did not leave. Instead, he carefully retrieved a 6-winged angel divine experience card from his soul guide. "Grand offering, look. This is the treasure I obtained from that youth, specifically brought to present to you." Qian Douluo glanced over and discovered the golden card in the bear spirit Douluo's hand. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "A card for children to play games with, and you dare call this a treasure?" The bear spirit Douluo frowned and shook his head. "This is no ordinary card. It is the 6-winged angel divine experience card. Upon using it, one can attain the abilities of the 6-winged angel deity." However, before the bear spirit Douluo could finish, he noticed a shift in Qian Renxue's aura. A torrent of terrifying soul power surged from him, and rings of soul rings began to rise. The air surrounding Qian Douluo warped, and the entire offering hall trembled. The oppressive aura unleashed by 99th level limit Douluo was palpably real. The other offerings within the hall sensed the disturbance and turned to observe. What is happening? Why is the grand offering suddenly so enraged? Qian Douluo approached the bear spirit Douluo, his voice resonating with an unsettling intensity. "Bear, I have given you the opportunity to leave. You chose not to, and now you dare attempt to deceive me with the 6-winged angel deity? Do you understand what the 6-winged angel represents to the offering hall? Do you, a mere title Douluo, comprehend the consequences of blaspheming the 6-winged angel? The 6-winged angel deity is the pinnacle of my lifelong pursuit. Yet you dare claim her divine power resides within this card? Is it you who possesses a pig's brain, or do you think I do?" Qian Douluo manifested his martial spirit, enveloped in a radiant golden light. With each step he took closer, the bear spirit Douluo felt as though his body might disintegrate. "Grand offering, please believe me. You must believe me," the bear spirit Douluo implored, rising in a panic as he retreated. But Qian Douluo had already raised the holy sword of light in his hand, coldly declaring, "I shall show you what a true 6-winged angel is." At that moment, a crisp sound of shattering filled the air. The bear spirit Douluo looked down at his hand, his eyes widening in shock. In a moment of desperation, he had inadvertently crushed the experience card. "Oh no, now what? I can't explain this." But the next instant, the bear spirit Douluo's gaze froze. He suddenly felt the overwhelming pressure before him dissipate entirely. The card, now in fragments, vanished into starlight. Yet, his arm was suddenly enveloped by a layer of golden armor. The golden armor spread along his arm, covering his shoulder, chest, and eventually enveloping his entire body. A golden crown materialized atop the bear spirit Douluo's head. With a flourish, 6 golden wings unfurled from his back, their brilliant light causing Qian Douluo to squint. Within the offering hall, the enormous statue of the 6-winged angel deity resonated with the bear spirit Douluo, connected by a beam of golden light. "Qian Douluo, do you know your crime?" A voice, regal and commanding, emanated from the bear spirit Douluo as she controlled him to raise the golden sword. With a single strike, Qian Renxue's face turned pale as he hastily raised his own golden sword to block. However, the sword above him shattered instantaneously. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as Qian Renxue's knees crashed heavily to the ground, creating 2 deep craters. The bear spirit Douluo, clad in the 6-winged angel armor, slowly descended, standing before the kneeling Qian Douluo. Simultaneously, all the other offerings rushed out, witnessing the unfolding scene. "Grand offering!" they exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not approach." Qian Douluo quickly raised a hand to halt them. His expression was one of terror, realizing that his bones and muscles had sustained significant damage. Yet, the force behind the bear spirit Douluo's strike had evidently been restrained. Qian Douluo looked up at the bear spirit Douluo, whose corpulent form clad in golden armor. With 6 golden wings sprouting from his back, appeared incongruous. However, the aura radiating from him, belonging to the six-winged angel deity, was etched deeply into Qian Douluo's very marrow. Grand offering, I did not mean to. The bear spirit Douluo spoke with a trembling voice, yearning to kneel in apology. Yet an inexplicable force held him back, preventing him from doing so. Is that card still intact? Qian Douluo asked, his eyes filled with astonishment. The bear spirit Douluo quickly shook his head, nearly in tears. I do not have it, but that youth surely possesses many more. Grand offering, please rise. Do not remain kneeling. Qian Douluo, pale-faced, shook his head. I cannot rise. It seems my ribs are fractured. 34. Bibi Dong. Am I not beautiful enough? The other offerings urged. Hurry, come help lift the grand offering. The bear spirit Douluo was completely flustered, never anticipating things would escalate to this point. He had intended to present a treasure, yet in the process, he had inadvertently injured the grand offering's ribs. The remaining offerings rushed forward. Upon reaching the scene, they realized how absurd the situation was. The former elder bear had transformed into the likeness of the six-winged angel deity. Though it appeared rather peculiar, the aura he exuded was overwhelmingly stronger than that of the grand offering. This was undoubtedly a divine possession. Had the bear spirit Douluo inherited the six-winged angel deity? Yet, how could he and the deity be related at all? Lift carefully, lift carefully. Two offerings stood on either side of Qian Douluo, cautiously attempting to assist him. The first attempt to lift him failed. They exerted more force, yet Qian Douluo cried out in pain, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, as his knees felt as if they were nailed to the ground, refusing to budge. Could it be? Qian Douluo glanced at the bear spirit Douluo. A hint of trepidation in his voice. You just said, how long can the divine power sustain you? 5 minutes. Qian Douluo swallowed hard. It seemed that the divine power of the six-winged angel was what was keeping him from rising. Only when the divine power faded could he stand again. After waiting for a considerable duration, the formidable bear Douluo, his divine power diminished, was assisted to his feet by the attendant at Qian Douluo's signal. As anticipated, this time his knees indeed lifted from the ground, yet Qian Douluo grimaced in pain. The force he had just experienced was truly terrifying. It felt akin to plunging into an icy abyss under the gaze of a deity. Quickly, summon a healing soul master, Qian Douluo commanded. He then turned to Bear Douluo, his expression somewhat awkward, and inquired, who exactly is that boy? He referred to himself as a seeker of death, yet we remain oblivious to his true identity. Seeker of death, Qian Douluo echoed, unable to quell the turmoil within him. This boy was no ordinary individual. The mere ability to encapsulate divine power within an experience card was an act only a god could accomplish. Bear Douluo nodded respectfully, stating, we believe he possesses these abilities innately, which enables him to bestow them upon others. Are you suggesting he possesses the powers of the six-winged angel deity? It is highly probable. Qian Douluo's expression suddenly grew serious as he addressed the attendants. Where is the healing soul master? Why the delay? If I do not encounter that boy, I will hold you accountable. Did the grand attendant not state that they would never leave the attendant hall? Bear Douluo regarded him with a peculiar expression. This caused Qian Douluo's face to stiffen, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Ahem, well, that is contingent upon the circumstances. Outside the spirit hall, following the orders of Xue Qinghe, the captain of the guards approached the platform. He bellowed, you lot, cease at once. As his words echoed, several burly men turned to face him, disregarding the captain's unusual attire, and impatiently retorted, what the hell are you in such a hurry for? Get in line. Get in line. The captain's fury ignited. The denizens of Spirit City were indeed brazen and unreasonable. Do you not feel any remorse for bullying a child? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi opened his eyes and frowned. Who is wasting my time? A newcomer, perhaps? He glanced at the captain and spoke in a low voice. Who are you? Either strike me down or take your leave. Do not delay me. The captain widened his eyes in astonishment, a multitude of questions racing through his mind. Had he misheard? Was the boy truly willing to endure this? Xue Qinghe caught wind of Lin Yi's words, her brow slightly furrowing as her gaze fell coldly upon the banner above the platform. Break free from the mundane and seek death. Those who dare to act may receive rewards. What madness! Spirit City had truly redefined her understanding of absurdity. In an instant, Xue Qinghe lost all interest. Glancing at the captain, get in the carriage, take a detour. Yes, your highness. The The captain, upon noticing the banner, muttered a curse under his breath, realizing the futility of his efforts. So, it was a seeker of death. Wait a moment. Your Highness. Lin Yi, upon hearing this title, swiftly turned his gaze toward Xue Qinghe, only to catch a glimpse of her figure entering the carriage. This carriage appeared to bear the insignia of the Tiando Empire, a symbol with which Lin Yi was somewhat familiar. Could it be that Qian Renxue had come to Spirit City? At this juncture, the convoy took a detour, approaching the Spirit Hall from another direction. Lin Yi smiled, unhurried, confident that within a day, Qian Renxue would return with great haste, perhaps accompanied by Qian Douluo. Due to the convoy's diversion, Bibi Dong and the 5 elders, who had just arrived, did not encounter Xue Qinghe. There are even those who arrived before us? Douluo marveled at the scene before them. You are mistaken. Aside from us, everyone present yesterday has arrived, and their enthusiasm surpasses ours. Douluo placed a hand on Douluo's shoulder, only to receive a disdainful glance in return. Enough of the chatter, let them clear out, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. Spirit City was her domain. Even if they arrived late, they were entitled to priority treatment without question. As you wish, Your Majesty. The 5 elders approached the platform with imposing demeanor. Long Xiao Douluo took the lead, unleashing his martial spirit. The 2-headed dragon radiating golden lightning as it fixated upon the Soul Masters. You have 5 seconds to vacate the area and make way for Her Majesty the Pope. Holy hell, the Spirit Hall's people are here again. I've been waiting in line since 3 o'clock and still haven't moved. Can't we be given a moment's respite? The Soul Masters at the back of the queue lamented. However, shortly thereafter, Bao Do joined the fray, unleashing his martial spirit. The sacred pattern ghost, leopard, roared in fury, causing the Soul Masters to collapse in fear before hastily scrambling to clear the space. Douluo, witnessing this, broke into a smile, adopting a gentlemanly pose. Your Majesty the Pope, please. Bibi Dong replied coolly. The 6 formidable titled Douluo arrived at the foot of the platform, while the 5 elders promptly yielded their positions to Bibi Dong. It is a pleasure to meet you once again, esteemed elder. Bibi Dong, her previously frosty demeanor thawing, offered a radiant smile upon seeing Lin Yi and bowed respectfully. Yet, after a prolonged wait, she received no response. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, glancing up only to discover Lin Yi seated there, not even bothering to open his eyes. Is it that I am not attractive enough? Or does he possess no interest in women at all? Even so, does the Pope's presence not warrant a modicum of acknowledgement? At the very least, a word in response. Lin Yi's indifference caused Bibi Dong to doubt both her allure and her authority. Are you joking? Barrett has made an appearance? The prize pool must be substantial. Bibi Dong, feeling vexed, opted for a different approach. Esteemed elder, I have come to slay you once more. Lin Yi indeed opened his eyes, bestowing a faint smile. Welcome. Bibi Dong was left speechless. Was this his way of conveying that he truly meant to kill her while extending a smile? What a peculiar man. Nevertheless, her eagerness for the reward overshadowed any grievances she harbored. Ascending the platform, she stood directly before Lin Yi, yet hesitated regarding which soul skill to unleash next. Her 3rd soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding, and her 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor, were primarily control and defensive skills, respectively, yielding minimal damage. Thus, she had no choice but to activate her 5th soul skill, if her damage output needed to escalate with each attack. It seems she must be more strategic in her application of soul skills henceforth. 5th soul skill, Celestial Web. The 5th soul ring on Bibi Dong's body glowed as she raised her purple-gold scepter toward Lin Yi. In that instant, purple-red spider silk materialized around Lin Yi, forming 5 enormous grids. The grids gradually converged into a cubic space, encasing Lin Yi within, with each grid tightening towards the center. The strands of silk that constituted the grids shimmered with a sharp gleam, resembling blades. Any normal person ensnared within would undoubtedly be severed into uniform pieces. The grids had now contracted closely around Lin Yi. At this moment, even Bibi Dong found herself holding her breath in anticipation. In the past, anyone who fell victim to her soul abilities had no chance of survival. Hence, even though she was aware of Lin Yi's formidable strength, Bibi Dong could not fathom how he remained unscathed under the assault of her soul technique. Her curiosity was piqued, as she had never encountered a similar situation. As the purplish-red spider silk adhered to Lin Yi's skin, ready to cut and penetrate. A sudden sound echoed. All the strands that had touched Lin Yi's skin emitted a crisp noise, snapping one after another. The scattered spider's silk lay starkly on the ground, and Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind in a daze. Although she had witnessed the entire process of Lin Yi sustaining no injuries, she remained utterly perplexed. What could be the underlying principle? Was it an extraordinary level of physical defense? Damage taken, 114769. Remaining health, 99999784764. Damage level, black. Intermediate. Random reward, 5 bullets. Host reward, Barrett 1, no ammunition. Lin Yi observed the panel, nodding to himself. The fifth soul ability had surprisingly already reached an intermediate black level. After all, even the Ghost Douluo's fifth soul ability was still at the initial black stage. It was evident that the two of them were not on the same tier of title Douluo. It seemed highly probable that Bibi Dong would unleash red-level damage. As Lin Yi glanced further down the panel, he was momentarily stunned upon viewing the rewards. Noticing Lin Yi's prolonged silence, Bibi Dong tentatively called out, "Senior?" "Yes." "How does it look, Senior? What about the damage I dealt? What are the rewards?" The rewards were astonishing. The system's operations were truly full of unexpected surprises. He gradually began to believe his earlier offhand remark. "There are no rewards I cannot provide, only those you cannot conceive of. What you have seen so far is merely the tip of the iceberg." He never anticipated that the mysterious phrase he had used would turn out to be true. To be honest, Lin Yi was genuinely curious to dissect the system and discover the vastness of the reward pool at each level. Your damage is 114,769, black intermediate. And the reward you received is 5 bullets. Bullets? Bibi Dong was somewhat bewildered. She reached out as Lin Yi flicked the black energy sphere toward her. The sphere landed in her palm, transforming into 5 dark golden bullets, each the thickness of a small finger. Bibi Dong twitched her lips. What is this? What can it do? She couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment, having thought she might obtain the second fragment of the Rakshasa god today. Is this considered a weapon? Bibi Dong expressed disbelief. This tiny thing can harm someone? Lin Yi nodded. It can, and its power is substantial, but it must be used in conjunction with another item. It seemed she needed to experience it herself to fully comprehend. Lin Yi finished speaking and retrieved the Barrett sniper rifle from the system space, holding in his hands, feeling its distinct weight. However, Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Sensing no aura emanating from the black stick, Lin Yi took a bullet from her hand and said, "You stand a kilometer away and activate a defensive skill. I will demonstrate the power of this item." "A kilometer away?" Bibi Dong responded, somewhat exasperated. "Senior, don't joke. What kind of soul skill can reach a kilometer? Especially with such a small object? It's even shorter than my scepter. Just do as I say." Bibi Dong felt utterly disheartened, irritated at having wasted an opportunity for attack today. Nevertheless, since Lin Yi insisted, she decided to cooperate, considering there would be a second chance to attack. Standing a kilometer away, several elders gazed in that direction, realizing that they could not even see her. How could they claim to reach her and even require a defensive soul skill? Even with their trust in Lin Yi, they could not dismiss such a claim lightly. Facing the multitude of skeptical gazes, Lin Yi remained silent. He loaded the bullet and aimed the rifle, his dark eyes peering through the scope, targeting Bibi Dong's chest. "You may not see her, but through the scope, I can see her clearly." However, Lin Yi noticed that Bibi Dong had not activated her soul skill for defense. It seemed she still did not trust him. He squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The glowing red bullet sped through the air. Bibi Dong squinted, her gaze fixed on the sky. In that fleeting moment, she felt a sudden and profound threat of death. Fortunately, with her wealth of combat experience, she promptly unleashed her fourth soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. Boom! But to her astonishment, as she released the Thorn Spider Armor, it shattered simultaneously. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in alarm as she instinctively turned to the side. Boom! The bullet embedded itself into the wall behind her, creating a deep hole. She lowered her gaze, her heart racing, noticing a tear in her shoulder's clothing, revealing a faint bloodstain. Yet, when she glanced toward the stands, the terrain was so complex that she couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lin Yi's shadow. How on earth had he accomplished this? To attack from such a distance, and even breach the defenses of a title Douluo, was truly terrifying. Lin Yi put away the rifle, returning the Barrett to the system space. The onlookers below remained curiously fixated on that direction. "Senior, what just happened? Did you attack?" "I didn't see anything." "Neither did I." The elders exchanged glances. Lin Yi let out a cold chuckle just as he spotted Bibi Dong slowly approaching from afar. Her expression was grim as she presented the bullet she had just extracted from the wall, speaking seriously. "That thing just shattered my fourth soul skill. If I had T-dodged quickly, it would have surely pierced my body." "What?" Next, Douluo and the others were taken aback, noticing the bloodstain on Bibi Dong's shoulder, gasping in shock. 36. Reward. Black silk. Wearing it increases all attributes by 5%. Bibi Dong, her face pale, carefully stored the bullet, purposefully striding toward the stands to Lin Yi's side. "Senior, may I purchase that black weapon from you? Or perhaps exchange it for something?" Bibi Dong implored eagerly. The long-range attack and its overwhelming power were akin to that of a divine artifact. Unfortunately, with only bullets at her disposal, she could not launch attacks like Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head. "I neither sell nor trade. You must earn it yourself through damage. Perhaps simply requiring a black advanced damage." "All right," Bibi Dong replied solemnly, yet she felt a surge of anxiety regarding the uncertainty of the next reward. Lin Yi was indeed a treasure chest. The rewards that fell from him were ones she cherished deeply. However, aside from the reward for transforming her martial soul, the other two rewards remained incomplete, leaving her restless. If only I could strike 70 or 80 times in a day. She wondered whether establishing a good rapport with Lin Yi would grant her such privileges. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the direction of her future efforts. I possess power, influence, and beauty. There's no way I can't win this man over." With this thought, Bibi Dong was suddenly filled with vigor. 6. Soul skill. Blood-sucking spider spike. Violet-red spider thorns floated in mid-air, gently nudged forward by Bibi Dong with her staff. As if commanded, all the spider thorns surged toward Lin Yi in a concentrated assault. Clang, clang, clang. The few who had previously executed physical attacks were exceedingly familiar with that sound. Lin Yi's body was as unyielding as cold iron. No physical assault could penetrate it. As anticipated, another one of Bibi Dong's self-assured soul skills met its Waterloo against Lin Yi. The flow of death, the unyielding iron. Health lost, 134,568. Remaining health, 999997710,345. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, 50 pairs of cool black stockings. Host reward, 100 pairs of cool black stockings after the recent wave of actions. Lin Yi first turned his gaze toward the fallen rewards. He was taken aback. Black stockings. Were these truly deemed a black intermediate reward by the system? Was there no justice left in this world? However, wait a moment. Lin Yi squinted and focused on the line about the rewards, meticulously examining the system's annotations. Goodness, this was no ordinary black stocking. Wearing this item increases all attributes by 5%. Non-stacking, cannot wear more than one pair at a time. If damaged, the effect is lost, can tear the opponent's stockings to nullify their enhancement. The annotations from the system were remarkably user-friendly. An increase of 5% in attributes wasn't particularly significant, yet receiving 50 pairs of black stockings certainly justified the classification as a black intermediate reward. The system certainly had its moments of audacity. "Senior?" Bibi Dong called softly. Lin Yi opened his eyes and looked at the woman before him. To be honest, those beautiful long legs adorned in black stockings were indeed a perfect match. Damage 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Black intermediate damage. Your reward is 50 pairs of black stockings. Black stockings? Bibi Dong accepted the reward Lin Yi offered, gazing down at the stack of black silk items in her hands, her expression somewhat bewildered. "What? Is there no one here who wears black stockings?" Lin Yi glanced down at the stands, where many women were elegantly dressed, yet not a single one wore black stockings. Good heavens! Have I inadvertently opened a market? Is this my black intermediate reward? Bibi Dong looked at Chi-Ho in confusion. Having learned from her previous reward experience, she no longer underestimated these eclectic prizes. Without a doubt, this item must possess formidable offensive power. Lin Yi nodded. These are 50 pairs of black stockings, worn on the legs. Once donned, they grant a 5% increase in all attributes, but if the stockings tear, the enhancement vanishes. As if recalling something, Lin Yi cautioned. By the way, when wearing these, do not wear anything underneath. Wearing the stockings over pants would be quite unsightly. However, Bibi Dong's face flushed slightly as she bent down, whispering, "Really? Nothing underneath?" Lin Yi immediately understood her implication. Ahem, you still need to wear underwear. Ah, I see. Bibi Dong gazed at the black stockings in her hands with satisfaction. With so many pairs, she could wear them for a long time. Wait. Lin Yi called out to her and retrieved the 100 pairs of black stockings he had just acquired from the system space. These are for you as well. Lin Yi had no penchant for wearing such items. He preferred to tear them instead, and the 5% enhancement held little appeal for him. Bibi Dong's expression turned to one of astonishment as she slightly bent her knees to accept the 100 pairs of stockings Lin Yi offered. All of these are for me. Indeed. Thank you, senior. Bibi Dong was immensely excited, bowing deeply while clutching the stack of black stockings. Lin Yi chocolate ignardly. She likely wouldn't be able to use them all, and perhaps he could give some to Qian Renxue or Hulaina. For the first time, he felt that giving away his rewards was more satisfying for himself. Your Holiness, with so many pairs, could you spare me one? At that moment, Jude Douluo cautiously inquired from the stands. Douluo immediately raised his hand. I want one too. Me. The other 3 elders clamored eagerly. Lin Yi widened his eyes. I'm not looking at you. He promptly reminded them. Men wearing these are of no use. Hey, why is that? Is this discrimination? In the Pope's hall, Xue Qinghe stared blankly at the empty space, frowning. Where's everyone? Does that woman not know I came today? And where are the elders? Why is no one around? Xue Qinghe had chosen to meet with Bibi Dong first, but upon arrival, he found the Pope's hall completely deserted. Perhaps I should check the offering hall. Surely my grandfather would be more welcoming than this woman. Feeling dejected, Xue Qinghe walked towards the offering hall when suddenly he looked up to see a group approaching. It was none other than his grandfather and several members of the offering hall. Great offering, you're still recovering and you're heading out? Mo Xiong Douluo asked. Qian Douluo, visibly emotional, replied, I fear I might miss that young man if I delay. Hurry, lead the way. Having not seen his grandfather for so long, Xue Qinghe was overjoyed and immediately ran toward him. However, with Mo Xiong present, he didn't want to reveal his identity, so he stood aside, waiting for Qian Douluo to recognize him. To his surprise, the group passed right by him, treating him as if he were invisible, heading straight for the exit of the spirit hall. Xue Qinghe was stunned. Had he returned only to find no one welcoming him? From tomorrow onwards, updates will be thrice daily. Seeking recommendations, monthly votes, and rewards. Is the important person you mentioned that lunatic? After so many years, he finally returned. And not only was there no welcome, but even when they met, no one greeted him. I am your granddaughter, grandfather. What could possibly be more important than my return? That woman too. Not a trace of her to be found. Xue Qinghe's mental state began to unravel. He took several deep breaths, trying to stabilize his emotions. Excuse me, is that the great offering of the spirit hall? Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, calling out in a tone neither loud nor soft. Qian Douluo halted upon hearing the voice. He turned around, his expression momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. When did my granddaughter arrive? However, to conceal her identity, Qian Douluo skillfully masked his emotions. Ah, it is the crown prince. I apologize for the lack of a warm welcome. Xue Qinghe, displeased, approached. Why is the spirit hall so deserted? Where is your holiness? Great offering. Where are you headed? Are we not going to discuss our matters? Qian Douluo's smile froze. His granddaughter would have ample opportunity to converse later, but that young man in the city might not be around for long. As for that matter, we can discuss it later. Currently, I have someone important to meet. Who? How could there be anyone more significant than your granddaughter? Xue Qinghe gritted his teeth, his resentment reaching its zenith. Let us discuss this at the designated place. Your Highness might as well accompany me to take a look. As Qian Douluo spoke, he intended to grasp Xue Qinghe's hand, but upon recalling their superficial identities, he refrained. I refuse, Xue Qinghe asserted decisively. Qian Douluo was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing somewhat serious. Your Highness should accompany me to prevent any potential mishaps in the dealings between the Spirit Hall and the Heavenly Dou Empire. You foolish girl. Your grandfather is taking you to seek opportunities. Are you still unwilling? Xue Qinghe could discern the underlying threat in his grandfather's tone. He cast a resentful glance at Qian Douluo and reluctantly conceded, very well. I shall accompany the grand offering to see who is so crucial as to provoke such urgency in him. The group exited the Spirit Hall. Midway, Xue Qinghe glanced back, only to discover that the captain of the guards had followed them. Your Highness, why have you ventured out again? The captain inquired, running behind them. The grand offering wishes to meet an important person and has invited me to join. The captain, uneasy, replied sternly, I will accompany your highness. Xue Qinghe regarded him and nodded slightly. Grand offering, the use platform is just ahead, the bear demon, Douluo remarked. I see it, Xue Qinghe replied. The scene before them was a veritable sea of people. One would have to be blind not to notice the overwhelming crowd. It's quite exaggerated. Qian Renxue shook his head slightly, astonished. He realized that the spectacle surpassed his expectations. This was not merely half of the Soul Masters in Soul City. It was a staggering 80% who had gathered. Even the bear demon Douluo couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that the news of Senior Lin Yi has spread throughout Soul City overnight. The number of spectators today far exceeds that of yesterday. Enough of the chatter. Continue leading the way. Qian Renxue, anxious, furrowed his brow, eager to experience the youth's prowess. Wait, Xue Qinghe shouted from behind. The group turned to him. The important person the grand offering mentioned is coming to meet that lunatic. Xue Qinghe pointed incredulously towards the platform. Qian Renxue frowned. Lunatic? Is that not the case? When I passed by earlier, I saw so many people attacking him. Surely he must be unwell. Xue Qinghe's composure began to crumble. He could hardly believe that the significant individual Qian Renxue spoke of was this very youth. What is wrong with these people? Do they have nothing better to do than linger at the spirit hall all day? To be honest, I initially thought he was merely a lunatic, Qian Renxue muttered. Then why are you here to support him? Xue Qinghe questioned, his eyes wide with disbelief. First, take a look at who stand upon that platform. Frowning, Xue Qinghe followed Qian Renxue's direction and was instantly rendered speechless. Bibi Dong was indeed on that platform. Xue Qinghe took a few steps forward, unable to fathom the scene before him. The usually cold and taciturn Bibi Dong was currently bowing in respect to the youth, her demeanor reverent. In that moment, the image he held of Bibi Dong shattered entirely. Qian Renxue, his expression complex, gazed at Xue Qinghe. I also harbor numerous questions. I have come to seek verification. I feel as if I will regret missing this opportunity for a lifetime. Whenever the matter of the six-winged angel arose, Qian Renxue placed it at the forefront of his concerns as it pertained not only to his future, but also to Qian Renxue's. Thus, he regarded it with utmost seriousness. Bibi Dong, filled with joy, descended the platform with 150 strands of black silk, attracting countless envious gazes. And they say there is no preferential treatment. This is the first time we have witnessed Lin Yi bestowing gifts. Why should that be? This is outrageous. The flower Douluo exclaimed as he prepared to step onto the platform. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. Yuan turned to see a few individuals approaching. The one who had called him out being the bear demon Douluo. Upon seeing the others, he froze, frightened enough to stumble down the steps. GG, great offering. The flower Douluo scrambled to his feet and hid behind Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue shot a cold glance at the newcomers, having no intention of engaging with Bibi Dong. As his focus remained fixed on Lin Yi. Your Highness, Bibi Dong greeted calmly while stowing away the 150 strands of black silk into her soul guide. Xue Qinghe's gaze was frigid. He did not respond to Bibi Dong. This is madness. The people of the Spirit Hall have lost their minds. Even grandfather is nearing insanity. Xue Qinghe stood aside, coldly observing the farce unfolding before him, curious to see what remarkable feats the youth would display. Without hesitation, Qian Renxue stepped onto the platform. I have heard that attacking you yields treasures. Is that true? Indeed, Lin Yi replied, his dark eyes meeting Qian Renxue's with a potent intensity. Such a gaze was rare for one of his age. Let's be direct. I am not concerned with trivial matters. I solely wish to know if you possess the capability of the six-winged angel deity. Simply answer yes or no. Qian Renxue was succinct and straightforward. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, and without any hesitation, he replied, yes. Qian Renxue furrowed his brow, astonished. Young man, do you understand the weight of your single word? You may even pay with your life for this. Lin Yi looked up at him, smiling faintly. With a gentle sweep of his right hand, a golden card floated in the air. This was a six-winged angel experience card, albeit only for 5 minutes. A limited-time experience card extracted by the system. As the host, Lin Yi possessed the capability to do so. You must have seen a card like this before, correct? Lin Yi inquired of Qian Renxue. Yet the next moment, Qian Renxue unexpectedly lunged forward, attempting to seize the golden card. However, his actions were too slow before Lin Yi, who possessed extraordinary speed. Qian Renxue grasped at air, as Lin Yi had already retrieved the card. "I was asking you a question. Why are you trying to snatch it?" Lin Yi observed him with a bemused expression. Qian Renxue's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. "What if I have seen it before?" Below, the bear demon Douluo, now agitated, exclaimed, "Grand offering, that's the very card." "I know." Qian Renxue snapped back at him. Lin Yi stated, "If you desire it. I have plenty more." He then waved his hand, and a complete row of golden cards suddenly hovered in the air. Each card bore the image of a six-winged angel deity clad in golden armor. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in disbelief as he took a step back, rapidly counting. This boy had conjured 10 cards in an instant. Indeed, every 5 minutes, Lin Yi adeptly extracted 9 cards from the 30-day trial card system. The inquiry arises, how many 5-minute experience cards can one derive from a 30-day trial card? This figure is unimaginably vast, enough to overwhelm the myriad of challenges before him. I concede that the previous card indeed endowed one with the formidable power of a six-winged angel deity. Qian Renxue, with a grave expression, continued, "Yet, the divine power of a six-winged angel is exceedingly rare. Do you presume it to be as plentiful as stones scattered on the street?" At that moment, Xue Qinghe, seated below, grasped the entire sequence of events. He organized his thoughts into 2 critical pieces of information. Attacking this youth would yield treasures, one of which was a card imbued with the power of the six-winged angel. Any person of sound mind would scarcely choose to believe such a claim. Is this not akin to speaking nonsensically in broad daylight? Lin Yi's countenance remained unperturbed as he gestured to the 10 cards floating before him, questioning Qian Renxue. "So, you believe that the previous card was merely a ruse, and that these before me lack the divine power of the six-winged angel? This is certainly a possibility. To casually produce so many cards of divine power, unless this youth himself is the six-winged angel." Qian Renxue was acutely aware of this logical connection. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Then, do take a look at this one. Is it false?" Qian Renxue furrowed his brow. At that moment, he suddenly witnessed Lin Yi gently flicking the first card with his fingertip. Buzz! The card vibrated, emitting a resonant hum. Just as Qian Renxue was puzzled, a swirl of golden feathers emerged from the card. Following this, a beam of golden holy light surged forth, striking directly at his chest. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in terror. Boom! The golden holy light colliding with his chest was all too familiar. This was indeed the sacred power of the six-winged angel. Qian Renxue tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly below the stage, his right hand pressing against the ground, yet his body still slid back several meters. He looked up to find that the first golden card had shattered. In that instant, Lin Yi flicked the third card, solemnly stating, "Qian Renxue, have you ever witnessed the true fire of the sun? The sun fire of the six-winged angel?" In the next moment, a blazing white flame erupted from the third golden card. This sun fire, capable of extinguishing darkness, illuminated the entire venue in an instant. The scorching heat and radiant light causing everyone present to tremble. The most visceral experience belonged to Qian Renxue himself. The flames surged towards him, the holy light illuminating his face in a brilliant white. Qian Renxue staggered backward in fear, realizing that if this sun fire were to touch him, it would spell his utter annihilation. However, it seemed the sun fire harbored no intent to kill. It lingered before him for but a moment before dissipating into the air. It could be said that the youth had no desire to take his life. Just as Qian Renxue breathed a sigh of relief, the third golden card also shattered. Lin Yi extended his finger toward the fifth card. "Qian Renxue, do you fear the angelic sword that cleaves through darkness as it descends upon you?" His finger pierced the card, and from it emerged a golden sword tip. The angelic sword, imbued with divine power, gradually expanded. Qian Renxue looked up, as if witnessing a deity radiating golden light preparing to strike him down with a single blow. By the heavens, I believe, I truly believe. As the razor-sharp angelic sword was about to descend upon him, Qian Renxue's face was a mask of horror, his defenses crumbling as he shouted in alarm. Simultaneously, the fifth golden card shattered as well. Utilizing the power of the experience card without donning the appropriate attire resulted in such a spectacle, where a single skill consumed 5 minutes of experience time. Once the skill was unleashed, the 5-minute experience card would shatter and become ineffective. Observing the disappearance of the holy sword, Qian Renxue stood rooted in place, gasping for breath. He glanced up at Lin Yi, his expression frantic as he implored, Do not use the experience cards any further. Please. I truly believe. Watching the cards dwindle in number, he felt genuine distress. Even though the experience cards had yet to be placed in his possession, what if one less card meant his chances diminished? Lin Yi waved his right hand in the air, retrieving the remaining 7 5-minute experience cards. He fixed his gaze on Qian Douluo. Do you truly believe now? Indeed. I do. Qian Douluo, still shaken, had not anticipated that his first encounter with a six-winged angel would culminate in such a humiliating defeat. Lin Yi nodded. These items can be obtained through attacking me. However, based on the current circumstances, the experience cards will only drop when the damage reaches a certain threshold of black high grade or exceeds it. Black high grade? Qian Douluo, new to this realm, felt bewildered upon hearing such terminology. Lin Yi, disinterested in elaborating, stated coolly, "Allow the elders to elucidate the rules to you." Very well. Qian Douluo turned towards several elders, stepping off the stage to seize the collar of Douluo, demanding with great intensity, "Speak. What are the specific rules?" Douluo. As Qian Douluo familiarized himself with the rules, Lin Yi's gaze shifted towards Qinghe. He feigned curiosity and inquired, "Might this gentleman be the crown prince of the Tiando Empire?" Yet, Qinghe offered no response, standing there in a daze. Having just witnessed the preceding spectacle, he was utterly stunned. His worldview had shattered completely. Among those who felt the reality of the situation, aside from Qian Douluo, Qinghe was the most affected. Possessing the six-winged angel spirit, he was acutely sensitive to the aura emanating from the six-winged angel deity. It was undeniable that what had just transpired was the very essence of a divine presence. For Qinghe, this was his first encounter with a deity, and the first time he felt the overwhelming might of such power, a force so formidable that even his grandfather, a level 99 soul master, could not face it without flinching. Qinghe had tried hard to suppress the urge to unfurl his 6 golden wings from his back, for the resonance between a spirit and a deity was intensely powerful. A compelling impulse had urged him to unleash his spirit and kneel in submission before the youth on the platform. However, he had managed to resist that overwhelming urge. "Are you ignoring me? Lost in thought?" Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Qinghe. Bibi Dong hurriedly approached Qinghe, discreetly nudging him from behind. As a mother, she hoped that Qian Renxue could gain strength from Lin Yi. "Lin Yi is speaking to you. Do respond," Bibi Dong urged. "Ah, who?" Qinghe snapped back to reality, but his body suddenly weakened, prompting Bibi Dong to rush to support him. "What is wrong with you?" Suddenly, I felt a wave of weakness wash over me. Qinghe weakly rested his head in his hands. "It must be the suppression of divine power. Your six-winged angel martial soul is being restrained by the deity," Bibi Dong explained softly. At that moment, the captain of the guards, noticing the situation, hurried forward to assist Qinghe, but was met with a cold glare from Bibi Dong. "Stay away from him." The captain, intimidated by the terrifying aura emanating from Bibi Dong, quickly took several steps back. Bibi Dong was determined not to allow any man to touch Qinghe. At this point, Lin Yi also observed the scene unfolding with Qinghe. It appeared that Qinghe's martial soul was of a lower rank, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the six-winged angel deity. He then retrieved a 5-minute experience card of the six-winged angel deity and flicked it with his fingertip. Holy light shines forth. Just then, a hazy golden light enveloped Qian Renxue, warm and gentle, instantly dispelling all of Qinghe's discomfort. Both mother and daughter noticed the golden glow and simultaneously looked up towards the stands, realizing it was Lin Yi who had intervened. "How do you feel now?" Bibi Dong quickly inquired. Qinghe's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "I suddenly feel completely well. You should thank Senior Lin Yi," Bibi Dong responded with a hint of joy. Qinghe excitedly nodded, taking a few steps forward, his golden eyes fixed on the boy whose hand was slowly retracting. He suddenly furrowed his brow. Had he heard the disparaging remarks he made earlier? Never mind, it was time to express gratitude, especially since he was someone capable of wielding the power of the six-winged angel deity. "I am Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Thank you, Senior Lin Yi, for your assistance." He bowed deeply, sweat beading on his forehead. What was he to do? He could hardly meet Lin Yi's gaze. It was unexpected that he had once thought Lin Yi a fool, only to discover in the end that the fool was himself. "I believe I heard you refer to me as a lunatic," Lin Yi said, fixing his gaze upon her. At that moment, Shueqinghe felt her scalp tingle. Damn, he really did hear me. This was disastrous. What if he decided to take action against her? Even if Bibi Dong and her grandfather joined forces, they might not be able to stop him. I am but a foolish junior. I apologize, senior. Shueqinghe knelt on one knee, unable to look Lin Yi in the eye. Bibi Dong, anxious, found herself unable to openly intercede for Shueqinghe, given the well-known poor relations between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi merely chuckled softly. You are not wrong. I am indeed a lunatic, who goes to such lengths for a mere death. Yet, I cannot end my own life. I must place my hopes upon you. Lin Yi find a profond demeanor, which left both Shueqinghe and Bibi Dong momentarily stunned. How could the senior who spoke such words appear so sorrowful? Be sure to remember, great worshipper, if the next attack's damage is lower than the last, the rewards will be downgraded, the members of the assembly cautioned. Qian Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to Lin Yi, he finally grasped the rules. It was said that inflicting damage below the black high level might yield experience card fragments. Thus, the potential to acquire divine power remained substantial. He took a deep breath. At this age and level, Qian Douluo believed this young man could undoubtedly be the key to his next breakthrough. Valuing this opportunity immensely, Qian Douluo reflected on his life spent in the worship hall, pursuing the divine and sacrificing many cherished people and things along the way. It was indeed a matter of regret. Forget the past. Qian Douluo approached the stands, bowing respectfully to Lin Yi. In his eyes, this young man deserved such reverence. May I commence my attack? Yes, Lin Yi replied, while internally musing. I must ensure the experience card fragments drop. It would compensate for years of regret. First soul skill. Sword of Judgment. A surge of soul power emanated from Qian Douluo. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, this is the feeling. The intensity of the energy he felt was far superior to that which radiated from Bibi Dong. Qian Douluo's right hand glimmered with golden light, the hilt of the sword materializing as he slowly raised the elongated golden holy sword above his head, his left hand joining in to grip the hilt. At that moment, a phantom of a six-winged angel appeared behind Qian Douluo. With a swift motion, he brought the sword down. The holy light blazed forth. Judgment. Clang. Qian Douluo stared blankly at Lin Yi. Was it completely ineffective? He then turned to the others, his expression seemingly questioning. Did you experience the same outcome after your attacks? The 6 elders responded with their expressions. Yes, you'll get used to it. Truly, he was an ultimate Douluo. Lin Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He could sense the difference in this damage. Please enlighten me, senior? Qian Douluo asked curiously, while retracting his martial soul. Damage dealt. 100,864. Remaining health. 999997609,458. Damage level. Black. Intermediate. Random reward. A telephone card for contacting Poseidon. 1 minute. Host reward. Ocean Affinity 5,000 this time. Both the damage inflicted and the rewards dropped astonished Lin Yi. First, the damage exceeded 100,000, and this was merely the first soul skill. It was worth noting that Bibi Dong's first soul skill damage was only over 50,000, and Qian Douluo's was just over 40,000. As for the random reward, Lin Yi examined it closely. The system's note indicated it was exclusive. It seemed this was a one-time drop, specifically a reward for Qian Douluo. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The third update is complete. Seeking recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards, daily reads. Upon hearing Poseidon's voice, Qian Douluo broke down in tears. First update. Your first soul skill damage is 100,864, Black Intermediate. Truly, great worshipper, this level of damage is already close to their 8th or 9th soul skills. Lin Yi remarked, glancing at the elders below. Wow, the elders had always known that the great worshipper was a level 99 ultimate Douluo, but they had not realized just how formidable he truly was. Indeed, being able to quantify damage is quite intuitive. They were astonished by the potency of the great worshipper's first soul skill. However, Qian Douluo was not particularly concerned. At his age, he had long ceased to compare himself with others. He was solely focused on the reward. What is my reward? Qian Douluo asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Your reward is a telephone card, or rather a long-distance calling experience card, Lin Yi replied, raising the black orb in his hand. His expression was somewhat peculiar. The rewards given by the system were sometimes genuinely unexpected, but at the same time, made perfect sense. So, this is the Henry-style reward? Years ago, Qian Renxue had confessed to the stunning Poseidon, only to be rejected, leading him to return despondently to the Spirit Hall. Afterward, he and Poseidon had worshipped their respective deities at opposite ends of the continent, and it had been many years since they last connected. Considering this, the system truly exhibited a human touch. Qian Renxue furrowed his brow and inquired, "A communication experience card? Isn't it's supposed to be a deity experience card or a fragment of such?" He felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. What on earth is a communication experience card? If I want to speak to someone, I can just speak directly. There is no need for a card, not when I can talk. Indeed, it is a communication experience card. Lin Yi flicked the black orb towards Qian Renxue, and it hovered in midair, transforming into a sea blue card. It was adorned with patterns of splashing waves, rendering the card both beautiful and exquisite. Qian Renxue refrained from taking it, merely gazing at Lin Yi with evident frustration. "Can I exchange this reward? I'll return it to you in exchange for something else." Lin Yi chuckled, somewhat helplessly. "Don't be hasty. This card is designated for a specific person. Aren't you curious about who it is?" "Not interested," Qian Renxue replied, shaking his head expressionlessly. "It is Poseidon," Lin Yi stated, locking eyes with him. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze at that moment. Qian Renxue's expression solidified. He stared blankly at Lin Yi and suddenly took a few steps forward, his face filled with urgency as he asked, "Who did you just say?" "Poseidon." The name reverberated from Lin Yi's lips like a hammer, striking Qian Renxue's heart. He staggered backward, as if losing his footing, and collapsed onto the ground. "Great deity!" Several elders and worshippers rushed forward, but Qian Renxue raised his hand to halt them. There he sat on the ground, his expression sorrowful, a visage suddenly filled with regret and unwillingness. Qinghe and Bibi Dong had never seen Qian Renxue in such a state before. The so-called number 1 executioner of the Spirit Hall, the pinnacle of soul power at level 99, a figure surrounded by countless myths, now appeared as fragile as a child. "Who is Poseidon?" Qinghe asked in confusion. Apart from Qian Renxue, almost no one present was familiar with the name. Lin Yi then spoke. "She is the high priestess on Sea God Island, located on the distant eastern coast. In the past, she was renowned alongside Qian Renxue as the strongest of the ocean and the sky, both being level 99 peak Douluo. Of course, there was also the strongest on land. But Lin Yi chose not to mention that. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. How does he know about such things? This is nearly ancient history. How old is this young man now? The communication card can be used once shattered, granting you only 1 minute of conversation. Lin Yi gestured towards the sea blue card with his eyes. Qian Renxue nodded. After rising to his feet, he took deep breaths, his entire being filled with tension. At this moment, he seemed to revert to the youth from years ago, yearning yet unable to attain love. "Do I just shatter it to begin the conversation?" Qian Renxue looked at Lin Yi, nervously confirming once more. "Yes, but you only have 1 minute, so make the most of it." The short time left Qian Renxue feeling uncomfortable, yet he was immensely eager to hear her voice. After so many years, how has she fared? Crack! Qian Renxue raised his hand and shattered the communication card. Simultaneously, he trembled as he uttered, "Sister Cece?" The sound transmitted through a special medium, transcending the dimensions of the Douluo continent, successfully reaching someone's ears miles away. However, after waiting for considerable time, Qian Renxue received no response. Growing anxious, he looked towards Lin Yi. "Be patient. She needs time to react to the sudden sound," Lin Yi softly advised. Just then, Poseidon finally responded. "Who?" Her voice was melodious, evoking a sense of tranquility akin to drifting across a vast ocean. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qian Renxue was overcome with tears. But did Poseidon not recognize his voice? "I am Qian Renxue." "Qian Renxue? No way, it really is you. No wonder your voice sounds so familiar. How did you manage this?" Poseidon laughed, her tone infused with the joy and surprise of reuniting with an old friend. Yet, Qian Renxue was already beyond words, speechless in his sorrow. He stood there, head bowed, utterly despondent. "Qian Renxue, are you still there?" Poseidon's voice echoed once more. Listening to that voice, an exquisite visage involuntarily surfaced in Qian Renxue's mind. Her voice remained unchanged. So surely her appearance had not altered either. "I am here, Sister Cece. How have you been all these years?" "Oh, the same as always. I heard you've married and started a family in the mainland. It's such a pity I couldn't be there. Poseidon's voice abruptly halted. A profound silence enveloped the space. Qian Daolu looked around in confusion. Sister Cece? Sister Cece, are you still there? There was no response. That enchanting voice felt like a fleeting dream, one Qian Daolu was unwilling to awaken from. Your minute is up. Your earlier silence wasted quite a bit of time. However, I understand. At least you heard her voice, Lin Yi remarked sympathetically. Seeing a being of such caliber anxious like a child was discomforting even for him as an observer. Senior, may I have just one more minute? Just one more. Qian Daolu suddenly approached Lin Yi, discarding his dignity as a great deity, bowing deeply with clasped hands. His expression fervent and pleading. Grandfather. Xue Qinghe watched from below, his eyes turning red. He had never seen his grandfather in such a state. 41. Your Highness Xue Qinghe. Would you like to try as well? Second update. Mind your identity. A cold voice suddenly interjected from the side. It was Bibi Dong. Perhaps Qian Renxue was moved by her grandfather's emotional turmoil, but Bibi Dong remained unperturbed. To her, love was the most trivial and sordid of things. She never believed in love. I cannot grant you that. You can only exchange pain for rewards, but the nature of the rewards may not always be the same. Furthermore, the system clearly states that this is a limited reward, so the likelihood of obtaining it again is low, unless there is a specific return operation. Not necessarily. Could it be that there is still a chance? Qian Daolu inquired earnestly. Lin Yi smiled. Didn't you want a deity experience card? I desire both types of rewards. Qian Daolu took a deep breath, his expression grave. He slowly straightened, astonished by the extraordinary abilities of this youth. It was his first experience feeling so intensely affected by another's emotions. This young man almost seemed to know him inside and out. I mentioned long ago that I can offer a wide variety of rewards. Perhaps this time you will hear her voice. And next time you may even see her in person. Anything is possible. All right, Qian Daolu responded with palpable excitement. Lin Yi smiled at him, recognizing that this loyal customer had finally been secured. Even the most formidable soul masters, as long as they have not ascended to divinity, remain filled with an insatiable yearning for strength. Regardless of their stature, every powerful individual harbors emotional regrets and wounds. Lin Yi can be said to have mastered the vulnerabilities of his opponent entirely. You have one last chance to attack today. Upon hearing these words, Qian Daolu nodded, cherishing each subsequent opportunity to strike. After all, the treasures possessed by this young man were far too numerous for him to desire. Third soul skill, Blade of Light. Qian Daolu bypassed the second healing soul skill and chose to unleash his third soul skill as an offensive maneuver. The ethereal figure of a six-winged angel reemerged behind him, illuminating the arena with divine light, incinerating all hidden filth and darkness. He drew forth a golden blade amidst the radiant glow, with both hands gripping the hilt. He and the angelic apparition slashed forward in unison. Charge and unleash. The angelic sword descended upon Lin Yi's neck with unstoppable force. Clang! But immediately, the holy sword shattered. An ethereal six-winged angel vanished as well. Breathing heavily, Qian Daolu's hands trembled, and his arms felt somewhat numb. Lin Yi cast a calm glance at him and remarked, "It would be wise to regulate your emotions before your next attack. Otherwise, you may suffer from varying degrees of backlash, as I have witnessed several times before, with some even spitting blood. Shouldn't the focus be on why attacking you results in backlash? What is the basis for your formidable defense and the resulting recoil? Damage taken, 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Remaining health, 999-997-474-876. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, fragment of six-winged angel divine experience card X1, 15. Host reward, six-winged angel divine experience card, 1 week. As if summoned, the deity experience card fragment appeared. However, Lin Yi felt that this fragment of the divine experience card carried a hint of deceit within it. With so many rewards in the prize pool, they were reluctant to incur any losses, adamantly demanding that their damage be progressively higher, which inevitably altered the prize pool. Collecting 5 fragments might take an eternity. Nevertheless, Lin Yi had little to worry about, as he consistently received critical rewards. Damage 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Black intermediate. Congratulations on achieving your wish. You have obtained a fragment of the six-winged angel divine experience card. Hearing this, Qian Daolu finally laid down the burden in his heart, exhaling with relief. He respectfully addressed Lin Yi. "Thank you, senior." An equal exchange, no need for thanks. Qian Renxue, however, shook his head. "No, we have taken advantage of you." "Not at all. I have greatly profited from you," was a rebuttal Lin Yi refrained from voicing. He maintained an air of inscrutability, seemingly unaffected. Observing Qian Renxue's conclusion, the elders, who had been waiting patiently, could hardly contain their eagerness. It was finally their turn. They needed to seize the opportunity. As Douluo and the others noticed that the offerings following the grand offering displayed eager expressions. Yet, Qian Renxue did not issue a direct command. They currently lacked the courage to ascend the stage. However, once Qian Renxue gave the order, these offerings were entirely qualified to join their ranks. Just as Douluo prepared to rush to the platform, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. He turned to the direction of Duke Shueqinghe and extended an invitation. "Your Highness Shueqinghe of the Tiando Empire, would you care to give a try?" The onlookers were astonished. This was Lin Yi's first time proactively naming someone to attack him. Even Bibi Dong, standing nearby, was taken aback. Did something about Shueqinghe captivate Lin Yi? "Can I also participate?" Shueqinghe, taken aback, pointed to himself. Being invited by Lin Yi filled him with excitement. But would his damage be satisfactory? Of course. Everyone present has a chance. I treat all with absolute fairness, Lin Yi declared with an audacious facade. Yet, his words were met with internal mockery from the observing soul masters. Fairness? You allowed a titled Douluo to cut in line. Is that fairness? You invite the prince. Yet not me, a commoner. Is that fair? Even Douluo felt that Lin Yi was decidedly biased. He had just been on stage. Yet, you chose to invite the prince instead. However, Shueqinghe did not share this sentiment. He perceived Lin Yi as exceptionally amiable and gentle, seemingly unperturbed by their previous altercations. Yet, Shueqinghe faced a dilemma. In this public setting, he could not reveal his six-winged angel martial soul. How could he attack? Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue also recognized this predicament, but hoped that Shueqinghe might still have the opportunity to claim a reward. What to do? Little did they know. Lin Yi had everything under control. Your Highness seems hesitant because you doubt your ability to inflict satisfactory damage. However, you could seek assistance in your attack. I believe the grand offering would be a splendid choice, Lin Yi remarked with a knowing smile directed at Qian Renxue. Upon hearing this, Shueqinghe's heart swelled with joy. Such a strategy existed. Qian Renxue, however, was momentarily bewildered. How did Lin Yi know he wanted to assist his granddaughter? Shall we proceed this way? Qian Renxue inquired, confirming with Lin Yi. He felt that every opportunity to attack was precious and could not be squandered due to a misstep. His granddaughter's reward was equally significant. Lin Yi nodded and suddenly countered, "Does the grand offering not wish to lend assistance?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue chuckled softly. "The Martial Soul Palace shares close ties with the Tiando Empire, and I find myself quite fond of His Highness. As an elder, I'm naturally inclined to extend my assistance." Joking aside, how could he not cherish his beloved granddaughter? If there was something good, it was only natural to think of her. Yet, he had to be mindful of his outward expressions. Shueqinghe smiled and bowed to Qian Renxue. "Thank you, grand offering." "No need for such formalities, Your Highness," replied Qian Renxue. The two engaged in a display of performance that even made Lin Yi stifle a chuckle. However, to the elders observing, this scene filled them with hope. Judo turned to Douluo and said, "The grand offering is so generous even to an outsider. He will undoubtedly assist us." Douluo nodded in excitement. "Indeed, our relationship with the grand offering assures that future damage will be secured." The elders displayed expressions of anticipation as Shueqinghe approached the platform, with Qian Renxue following closely behind. "You need only release your amplification soul skill towards me. Remember not to reveal your six-winged angel martial soul," Qian Renxue whispered softly. The grandfather and grandson stood opposite Lin Yi, poised for an attack. Shueqinghe raised his arm, and a gentle golden light enveloped Qian Renxue. In truth, he could disguise his six-winged angel martial spirit as the swan martial spirit of the Tiando royal family using the soul bone. However, fearing that something might go awry during the release of the amplification soul skill, he opted not to unleash his martial spirit. Once again, Qian Renxue was the first to employ his first soul skill, the Sword of Judgment. A resplendent golden light erupted in the stands, and the sharp angelic sword struck Lin Yi with formidable force. After the attack, Qian Daolu hurriedly sat cross-legged to recover, having previously unleashed 3 soul skills in succession. He was concerned about the potential impact on subsequent damage. Thus, he sought to restore his condition. Even the slightest variation in damage was of utmost importance to him. Lin Yi glanced at the panel. Health lost, 112,346. Remaining health, 999997362,357. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, intermediate mastery of light attribute. Host reward, advanced mastery of light attribute. Achieving a mastery of the light attribute was a testament to the system's humanized design, as the light attribute was the fundamental characteristic of the six-winged angel. The damage of 112,346, classified as black intermediate, yielded a reward of intermediate mastery of the light attribute, which should prove to be a highly relevant reward for his martial spirit. Lin Yi reported the results to them, but upon hearing it, the grandfather and grandson were momentarily stunned. Xueqing's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward to explain. The swan martial spirit of the Tiando royal family does indeed possess a very small portion of light attribute. This reward is highly targeted. The swan martial spirit, however, had no inherent connection to the light attribute. Xueqing's fabricated explanation was clearly motivated by a guilty conscience. Lin Yi found it somewhat amusing. You seem a bit reluctant. Do you not desire this reward? Of course I do. Xueqing insisted. An increase in a light attribute is undoubtedly a splendid enhancement for the six-winged angel. But currently, I am using the swan martial spirit. Any discerning individual would recognize that it does not heavily rely on the light attribute, so I must not appear overly excited. Xueqing felt somewhat helpless. Lin Yi smiled slightly and flicked the pitch-black orb of light toward him. Seeing his granddaughter receive the reward, Qian Daolu's face broke into a gratifying smile. Mastery of the light attribute was undoubtedly the finest nourishment for the six-winged angel, and it was likely that this time, Qian Renxue's level would rise swiftly. However, as the mastery of the light attribute integrated into Xueqing's being, a sudden transformation occurred, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. Golden holy light erupted from within Xueqing, and a flurry of golden feathers gracefully descended around him. These feathers, however, bore little resemblance to those of a swan. This was not the end. As if stirred by a gust of wind, Xueqing's short hair instantly grew wildly, flowing backward and transforming into cascading golden locks. The long hair fell upon his shoulders. His eyebrows began to thin, his eyes grew larger and more beautiful, the curve of his nose softened, and his mouth became petite and rosy. Subsequently, his facial shape altered, becoming noticeably smaller. His previously flat chest began to exhibit pronounced curves, while his shoulders narrowed and his waist became slender. Suddenly, 6 golden wings unfurled from his back. A radiant golden light enveloped him as a beautiful armored skirt replaced his golden robe, and a golden crown adorned his fair forehead. His trousers vanished, revealing a pair of long, fair legs beneath the armored skirt. Buzz! Circles of soul rings appeared around him, and the sacred radiance of the six-winged angel illuminated the scene. Xueqing. No. At this moment, she was Qian Renxue, looked bewildered at her suddenly manifested martial spirit, unable to comprehend what had transpired. She anxiously glanced at Qian Daolu, only to find him equally perplexed. What is happening? Why is the martial spirit suddenly released uncontrollably? Everyone present stood in stunned silence, gazing at Xueqing in the stands, utterly confused as to why she had transformed into a stunning woman with an angelic silhouette. It was as if her current appearance resembled the grandest statue of the six-winged angel in the spirit hall. What on earth was happening? What was the connection between Xueqing and the six-winged angel? Qian Daolu frowned, his expression grave as he scrutinized Qian Renxue. The latter shook her head in panic, indicating her own lack of understanding. Bibi Dong's demeanor grew serious. Just as she was about to order the scene to be sealed off, Qian Daolu suddenly coughed, signaling her with his eyes to remain calm. At that moment, Qian Renxue discovered further changes within herself. As she quietly contemplated, she realized her soul power had actually broken through. From level 67 to level 75, those with the six-winged angel martial spirit possessed talents that surpassed the vast majority of soul masters, and their soul power levels ascended rapidly. Having just attained mastery of the light attribute, her soul power soared to level 75 in an instant. Indeed, The light attribute served as the finest nourishment for the six-winged angel. It appeared that the breakthrough caused her martial spirit to be uncontrollably unleashed. Not only that, but it also revealed her true identity as a woman. What was to be done? What to be done? One of the greatest secrets of the Spirit Hall had now been laid bare before all eyes, and Qian Renxue felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. Lin Yi stepped in to defuse the situation, and Xue Qinghe expressed her gratitude. Douluo stood up with a severe expression. To be honest, he longed for his granddaughter's true appearance. Even Bibi Dong, who was seated below, wished for a chance to see her daughter as she once was. But this was certainly not the right occasion. Clearly, the revelation of the Spirit Hall's secret, that the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire possessed the six-winged angel martial spirit, would invite countless speculations without the need for explanation. Qian Renxue stood on the platform, feeling bewildered and helpless as she scanned her surroundings. This breathtaking visage brought her no joy. Instead, it became a suffocating pressure. Would the Spirit Hall's infiltration plan be ruined? Anyone could discern that the reward of attaining mastery of the light attribute bore no relationship to her transformation into the six-winged angel. But how could the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire possess the six-winged angel martial spirit? Qian Renxue steadied her emotions, striving to remain composed. She retracted her martial spirit and utilized the soul bone's power to disguise herself back into Xue Qinghe's appearance. Yet, this was ultimately futile. The stunning visage that had captivated all was now etched into the minds of every observing soul master. The head of the guards below rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was seeing things. Was the individual he had just witnessed still the Crown Prince in his memory? She had transformed into a beautiful woman akin to an angel. But how could he not discern whether the Crown Prince was male or female? Having been in the palace and seen Xue Qinghe so often, the head of the guards was utterly bewildered. Xue Qinghe took a deep breath and awkwardly glanced at Lin Yi. What has happened? Why do I feel as though I have transformed into someone else? I do not understand. Did not the senior state that this is a reward for intermediate mastery of the light attribute? As Xue Qinghe spoke, an awkward smile adorned his face, attempting to feign ignorance. However, the multitude before him was not easily deceived. They were not blind. Being in the Spirit City, who could fail to recognize the six-winged angel? After all, one could see the colossal statue of the six-winged angel above the Spirit Hall simply by looking up while walking down the street. Wasn't he that precisely the appearance Xue Qinghe had just assumed? What to do? Xue Qinghe was on the verge of tears. He should have felt elated due to the breakthrough in his soul power. Yet unexpectedly, this incident had unfolded. Bibi Dong and Douluo were equally anxious, as this was entirely unforeseen. Despite their rich experience in actual combat, they were at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. Oh, so that is how it is. Lin Yi suddenly murmured to himself. Xue Qinghe immediately turned his gaze toward him. Lin Yi had once again conjured a pitch-black orb of light in his hand, and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, I apologize. It seems I inadvertently bestowed the wrong reward. Huh? Xue Qinghe was somewhat perplexed. Was it truly a mistake? Hadn't he just elevated his light attribute? The increase in soul power was merely due to the unique nature of the six-winged angel spirit. He was well aware of this. It appears I inadvertently provided you with a 5-minute experience card for the six-winged angel deity, which is why you transformed into the six-winged angel's form. There is no need for alarm, Lin Yi explained. Douluo gazed at Lin Yi with unexpected surprise, while Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow. He understood all too well that what he had received was not an experience card. He could certainly sense whether he possessed divine power or not. Yet, why would Lin Yi say such a thing? At that moment, the soul masters in the audience began to exhibit expressions of clarity, as if they had comprehended the reason behind Xue Qinghe's recent transformation. Oh, it is because he received an experience card. I thought Xue Qinghe also possessed the six-winged angel spirit. They exclaimed. So, this is the appearance after using the experience card. Does that mean I could transform into a stunning beauty too? Do you think you possess the charm or the fortune to achieve that? These individuals had never witnessed the appearance after using an experience card and assumed that one's gender would also change. After all, the six-winged angel was the embodiment of a goddess. Listening to their discussions, Xue Qinghe's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. Could it be? He glanced at Lin Yi, observing the gentle light emanating from the boy's dark eyes. A wave of profound gratitude surged within him. It turned out that the senior had not misallocated the reward. he had been fabricating a story to assist him in alleviating this crisis. Senior I. Xue Qinghe stepped forward with excitement, yet the occasion compelled him to restrain his expression of gratitude. Lin Yi smiled softly, his demeanor warm. I apologize for the oversight. Now I shall return to you the reward you rightfully deserve. He lifted the black orb of light in his hand and flicked it back toward Xue Qinghe. This is an intermediate mastery of the light attribute, extracted from the advanced mastery by the system. Ordinary attribute mastery contains 100 enhancement points. Intermediate mastery contains 1,000 enhancement points, and advanced mastery contains 10,000 enhancement points. Beyond that lies the ultimate attribute mastery. After considering the situation, Lin Yi deemed it beneficial to assist Xue Qinghe, as extracting 1,000 from 10,000 was not a considerable loss, especially since he needed Xue Qinghe to owe him a favor for the upcoming Soul Master competition. The black orb of reward once again merged into Xue Qinghe's body. This time, Xue Qinghe deliberately controlled the stability of his spirit, yet he did not undergo the same physical transformation as before, likely due to the absence of another breakthrough in soul power. Following this integration, his spirit level ascended to level 79, a remarkable increase of 12 levels from just moments ago. My goodness! Xue Qinghe gazed toward Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with tears. He recognized that this reward was a gift from Lin Yi. Not only had Lin Yi helped him avert crisis, but he had also bestowed upon him an invaluable reward, a kindness for which Xue Qinghe felt immensely indebted. Senior. Xue Qinghe approached Lin Yi, his steps quickening. Wait, what does this person intend to do? Lin Yi observed him warily. As Xue Qinghe knelt before him, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, only to be taken aback as Xue Qinghe suddenly embraced him. Lin Yi's eyes widened. Douluo and Bibi Dong could only stare in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Xue Qinghe held Lin Yi tightly, enveloped in a delightful fragrance unique to women. Senior, thank you. Lin Yi was acutely aware that he was being embraced by a woman. No, this was not permissible. One must not lose composure. How could he be swayed when she had yet to develop? Gratitude is sufficient. There is no need for such embraces. I shall grant you 3 seconds to release me, he stated. At once, Xue Qinghe obediently loosened his grip, yet his expression was one of satisfaction as he stepped back. Thank you, Senior. He smiled and bowed once more. You are truly a wonderful person, gentle and attentive. I wonder why you choose to disguise yourself as unapproachable. It seems you have endured much. Otherwise, you wouldn't have contemplated such despair. Xue Qinghe scrutinized Lin Yi closely. Upon approaching, he noticed that although the boy's appearance was ordinary, he grew increasingly attractive the longer one gazed, particularly due to his captivating aura. It seemed he was a person of sharp tongue, but a gentle heart. Lin Yi regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion. Have you finished observing? Will you launch your second attack or not? Indeed, Xue Qinghe replied eagerly. Today, I shall present 2 updates. Tomorrow, I shall strive for 3. Let's not squander time. Lin Yi's tone was somewhat frosty. Yes, Senior. I apologize for the earlier offense. Please do not hold it against me. Xue Qinghe chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging his earlier impulsivity. At this moment, Douluo had discerned the entirety of the preceding events. Lin Yi's method of assisting Qian Renxue was indeed unexpected. Had the boy seen through it all? Did he already know that Xue Qinghe was an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall to the Heaven Do Empire? However, the only certainty was that Lin Yi's stance was decidedly not aligned with the Heaven Do Empire. With this realization, Douluo felt a newfound sense of reassurance. Bibi Dong shared a similar sentiment. Thus, Lin Yi's relationship with the Spirit Hall had, unbeknownst to them, grown even closer. Senior, I apologize for the wait. I shall now assist His Highness the Crown Prince in the second attack. Douluo approached. The pair resumed their previous positions, though this time, Xue Qinghe was noticeably more excited than before. To elevate one's soul power by 14 levels in a single day was an unimaginable feat. He released his auxiliary soul skill once more. As the gentle golden light descended in front of them, Douluo experienced the most direct sensation. The enhancement skill of the granddaughter is evidently several times more potent than the previous effect. He remains unaware that Qian Renxue has already reached the 79th level of her soul skills. If he were to learn of this, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. The third soul skill, Blade of Light. Qian Liu's third soul skill was unleashed, and a dazzling golden holy light appeared as if a sun was suspended above the stands. The radiance was immensely powerful, imbued with a sense of judgment, and the attack power visibly surged. Even Lin Yi could not help but feel a tinge of surprise. This was not a transformation of Qian Douluo himself, but rather the effect brought forth by the amplification soul skill released by Xue Qinghe. Bang! With a sword strike, Qian Douluo's arms experienced an even more tingling sensation, indirectly affirming that this damage was certainly greater than the last time. Damage 174,364. Remaining health 9999971888432. Damage level Black High. Random reward Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle 1. Host reward Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle 10. Elder, how significant was this damage? Xue Qinghe inquired, somewhat impatiently. Given the substantial enhancement of soul power, the efficacy of the amplification soul skill must have risen correspondingly. He wished to witness the extent of the improvement. Lin Yi nodded. The damage this time is quite remarkable, reaching 174364, the highest thus far. Under your amplification, the Grand Offering's third soul skill has increased by over 40,000 in damage compared to the last time. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe looked at Qian Douluo with uncontainable joy. Qian Douluo, however, was utterly astonished. What is happening? How could there be such a sudden increase? Xue Qinghe quietly responded. I have fused the mastery of the light attribute twice, and my soul power level has risen from level 67 to level 79. Qian Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He finally understood why his granddaughter had so excitedly embraced Lin Yi earlier. Initially thinking it was merely to assist, he now realized this immense favor she had bestowed, though he had felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing his granddaughter in the embrace of a man. He now found that even a hug seemed trivial in comparison. To elevate one's soul power by 12 levels in a single day was extraordinary. If his granddaughter were to offer herself in gratitude, he, as her grandfather, would undoubtedly harbor no objections. Lin Yi raised the black orb in his hand. Your reward this time is a type of mechanical hidden weapon, named Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, capable of firing 27 shots with formidable power. Little did he know that Tang San's hidden weapons had been collected into the reward pool, while he had tirelessly searched for materials to create such advanced hidden weapons. Lin Yi was now able to bestow the finished product casually, receiving 10 in return. Amused by this thought, Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, pondering how Tang San would react if he were to learn of it. The black orb transformed into the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, landing in Xue Qinghe's hand. It appeared quite substantial and exquisitely crafted. What is a hidden weapon? How does one use it? Xue Qinghe examined it closely, not doubting its efficacy, but questioning whether this metallic contraption could indeed possess the power to harm. The switch is on top. It is best not to aim the needle at others when not in use. I did not instruct you to press it now. Lin Yi suddenly frowned and exclaimed. Xue Qinghe curiously fiddled with the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, pressing the switch upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation. At that moment, the device emitted a sound of mechanical operation, and a flurry of 27 silver needles shot forth rapidly. Qian Douluo's eyes widened. These tiny silver needles produced a whistling sound as they sliced through the air. He raised his hand, unleashing a surge of soul power from within, yet the silver needles disregarded his soul power defense and pierced through the obstruction. In a critical moment, Qian Douluo lifted his hands, catching 2 of the silver needles that were hurtling towards him. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He exhaled in trepidation, tossing the silver needles to the ground. What on earth was that? You gave me quite a scare. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle's attack was area-based, and several needles struck Lin Yi, though they were deflected to the ground by his formidable defenses. He glanced at the damage. Damage, 154,673, equivalent to the 9th soul skill unleashed by an ordinary title Douluo. Bibi Dong and the 6 elders realized the danger and promptly released their martial spirits and soul skills, narrowly managing to deflect the incoming silver needles to the ground. Afterward, they broke into a cold sweat. The entire incident had not even taken half a second, had it not been for their rich combat experience. They would have been thoroughly pierced. Xue Qinghe stared around in a daze. Is this thing really that fierce? It launched an attack before I even had time to react. Lin Yi sighed. This is a one-time hidden weapon. Once used, it becomes a useless shell. Congratulations on successfully wasting a black high-level reward. With a clatter, the empty shell of the rainstorm pear blossom needle fell from Xueqing's hands. He knelt on the ground, exclaiming, my black high-level reward is gone. All because of my impulsiveness. Xueqing glared at his fingers in despair, wishing he could sever his hand right then and there. This is my first time hearing of such hidden weapons. Douluo gazed at him with disappointment, sighing. You had 2 chances in a day, and you wasted one. Come back tomorrow, if you're still here. Lin Yi addressed Xueqing. Indeed, I must leave today, Xueqing suddenly realized. However, as he looked at Lin Yi, he felt an internal struggle. Could a normal person simply walk away from such a treasure of a boy? After a moment of contemplation, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Decided, I, Qian Renxue, will not leave. From today onward, I shall pursue this young man. 45. The closest encounter with the red reward pool. I am indeed a fortunate one. I will not depart. Xueqing stood up, his expression resolute. Douluo and Bibi Dong, upon hearing this declaration, were not particularly surprised and held no objections. At this moment, compared to the infiltration plan of the Spirit Hall, Lin Yi's presence was evidently far more significant and urgent. This young man could infinitely elevate a soul master's potential, a once-in-a-millennium stroke of fortune. Whether you stay or go is entirely up to you. I will remain here, unchanged, Lin Yi spoke calmly. If Xueqing delayed her return, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Tiando royal family. This presented a unique opportunity for indirect promotion. Lin Yi did not wish for his exploits to circulate solely within Spirit City. His ambition extended across the entire continent. Thus, attracting Xueqing to remain was a crucial step in his plan. The network of connections held by the Crown Prince was quite impressive. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Spirit Hall adheres to the principles of hospitality. We will treat you well during your stay, Bibi Dong said graciously. Then I shall express my gratitude to Your Holiness. Xueqing replied with a smile, bowing gracefully. None could predict how long Lin Yi would remain, so they needed to seize the moment to obtain all the rewards they could. At this moment, several elders exchanged glances from below the stage, and the dragon spear Douluo stepped forward, saying, Well, it's my turn, everyone. The elders had already noticed the eager offerings. If they did not take the initiative, they would be overtaken. As expected, the second offering from the offering hall approached Douluo and said, Great offering. We brothers also wish to challenge this young man to earn rewards. Douluo nodded. Such matters do not require my approval. You may decide for yourselves. Thank you. Great offering. The second offering and others displayed excited expressions. It was impossible not to feel envious. Who could remain indifferent to such numerous rewards they had never laid eyes upon? Even the mightiest would find it hard to stay seated. Seeing this, Dragon Spear Douluo suddenly felt anxious and leapt onto the viewing platform. Wait, I'm already prepared to attack. Ignoring the dark expressions of the other offerings directed at him, he approached Lin Yi. Senior, I am about to launch my attack. Please. Lin Yi looked at Dragon Spear Douluo, recalling that his last attack was his 9th soul skill. Before Douluo and Xueqing had jointly set the highest damage record of 174,634, it was Dragon Spear Douluo who held the previous record. What would be his choice of attack this time? Lin Yi realized that this group could not afford to lose even a bit. Hence, each one sought to surpass the last in damage. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. Dragon Spear Douluo shouted. The dragon spear emanated a powerful electric light, and his martial soul instantly transformed into a beast martial soul. Electric threads flickered in the air, and the 2-headed dragon spiraled and expanded several times in size. The formidable 2-headed dragon let out a resounding roar, lifting Dragon Spear Douluo's entire body. Compared to the gigantic 2-headed dragon, Lin Yi's form seemed utterly insignificant. 9th soul skill, Dragon Spear Douluo continued, and as Lin Yi had anticipated, he chose to unleash the 9th soul skill under the enhancement of the Martial Soul True Body to maximize damage. A surge of electric light flashed, and the 2-headed dragon roared as it dove toward Lin Yi. Before the attack landed, the 2-headed dragon transformed into an exceedingly sharp dragon spear, now even larger than before. Boom! Such a ferocious strike left even the elders below momentarily stunned. It was clear that the current Dragon Spear Douluo was no longer the same as before. The might of this strike even sent a shiver down the spine of the second offering. Had they engaged in battle, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Yet, despite the impressive damage that commanded respect from the offerings, the final result left no mark on Lin Yi. As he released the martial soul, true body, and retracted his martial soul, Dragon Spear Douluo sat down, visibly exhausted. Panting, he gazed at Lin Yi, his expression filled with despair. He had maximized his efforts, yet it had resulted in no effect against Lin Yi. Senior, your defense is truly insurmountable. Dragon Spear Douluo shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Lin Yi glanced at the panel, then looked at Dragon Spear Douluo with a hint of sympathy. It seemed there were more challenging circumstances awaiting him. Clearly, Dragon Spear Douluo's luck had run out. Health lost, 199, 999. Remaining health, 999, 996, 978. 456. Damage level, black, high. Random reward, Barrett 1. Host reward, 100 rounds of 0.5 bullets. Lin Yi stared at the panel with a strange expression, his mindset slightly faltering. This was the closest he had come to red damage. He wanted to see what treasures the red reward pool contained. Just a drop of blood away. Dragon Spear. You wretched, non-lucky person. Lin Yi looked up at Dragon Spear Douluo and, in as calm a tone as possible, said, Congratulations, you have set a new highest damage record. Upon hearing this, Dragon Spear Douluo's eyes brightened. How much? 199, 999. What? 199, 999. What? 199, 999. Puffed. Dragon Spear Douluo clutched his chest, spewing a mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Yi was taken aback. Could the backlash from the attack have a delayed effect? Dragon Spear. Several elders rushed onto the platform. But Dragon Spear Douluo lay on the ground, his consciousness already fading. This was indeed unfortunate. Lin Yi shook his head with sympathy, sighing, there are still rewards. Who will claim them on his behalf? Bibi Dong then ascended the platform. I will take care of this. To be honest, Bibi Dong was curious whether Dragon Spear Douluo's attack would reach the red level, as his previous damage had already been 170,000. She never expected such an outcome. Lin Yi flicked the black orb in his hand towards Bibi Dong. Once the orb transformed into rewards, Bibi Dong took a step back, her expression frozen. If she had to name the rewards she most desired at that moment, it would be a fragment of the Rakshasa God Experience card and this heavy Barrett sniper rifle. Is this the reward of the Dragon Spear Elder? Bibi Dong asked Lin Yi in astonishment. He nodded, but the next moment, he witnessed a scene that left his expression frozen. Bibi Dong cautiously stored the Barrett away, placing it into her soul guide. Was she planning to claim it for herself? The elder stared at Bibi Dong in disbelief. Nearby, Dragon Spear Douluo was still unconscious, completely unaware that he had lost his reward. Noticing the gazes directed at her, Bibi Dong coldly remarked, Dragon Spear Douluo has no objections. Do any of you? At that moment, Juto silently turned to glance at Dragon Spear Douluo, who was too preoccupied with coughing up blood to voice any dissent. Tomorrow, I will strive for a third update. Stay tuned for Bibi Dong using the Barrett to snipe you Xiaojiang from a distance. Bibi Dong swayed her slender waist as she descended from the platform, leaving the elders with a cold, dismissive silhouette. Absurdly, she thought, do I need to seek your approval to take what I want? From this day forth, the black weapon known as Barrett would become her exclusive divine artifact, a long, sturdy, and powerful stick with an impressive range. Which single woman could resist such temptation? But with only 4 bullets, what would she do once they were spent? Bibi Dong looked at Lin Yi, knowing he must possess many, and hoped to find something to exchange with him. After Dragon Spear Douluo was carried away, the second offering finally could not hold back and stepped onto the stage. He was known as the Golden Crocodile Douluo, actually one of the oldest members of the Spirit Hall, now over 100 years old. Yet his strength ranked second in the Spirit Hall, surpassed only by Qian Douluo, boasting a soul power of level 98 and even possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. Had it not been for Qian Douluo's presence, Golden Crocodile Douluo would not have shown any respect to these elders. Nonetheless, he was quite astonished by the transformation of the Dragon Spear Elder. The recent attack from the Serpent Spear has undeniably reached the level of a Super Douluo above level 95. The Golden Crocodile Douluo had previously witnessed the Serpent Spear's capabilities, but the current display is beyond any prior comparison. It is evident that this young man possesses the potential to undergo a remarkable transformation. As the second elder ascended the stage, several elders could not suppress their sighs. It appeared that they had been overtaken by the offerings, and there was little choice but to wait, as these individuals from the Hall of Offerings were beyond their reach. While Douluo was familiarizing himself with the rules, he also learned a bit about the situation. Thus, he understood that increasing damage was essential to ensure that the rewards received would be worthwhile. I am preparing to attack. Please be ready. The second elder slightly inclined his head. Lin Yi nodded, having some recollection of the golden crocodile, Douluo. This elder was of an older generation than Douluo and Poseidon, having been defeated in the Battle of Jialing Pass by Tang Hao, who possessed an astounding spirit power of level 97, ultimately sacrificing himself to save Qian Renxue. For the Spirit Hall, his life could be considered one of unwavering dedication. First spirit skill, Diamond Crocodile Claw. The golden crocodile, Douluo, summoned a terrifying golden giant crocodile behind him, which roared towards the sky, its heavy and dazzling scales glimmering magnificently. Clenching his fists, horrific golden steel claws emerged from his knuckles. As the yellow first spirit ring ascended, he roared and swung his golden claw forcefully at Lin Yi. Upon impact, the resplendent golden claws shattered with a thunderous noise. The golden crocodile, Douluo's face, turned pale as he staggered back several steps to regain his balance. His arm involuntarily trembled, overwhelmed by the feeling akin to an egg striking a rock. It was unimaginable that this young man possessed such formidable self-defense. The golden crocodile, Douluo, discreetly concealed his hand behind his back. He was unsure if others experienced the same after their attacks. But if he were seen in this state as the second elder, it would be rather embarrassing. Little did he know, Douluo had experienced similar situations multiple times. After each attack, his arms would tingle and tremble as a norm. Lin Yi glanced at the panel. Damage taken, 84762. Remaining health, 9999968974332. Damage level, black, beginner. Random reward. Longevity Crystal 1, 50 years. Host reward, Longevity Spirit Stone 1, 500 years. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly at the panel, noting the system's increasingly adept responses. What do century-level spirit masters desire the most? Firstly, a breakthrough in strength, and secondly, a breakthrough before their lifespan is exhausted. The damage value you just inflicted was 84,762, classified as black beginner, and the reward is a longevity crystal. Lin Yi raised the black orb in his hand. Longevity crystal? The golden crocodile, Douluo's heart raced at the mention of those four words. He could discern the crystal's purpose merely from its name. Lin Yi nodded. One longevity crystal can grant you an additional 50 years of life. He then infused the black orb into the golden crocodile, Douluo's body. Upon merging with the crystal, the golden crocodile, Douluo's eyes widened as he felt an overwhelming surge of life energy within him. Those around observed the transformation more clearly. Half of his white hair vanished, replaced by black locks, and his skin transitioned from withered to vibrant. He visibly appeared younger. At this moment, Qinghe quietly offered his mirror. After seeing his face in the reflection, the golden crocodile Douluo, filled with emotion, smashed the mirror to the ground. Qinghe, I must confess, I often felt I was nearing the end of my days, uncertain of how much longer I could accompany the Grand Elder. Now, it seems that an additional 50 years is not out of the question. The golden crocodile Douluo excitedly approached Lin Yi, bowing deeply in gratitude. However, Douluo interjected with a laugh. Ah, my dear brother, I may not even live another 50 years. But as soon as he spoke, he was met with a glare from Qinghe, prompting Douluo to suppress his laughter. Indeed, it seemed there was little humor in the matter. If only they could also obtain a longevity crystal for their elder. Qinghe gazed at Lin Yi with longing. Naturally, it would be even better if Lin Yi could show some goodwill and gift one freely. If his inner thoughts reached Lin Yi's ears, Lin Yi would undoubtedly retort, "What are you dreaming of? Why would I wish to extend my years?" This time, the system seemed particularly generous towards the golden crocodile Douluo. After his second attack, Lin Yi glanced at the panel, stunned. Damage taken, 104521. Remaining health, 9999967934457. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, Longevity Spirit Stone 1, 500 years. Host reward, Longevity Immortal Stone 1, 5,000 years. Having just encountered the dragon spear, Douluo, A misfortunate individual, he was now faced with the golden crocodile Douluo, a fortuitous one. By merely basking in his luck, Lin Yi gained 5,500 years of life. It was remarkable to think he could live long enough to drift across the sun and moon continent. Your damage is 104,521, classified as Black Intermediate, and your reward. Lin Yi turned to the golden crocodile Douluo, whose face was a canvas of anticipation. This time, the reward was a longevity spirit stone. Longevity? Spirit stone? The eyes of the golden crocodile Douluo sparkled, his lips trembling. How long can I live? Your lifespan is increased by 500 years. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Every expression was filled with awe and envy. While granting 50 years of life was already generous, to receive an additional 500 years was astounding. The golden crocodile Douluo joyfully leaped on the spot. His face beamed with excitement as he looked at his fellow elders. Initially, I thought I could accompany the Grand Elder for 50 more years, but unexpectedly, it has turned into 500. Qian Douluo, do you think I can live for another 500 years? Go accompany a ghost. Will you follow me to the underworld when my time comes? Lin Yi bestowed the black orb in his hand to the golden crocodile Douluo. After merging with the longevity spirit stone, the changes in the golden crocodile Douluo were even more pronounced. His white hair disappeared entirely. His physique grew taller and more robust. His facial features became chiseled, and the wrinkles vanished. Remarkably, he transformed into a youthful figure. The golden crocodile Douluo examined the changes in his body, filled with exhilaration, and turned to Xue Qinghe. Give me the mirror. Xue Qinghe resolutely shook his head. At that moment, the chrysanthemum Douluo generously tossed a mirror onto the platform. The golden crocodile Douluo caught it. Gazing in astonishment at his reflection and in sheer excitement, he smashed the mirror to the ground. The chrysanthemum Douluo, my friends, it seems I will be the last among you to depart this world. The golden crocodile Douluo joyfully declared to his fellow elders. Yet, it appeared that he had not successfully shared his joy with them. The expressions of the elders from the Hall of Offerings were filled with envy and resentment. The oldest among them had just transformed into the youngest. They could no longer sit still. The urgency was palpable. The worshippers exchanged glances, vying to ascend the platform. The elders could only watch helplessly, for in the presence of those more formidable, they were relegated to mere bystanders. The fervent shield-breaking movement continued until the stroke of midnight. After the group of cupping masters departed, Lin Yi checked the remaining health of the shield. 9999948462237. Today, a total of 4 million health points had been depleted, which was double that of yesterday, thanks to the swift actions of a few from the worship hall. Regrettably, there had been no instances of critical damage today. The closest they came was merely a drop of health away. Lin Yi couldn't help but curse the dragon spear Douluo for his unfortunate luck, pondering whether he had exhausted his health. In the Pope's hall, the sound of trickling water emerged from behind the curtain, with wisps of steam enveloping the surface of the pool, obscuring the woman's radiant form. Bibi Dong raised a long, fair leg, delicately scooping water with her jade-like hand, as a rose petal fell upon her knee, which she pinched between her fingers. Gazing at the petal, matching the hue of her lips, Lin Yi's visage appeared in her mind. Starting today, she would wear the black stockings he gifted her, though she wondered if they would appear odd. She had seen various lengths of socks, but never a pair that enveloped the entire leg and hip. After bathing, Bibi Dong emerged from the water, stepping onto the steps beside the pool. Glimmering droplets cascaded from her fair skin, her silhouette exhibiting a flawless curve, devoid of any excess flesh, embodying both voluptuousness and elegance. Draped in a sheer white veil, she retrieved a pair of black stockings from her soul guide. She pulled at them, noting their elasticity, yet wondered how something so thin could withstand wear. Deciding to proceed, she eagerly slipped her fair, rounded toes into the stockings. Gradually, she pulled them up along the contours of her calves, and upon reaching mid-thigh, she began dressing the other leg. Once adorned, Bibi Dong stood before the mirror. The black stockings indeed accentuated the length and beauty of her legs. However, as she glanced upwards, she suddenly noticed something rather conspicuous. Flushing, she realized why Lin Yi had suggested wearing something underneath. Hastily, she removed the stockings and donned an undergarment. The following morning, the once tranquil halls of the worshippers, elders, and Pope became abuzz with activity. Qian Daolu and 6 other worshippers, accompanied by Xue Qinghe, rushed from the worship hall, only to find Bibi Dong emerging from the Pope's hall alongside the 6 elders. The 2 groups exchanged knowing glances before silently making their way towards the spirit hall. Xue Qinghe, noticing Bibi Dong's unusual attire, remarked on her transformation. The long dress she typically wore had been replaced with a short skirt, and her legs were clad in what appeared to be a peculiar, sheer garment, revealing the color of her skin beneath. Yet, the overall effect was striking. With heels, a short skirt, and black stockings, Bibi Dong exuded an aura of sophistication. Having spent the night perfecting her ensemble, Bibi Dong, a stunning beauty, naturally desired to look her best. Even in unconventional stockings, she ensured her outfit was complete with a fitting top, skirt, and shoes. Delighted with her appearance, after a long evening of preparation, she began to appreciate the unique allure of the black stockings, pondering their potential appeal to men. Despite her ignorance of their psychology, those pants are quite fashionable. Where did you purchase them? Xue Qinghe inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. As a woman sensitive to fashion, she recognized the harmonious combination of the black stockings with Bibi Dong's attire. Lin Yi gifted me 100 pairs. Wearing them enhances all my attributes by 5%. Bibi Dong replied, causing Xue Qinghe to stop in her tracks, brows furrowed in confusion. Why would Lin Yi give you gifts? Bibi Dong turned back in this spirit city. Many from both empires have sent gifts to me. Why should it be strange for Lin Yi to do so? All right, you have quite the influence, Xue Qinghe smiled, though her teeth clenched in jealousy. Bibi Dong chuckled. If you ask nicely, I might consider giving you 10 pairs. Not a chance, Xue Qinghe shot back, falling in line behind Qian Daolu. The 14 titled Douluo formed a line, slowly approaching the platform. At that moment, the cupping masters on the platform noticed the unfolding scene, their faces reflecting clear despair. No, please don't, they cried in desperation. Bibi Dong, her expression stern, took a step forward, arms crossed. Long Spear Elder, it's time to clear the area. Your Majesty, may I have Barrett back? A weary-looking Long Spear asked. 3. Bibi Dong began to count down. Understood. Long Spear Douluo hurried forward, unleashing his martial spirit, driving the cupping masters back as he had done the day before. Bibi Dong smiled approvingly, advancing without any intention of allowing Qian Daolu to take the stage first, despite him being the true power within the Spirit Hall. Grandfather, will you just let her take the lead? Xue Qinghe complained. Qian Daolu sighed. Let her go. She holds grudges. Once she has done, it will be my turn. As Bibi Dong ascended the platform, she cast a slight smile at Lin Yi, her long legs irresistibly alluring. Senior, it's good to see you again. Lin Yi opened his eyes, momentarily stunned. Bibi Dong had indeed donned the black stockings he gifted her. Strangely, he felt a sense of anticipation akin to gifting a girlfriend stockings, only to have her excitedly show them off. Moreover, one could not help but admire Bibi Dong's figure. Her attire was truly enchanting. The purpose of the black stockings? To subtly reveal the skin beneath. Of course, one must possess flawless legs to pull off such a look. Bibi Dong and the black stockings were a match made in heaven. Yet as an actor, Lin Yi was trained to maintain a composed demeanor at all times. He nodded coolly, saying nothing, which left Bibi Dong feeling somewhat displeased. Was he not a man? She had worn his gift, yet he displayed no reaction. It seemed that drawing closer to him would be a challenging endeavor. Senior, I'm about to launch my attack, she declared. Bibi Dong nodded, choosing once again to unleash her sixth spirit skill. With the enhancement of black stockings, this sixth spirit skill would undoubtedly surpass her previous attempt. Sixth spirit skill, blood-sucking spider sting. A series of violet spider stings suspended in midair shot towards Lin Yi with great speed. The sound of shattering echoed as each sting met Lin Yi, disintegrating upon contact. Bibi Dong had long since accepted this outcome. After the intense barrage subsided, she stepped forward and inquired, Senior, has the damage increased? Damage taken, 141296. Remaining health, 999994705 Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, partial script of Bibi Dong's origin. Host reward, complete script of Bibi Dong's origin. Lin Yi glanced at the panel, not initially focusing on the damage, but rather on the rewards. The rewards were somewhat surprising, yet it must be said that they held no significance for Lin Yi. However, for Bibi Dong, this reward was of great importance. Senior? Bibi Dong called out again. Lin Yi returned to reality, looked at her, and replied, "The damage is 141,296. This time, the damage calculated is quite exquisite, precisely 5% higher than your last 6-spirit skill." Bibi Dong silently calculated in her mind and realized it was indeed true. It appeared that the effect of the stockings was not mere exaggeration. Such beautiful stockings with such efficacy would surely be snatched up by countless female spirit masters if sold on the continent. "What is my reward?" Lin Yi turned his gaze towards her. "Your reward is a fragment of prophecy related to you. Authenticity is at your discretion." "My prophecy?" Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, as this reward was unexpected. Lin Yi raised the black orb in his hand and flicked it towards Bibi Dong. At that moment, a vision appeared in her mind. She saw a man clad in dark red armor, wielding a long sword, poised to strike the six-winged angel god, but was abruptly intercepted by a figure in purple-black armor. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in shock as she stumbled back. She recognized the six-winged angel god as Qian Renxue, while the figure in purple-black armor appeared to be herself, seemingly having inherited the power of the Shura deity. Why? Who is this man in dark red armor? Why is he doing this? Then, Bibi Dong saw another familiar figure, Yu Shaojing. To her astonishment, the man in dark red armor was standing alongside Yu Shaojing. As she beheld her own tragic fate in the moment of her demise, she finally snapped back to reality, gazing at Lin Yi with a dazed expression. "Senior, what was that vision?" "A glimpse of your demise," Lin Yi replied. Bibi Dong shook her head in disbelief. Lin Yi inhaled deeply. He too could see the vision Bibi Dong had seen. "Come closer. I must speak with you." With a grim expression, Bibi Dong nodded and knelt before Lin Yi. The audience around them remained oblivious to the content of their conversation and the reason for her pallor. "Allow me to briefly introduce the characters and background involved," Lin Yi began. Bibi Dong nodded in understanding. "The man in red is Tang San. The man in black is Yu Shaojing. They share a master-disciple relationship, and Tang San is the son of Tang Hao." Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you implying that Yu Shaojing took Tang Hao's son as his disciple?" "Indeed." Bibi Dong remained silent for a long moment, then suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Her gaze filled with sorrow. Yu Shaojing, fully aware of the enmity between the Spirit Hall and Tang Hao, still chose to take his son as a disciple, truly characteristic of him. You waged war, establishing the Spirit Empire in an attempt to unify the continent, while Tang San and Yu Shaojing's team opposed you. Ultimately, you were slain by Tang San, who inherited the Shura deity's power. Lin Yi's introduction was succinct. Bibi Dong remained silent, her complexion as pale as death. Lin Yi took a deep breath. "In this matter, it is not for me to determine who is virtuous and who is villainous. I merely deliver to you the reward you are entitled to." Bibi Dong murmured, "Unification of the continent. Is it not preferable to a tripartite balance? Is my spirit hall truly the embodiment of evil? What have the two empires done for spirit masters? What has my spirit hall done? What justification do they have for rebellion?" Lin Yi remained silent, refraining from commenting, while those around them were unaware of the nature of their discussion. "I understand now. Thank you, Senior." Bibi Dong coldly bowed to Lin Yi. She rose, momentarily in a daze, and attempted to depart. "Do you wish to forfeit your second attack?" Lin Yi waited, observing her retreating figure. Bibi Dong halted, shaking her head. "Apologies, I momentarily forgot." She steadied her breath, temporarily setting aside her earlier thoughts. Before arriving, Bibi Dong had resolved that her first attack would still be the 6th spirit skill, but for her second, she intended to employ her 5th spirit skill in her martial spirit true form. 7th spirit skill, Spider Monarch true form. 5th spirit skill, Heavenly Web. In her martial spirit true form, Bibi Dong donned a splendid uniform adorned with spider web patterns, and even her black stockings transformed into fishnet stockings woven from spider silk. This sight left Qian Douluo and Shui Qinghe momentarily stunned. How did her martial spirit true form result in a change of attire? Commence the attack. Bibi Dong exhaled deeply, her eyes filled with sorrow, her mood still unlifted. Damage taken, 160143. Remaining health, 9999945478891. Damage level, black, advanced, random reward, 50, 05 bullets. Host reward, 100, 05 bullets. Understanding Bibi Dong's dismal mood, Lin Yi directly announced the damage. 160143, black advanced, reward is 50 bullets. Upon finishing, He tossed the black orb reward into Bibi Dong's hands. She cradled the 50 bullets, a faint smile crossing her lips. Did Lin Yi truly comprehend her inner thoughts? It seemed that what she desired had indeed materialized. However, upon gazing at the bullets, Bibi Dong's expression suddenly turned cold. She turned to Zhu Douluo. "Yu Guan, investigate the current whereabouts of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Preview, Black Stockings. Barrett, Yu Xiaojiang." Zhu Douluo was momentarily taken aback. They had heard none of the conversation between Bibi Dong and Lin Yi. To investigate people suddenly. Yu Guan wore a smile. "Your Highness, might I first complete today's 2 attacks before proceeding?" Bibi Dong regarded him with an unyielding authority. "Complete the investigation promptly and return. Otherwise, you need not come back tomorrow." Zhu Douluo recoiled, not daring to utter another word, and turned to Ghost Douluo, irritably commanding, "You, come with me." "Your Highness clearly called for you," Ghost Elder retorted. "Ghost Elder is also going," Bibi Dong coldly stated. The expression of Ghost Douluo visibly waned. "Yes, Your Majesty, let us hurry," Zhu Douluo urged Ghost Douluo, and the two hastily departed from the stands. They hoped that by the time they returned, Senior Lin Yi would still be present. Watching them leave, Lin Yi refocused his attention. Given Bibi Dong's personality, she would likely adopt a better to kill the wrong person than to let one go approach towards anyone capable of threatening her life, or that of Qian Renxue, or jeopardizing her grand ambitions. With that in mind, he wished Tang San good fortune. Lin Yi was indifferent to Tang San. He neither disliked nor was particularly fond of him. In this Douluo continent, Lin Yi simply wished to be an observer, unlocking his divine body and collecting rewards from critical hits. That was his purpose. As Bibi Dong concluded her actions, Qian Douluo ascended to the stands. At that moment, he noticed a sign that had been erected at some point, stating, "Highest damage record, 199, 999, level, black high, holder, dragon spear Douluo." Qian Douluo inhaled deeply. Although he had yet to engage seriously, it was disconcerting that a mere elder held the damage record while he, the Grand Priest, was present. Nevertheless, rewards took precedence over honor. Qian Douluo was not inclined to contest such records. He was eager to claim his rightful rewards first. At that moment, not only Qian Douluo, but also the titled Douluo in the audience took note of the wooden plaque. The data inscribed on it ignited a sense of competitive spirit among them. After all, Dragon Spear Douluo had previously been recognized as the weakest titled Douluo within the Spirit Hall. How could he hold such a record? "Senior, I am preparing to attack," Qian Douluo stated respectfully, treating Lin Yi as if he were an ATM. Lin Yi nodded. Upon receiving the cue, Qian Douluo slowly exhaled. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Spirit True Body. First Soul Skill. Judgment Sword. A magnificent golden light erupted from Qian Douluo, and a colossal angelic apparition emerged behind him. Lin Yi raised his gaze slightly. It seemed that Qian Douluo and his companions had thoroughly studied the issue of damage increment. The combination of soul skills with the true body of the martial spirit aimed to achieve a gradual increase in damage, a clever strategy indeed. However, as long as they did not incur losses, Lin Yi would undoubtedly profit immensely. In that moment, Qian Douluo resembled a deity descending from the heavens. The angelic silhouette mimicked his movements, raising his sword, and, as the blade descended, the air grew scorching and tumultuous. A thunderous roar reverberated, making the ground tremble beneath their feet. Boom! The sword struck down like a meteor, sending ripples of gold cascading around Lin Yi. Qian Douluo widened his eyes, immediately retracting his martial spirit. He slightly turned to evade the returning force from Lin Yi, yet he could not help but feel a sense of frustration. In these times, even limit Douluos feared being harmed by the rebound of their own attacks. It was simply absurd. Damage taken, 184, 642. Remaining health, 999, 994, 364. 578. Damage level, black, high. Random reward, 4-character battle armor, right arm gauntlet and forearm armor. Host reward, complete set of 4-character battle armor, total of 11 pieces. Lin Yi gazed at the rewards, astonished. The 4-character battle armor, which only appeared in the third part of the original work, was unexpectedly included in the reward pool. In the original story, the 4-character battle armor was an incredibly formidable entity. To put it succinctly, a 4-character battle armor master possessed strength comparable to a limit Douluo, granting one the ability to soar to new heights. Such was the allure of technology. Moreover, once integrated, it could be nurtured with soul power and mental energy, allowing for gradual enhancement with virtually no upper limit. Lin Yi believed that a complete set of 4-character battle armor was approximately equivalent to a reward of red high or above. Your damage is 184, 642, black high, with the reward being part of the 4-character battle armor, the right arm gauntlet and forearm armor. Clearly, upon hearing this new term, Douluo appeared bewildered. After all, this was a high-tech creation from 2 millennia ago. Wait, did this attack actually exceed 180,000? Douluo suddenly furrowed his brow, inquiring. Lin Yi nodded. Your martial spirit true body directly increased the power of your first soul skill by 80,000 damage. Damn, Douluo exclaimed, feeling vexed. I miscalculated the damage. This output exceeds that of my 4th soul skill, which I haven't even used yet. It's a waste. Lin Yi twitched his lips. In truth, a downgrade in rewards would not be a significant loss, as ultimately, they would encounter a reduction in rewards due to insufficient damage compared to the previous occasion. But that won't do, at least not now. Douluo lamented in frustration. Lin Yi raised the black orb in his hand and tossed it towards Douluo's right arm. This is your reward. The black orb transformed mid-air upon contact with Douluo's body, instantly morphing into a segment of golden forearm armor. The armor adhered seamlessly to Douluo's skin. What is this reward? Douluo asked, astonished as he stared at his right arm. This armor has amplification properties. You may understand it as a right arm bone. While it does not confer a soul skill, it will enhance all attributes of your right arm by 100%. Bibi Dong's eyes widened, equivalent to wrapping 20 strands of black silk. Douluo listened in astonishment, feeling a shift within him as the armor fused into his arm. With a thought, he commanded it to reappear, and the armor manifested once more, glimmering with starlight. Moreover, he could already perceive the amplification Lin Yi had mentioned. In that instant, he felt as though his right arm was exalted, a sensation born from the stark disparity in physical strength. But why only my right arm? Your damage is insufficient. You can only manifest the enhancement on your right arm. Douluo felt deeply insulted by this statement, especially as a limit Douluo. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, well, given the circumstances, now that my damage has reached 180,000, I must strive for the red reward pool. Senior, what was the damage of my first soul skill? 100,000. Douluo chuckled, glancing at his right arm. Isn't this armor supposed to enhance my prior attributes by 100%? Very well, for this second attack, I shall break the 20,000 mark. 50. The first red level damage has been achieved. Second update. Are you ready to proceed with the second attack? Lin Yi inquired, observing Douluo's eager demeanor with a smile. Yes. I intend to test this arm armor. Douluo nodded, taking a step back, his heart filled with anticipation. He extended his right hand, and sparkling points of light appeared upon his forearm and palm, followed by a layer of golden armor materializing. Only Douluo knew that at this moment, his right arm was brimming with a desire for destruction, an immense power yearning to be unleashed. First soul skill, Judgment Sword. Once again, it was the first soul skill. However, this time, it was different. Douluo no longer wielded the angelic sacred sword with both hands, but instead held it solely with his right hand, which was adorned with battle armor. For a fleeting moment, an ethereal angelic figure appeared behind him, illuminating the stands with divine light. Suddenly, a radiant golden aura emanated from his right hand. He let out a low roar, and the battle armor resonated with a hum as the angelic sacred sword, imbued with an indomitable spirit, struck down upon Lin Yi's neck. Boom! The sound echoed like an explosion, and as the blade made contact with Lin Yi, a burst of golden light rebounded fiercely from his body. Douluo's eyes widened in shock, unable to evade in time, and he was sent sliding back several meters before finally coming to a halt. Slowly, he lifted his head. The battle armor receded into his skin, and both the martial soul and the sacred sword vanished from sight. Everyone present stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's response. After a brief moment, Lin Yi opened his eyes and silently raised his right hand. A smile graced his lips as he revealed a deep crimson orb of light in his grasp. Douluo was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately summoned his right arm armor and excitedly pressed a kiss upon it. This artifact was truly extraordinary. Regardless of the circumstances, it doubled the damage inflicted. One must wonder which soul bone could achieve such a feat. This was indeed something far more precious than a soul bone. What was it called again? The 4-character battle armor? Lin Yi glanced at the panel, feeling a flicker of excitement within. The red rewards pool had been triggered for the first time. Damage taken, 201347. Remaining health, 9999994163452. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, mastery of Bodhi blood technique, self-blood. Host reward, mastery of advanced Bodhi blood technique, any blood. Lin Yi gazed at the rewards, silently praising their magnificence. Could this be a fortuitous beginning? The first red reward turned out to be red as well. Observing the faces of those around him, filled with excitement and anticipation, Lin Yi waved the crimson orb in his hand and clearly articulated, "Allow me to briefly explain the specific classification of red damage levels. When damage reaches 200,000, it qualifies as red level damage, which ranges from 200,000 to 500,000. From 200,000 to 300,000 is classified as beginner red damage. From 300,000 to 400,000 is intermediate red damage. From 400,000 to 500,000 is advanced red damage, and anything above 500,000 constitutes golden damage." The crowd gazed at the crimson orb in Lin Yi's hand, and even though they had not dealt the damage themselves, they felt an exhilarating thrill. The first to unleash red damage was indeed the esteemed Grand Offering. Qian Douluo turned to Lin Yi. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, about the damage and reward I just received? Your damage was 201,347, thus reaching beginner red damage, and the reward is an advanced concealed weapon technique named Bodhi Blood." Upon completing his statement, Lin Yi tossed the crimson orb towards Qian Douluo. The orb merged into Qian Douluo's body, instantly granting him knowledge of the Bodhi Blood crafting technique. Observing Qian Douluo's astonished expression, Lin Yi remarked, "I trust you have grasped it. By releasing your own blood infused with soul power through a special technique, you will generate an immensely powerful explosive force. Moreover, this is not a one-time consumable. You can utilize it as many times as your blood allows." Qian Douluo swallowed hard. "I need to digest this thoroughly. You may process it, but do not hastily test it." Hearing this, Xue Qinghe below the stage sheepishly touched his forehead. It was precisely because he had used the previous concealed weapon that a valuable black raid reward had slipped from his grasp. Every time he thought of it, he wished to slap himself. At that moment, a young man passed by Xue Qinghe, eagerly inquiring, "Grand Offering, is it my turn now?" This individual was none other than the second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo. He could not deny that the crimson orb stirred his envy. Although he was unaware of the specific reward the Grand Offering had obtained, its red classification promised something exceptional. Furthermore, one could glean its significance from the Grand Offering's expression. Casting a bland glance at the seemingly younger second offering, Qian Douluo replied, "Allow His Highness the Prince to go first. He is our guest." "Very well. I shall heed the Grand Offering's words." The second offering, somewhat disgruntled, stepped down from the stage, casting an odd look at Xue Qinghe. Surely this lad was not involved with the Grand Offering? He appeared youthful and delicate. Xue Qinghe smiled and promptly ascended the platform. "Thank you, Grand Offering. I pay my respects to Elder Lin Yi. It has been a while since we last met." "You met him just yesterday," Qian Douluo remarked, puzzled by Xue Qinghe's demeanor. A hint of embarrassment crossed Xue Qinghe's face. Could he admit he had merely been nervous? Yet, when he turned to Lin Yi, he found him seated, completely indifferent. Feeling somewhat deflated, Xue Qinghe discreetly glanced at Qian Douluo and silently positioned himself behind his grandfather. "Shall we commence our assault, Grand Offering?" Since Lin Yi chose not to engage with him, there was no time to waste. He was eager to discover what rewards awaited him today. "Are you prepared?" "Yes." After calculating the damage dealt alongside his granddaughter during their previous collaboration, Qian Douluo decided to employ his fourth soul skill this time. Here, his fourth soul skill would prove to be quite beneficial. A gentle golden light enveloped Qian Douluo as he invoked fourth soul skill, Angel's Eye. As his words fell, a powerful beam of golden light erupted from above his head. A golden eye slowly opened, locking its gaze upon Lin Yi seated ahead. Concurrently, An array of razor-sharp light swords shot forth from the angel's eye, raining down upon Lin Yi. Once the assault concluded, Qian Douluo instinctively unleashed his soul power to defend, shielding Qinhe, who stood behind him. There was no choice. Lin Yi's innate defenses would reflect a portion of the damage back. Damage taken, 184. 563. Remaining health, 9999939833127. Damage level, black, advanced. Random reward, mastery of purple extreme demon eye technique. Host reward, mastery of all techniques in the Xiantian treasure record. Lin Yi gazed at the rewards, an involuntary smile creeping onto his face. Tang San, oblivious to the unfolding events, was on the verge of having his hidden cards completely stripped away. At that moment, a vivid image flashed through Lin Yi's mind. In the future, when Tang San confronted Qian Renxue, Tang San, purple extreme demon eye. Qian Renxue, purple extreme demon eye. Tang San. Today, we shall have 2 updates, with 3 more to follow tomorrow. The plot will delve into Bibi Dong's assassination of Yu Xiaojiang. Thank you for visiting Qimao to read. Qimao offers free novels, providing readers with a century's worth of literature. A plethora of authentic books awaits you. We welcome your comments and support. 51. The Second Red, Angel's 9th Trial Sacrifice Card. First update. What is the elder smiling about? Qinhe inquired, puzzled. Lin Yi's smile faded, his expression growing cold as he fixed his gaze upon him. You are mistaken. I am not smiling. Clearly you are. Qinhe mentally retorted. It was evident that Lin Yi was capable of smiling, and when he did, he bore the countenance of a bright and youthful individual. It is perplexing to comprehend why he consistently exhibits such an icy demeanor, coupled with an intense determination towards self-destruction. Qian Renxue feels that Lin Yi is imbued with countless untold stories. The recent damage inflicted was 184, 563, a black elite level, and the reward obtained was a technique known as the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. After Lin Yi spoke, he coldly flicked the black orb of light onto Qinhe. Upon merging with the orb, Qinhe blinked, his expression remarkably intriguing. Qian Douluo, intrigued, leaned closer and inquired, "What is the Purple Extreme Demon Eye?" Qinhe replied joyfully, "It is a technique specifically designed to train the eyes using mental power, enhancing vision and enabling mental force attacks. It is divided into 4 realms. I currently reside in the first realm, observation, but due to my robust mental power, I believe it won't be long before I reach the subtle realm. Apologies." But Lin Yi still wished to smile. He truly wished for Tang San to stand here and listen to Qinhe's introduction of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The expression on that fellow's face would undoubtedly be priceless. Qian Douluo's reflections were particularly profound at this moment. He noticed that Qinhe's eyes turned violet while speaking, and during their eye contact, it felt as though his mental sea was being invaded by his granddaughter. It was as if all his actions and nuances were laid bare under Qinhe's gaze. Astonishing, utterly astonishing. Where did these techniques originate? They were unheard of, yet their efficacy was undeniably formidable. For instance, that Bodhi blood. Qian Douluo believed even a limit Douluo might not emerge unscathed from its assault. When he glanced back at Lin Yi, both grandfather and granddaughter's expressions had transformed into fervent admiration, treating Lin Yi as if he were an idol. Now that they had comprehended the technique, it was time to launch a second attack. Others were still waiting. Lin Yi stated coldly, "Let us proceed." Around the grandfather and granddaughter, aside from Bibi Dong, who had already completed her attack, the rest bore the ravenous gazes of wolves. They desired red rewards, especially Long Jiao and Ci Tun, whose soul skills were nearly depleted. Any further attempts would rely solely on luck to tap into the red reward pool. Good. Let us return to our previous positions. Qian Douluo promptly moved to the front, while Qinhe took her place behind him. "Grandfather, I too wish for red." Qinhe called out eagerly from the back. Qian Douluo frowned. "Let's proceed step by step. Your starting damage is already high. The subsequent challenges will be arduous. However, fear not, for I shall do all in my power to ensure your rewards remain above red." "Thank you, grandfather. You are the best," Qinhe thought joyfully. After years apart, Qian Douluo longed to protect her tenderly. 5th soul skill, Holy Fire Incineration. As Qian Douluo unleashed his soul skill, Qinhe's auxiliary soul skill simultaneously enveloped him. This auxiliary skill was, in fact, Qian Renxue's sixth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. Upon release, it granted a 50% enhancement to himself and over 30% to his teammates, thereby providing a significant advantage in both individual and team combat. Qian Douluo spread his arms, and the angelic silhouette behind him mirrored the gesture, raising its jade-like hand above his head. A blazing white orb coalesced rapidly, resembling a miniature sun, radiating an intense heat and brilliance that even caught Lin Yi's attention. Qian Daoliu's flames were distinct from his own extreme heat. His flames belonged to the true fire of the sun, infused with a powerful light attribute, while Lin Yi's flames represented sheer, unadulterated heat. Boom! The blazing white orb descended upon Lin Yi, exploding outward. Qian Daoluo quickly unfurled his wings to shield himself from the rebounding flames. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Yi, seated calmly on the ground, extended his right hand forward with an expression of tranquility. His fingers spread wide, and the blazing white flames instantly froze mid-air. He clenched his fist. Whoosh! All the suspended flames roared and rapidly dissipated into nothingness. Lin Yi retracted his fist, as if nothing had transpired. Observing Qian Daoliu's astonished expression, Lin Yi calmly explained, "Do not worry. I merely feared this flame would scorch my territory. Your damage remains unaffected." Qian Daoluo was not concerned about that. He was astonished that Lin Yi could also command the true fire of the sun. But wait, how could he forget? Lin Yi even possessed the divine power of the six-winged angel. Controlling the true fire of the sun was trivial in comparison. Qian Daoluo quickly reconciled himself to this notion, though it did little to diminish the shock Lin Yi's fire manipulation evoked within him. Only Lin Yi understood that he had not utilized divine powers. The system had gifted him fire control proficiency, and thus the true fire of the sun naturally fell under his command. Health loss, 214, 324. Remaining health, 999, 993, 770. 453. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, Angel 9th Trial Sacrifice card. Host reward, Angel 9th Trial Pass card. Lin Yi glanced at the panel, unable to suppress a smile. The system was remarkably user-friendly. He found himself quite enamored with it. Damage of 214, 324, red beginner level. Also a new damage record. After speaking, Lin Yi adjusted the wooden plaque beside him. Highest damage record, 214, 324 level. Red beginner holder, Xue Qinghe, Qian Daoluo. Xue Qinghe stared blankly at the scene before him, his heart racing with excitement. Red damage, red damage. Grandfather is incredible. If not for the presence of so many others, he would have surely embraced Qian Daoluo in jubilant celebration. However, Qian Daoluo's gaze fixated on the plaque, his eyes twitching, now that they had achieved red damage. The subsequent requirements would visibly increase in difficulty. My granddaughter, you may be elated, but poor grandfather bears the burden. Elder, what is the reward? Xue Qinghe impatiently inquired. Lin Yi, holding a red orb of light, cast a deep glance at the grandfather and granddaughter duo. The reward is the Angel 9th Trial Sacrifice card. Xue Qinghe paused momentarily. What is this? I do not comprehend. Lin Yi calmly responded. Those who undertake the Angel 9 trial are typically those qualified to truly become six-winged angels. Yet passing the 9th trial requires the sacrifice of a six-winged angel's guardian. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe stood motionless for a long while. As realization dawned on him, he took several steps back in disbelief. Is that so? Xue Qinghe turned to Qian Daoluo, his expression one of utter shock. Qian Daoluo scratched his head, forcing a smile. Seeing Xue Qinghe's incredulous stare, he reluctantly stifled his smile and sighed. It is unavoidable. This is my destiny as a guardian of the six-winged angel. So you've kept this from me all along? Xue Qinghe's eyes brimmed with tears. Qian Daoluo gazed at him with a hint of helplessness. Everything your grandfather has done is for you. As long as you inherit the divinity, it would be the best reward for him. I have no intention of inheriting any divinity. I only wish for my grandfather's safety. Xue Qinghe exclaimed passionately. At that moment, the spectators below could only observe the apparent dispute between Qian Daoluo and Xue Qinghe, unable to discern the words exchanged. Perhaps it was a matter of reward distribution that had gone awry. Stop your nonsense. You will do as I say. I am your grandfather. I refuse. I do not want to inherit divinity. I cannot bear the thought of my grandfather dying because of me. How dare you? Qian Daolu approached Xue Qinghe, seemingly ready to strike him. Lin Yi, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his ears. What a melodramatic family drama this is. Could you two please allow me to finish introducing the rewards before deciding to quarrel? Only then did Qian Daolu and Xue Qinghe turn their attention to Lin Yi, their emotions still running high. However, they were unconcerned about Lin Yi overhearing their conversation. After all, he seemed to know their circumstances all too well by now. The so-called Angel's Ninth Trial Sacrifice card is a card that can replace the guardian deity for sacrifices. With this card, your grandfather need not perish. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was momentarily stunned, quickly wiping away his tears as he asked Lin Yi, "Is that true?" Qian Daolu, in disbelief, exclaimed, "If such a thing exists, it would surely be a divine blessing. Who would willingly choose death?" Lin Yi nodded. "The rewards I offer are entirely genuine." After saying this, he flicked a red orb toward Xue Qinghe, which transformed into a floating golden card. The card bore the image of a six-winged angel, with the words "sacrifice" prominently displayed on the front. Xue Qinghe trembled as he carefully took hold of the card, treasuring it as it could mean the difference between life and death for his grandfather. He reverently stored it within his soul guide. With a deep breath, Xue Qinghe knelt before Lin Yi, saying earnestly, "If you can save my grandfather's life, I will owe you a debt I cannot repay." Qian Daolu stepped forward, his expression complex. As the grand offering, he bowed deeply to Lin Yi, a full 90 degrees. After straightening up, he gazed at Xue Qinghe's profile, filled with mixed emotions. As a grandfather, how could he not wish to witness his granddaughter's growth? He turned to Lin Yi with unwavering resolve. "From now on, should you require anything, Qian Daolu will be at your service." Lin Yi raised his hand to halt their fervent gratitude. He pointed at Qian Daolu. "Do not utter another word of thanks or promises of benefits." He then pointed at Xue Qinghe, sternly adding, "And you, do not come to embrace me a second time." Surprisingly, Xue Qinghe felt that impulse rising again. Embarrassed, he nodded at Lin Yi and withdrew his foot that was poised to step forward. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, there are others waiting." "Understood." Qian Daolu released his soul power and departed the platform alongside Xue Qinghe. Bibi Dong observed them, whispering, "What just transpired?" Everyone was saying you two quarreled over the reward distribution. Xue Qinghe, beaming at Lin Yi atop the platform, responded, "What is it to you? It's none of your concern." "I have no interest in your affairs," Bibi Dong replied, rolling her eyes, not getting along with Xue Qinghe. At this moment, the second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo, hurriedly ascended the platform. After transforming into a handsome young man, he found that his energy levels had doubled. He could stay up late, drink, and even engage in close combat. Now, he found Lin increasingly agreeable. "Senior, it's my turn," Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed excitedly. "Please." Just as Bibi Dong was observing the battle tactics of the second offering, an urgent call echoed nearby. Your Majesty, we have returned." Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo rushed through the crowd to the side of the platform. They did not immediately report to Bibi Dong, but instead focused on the scene unfolding on the platform. It seemed that they were more concerned about who was attacking Lin Yi at that moment than reporting their mission to Bibi Dong. "Look at the second offering. Why not drop another longevity spirit stone and turn him back into a baby?" "Indeed, then we could have our fun with him," Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo whispered, unaware that Bibi Dong's expression was growing colder. "Do you think I am invisible? What about the investigation results?" Snapped back to reality, they quickly looked at Bibi Dong, with Ghost Douluo stating, "The investigation revealed that Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San are currently at Shrek Academy in Heavendo City, which is the former location of the Blue Tyrant Academy. They are both teachers and students at the academy, preparing for the Soul Master competition." Bibi Dong frowned slightly. "Blue Tyrant Academy, isn't that? Good heavens. 214,324. The highest record? That is red damage." Suddenly, Juju Douluo exclaimed, interrupting Bibi Dong. He realized that he and Ghost Douluo had missed out on a lot. "What? Red damage? When did that happen? Where did you see this?" Ghost Douluo leaned in, peering over the edge of the platform. "You too. Do you want to die?" Bibi Dong ground her teeth. The two were startled and quickly retreated, standing timidly before Bibi Dong. "Blue Tyrant Academy. The one where the principal is Lu Erlong's school?" "Yes, that's correct." Bibi Dong's pupils dilated. "Yu Xiaojiang went to find Lu Erlong?" "Huh. No wonder. Bibi Dong sneered, and the last shred of hope she had for Yu Xiaojing was completely shattered. Yu Xiaojing, what reason could you possibly have for me not to kill you? Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong turned towards the spear hall. Step aside, she commanded sharply, causing the surrounding soul masters to scatter in fear. What has gotten into the Pope? She seems furious, a few elders whispered among themselves, observing Bibi Dong's tall figure. Hey, didn't you think the Pope looked exceptionally beautiful today? The porcupine Douluo suddenly asked. Only after Bibi Dong had left did he dare to voice this opinion. Indeed, great minds think alike. I absolutely adore those black stockings, especially on the Pope's legs. The bear Douluo rubbed his hands together, grinning with delight. The excitement on the platform continued, yet the highest damage record displayed on the board remained unchanged at 214324, achieved by the combined efforts of Xue Qinghe and Qian Douluo. The damage output from Dragon Spear Douluo was also revealed today. First attempt, 194,531. Second attempt, 198,463. He's gone mad. It seems that whether it was due to a better state yesterday or some other reason, today's attacks did not surpass yesterday's results. Due to the two injuries not being part of a normal progression, the quality of rewards was reduced from Black Advanced to Black Intermediate. The Dragon Spear Douluo, clutching 2 Black Intermediate rewards, was once again carried back, spitting blood. As dusk approached in the Qiando Palace, Xue Yi walked along the long corridor, glancing at the sky. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked a nearby attendant, "Has Qinghe not returned yet?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "What on earth happened?" "I am not certain. Should I send someone to Wuhuan City to check?" Xue Yi's brows knitted into a frown. The relationship between the Wuhuan Hall and the two great empires was deteriorating. Could it be that they had sinister intentions at this moment? Had they detained Xue Qinghe in Wuhuan City? Logically, he should have returned by yesterday afternoon. Send a few agile soul masters to investigate. They must be quick and report back to me immediately with any news, without delay. Xue Yi instructed gravely. Understood. Also, summon Sect Master Ning. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes. Watching the attendant leave, Xue Yi sighed. At this moment, the surface of the continent appeared calm, yet turmoil brewed beneath. He was unaware of the Wuhuan Hall schemes. He was also uncertain whether Xue Qinghe's delayed return signified the onset of their plans. It might be prudent to call Ning Fengji over to analyze Xue Qinghe's current situation before making any decisions. On a moonless, windy night at Shrek Academy, a voluptuous woman scaled the high walls. Bibi Dong traversed the towering barriers, her high heels clicking against the hard tiles, the smooth black stockings reflecting the moonlight. She ascended to the pinnacle of the tallest building. Standing on the rooftop, her cold gaze swept across the dimly lit windows of the academy, as if deliberately searching for someone. Finally, she zeroed in on one window. A middle-aged man with short black hair sat by the window, engrossed in a book. At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in a tight black outfit approached him with a tray of tea. They exchanged smiles as she handed him the tea, then tenderly massaged his shoulders from behind. Bibi Dong's expression turned frosty. She reached for her soul-guided device, extracting a sleek, gleaming Barrett sniper rifle. The gentle flutter of her skirt was stirred by the night breeze as she knelt, positioning the formidable weapon atop the rooftop. The dark, elongated barrel aimed at the window. Bibi Dong leaned closer to the scope, the crosshairs trained on Yu Xiaojing's temple. As the night air stirred, she silently counted down 3 seconds. Bibi Dong squeezed the trigger. Bang! A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle. The powerful recoil did not waver her resolve. The bullet swiftly shattered the glass, piercing Yu Xiaojing's temple. The scene was reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, as his head met the devastating impact of the bullet. His lifeless body slumped against the table. The room erupted in a scream from Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong rose, her demeanor icy. She blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle, her right foot, still in high heels, firmly planted on the rooftop as the Barrett rested atop her black stocking knee. With Yu Xiaojing dead, her sights were now set on the next target. Upon hearing the commotion, several soul masters rushed towards the source of the screams. Bibi Dong's cold eyes, through the scope, locked onto another figure, a young man clad in blue. She aimed at his head, preparing to pull the trigger once more. Just then, a life-threatening aura emerged. Bibi Dong looked up to see a dark red hammer approaching. Alarmed, she swiftly retreated to evade the blow while searching for the assailant. Suspended in midair was a burly man clad in black linen. "Who are you?" His deep voice resonated, obscured by shadows, preventing him from seeing Bibi Dong's visage. Yet she recognized his identity immediately. Tang Hao. Without hesitation, she coldly re-aimed the Barrett at him. Bang! The heated bullet sped towards Tang Hao. Such a trivial weapon. Can harm me? He scoffed, raising his massive palm to unleash his soul power. But the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. The diminutive weapon had pierced through his soul power barrier, creating a dark void in his palm, relying on his formidable physical defense. Tang Hao's hand remained intact, unlike Yu Xiaojiang's. What soul is this? Tang Hao exclaimed, taken aback. Bibi Dong smirked, her red lips curling. Opting not to linger any longer, she swiftly retracted the Barrett and fled towards Wuhuan City. If a confrontation ensued, she knew she could not compete with Tang Hao. Moreover, her current identity was ill-suited for this location. Stop! Tang Hao bellowed. He realized that she had intended to kill Tang San. He could not allow her to escape. An overwhelming wave of soul power surged from Tang Hao as he pursued Bibi Dong, unaware that she was fleeing towards Wuhuan City. The final wave of scraping masters had eaten their fill and departed. Lin Yi let out a deep sigh, assessing his remaining health. 9999904533642. So far, over 9 million had been depleted. A smile crept across his face. The day of breaking the shield is just around the corner. What a farce. How excruciatingly slow. With over 9,999 billion in health remaining, how long would this take? He needed to mobilize the two emperors to agree to his participation in the upcoming Soul Master competition and to amend the rules. This was an exceptional opportunity not to be missed. If it weren't for the system prohibiting self-harm, Lin Yi would genuinely want to beat himself up daily. He stood, stretching his limbs, preparing to rest in the small abode Bibi Dong had constructed for him. Just then he halted. His keen spiritual sense detected two soul power fluctuations approaching swiftly from afar. The latter presence was particularly formidable, radiating the second strongest aura he had encountered. Aside from Qian Douluo, presenting the third chapter, requesting votes and rewards, Lin Yi lingered outside, gazing towards the source of the approaching energy. His eyes gleaming with a purple light. Having mastered the purple extreme magic eye technique, his realm had been instinctively elevated to a micro level, eliminating the need for a training process. The advancement in his technique was as effortless as a meal. Utilizing the purple extreme magic eye, Lin Yi finally caught sight of two figures. The energy emanated from the pair, who were rapidly closing in on Wuhuan City. The individual at the forefront caught his attention. It was none other than Bibi Dong. Tang Hao pursued closely behind, and Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, not wishing to be recognized. As a dignified pope, her presence in Heaven-Do City for the purpose of murder would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall and even jeopardize Qian Renxue. If she could turn around and eliminate Tang Hao, it would be preferable, but she lacked absolute confidence, leaving her with no choice but to flee. However, as the Spirit Hall loomed near, Bibi Dong hesitated. She could not approach the Spirit Hall, so she turned her gaze to another direction, where Lin Yi stood on the viewing platform, gazing back at her. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. Bibi Dong smiled and ran towards Lin Yi's platform. "Senior, may I borrow your abode?" She breezed past him, enveloped in a fragrant aura, and swiftly entered his wooden cabin, shutting the door behind her. "Hey, you woman, did I consent to your entering my room?" Lin Yi frowned. At that moment, a whistling sound surged from above. Lin Yi looked up to see the dark red Haotian hammer descending from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous roar, causing the entire viewing platform to tremble violently. He steadied himself and focused on the point of impact. The granite used to construct the platform was shattered by the Haotian hammer, resulting in a third of the platform collapsing. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the destruction of his domain. Tang Hao extended his right arm, and the Haotian hammer returned to his grasp. "Hand her over, and I shall spare your life," he uttered in a low voice, approaching Lin Yi. 9 soul rings ascended from his being. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red. At that moment, Bibi Dong cautiously opened the door a crack, peeking outside. Lin Yi's expression turned icy as he surveyed the ruined platform. "You have destroyed my property. How do you intend to compensate?" His gaze fell upon Tang Hao. "It matters not what your martial soul is, nor your identity, nor the number or quality of your soul rings. You dare threaten me after demolishing my arena?" Lin Yi's dark eyes bore into Tang Hao, fingers cracking ominously. Child, I have no patience for negotiations. I shall repeat myself one final time. Either you surrender her, or you step aside. If not, I will ensure your demise alongside hers. Tang Hao growled, emanating an aura of slaughter that permeated the surroundings. Yet, to his astonishment, the youth standing on the platform appeared unaffected. I shall ask once more, will you compensate for the damage you have caused? Lin Yi's impatience was palpable. It was astonishing to witness Tang Hao's arrogance. Tang Hao's expression darkened, his massive hand gripping the Haotian hammer tightly. He raised the hammer to strike at Lin Yi, its size expanding dramatically in midair. Boom! The ground shook violently upon impact. A colossal shockwave radiated from the hammer, creating a series of explosive bursts in the air. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. The Haotian hammer had not struck down at all. The youth remained motionless, his only action being a cold tilt of his head. The massive hammer made contact with his shoulder, yet elicited no reaction whatsoever. Bibi Dong's expression was one of astonishment. While a capable warrior might have raised a hand to intercept Tang Hao's strike, Lin Yi was different. He possessed an extraordinary defense that rendered him indifferent to such an attack, absorbing it with his head and shoulder. Senior, you are indeed remarkable. How did you accomplish that? Tang Hao was utterly astounded, failing to sense any fluctuation of soul power from this young man. Lin Yi sighed, what a waste of breath. He clenched his right fist and launched an upward punch directly at the Haotian hammer. Bang! The hammer, spanning several meters, spun in midair before crashing into the ground beside Tang Hao, creating a deep crater. Ultimately, it was still the number one weapon martial soul. The fact that it had not shattered was already a small mercy. Lin Yi's expression remained cold as he descended the steps. He charged towards Tang Hao, who, startled, hastily raised the Haotian hammer defensively. Lin Yi paid him no heed, delivering another unadorned punch upon the Haotian hammer. Boom! The immense force from the hammer slammed into Tang Hao's chest, propelling him backward as he coughed up blood. Lin Yi, far from satisfied, continued his pursuit. He vanished from sight in an instant, his speed akin to the manipulation of spatial elements. Upon reaching a rooftop, he looked up to see Tang Hao soaring into the sky, his right leg radiating a faint glow, the flight ability of the right leg bone. It seemed that Tang Hao's physical defenses were formidable, having survived Lin Yi's punch and still able to utilize the soul bone, likely due to the Haotian hammer acting as a buffer. At that moment, Bibi Dong emerged from the cabin, her expression still dazed. Such strength, such speed. He is entirely relying on his physical prowess. Throughout the encounter, she had not witnessed a single fluctuation of soul power from Lin Yi. Perhaps this is the extent of what a divine being can achieve. Truly formidable. Just then, Lin Yi returned, and upon seeing him, Bibi Dong approached him, a hint of embarrassment in her gaze. Senior, he escaped. You shall compensate. Bibi Dong glanced at the collapsed platform, nodding obediently. I will summon people tomorrow to reinforce it. Shrek Academy. This night seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Ning Fengji, preparing to accept an invitation from the Heaven-Do royal family, was drawn by the commotion emanating from Shrek Academy. Concerned for Ning Rongrong's safety, he detoured to the academy accompanied by Qian Renxue and Gu Rong. Inside the room, the expressions of the gathered individuals were grim. Tang Xin knelt on the ground, his face darkened. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing wept softly, while Xiao Wu clung to Lu Erlong, her eyes red. Gu Rong retrieved a small white cloth and extracted a gilded bullet from the ground. He exchanged a shocked glance with Qian Renxue beside him. Is this tiny object what killed Master? Ning Fengji leaned on his staff, frowning. Bone uncle, are you certain? How can something so small cause such a gruesome death? He had seen Yu Xiaojiang's corpse, with his skull reduced to fragments. How could such a minuscule object wield such immense power? The power does not lie in the size of the weapon, but in the skill of its wielder. This must be some exceptionally potent hidden weapon, a blue-clad youth kneeling on the ground remarked. Tang San, do you think this is akin to your hidden weapons? Dai Mubai inquired. Tang San shook his head, similar yet not. This possesses greater power. The Zhuge Divine crossbow pales in comparison. The creator of this weapon must have exceptional mastery in the crafting of hidden weapons. Gu Rong gazed at the bullet, murmuring, could this possibly be a form of weapon martial soul? At this moment, Qian Renxue nodded slightly, expressing his belief that this should indeed be a weapon spirit, albeit one that has yet to be discovered. Tang San remained silent. Whether it is a weapon spirit or a hidden weapon, he is determined to unearth the culprit and avenge his teacher. The next day, before dawn, Lin Yi was awakened by a cacophony of sounds from outside. Upon opening his door, he was taken aback. It seemed that Bibi Dong had dispatched a construction crew. Dozens of individuals surrounded Lin Yi's platform, with some even unfurling blueprints for on-site study. By the time the sun rose and the masseurs began their work, the upgraded version of the platform was finally completed. This new design surpassed the previous version in opulence, adorned with gilded edges and ornate cloud patterns, and the steps have been increased by 5 levels, crafted from marble. It appeared that Bibi Dong had put forth considerable effort. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel inclined to commend her upon her arrival. However, he reconsidered. Praising women often leads to them becoming more demanding. Moreover, Lin Yi was aware that Bibi Dong had intentions to curry favor with him, aiming to draw him into the spirit hall's ranks. Such matters held no interest for him. He did not belong to any faction or hold any particular stance. Even in this new reality, he simply wished to be a passive observer, diligently breaking shields and peacefully unlocking divine potential. Their conflicts were of no concern to him. As he ascended the marble steps to the platform, Lin Yi paused, noticing a soft cushion placed where he typically sat. How thoughtful of Bibi Dong! He settled onto the cushion, taking a deep breath to center his thoughts. Indeed, sitting on a cushion felt markedly different from perching on hard stone. "Good morning, seniors." The masseurs greeted enthusiastically from below, but Lin Yi remained indifferent, his expression cold. Yet, everyone had grown accustomed to his demeanor. If he were ever to suddenly smile at someone, it would be truly remarkable. Is His Highness truly not returning to Heaven Do because of his person? A voice from the crowd suddenly questioned. The speakers were spies sent by the Snow Knight faction. They had initially believed that Xue Qinghe was imprisoned within the Spirit Hall, only to discover through inquiries that the prince had remained due to the allure of this seemingly reckless individual. I thought it would be a beauty, yet it turns out to be a mere youth. What could he possibly offer to attract His Highness? They murmured, perplexed by the crowd's enthusiasm. Suddenly, all the spirit masters around them hurriedly rushed in a singular direction, forming a long, winding queue around the platform. My goodness, their organization is astonishing, one spy exclaimed in disbelief. However, the ensuing scene left them even more astounded. These individuals were ascending the platform to unleash their spirit abilities against the youth, who, expressionless, responded by showering them with money, wave after wave, nearly knocking one spirit master unconscious with a hefty sum of gold spirit coins. It was absurd. The wealth he possessed seemed boundless. One spy gulped, his throat dry from witnessing such opulence. We have nothing else to do at the end of this line. Why not join in the excitement? He suggested. I find your reasoning sound. Xue Qinghe, observing Bibi Dong's silhouette, felt an inexplicable change in her demeanor compared to the previous day. Her attire remained consistent with yesterday's style, black stockings, a slender waist, and a short skirt, all quite pleasing to the eye. Most notably, he noticed that her mood seemed remarkably improved. Even her gait was notably lighter. The elders shared this sentiment. Upon meeting her today, the sovereign even smiled at them, while a sense of unexplainable happiness washed over them. It also stirred a sense of unease. She was never one to easily display such warmth. As she approached the platform, Bibi Dong surveyed the area and, after clearing it, spotted Lin Yi sitting on the cushion she had prepared for him, a subtle sense of accomplishment blooming within her. Just look at this luxurious and sturdy platform, and this soft cushion. Surely, this man should express some acknowledgement for her kindness, right? Clearing her throat, Bibi Dong signaled to Lin Yi that she was nearing. Lin Yi indeed acknowledged her. He opened his eyes, cast a fleeting indifferent glance her way, and then closed them once more. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Are you not going to show any courtesy, senior? She thought, resigned to the familiar dynamic, though at least he had opened his eyes this time. Hey look, it's His Highness. A spy finally spotted Xue Qinghe amidst a crowd of titled Douluo. Should we call out to him? Let us wait a moment. I'm curious why the Pope would be drawn to this youth. Surely, it can't be just for a handful of coins? One spy remarked seriously. Indeed, let us observe further. Clarifying this will aid us in reporting back to His Majesty. The sound of delicate high heels echoed against the marble steps as Bibi Dong gazed longingly at the youth before her, encountering someone even colder than herself for the first time. Senior, I'm about to make my move, she announced. Lin Yi nodded. How infuriating. It seemed he truly had no intention of uttering a simple thank you. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, inhaling deeply. 7th spirit skill, true body of the martial spirit. 6th spirit skill, blood-sucking spider sting. As her spirit manifested, dense purple spider silk entwined around Bibi Dong, rapidly weaving itself into a luxurious dress adorned with a web pattern. The threads cascaded down, forming a fishnet design on her long, slender legs. An ethereal glow enveloped her, leaving the spirit masters gazing in envy, unable to tear their eyes away. The spies, too, were captivated by her beauty in this spirit manifestation. Why does her spirit manifestation result in a change of attire? One spy questioned, bewildered. At that moment, another spirit master cast a scornful glance at the spy. New here, are you? Allow me to enlighten you. This is a reward for the Pope, a selectable form of the spirit that she previously acquired from Senior Lin Yi. Whatever form she desires for her spirit manifestation, she can attain it. Understand? The spy was left speechless. Are you jesting with me? Such a thing exists? He stammered, but before he could finish, another spy, astonished, nudged him. Look, it appears that the rewards are not limited to just spirit coins. Up on the platform, Bibi Dong held a purple-black scythe, her beautiful eyes shimmering. 56. Snow Knight. I desire longevity. Is it so wrong to tempt fate? Lin Yi glanced at the panel once more, confirming that the weapon in Bibi Dong's possession was indeed an artifact belonging to the Rakshasa god. This was a divine weapon. The scythe measured approximately 2 meters in length, with the blade itself spanning 80 centimeters. Its body was a deep purple-black, while the blade gleamed with a silvery sheen. Grasped in hand, it emanated a chilling and fearsome aura. The exclusive weapon of the Rakshasa god permitted a 1-month trial period. However, the weapon contained a heavy aura of malice, and given your current state, it is not advisable to use it for extended periods. I recommend limiting your exposure to the Rakshasa scythe to no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense each day. Bibi Dong nodded, her excitement palpable. An artifact. She had never anticipated the sensation of wielding such a divine relic would be so exhilarating. Within the scythe, she could feel a power vast and formidable, one she was not yet prepared to command. Xue Qinghe, watching from the sidelines, was filled with envy. Why had he already sustained red-level damage, but had yet to even catch a glimpse of six-winged angel? It was infuriating, especially considering the woman's luck seemed to surpass his own. Did I hear correctly? That an artifact? One of the Soul Master Scouts exclaimed in astonishment. Whether or not it was an artifact, I trust the Pope of the Spirit Hall can discern its authenticity. Judging by her demeanor, it is undoubtedly an artifact. Is the loot dropped random or fixed? The scout was genuinely bewildered. Of course, it is random. However, the quality of rewards varies according to the damage dealt. The Pope herself had achieved black-level high damage, thus dropping the artifact. A nearby Soul Master explained, finding the wait tedious and opting to enlighten the 2 new scouts. Good sir, may I inquire what rewards have been granted thus far? The scout eagerly asked the knowledgeable Soul Master. Oh, there have been numerous rewards. You have no idea of the vastness of Lin Yi's abilities. The enthusiastic Soul Master recounted all the rewards that had appeared over the past 2 days. After listing everything, save for a few particularly complex names and those muted on-site, the 2 scouts were left agape. We must return swiftly and relay this news to His Majesty. This revelation is far more explosive than the fact that the Crown Prince is detained here. Why has the Crown Prince sent word back? That seems rather inconsiderate. Enough talk. Let us hurry back. At the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xue Yi squinted at the 2 kneeling Soul Master Scouts before him, while Ning Fengji and 2 others sat nearby. Last night, Xue Yi had engaged in a lengthy discussion with Ning Fengji regarding Xue Qinghe's continued absence and the recent assassination of Yu Shaojing. They had ultimately concluded that the Spirit Hall could no longer restrain itself and was poised to take action. Yet now, upon hearing the scouts report that the Crown Prince was allegedly involved in some treasure-hunting endeavor, it felt as though they had all received a sudden, bewildering slap to the face. Had they truly misjudged the Spirit Hall? Your Majesty, Sect Master Ning, I realize this may sound hard to believe, but my brother and I witnessed it with our own eyes. The expressions of the 2 scouts suggested they were not lying. Fabricating such an incredulous tale seemed improbable. Xue Yi and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. Do not be alarmed, gentlemen. What treasures has that young man supposedly dropped? Ning Fengji inquired gently. The scout's eyes widened in excitement. I know this. Thankfully, we were informed by that kind-hearted gentleman. They recounted the information they had learned. Upon hearing, the expressions of Shui Yi and the others mirrored the absurdity of witnessing a mouse tormenting a cat. Such a thing as a longevity crystal truly exists? Is there genuinely something that can extend one's life? Shui Yi asked, astonished. Given his advanced age and declining health, he was uncertain how many years he had left. If such a treasure could be obtained, it would undoubtedly be a boon. Indeed, the second elder of the offerings hall, the golden crocodile, Douluo, has transformed into a youthful young man. We saw him today, lively and energetic, appearing even younger than the crown prince. Is that true? Qian Renxue interjected. The scouts nodded solemnly. If we speak any falsehoods, may lightning strike us. What troubles you, Brother Jian? Ning Fengji inquired, glancing at Qian Renxue. Shaking his head, Qian Renxue's countenance was filled with contemplation. It's just that my father once battled this golden crocodile Douluo. At that time, my father was still younger than him. The thought that someone older than his father had now become younger than the crown prince was nearly incomprehensible to Ning Fengji. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Wait, did you just say that the boy also dropped a weapon never before seen? The previously silent Gu Rong's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, it's a weapon that requires two components to unleash an attack, known as a barret and ammunition. Gu Rong produced a gilded bullet. His expression grave as he questioned the two scouts. Is this the barret or the bullet? That should be the barret, one scout replied, his face serious. Gu Rong frowned, stowing the barret away. He looked at Qian Renxue, the situation now crystal clear. If what killed Yu Shaojiang was a soul weapon, no one had ever witnessed it. If it were a hidden weapon, Tang San would be at a loss as well. Thus, it could only be something that had never before been encountered. And that boy from Spirit City was the creator of such an item. The case was nearly solved. In summary, the individual responsible for Yu Shaojiang's demise was undoubtedly connected to the boy from Spirit City. Secmaster, allow me and Qian Renxue to visit Spirit City and meet with the Crown Prince, Gu Rong proposed. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. I shall accompany you. What purpose do you have in going? Ning Fengji coughed lightly, pondering whether he could admit his curiosity about the evolution crystal. He wondered if the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda had any potential for evolution. I shall go as well. Surprisingly, Emperor Shui Yi also rose from his throne. Ning Fengji stared at him in astonishment. Your Majesty, what is your intention? I seek longevity. Is it not permissible to test my luck? The third installment is presented. Her last attack had exceeded 180,000, and any subsequent damage would require careful consideration. The combination of multiple soul techniques might be a viable option, but this method would severely deplete her soul power. After the first attempt, executing a second attack would likely hinder her ability to perform optimally. Moreover, Lin Yi, being as unfeeling as he was, would certainly not grant her sufficient time to recuperate. Thus, alternative strategies were imperative. As Bibi Dong gazed at the divine weapon in her hand, a thought struck her. Perhaps the Rakshasa scythe could serve as an auxiliary tool to enhance her damage output. With this realization, a smile graced her face. Senior, may I use the treasure I received from you to attack you? Lin Yi looked at her with a calm expression and nodded. The Rakshasa scythe is permissible. Anything I have given you that can inflict direct harm upon me may be utilized. Very well. With this newfound clarity, Bibi Dong formulated her approach for the upcoming attack. First soul technique, Rakshasa scythe. This would be a trial to ascertain the efficacy of the scythe in her hands. The assault commenced. The first soul technique, Spear of Death. A dark purple spear coalesced in her grasp as Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened, launching the spear towards Lin Yi. Simultaneously, she wielded the scythe, pursuing the spear with remarkable speed. Her long legs, wrapped in black silk, moved with a blur, and with a deft push off the ground, she leapt into the air. In mid-flight, she twisted her body, the Rakshasa scythe emitting a menacing roar as its razor-sharp blade descended simultaneously with the spear upon Lin Yi. However, just as she landed, still regaining her balance, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in shock as the damage unexpectedly rebounded upon her. The scythe was knocked from her hands, soaring into the air, while she was propelled rapidly towards the edge of the platform. The onlookers were left dumbstruck. In these times, was it truly dangerous to strike against someone who would not retaliate? The descending scythe was effortlessly caught by Lin Yi, while Bibi Dong managed to stabilize herself using the strength of her waist just before she fell. A sense of dread washed over her. Previously, she had not experienced such a formidable backlash from her attack. Was it possible that this strike had reached the red level? Regardless whether or not it had, this was merely an experiment. If the damage fell below 180,000, she would still accept it, as she could at least secure a black intermediate reward. Bibi Dong consoled herself with these thoughts, taking a deep breath as she approached Lin Yi. Lin Yi examined the panel. Damage taken, 220 for 135. Remaining health, 999, 990, 003. 156, damage level, red beginner. Random reward, soul B summoning card 10 times. Host reward, soul B summoning card unlimited. Lin Yi recalled that Bibi Dong's first soul technique had dealt approximately 60,000 damage. It appeared that the Rakshasa side's auxiliary attack had indeed contributed 160,000. Truly, it was a divine weapon, especially considering Bibi Dong had not yet fully harnessed its power. Senior, how was the damage? Bibi Dong inquired, somewhat anxious. Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand. Upon seeing the dark red glow emanating from his palm, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. No way, it really reached the red level, she exclaimed, incredulous. However, below the platform, Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow in frustration. How infuriating. She drew a divine weapon. It's truly unfair to this woman. Bibi Dong was internally elated. Although she knew she possessed the potential to inflict red-level damage, witnessing it manifest was akin to being struck by a delightful surprise. Lin Yi flicked the red orb towards her, and it transformed into a floating green card suspended in midair. The card was adorned with various illustrations of soul beasts, prominently featuring the words summoning card. This is a soul beast summoning card, Lin Yi explained. It allows for the summoning of soul beasts a total of 10 times, and the summoned beasts will completely obey your commands. However, each soul beast can only remain for 10 minutes. Most importantly, the beast you summon must be at least 100,000 years old. Therefore, you could summon beasts that are 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, or even 700,000 years old. Yet, if luck is not on your side, you might end up summoning a 100,000-year-old soul beast that has already taken human form, which would possess combat capabilities similar to that of a soul master. At this juncture, Lin Yi suddenly recalled something. If the rules were as such, then Xiao Wu would surely be included in the summoning list. This added an intriguing twist. When Bibi Dong faced off against Tang San and Xiao Wu, should she summon Xiao Wu, it would lead to quite the spectacle. Bibi Dong, Xiao Wu attack. Tang San. Bibi Dong, stunned, inquired, is it possible to summon a million-year-old soul beast? Indeed, million-year-old soul beasts are possible, provided they exist, Lin Yi replied. Impressive, Bibi Dong replied, joyfully stowing away the summoning card. If she found herself out of options in the future, perhaps summoning a ferocious beast to assault Lin Yi would be the way to go. At that moment, Bibi Dong noticed Lin Yi had removed the previous sign, replacing it with highest damage record, 220, 435 damage level, red beginner, holder. Bibi Dong seeing this, Bibi Dong's heart raced with excitement. Her senior truly excelled at motivating others to challenge him. The record displayed invigorated her spirit. Yet, Xue Qinghe's face was a mask of resentment. He clutched Qian Douliu's robes tightly, muttering angrily, "Grandfather, we must restore our dignity." Qian Douliu replied in a hushed tone, "Patience. Damage must come in increments. If it drops directly from red to black, I wonder where you'll go to lament. But I refuse to let her surpass us. Do not worry. I shall soon intervene on your behalf." Qian Douliu patted Xue Qinghe's hand in a gesture of comfort, knowing well that his granddaughter had harbored animosity towards Bibi Dong since childhood. This mother-daughter duo was indeed peculiar. Just then, as Bibi Dong passed by the pair, she seemed to overhear their conversation and gave them a disdainful roll of her eyes. Xue Qinghe's frustration deepened at this sight. "Grandfather, look at her." "I see," Qian Douliu replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. Just as he was preparing to enter the fray, a voice suddenly approached from afar. "Great offering. Give me a chance." Qian Douliu and the others turned to see Yin running towards them. Bibi Dong frowned. "Yin, weren't you with Nana and the others hunting for soul rings?" Yin, panting heavily, shook his head. "I not go. In fact, I have been researching a self-created soul technique these past few days, and I am confident that this time I can deal purple-level damage." "Purple?" Qian Renxue's expression froze. "You little brat, do not waste time here. I could unleash a sneeze with purple-level damage." He scoffed. Though the situation had seemed normal, Lin Yi's expression suddenly stiffened. Surely Qian Douluo did not intend to prove his damage by sneezing at him? He suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and quickly shouted from behind, "Cease the use of sneezing as an attack method. The most absurd reward currently stands at a 100% chance of a 1,000-year kill." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yi realized that everyone was staring at him in bewilderment. Xue Qinghe was the first to burst into laughter. "So the senior fears this? Ha ha ha." Lin Yi calmly regarded him and asked, "Is it amusing?" Xue Qinghe hurriedly suppressed his laughter, shaking his head obediently. "Not funny. I must emphasize once more. I only permit conventional attacks," Lin Yi stated before closing his eyes. At this moment, witnessing Xue Qinghe's dismay, Bibi Dong gleefully remarked, "Serves you right for speaking out." "Who asked for your opinion?" Xue Qinghe rolled his eyes at Bibi Dong. "Great offering?" Yin called out again. "What is it?" Qian Douluo frowned at him. Yin clasped his hands together, looking at him with a desperate plea. "I implore you, great offering, allow me to attack just once. I am the future flower of the spirit hall." Qian Douluo thought to himself that if he refused Yin, it would make him seem petty as the great offering. "Very well, but I shall only grant you this one opportunity. For the second, you must wait in line," he replied with a hint of impatience. "All right, thank you. Great offering." Yan's spirits soared in an instant. He eagerly ascended the steps to the viewing platform, marveling at how splendid it had become in just 2 or 3 days. It seemed that the slap had landed quite resoundingly on the Pope's face. "Senior Lin Yi, I have emerged from my seclusion." Yin knelt before Lin Yi, his forehead touching the ground as he performed a grand bow. Bibi Dong and the others were taken aback. Is this kid truly that devoted to Lin Yi? Lin Yi felt no particular emotion. He merely nodded and said, "Commence." "Yes, senior." Yin rose, his heart racing with tension as he took deep breaths. He was not only proving himself before Lin Yi, but also in front of the Pope, the Great Offering, and several high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. I must perform normally. At that moment, Lin Yi could even hear Yan's labored breathing. Yet, a voice suddenly called out from below. "Is depleting the air before the senior your self-created soul skill?" Qian Douluo asked impatiently from the audience. "Can you hurry up? Do you really want everyone to witness you gasping up there?" No. I'm attacking now, I'm attacking." Yin chuckled awkwardly, but his expression quickly turned serious. He unleashed his martial spirit, the blazing flame lord materializing behind him. "Fire! Flame! Flowing star!" He pronounced the name of his self-created soul skill emphatically. He leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight, and as he landed, his magma-covered fist smashed down onto the platform. In the next instant, fireballs rained down from above, hurtling straight towards Lin Yi. Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly. Yan's self-created soul skill exhibited some level of proficiency. To develop such a skill in such a short time, it was evident he had invested considerable effort. Even Qian Douluo nodded in silent approval. As the attack concluded, Yan's face had turned nearly pale. Yet he was filled with exhilaration, for his display had been remarkably successful. "How is it, senior?" Yan asked eagerly. "Health lost, 28746. Remaining health, 99998997546 Damage level, purple random reward, 100% 1,000-year kill, 10 times. Host reward, 100% 1,000-year kill, permanent." Lin Yi glanced at the reward, his eyes narrowing slightly. His expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. Is this truly the reward I can offer? His lips twitched, feeling that granting this reward would severely tarnish his image. "System, you're something else." Just to be safe, he decided to read the annotations. Indeed, it was the 1,000-year kill he had remembered. How is it, senior?" Yin asked anxiously from the side. He noticed Lin Yi's expression was somewhat grim and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Was it possible his damage was insufficient? Or perhaps the reward was subpar? Lin Yi took a deep breath, looking at Yin with a serious expression as he picked up a purple orb of light. Upon seeing the orb's color, Yin was momentarily stunned before erupting in joy. "Wow, purple. It's really purple. I did it." Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong observed Yan's elation and couldn't help but become curious about the reward he had received. They had never seen a purple reward in person and were uncertain of its effects. Lin Yi hesitantly stated, "Your reward is the 100% thousand-year kill." "What is thousand-year kill?" Yan inquired. "It is a control skill. When you use thousand-year kill on someone who harbors animosity towards you, regardless of their level, they will inevitably fall victim to it, with each attack lasting 1 second. In the context of fast-paced battles, this could indeed be considered a divine skill, as it possesses absolute control. However, it lacks true damage, and the taunting effect is maximized, meaning that after 1 second, the likely outcome would be a thorough beating from the opponent." "Senior, I still don't understand what thousand-year kill is." Yin scratched his head. Lin Yi sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Since the reward was ultimately his to provide, he had to offer an explanation. He clasped his hands together, aligning 2 fingers. "When you execute this gesture and thrust toward someone who bears ill will toward you, that person will instantaneously appear before you, presenting their backside." A moment of silence ensued. 2 seconds of silence. Half a minute of silence. Yin suddenly looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression. "Senior, I would like to change my reward." "No." Yin took a step back in despair. "But this reward is incredibly embarrassing." Lin Yi reassured him. "Do not worry. The one who falls victim will be even more humiliated, provided they harbor animosity towards you. This is absolute control and disregards the opponent's level, even against someone like the Great Offering." Upon hearing this, Yin turned to Qian Daolu. "Great Offering, may I test the effect?" Qian Daolu's muscles twitched. He was about to step forward and kick Yin with great force. But realizing he could not harbor animosity towards Yin, he forced a smile and said, "Scram." Yin turned to the others, only to find everyone fleeing, with Bibi Dong and Xue Qinghe particularly frightened, hastily hiding behind the elders and offerings. Bibi Dong frowned. What a disgusting skill. Absolute control. If one were to fall victim in front of a crowd, it would be utterly humiliating, seeing how everyone feared him, and suddenly felt that this skill might not be so bad after all. You only have 10 opportunities. Save them for your opponents, not for those close to you, or you will find yourself utterly alone, Lin Yi warned. Yin nodded solemnly. "I understand, Senior." After saying this, he descended from the platform, and upon seeing this, everyone hurriedly made way for him. Yuan found himself, for the first time, exuding an air of regal authority, a realization that compelled him to name this his most formidable purple reward. Lin Yi gazed at Yuan's retreating figure with a sigh, pondering the system's occasional frivolity. Yet, inexplicably, each time he envisioned a skill experiment, it was invariably centered around Tang San. If Yuan were to employ the 59th skill, the tangible puppet, against Tang San in the Soul Master Tournament, Lin Yi would be rewarded with a real-life version of the Maid Poseidon. The imagery was simply breathtaking. If such a skill were used 10 times in a single match, the spectacle would be nothing short of resplendent. Regardless of the target, those ensnared would undoubtedly suffer a psychological collapse. From a distance, as Yuan departed, Qian Daolu finally dared to ascend the platform. Suddenly, he felt a profound respect for the purple-level rewards. It was clear that one should never underestimate their significance. Coughing lightly, Xue Qinghe signaled from below. Qian Daolu turned to acknowledge his granddaughter's intent. Not only Xue Qinghe felt this way, even Qian Daolu found the damaged figures on the plaque rather glaring. "Senior, it is now my turn to attack," Qian Daolu said with a respectful bow. Lin Yi nodded, granting permission. The previous damage output had exceeded 200,000, achieved through the synergy of the first soul skill and the forward battle armor. This time, Qian Daolu resolved to unleash his third soul skill, the true manifestation of his martial soul. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his martial soul. 7th soul skill, true martial soul. 3rd soul skill, light blade slash. The immense silhouette of a 6-winged angel materialized behind Qian Daolu, bathing the arena in a solemn and reverent atmosphere. The 6-winged angel extended its pure, jade-like arms skyward, and a holy sword appeared in its palms, emanating an aura as if it could pierce the heavens. Golden light radiated from Qian Daolu's eyes as he grasped the holy sword, sweeping it through the air, illuminating a golden arc. The angel's sword cleaved through the clouds. Descending vertically, even the air currents surrounding the blade shimmered in a searing orange hue. The rumbling force echoed in the ears of all present. The holy sword sliced through everything in its path. At that moment, Lin Yi calmly glanced sideways, raising his left forearm to intercept the angel's sword. With a thunderous impact, the colossal angelic sword abruptly halted. Waves of pressure surged forth. The soul masters below staggered backward, their expressions filled with astonishment. Qian Douluo turned to see that the angelic sword had narrowly missed obliterating Lin Yi's wooden cabin. Lin Yi's timely gesture had prevented the sword's blade from making contact with his abode. Enough, the damage has been dealt. Please do not destroy my resting place. Lin Yi remarked nonchalantly. Qian Douluo swallowed hard, his martial soul dissipating, the massive angelic sword transforming into golden motes of light and vanishing. Lin Yi lowered his forearm, revealing unblemished skin, devoid of any wounds, while Qian Douluo's arms were now numbed from the exertion. Qian Douluo shook his shoulders, attempting to relieve the discomfort. Casting a pained glance at Lin Yi. How is it, senior? Surely, it surpassed the last time? Damage, 224,683. Remaining health, 999989754563. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, tangible puppet, 1 month experience. Host reward, tangible real person, 1 month experience. The novelty of this red reward left Lin Yi momentarily speechless, failing to grasp its significance. After perusing the system's description, he was astounded. By the heavens! System, you are truly impressive. Qian Douluo observed Lin Yi's reaction, sensing an unusual excitement emanating from him. Could it be that my damage output has thrilled you? Ha! Surely it is my high damage that has brought you joy. What is the reward, senior? Qian Douluo inquired, eager to know the answer to his most pressing question. In response, Lin Yi tossed the red orb towards Qian Douluo. As it touched the ground, it transformed into a white human model. Qian Douluo's eyes widened as he stared at the model in astonishment. What is this? This is your reward, known as the tangible puppet. However, this form is not the final reward. It requires one last operation. What operation? Lin Yi elaborated. The tangible puppet can be shaped into the likeness of any individual that resides within your imagination. Once transformed, the puppet will inherit the abilities of that person and recognize you as its master, obeying all your commands. However, it remains merely a puppet, constructed entirely of metal, with only its face covered by a highly realistic layer of silicone, lacking the capacity for speech. Lin Yi's excitement stemmed from his own reward, which was the tangible real person. It equated to a perfect replication of an actual individual. The choice of whom to manifest was entirely in Qian Douluo's hands. The identity of the puppet would dictate Lin Yi's own acquisition for 1 month. The tangible real person would possess all the abilities of the chosen individual, recognize Lin Yi as its master, and comply with his commands, albeit devoid of emotions. Additionally, the tangible real person would possess the ability to speak, and in its original voice. Lin even asked Qian Douluo, "So, have you made your decision? Who do you wish for it to manifest as?" Poseidon. Without hesitation, the name spilled from Qian Douluo's lips. Shui Qinghe was left dumbfounded. She had expected her grandfather to choose her father, Qian Xuanji, or her grandmother. Who on earth was Poseidon? How vexing. Why does grandfather hold such affection for this woman? Lin Yi's thoughts mirrored hers perfectly. Consequently, Qian Douluo would receive a metallic figure with Poseidon's silicone visage, while Lin Yi would obtain a real life made resembling Poseidon. As you wish. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the white human model beside Qian Douluo shimmered into a silvery gray, reflecting a metallic sheen. Simultaneously, strands of white hair cascaded from the model's head, followed by a silicone layer enveloping its face. The features began to take shape: delicate eyebrows, azure irises, a dainty nose, and cherry lips. Shui Qinghe finally comprehended that the person her grandfather had longed for was remarkably beautiful, although the face was crafted from silicone and appeared somewhat unrealistic. The stunning appearance remained unmistakable. Qian Douluo grew increasingly excited, gazing upon the familiar visage, his eyes glistening with warmth. The silver-gray metallic body of the doll began to be adorned with a flowing gown of blue and gold. A crown appeared atop her head, and various exquisite ornaments adorned her form, exuding elegance and nobility. Despite being merely a doll, with only a mask for a face, everyone could still sense her aura and grace. If she were a real person, she would be utterly captivating. Lin Yi did not observe the scene. Instead, he was engrossed in his system space. Within that realm, the body, as pure and white as snow, which could be perceived visually for its warmth and texture, had just been completed. In a minute, he would acquire a real-life version of the maid Poseidon. Qian Renxue circled around the tangible doll beside him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He had not seen Poseidon for decades, and all his memories of her were from many years past. "Is this how she looks now?" he inquired. Lin Yi nodded, explaining that the modeling was constructed in real time. Thus, the doll replicated Poseidon's current appearance. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue gazed intently at the doll's silicone face, filled with nostalgia, marveling at how she had not changed at all, still so beautiful and graceful. A sudden cough from Xue Qinghe below brought Qian Renxue back to reality, reminding him to temper his excitement. After so many years apart, it was overwhelming to see a doll that mirrored the real Poseidon so precisely, and he couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions. Regrettably, the doll could not speak, nor did it display expressions. Otherwise, he would have longed to hear Poseidon's voice once more. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yi's mind. The construction was complete. The entity present in the system space was a perfectly cloned version of Poseidon. Her ethereal beauty, flawless skin, and graceful figure were far more realistic than the dolls surrounding Qian Renxue. Observing Qian Renxue's cautious demeanor, as if he wanted to touch the doll, yet hesitated, Lin Yi felt a twinge of sympathy. If a mere silicone-faced doll could evoke such excitement in him, placing the real entity from his system space beside Qian Renxue would surely send him into ecstatic heights. It was essential to note that this real-life version was an exact replica. Aside from lacking emotions, she possessed all Poseidon-esque abilities. She was warm, had a voice, a tangible presence, and would obey orders without question, an amalgamation of beauty and prowess as a maid. However, Lin Yi, being a gentleman, decided to keep Poseidon within the confines of his system space, intending to examine her thoroughly later that evening. Qian Renxue prodded Poseidon's arm with his finger, discovering that the sensation beneath the clothing was quite rigid, confirming it was indeed metallic. But could a metal doll truly learn to wield soul skills like the real Poseidon? A demigod? After all, it was merely a cold piece of metal. Sensing Qian Renxue's skepticism, Lin Yi reassured him. The value of the red reward is indisputable. Transforming into the form you desire is one aspect of its worth. Moreover, it possesses all the abilities of the original and will unequivocally obey your commands. You may test it. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Qian Renxue nodded, albeit with some doubt. "Give me your right hand," he commanded. The doll obediently lifted its metallic right arm into his palm. Qian Renxue's eyes widened. It could indeed comprehend human speech. "Now your left hand." The doll extended its left hand into his grasp. As Qian Renxue's excitement mounted, he exclaimed, "Let us embrace." Xue Qinghe frowned, interrupting, "Ahem." Qian Renxue's expression shifted, and he quickly corrected himself. I meant, jump in place." The metallic body echoed with a loud thud upon landing. Yet it was evident that it completely obeyed Qian Renxue's command. Everyone around was astonished. This extraordinary creation had truly reshaped their understanding. But would it genuinely unleash soul skills? Did it not require a soul ring? A sudden murmur from the golden crocodile, Douluo, broke the silence. Qian Renxue perked up, eager to validate this claim. "Attack him," he ordered, pointing at the golden crocodile, Douluo, who stood at level 98. The golden crocodile, Douluo, hesitated, realizing the doll was indeed focusing its attention on him. Could it truly attack? He took a half step back, not out of fear of the doll, but rather out of concern that he might involuntarily retaliate and damage it. Would the grand offering, so fond of dolls, not contend with him? Yet, the ensuing scene proved the golden crocodile Douluo's fears were unfounded. A sound reminiscent of crashing waves lingered in the air, evoking sensations of being by the seaside. The doll approached, radiating a gentle golden glow. It reached the edge of the platform, defying gravity by stepping upon blue water droplets as if walking on solid ground. The doll extended its right hand, and a surge of blue and white waves erupted from behind, resembling a terrifying tsunami as it surged toward the golden crocodile Douluo. "Stop!" Qian Renxue's voice rang out suddenly. The colossal wave vanished in an instant, and the doll returned to his side, bowing slightly. Yet, Qian Renxue remained in a daze, vividly recalling the soul skill that had just manifested. This was Poseidon's first soul skill, Tsunami. He remembered how she had once used this skill, leaving her drenched and disheveled on Sea God Island. In stark contrast, the golden crocodile Douluo, overwhelmed by the tidal wave's pressure, had already collapsed to the ground. How could a metallic doll exert such overwhelming force upon another soul master? What was the underlying principle? At that moment, not only did Qian Renxue and the golden crocodile Douluo believe, but the onlookers too were convinced. To frighten a level 98 super Douluo into submission, this doll must surely possess the strength of a level 99. No wonder he looks down on Grandpa. Shui Qinghe mused aloud. A woman so beautiful and powerful. Her grandfather must have seemed like a mere sycophant in her presence back then. Qian Renxue, however, did not hear his granddaughter's remarks. His heart was filled with exhilaration and anticipation as he hurried toward Lin Yi. Senior, your extraordinary abilities have surpassed my imagination. Might I inquire if there are rewards akin to the obedient real-life version? Qian Renxue asked, filled with hope. Lin Yi maintained his composure. Anything is possible. But to attain such a reward, you would likely need a red high-level or golden tier offering. An obedient real-life version is indeed a rare treasure. This statement was met with Qian Renxue's vigorous agreement. It is undoubtedly invaluable. I would gladly trade this month's tangible doll for just 5 minutes with an obedient real-life version. 5 minutes seems rather hasty. Are you dismissing this tangible doll? Not at all. I find myself harboring a slight tinge of regret, as the desire for something better suddenly arises within me. Qian Renxue remarked with a smile. Lin Yi understood that he had succumbed to his cravings, akin to the thrill of purchasing a lottery ticket. Well then, let us approach the next offensive with utmost seriousness. You still have a second chance today. The method for the second attack had long been devised by Qian Renxue. The third soul skill, 4-character battle armor. Lin Yi was not mistaken. Qian Renxue was indeed caught in the throes of desire. Upon realizing that Lin Yi possessed vast capabilities, Qian Renxue's inner yearning surged exponentially. He discovered that the realm of impossibility did not exist in Lin Yi's world, as long as he inflicted sufficient damage. Anything he wished for could be attained from Lin Yi. Of course, luck played a part, and damage was crucial. But above all, it was the damage that mattered. An output of 200,000 to 300,000 was classified as red low tier, while 300,000 to 400,000 fell under red mid-tier. To reach the red high tier, one would have to inflict over 400,000 damage. That indeed sounded like a staggering figure. Qian Renxue was already troubled about how to generate even greater damage in the future. Senior, I am commencing. Qian Renxue extended his right hand, and a sprinkle of radiant light emerged. The golden arm armor conformed perfectly to his skin. If he could draw another piece of the 4-character battle armor, that would suffice. He realized that this high-tech artifact was truly formidable. Third soul skill, Light Blade Slash. The angelic holy sword gripped in his armored right hand radiated a brilliance far surpassing its previous glow, perhaps enhanced by the battle armor, shining with a dazzling intensity. Ha! Qian Renxue let out a fierce shout. The 4-character battle armor made his entire right arm appear robust. The razor-sharp angelic holy sword carved an arc of light through the air, aimed at Lin Yi. The air screamed in agony as the light arc passed. Boom! The holy sword vanished. This time, Qian Renxue's arm did not experience numbness or soreness. This was not due to insufficient damage, but rather the protection afforded by the 4-character battle armor. Once he gathered all 11 components and donned a complete set of the 4-character battle armor, he believed that no one on the continent could contend with him. Even deities, he estimated, would find him a worthy adversary. Damage taken, 260 for 132. Remaining health, 999, 989 for 94, 012. Damage level, red, low tier. Random reward, Lucky Big Wheel 1. Host reward, Lucky Big Wheel 3. Lin Yi observed the panel while speaking. Damage of 260 for 132. Classified as red low tier damage. Congratulations on breaking your own record and setting a new one. Qian Renxue's expression darkened. It was approximately 40,000 higher than his previous record, an increase that complicated his future attacks. However, one must admit, this 4-character battle armor was truly impressive. After replacing the record plaque with the highest damage, Lin Yi continued. Your reward is a lucky big wheel, which can be seen as an opportunity and a challenge. Upon finishing, he tossed the red orb of light towards Qian Daolu. The orb transformed mid-air into a circular wheel, featuring a pointer and divided into 13 sectors. Lin Yi explained, "Do you see these 13 sectors? The colors correspond to different prize pools, and there are textual cues on the segments for your reference." Qian Daolu leaned in closer. The 13 sectors included 1 white, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, 3 red, 3 gold, and 1 blue-gold, multicolored. The 3 black represented black low, mid, and high tiers, and the same applied to the 3 red and 3 gold. Each sector was of equal size. There was no disparity in area. At that moment, Qian Daolu's gaze instinctively fixated on the blue-gold sector, undoubtedly the most luxurious prize pool. To access it, one would need to inflict over 1 million damage in a single blow. Qian Daolu could scarcely fathom it. The lucky big wheel instantly captivated everyone's attention, and the soul masters in the audience leaned in closer. Sensing their curiosity, Lin Yi enlarged the floating wheel so that all could see it clearly. "Qian Daolu," his voice trembling, inquired of Lin Yi, Sr., "Does this mean that when I spin the pointer, whatever sector it lands on, I will receive the corresponding prize pool reward?" Lin Yi nodded. Qian Daolu's excitement escalated. "So, that means I could potentially receive rewards from the red mid-tier, red high-tier, and even those 3 golds, including that blue-gold one?" Lin Yi nodded again, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "However, you might also end up with rewards from the white, yellow, purple, and black pools. It all hinges on your luck. What rewards are contained within the blue-gold prize pool?" Qian Daolu eagerly asked, aware that this might be his only opportunity to connect with the blue-gold prize pool. "Rewards beyond your wildest imagination. To educate everyone, the color of the multicolored prize pool is random. Sometimes it appears as blue gold, other times orange gold, green gold, red gold, and so on. Each color offers distinct enhancements. The blue gold pool's enhancement ensures that all time-limited rewards therein become permanent." "Wow, is that even possible?" Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. Qian Daolu gulped, contemplating that if he obtained the reward of a loyal companion, he wouldn't just have it for 5 minutes, but permanently. Bibi Dong also felt a pang of shock, as there were many rewards she wished to secure permanently, such as the Rakshasa Demon Scythe. Lin Yi continued, "The multicolored prize pool is the most extravagant, featuring the highest quality rewards. Different colors offer varying enhancements. Typically, you would need to inflict over 1 million damage to obtain them, which is exceedingly challenging. However, the Lucky Big Wheel presents you with an opportunity to acquire such rewards without effort." Everyone was agitated, their expressions filled with longing as they gazed at the grand wheel hovering above. "You may now begin to spin the pointer," Lin Yi encouraged Qian Daolu. "All right." Qian Daolu felt a surge of anxiety. This reward was indeed quite humane, but poor luck could lead to disastrous outcomes. He could not guarantee his own luck, yet he felt uneasy letting someone else spin the pointer. Thus, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Taking a deep breath, Qian Daolu raised his right hand to grasp the massive pointer. Closing his eyes, just as he was about to spin, he suddenly opened them again and asked Lin, "By the way, Senior, should I rotate clockwise or counterclockwise? Does it matter?" Lin Yi replied, "Either direction works. There is no difference. Don't be nervous. Look at how tense everyone is getting." Turning around, Qian Daolu noticed the multitude of soul masters in the audience, all wide-eyed and holding their breath. The tension was palpable. Who wouldn't feel nervous? After all, the position of the blue-gold sector was right next to the white one. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely choose to spin counterclockwise. This was truly nerve-wracking. If the hand trembles even slightly, the force applied can significantly influence the final position of the pointer. It must be said that Qian Daolu is indeed a person who believes in the metaphysics of the situation. Although Lin Yi mentioned that spinning in any direction would suffice, Qian Daolu is not one to settle for less. He believes that the direction must hold some esoteric significance. Lowering his hand that held the pointer, Qian Daolu turned to face the multitude of soul masters gathered below. Before him stood nearly 1,000 soul masters, representing a considerable portion of the soul master force in the Wuhuan city. After all, with Lin Yi, a prized asset, present, who could possibly sleep soundly at home? Esteemed masters, I, Qian Daolu, would like to inquire, should we spin clockwise or counterclockwise? As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding chorus of suggestions erupted from the crowd, with voices advocating for both directions. Qian Daolu furrowed his brow. Those in favor of clockwise, please raise your hands. A significant number of hands shot up in response. To his surprise, he noticed that Elder Ju also raised his hand. Elder Ju, why do you suggest clockwise? What is the basis for your recommendation? Elder Yueguan lowered his hand and spoke with utmost seriousness. Great offering. You must trust me on this. Clockwise signifies all things going smoothly. A clockwise spin guarantees you will land on the blue gold. Qian Renxue's brow furrowed deeper. Indeed, when it comes to luck, the notion of counterclockwise feels somewhat jarring. Taking a deep breath, Qian Douluo positioned himself opposite the lucky roulette. He placed his hand firmly on the pointer. The audience held their breath, their heartbeats quickening. Even Lin Yi felt a surge of tension at Qian Renxue's actions. He still had 3 lucky spins left to make. Perhaps he would draw them later in the evening. And at that time, he could also retrieve his maid from the system space to check on her condition. With his eyes closed, Qian Douluo forcefully flicked the pointer downward. The pointer whirled rapidly, moving at such speed that it became a blur. Qian Douluo stepped back, swallowing hard, his gaze fixed intently on the surface of the roulette. The atmosphere was unusually silent. All eyes, including Lin Yi's, were glued to the pointer. Finally, the pointer began to decelerate. Qian Douluo blinked, his expression growing increasingly grave. The pointer slowed further, laboriously passing through the white, yellow, and purple segments, then 3 black and 3 red. When it reached the gold beginner segment, it was moving at a snail's pace. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in anticipation, his expression shifting to one of delight. Surely, he had already gained something. Exceeding the red beginner segment meant profit, as the roulette offered a red beginner reward. The pointer did not stop at the gold intermediate, nor at the gold advanced, but rather reached the edge of the blue-gold segment. Qian Douluo was overwhelmed with excitement. Stop! Stop right there! Right here! Unable to contain himself, he shouted. Below. Shui Qinghe was equally anxious, as were several other offerings. Stop! Just stop at the blue-gold position. Please let halt. With a click, the pointer came to a stop. However, it grazed the edge of the blue-gold segment and settled on the white segment. Qian Douluo stared blankly at the scene before him, his legs turning to jelly as he involuntarily staggered backward. Great offering! Great offering! Several offerings rushed forward, but one figure was quicker than them all. The tangible puppet stood at the foot of the platform, catching Qian Douluo in a princess carry, its expression blank as it gazed at him. Qian Douluo looked into the puppet's face, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye, his countenance twisted in agony. Yet, the puppet remained expressionless, offering no response. Put me down, Qian Douluo commanded with a heavy tone. Once on the ground, he turned with a fierce glare toward a specific direction. Where is that damned Elder Ju? Where is he? Come out, you coward! Had he chosen to spin counterclockwise, the pointer would have brushed against the edge of the white segment and landed squarely in the blue-gold area. Why? Why did he opt for clockwise? Elder Ju had just mentioned that rain might be on the horizon, and he had gone to fetch his clothes. That was Elder Ju, said the stingray Douluo. Qian Douluo gritted his teeth, searching for Elder Ju's figure, but to no avail. That scoundrel had long since fled. Alas, he could only chalk it up to bad luck. He could hardly blame Yueguan. Qian Douluo, Lin Yi called from the platform. I'm here. I'm here. Qian Douluo responded, his heart leaping at the sound of Lin Yi's voice. Could there be a chance for a redo? If given another chance, he would choose Li Bai. No, he would choose counterclockwise. Excitedly, Qian Douluo approached the platform, but his expression suddenly froze. He saw Lin Yi smiling, hand raised, clutching a white orb of light. You forgot to claim your reward. What? What is it? Qian Douluo asked, tears of frustration welling in his eyes as he walked toward Lin Yi. Open your hand. Following instructions, Qian Douluo opened his palm, and Lin Yi tossed 10 gold soul coins into it. His luck indeed seemed rather poor, while others received 100 gold soul coins as their white rewards. He only received 10. It felt like another crushing blow. Qian Douluo clutched his chest, his heart aching. Your Highness, it's your turn now. Let us begin swiftly. For after assisting you, I must retire for a while. Qian Renxue's mental state had completely collapsed. He needed a moment of solitude. All right. Shui Qinghe promptly ascended the steps. But just then, all the soul masters below turned their gazes toward a singular direction. The rhythmic sound of carriage wheels resonated through the air. A procession was slowly approaching from a distance. At the forefront were a dozen soldiers clad in silver-gray armor, and amidst them was an incredibly opulent carriage adorned with the emblem of the Tiando royal family. The Tiando royal family, Xue Qinghe murmured. Having realized something, he quickly descended the steps, exchanging glances with Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue before threading through the crowd toward the procession. The soul masters began to murmur among themselves, speculating on who had arrived. It seemed the Tiando prince was suddenly feeling quite tense. Lin Yi lifted his head to gaze in that direction, an inkling of anticipation blossoming within him as a smile crept onto his lips. He closed his eyes once more, as events unfolded precisely according to his plan. Xue Qinghe navigated through the throng of over 1,000 soul masters, arriving at the front of the procession just as it halted. The soldiers swiftly took their positions on either side, and the commander pulled back the curtain of the carriage. Upon seeing the occupants, Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. Snow Knight has come in person? Not only that, but he also spotted Ning Fengji, Qian Renxue, and Gu Rong. What on earth is happening? Snow Knight stepped down from the carriage, smiling as he asked, "My son, are you enjoying yourself here?" He paused, taken aback by the sight of over 1,000 soul masters staring at him from behind Xue Qinghe. Why are there so many people? Thus, the tale continues. Snowy Knight hesitated, the words poised on the tip of his tongue, swallowed back due to the multitude of gazes fixed upon him. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. As a fellow soul master, Snowy Knight could distinctly sense the fluctuations of soul power emanating from this gathering. It was evident that nearly 1,000 soul masters had convened here. This must be the entirety of soul master strength within the Spirit City. Surrounding a central platform, the stand was resplendent in white, adorned with cloud patterns and intricately etched with golden threads, exuding an air of grandeur. At that moment, Snowy Knight turned to exchange glances with Ning Fengji and the others, each reflecting the same astonishment in their eyes. It seemed the words of the two scouts were not mere fabrications. However, this only confirmed that an event had transpired. Whether it indeed involved the fall of treasures remained to be seen. "Father, I apologize for not relaying the news sooner and for causing you concern." Snow Qinghe bowed beside Snowy Knight in apology. "Do not mention it. It is good to see you unharmed. As for everything else, we shall discuss it upon our return." Snowy Knight replied, patting his shoulder, though his gaze couldn't help but drift back toward the platform. To be candid, he was genuinely curious if treasures would indeed fall. Snow Qinghe approached Ning Fengji, joining the trio and following Snowy Knight toward the platform. After all, he still bore the title of the Crown Prince of Tiando. Now that the Tiando representatives had arrived, he could not afford to remain so close to those from the Spirit Hall. The entire process of treasure dropping had been abruptly paused by Snowy Knight's unexpected arrival. "Go greet them. I am not in the mood," Qian Renxue said somewhat irritably to Bibi Dong. In truth, even without Qian Renxue's prompting, Bibi Dong would have taken the initiative to greet them, not for any particular reason, but due to their previous wager. She intended to persuade the two emperors to amend the rules of the Soul Master competition. She had planned to personally visit Tiando and Xinghua, yet unexpectedly, Snowy Knight had come to them today. The assembled Soul Masters parted to create a pathway. Bibi Dong adjusted her posture, walking confidently ahead, followed closely by the 5 elders. "Your Majesty, Snowy Knight, since you have come, why did you not send word in advance? I was unprepared, and I beg your forgiveness for my lack of hospitality." Bibi Dong addressed him, her tone laden with formality. "You flatter me. I heard tales of a mysterious youth here, and with the Crown Prince's delayed return, I thought it prudent to come and investigate personally." Snowy Knight responded with a smile. "So, it is indeed you, Master Ning," Bibi Dong remarked, glancing at Ning Fengji and the others behind Snowy Knight. She suspected they were eager to partake in the matter at hand. Were it not for Lin Yi's aspirations, she would have been reluctant to share him with these Tiando individuals. For Lin Yi was her greatest treasure. No, the grand treasure of the Spirit City. "Master Ning?" Ning Fengji remained silent. Snow Qinghe observed him and noted that Ning Fengji was fixated on Bibi Dong's striking long legs, utterly distracted. "Teacher, Her Majesty is speaking to you," he prompted. My apologies. I am truly sorry," Ning Fengji replied, a look of profound embarrassment crossing his face. He was astonished at himself for being so captivated. "I was merely lost in thought. It is inappropriate to be distracted in such surroundings. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me," he continued, attempting to regain composure. "No matter," Bibi Dong replied, though her expression betrayed a hint of disdain. She detested being observed with such lecherous gazes. At that moment, Gu Rong and Qian Renxue exchanged glances. then produced a white cloth. Gu Rong retrieved a bullet and inquired of Bibi Dong. Might your majesty have seen such a thing? I believe it is called a barret. Surely. That is simply a bullet, Bibi Dong replied, her expression sharpening, though she maintained a smile. Gu Rong nodded and turned to Qian Renxue. Go and test that youth. If necessary, probe him bit. Understood, Qian Renxue replied. Ning Fengji, overhearing their conversation, turned to Bibi Dong and said, Respected Pope, since we are here, will you not introduce us to the mysterious youth? Of course, please follow me, Bibi Dong responded, turning, though her smile vanished instantly. She was reluctant to share her precious Lin Yi with these bothersome individuals. Upon reaching the edge of the platform, Snowy Night and the others finally beheld Lin Yi's appearance. The young man was unremarkable in looks and dressed simply. Apart from a somewhat profound aura, he seemed devoid of any remarkable traits. Additionally, he appeared to be an ordinary person, with no discernible fluctuations of soul power emanating from him. Was he perhaps employing some special method to conceal it? Gu Rong whispered to Qian Renxue, You should probe that boy. It would be best to force his martial soul to manifest and ascertain if there is any connection to this barret. Qian Renxue frowned slightly. Shall we not ask him first? Humph. If he is indeed the one responsible, do you think he would divulge anything? The moment his martial soul is released, it will reveal much information, Gu Rong insisted. Ah, you old schemer, quite astute. Go on. Your aura is far more imposing than mine. You should be the one to test him. Qian Renxue nodded and ascended the platform. He approached Lin, observing him closely for a moment. Then, a wave of soul power, characteristic of a superdog, was released from Qian Renxue, gradually bearing down upon Lin Yi. Fearing he might accidentally overwhelm the youth, Qian Renxue initially applied minimal pressure. Yet, as time passed, his expression subtly shifted. He noted that the boy merely sat quietly on the cushion, displaying no signs of resistance. Not even a flicker of emotion on his face. Is my pressure insufficient? Bibi Dong thought, smirking inwardly. What do you expect, testing Lin Yi? Even you, Qian Renxue, must weigh your own capabilities in his presence. Qian Renxue, puzzled, furrowed his brow and intensified his soul power. The air shimmered with a heat wave, a phenomenon resulting from the movement of his soul power. However, after a while, Lin Yi merely stirred slightly, his expression calm, eyes closed in concentration, seemingly detached from the world. How peculiar. Where's your martial soul? Would you not reveal it? Qian Renxue's expression was filled with disbelief. Under such intense pressure, even a soul sage would have faltered long ago. Yet in his eyes, Lin Yi's rank could barely reach that of a soul king. And that was under the assumption he was an extraordinary talent. Could it be that his cultivation surpassed that of a soul sage? Qian Renxue's incredulity grew. As Gu Rong stared at him in bewilderment from below, Qian Renxue's patience wore thin, and he unleashed his most formidable pressure. A torrent of soul power surged towards Lin Yi. 64. Lin Yi, did I permit you to cut in line? The soul force enveloped Lin Yi's body like a meat grinder. Under such oppressive pressure, even an ordinary title Douluo would undoubtedly succumb. It was not that Qian Renxue was ruthless, but rather that Lin Yi's actions struck him as utterly outrageous, prompting a response befitting the absurdity. Yet, to Qian Renxue's utter disbelief, Lin Yi remained entirely unperturbed in the face of such extremity. He sat steadfastly, his expression unwavering. By heavens! Qian Renxue's composure shattered. I have expended every ounce of my strength, and yet this boy does not even flinch. Must he not offer some reaction? At this moment, Lin Yi's tranquility conveyed an impression that he regarded Qian Renxue as mere air. Lin Yi was acutely aware of those surrounding him and their actions. His shield had just suffered continuous damage, depleting a staggering 200,000 health points. However, what did it matter? His shield boasted 1,000,000,000,000 health points. As long as the shield remained intact, Lin Yi could face the impending calamity with unyielding calmness. Could it be that this boy had somehow sealed off his senses? This thought crossed Qian Renxue's mind. Very well, let us test him once more. Frowning, Qian Renxue raised his sword. In that instant, an incredibly sharp aura radiated from him. A pristine white sword emerged from his back, its intent soaring into the heavens. The 7-killing sword was unleashed. Qian Renxue grasped the hilt, producing a resonant hum as 9 rings of soul power, yellow, purple, and black, whirled rapidly around the blade. He thrust the sword forward with unstoppable momentum. As his white hair billowed and the shockwave swirled, the union of man and sword had become instinctual. Just as Gu Rong believed Qian Renxue had acted impulsively and intended to intervene, he found himself frozen, his foot suspended on the steps. Good heavens! What had he just witnessed? Gu Rong gaped in astonishment. Ning Fengji and Shui Yi also stared in disbelief. Yet, the other soul masters present were far from surprised. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. For in response to Qian Renxue's provocation, Senior Lin Yi had finally made his move. The pristine seven-killing sword halted mid-air, trembling slightly, yet unable to advance further. The blade's tip was firmly pinched between Lin Yi's index and middle fingers. Indeed, it was merely two fingers holding in place. Gu Rong swallowed hard. He was well aware of the caliber of his longtime companion. Though reluctant to admit it, this was indeed Qian Renxue, the most formidable super Douluo, the sword Qian Renxue. In past encounters, even when Qian Renxue unleashed his attacks, Gu Rong had felt trepidation despite using his martial soul's true form to block. Yet this boy, astonishingly, had effortlessly confined Qian Renxue's sword with just two fingers. You! Qian Renxue stared incredulously into Lin Yi's eyes. Are you here to kill me? If so, I welcome the challenge. But if you are merely here to waste my time, I suggest you leave at once. Lin Yi spoke with an unruffled demeanor. The muscles in Qian Renxue's right arm bulged, yet his seven-killing sword remained utterly immobile, neither thrusting forward nor retracting. What kind of power was this? Was it a soul power enhancement? A certain soul skill? But where was his martial soul? Qian Renxue realized he had yet to see this youth's martial soul manifest. How could a boy so young utter such words? You're no longer a child. How dare you raise a weapon against a stranger? Lin Yi's retort left Qian Renxue momentarily speechless. Qian Renxue channeled soul power into the seven-killing sword, which emitted a resonant hum as he attempted to reclaim his weapon, no longer expecting it to strike forward. Yet at that moment, he caught a glimpse of a cold smirk at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. What? With a slight twist of his wrist, Lin Yi effortlessly snapped the tip of the seven-killing sword with just his fingers. Immediately afterward, the entire sword, the manifestation of Qian Renxue's martial soul, shattered, causing Qian Renxue to stagger back several paces, his complexion paling. Are you all right, old friend? Gu Rong rushed forward to support Qian Renxue. It's nothing serious. It's just that this boy managed to break my martial soul with his bare hands. No, with just his fingers. Did you see that? Indeed, I witnessed it clearly. Gu Rong's face also turned pale, and it was precisely because he had seen it so clearly that he began to question his beliefs. This boy's true strength was so unfathomable it defied prediction. It seemed this martial soul would not manifest no matter how hard he tried. In other words, the youth had not even unleashed his martial soul, yet with sheer physical prowess, he had shattered Qian Renxue's martial soul. I cannot leave without understanding this. I shall inquire directly, Gu Rong declared solemnly. He produced a gilded bullet and asked Lin Yi, young brother, did this item originate from you? Lin Yi glanced at it and nodded. Indeed, Gu Rong was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi would so readily acknowledge it. Could you enlighten me as to what it is? Is a bullet a reward for my attack? So, it was called a bullet. Gu Rong's mouth twitched at the notion of such rewards being available. He took a deep breath. Aside from you, does anyone else possess this item? To Gu Rong, it seemed implausible that such a powerful youth would resort to using such a trivial object to assassinate others. At that moment, Bibi Dong glanced at Lin Yi. Almost everyone present understood that currently, only she and Lin Yi possessed the authority to utilize this item. After a reward drops, the identity of the recipient remains confidential with me, Lin Yi stated calmly. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. She then pursed her lips, a subtle smile gracing her features. Our great treasure of the Spirit Hall is naturally reserved for us. You people from the Heaven Do Empire shall not lay claim to the proximity of Senior Lin Yi. Confidential? Gu Rong found himself at a loss for words. Gu Jian. Ning Fengji called out from below. The two descended from the platform to join him, the expression on Jian Deluo's face particularly crestfallen. Now that we know the bullet's origin, that suffices. Since we are here, we must abide by his rules. If we stay long enough, we need not fear not discovering the culprit. The two-title Douluo mulled over this statement. Is the sect master suggesting we also participate and attack him for rewards? Ning Feng Ti tuklet softly. After discussing the rules with Qinghe, both His Majesty and I wish to give it a try. Shui Yi smiled and nodded in agreement. However, we require Gu and Jian to act as our main force. Of course, you two may also attempt to attack on your own. Is this truly wise, Sect Master? Do you not find this absurd? Gu Rong regarded him with a perplexed expression. Whether it is wise or not, we shall find out through trial. Ning Fengji replied before ascending the steps and respectfully bowing to Lin Yi. Young brother, may we initiate an attack on you? Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Ning Fengji then turned back to Shui Yi. Your Majesty, please proceed. Wait. Lin Yi interjected, his calm, indifferent gaze fixed on Ning Fengji. I have not finished speaking. While it's permissible, did I suggest you cut in line? This declaration from Lin Yi instantly exhilarated all those present from the Spirit Hall. Indeed, this is the very domain of our Spirit City. It is one matter for you from the Heaven Do Empire to approach and provoke Elder Lin Yi. However, to attempt to cut in line is utterly unacceptable. Elder Lin Yi, splendidly done. Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback by these words, offering an awkward smile. Yes, my young brother makes a valid point. Cutting in line is not appropriate. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he descended the steps and exchanged a few hushed words with Shui Yi before gently pulling back Shui Qinghe. Let's retreat a bit, allowing them to proceed first. Shui Qinghe looked at Ning Fengji, bewildered. Wait, are you serious, Ning Fengji? I am next in line. Ning Song Tu. The line you just cut was meant for Shui Qinghe, came Lin Yi's calm voice from the stands. Ning Fengji froze momentarily, casting an awkward glance at Shui Qinghe. Could it be that it is indeed your turn? Qinghe? Yes, teacher, Shui Qinghe affirmed. Shui Yi regarded Shui Qinghe with a complex expression, surprised at how well he had fared in this setting. Here he was, a father and an emperor, stuck waiting in line. Very well, then you shall proceed, Uncle Jian. You will be the main attacker for Qinghe. Ning Fengji directed towards Qian Renxue. No need. I shall assist His Highness in the offense. Qian Douluo approached. Ning Fengji was once again taken aback. I have enjoyed delightful conversations with His Highness these past few days. I am quite fond of this child. Thus, I shall assist him, Qian Douluo stated with an indifferent expression. Ning Fengji exchanged an awkward glance with Qian Renxue, then nodded with a smile. Very well. With the grand offering's involvement, the damage will undoubtedly be considerable. Shui Qinghe chuckled inwardly, finding amusement in Ning Fengji's predicament. After the grandfather and grandson took the stage, they smoothly resumed their previous positions. Ning Fengji muttered to himself, Qian Douluo may not harbor good intentions in assisting Qinghe. I should have refused on his behalf. What is Qian Douluo's motive? Ning Fengti scoffed. Consider this. As a pillar of the Spirit Hall, how could he allow Qinghe to receive favorable rewards? Is that not akin to nurturing a tiger at one's side? Yet he remained unaware that Qian Douluo had aided Qinghe in his previous attacks as well. Shui Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should have been the sword Douluo who assisted Qinghe. Gu Rong, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but murmur. We still do not know if rewards will actually drop. Besides, did His Highness just demonstrate any rewards to you? Both Ning Fengji and Shui Yi shook their heads. Then what is the point? If the rewards have not been presented, how can we trust it? Let's wait and see. This time, the offensive mode of the grandfather and grandson was as follows. First soul skill, spirit manifestation, Qian Douluo. Sixth soul skill, Shui Qinghe. Shui Qinghe continued to utilize his support soul skills. The royal swan spirit also possessed a similar ability, so he was not concerned about exposure. Spirit manifestation. First soul skill, sword of judgment. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Qinghe immediately cast a golden holy light upon Qian Douluo. The immense power unleashed from the first soul skill based on the six-winged angel spirit manifestation left Gu Rong and Qian Renxue in stunned silence. After all, this was the level they aspired to achieve. Comparatively, they seldom focused on Shui Qinghe. Yet, in truth, Shui Qinghe's support soul skills contributed significantly, enhancing Qian Douluo's attack by an impressive 4 to 5,000 damage. Once the attack concluded, Gu Rong and Qian Renxue turned their attention to Lin Yi. He is unharmed? Truly unharmed. Qian Renxue initially thought it was his own inadequacy, but now he realized that even Qian Douluo, in his spirit manifestation, could not harm the young man. After all, he was a rank 99 limit Douluo. The revelation that he was not weak, but rather that the youth was exceptionally strong, left Qian Renxue feeling a bitter pang. Lin Yi glanced at the panel. Health lost, 221, 456. Remaining health, 999, 989,072. 341. Damage level. Red beginner. Random reward. 7 treasure glaze tile, spirit. Host reward. 9 treasure glaze tile, spirit. After reviewing the panel, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He could almost envision Ning Fengji's expression later. Ahem, it is permissible to smile, but not to laugh out loud. After all, I must maintain my aloof demeanor. Damage dealt. 221, 456, red beginner, and you have received a spirit as a reward. Xue Qinghe looked at Lin Yi, perplexed. What spirit is it? The 7 treasure glazed tile. Lin Fengji responded with disbelief. Qian Renxue and Gu Rong turned to Ning Fengji in astonishment, their expressions mirroring his own shock. Ning Fengji's countenance froze. Unlike before, he suddenly felt this youth was deceiving them. Surely, the dropped reward must be a fabrication. It absolutely cannot be true. At that moment, Xue Qinghe glanced back at the disheveled Ning Fengji, stifling a smirk as he turned away. To receive a 7 treasure glazed tile spirit would indeed be splendid. Ning Fengji, unable to believe it, took a few steps forward for a clearer view. He witnessed Lin Yi toss the red orb beside Xue Qinghe, which instantly transformed into a vividly colored 7-layered pagoda. The 7 treasure glazed tile hovered in midair, exuding an aura that was eerily familiar to Ning Fengji. No, it cannot be. Is it possible that our 7 treasure glazed sex exclusive spirit, a lineage treasure, has been casually sold by this youth like a vendor at market? Xue Qinghe eagerly reached out to touch the 7 treasure glazed tile, which then transformed into a light orb that merged with his body. Sitting cross-legged, he began to adjust his breathing. Douluo observed nearby, nearly laughing in delight. Moments later, Xue Qinghe opened his eyes, beaming with joy. 7 treasures glazed tile, arise. He emulated Ning Fengji, chanting the incantation as a brilliant 7-colored light emanated from him, with the 7 treasure glazed tile slowly levitating in the air before him. Ning Fengji finally knelt. Secmaster, Gu Rong, and Qian Renxue rushed over to support the somewhat weak-kneed Ning Fengji. Qinghe has truly obtained the 7 treasure glazed tile spirit. Gu Rong gazed at Lin Yi in astonishment. He truly does drop treasures, and even possesses the ability to grant spirits. Qian Renxue, however, regarded Ning Fengji with a complex expression. Secmaster, you previously mentioned that Douluo might intentionally allow His Highness Qinghe to receive poor rewards. How does this 7 treasure glazed tile spirit measure up? Good or bad? Ning Fengji's expression stiffened, feeling as though he had been slapped in the face. Enough, enough. Do not stir up old grievances. Gu Rong shot Qian Renxue a glare. I am very pleased with the reward. Thank you, Elder Lin Yi. Xue Qinghe bowed in gratitude. Well, receiving a satisfactory reward is indeed a stroke of luck for you. Proceed. You still have a second attack. The lucky great wheel appeared once more, leaving Xue Qinghe utterly flabbergasted. Ning Zhongzhu, do not be disheartened. To gift the 7 treasure glazed tile as a reward to Qinghe signifies that this youth undoubtedly possesses genuine talent. Thus, we are all the more likely to receive various astonishing rewards from him, which is indeed a good thing. Xue Yi consoled Ning Fengji. It is indeed a fortuitous event for your majesty, considering that the Tiando royal family has now acquired the exclusive inheritance of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji mused inwardly, yet he expressed outwardly, Your Majesty speaks with wisdom. It is indeed my narrow-mindedness. Let us continue to observe. As he spoke, Xue Yi redirected his gaze to the viewing platform. In stark contrast to Ning Fengji's disposition, his anticipation grew with each passing moment, excitement surging within him. The grandfather and grandson engaged in a brief, hushed exchange on the platform. The attack strategy this time involved the 3rd soul skill, martial soul manifestation, Qian Douluo, and the 6th soul skill, Xue Qinghe. Regrettably, the 7 treasure glazed tile, martial soul, lacked a soul ring at present. Otherwise, Xue Qinghe could have utilized it to enhance his power openly. Martial soul manifestation, blade of light strike. The initial and 3rd soul skills of Qian Douluo have been employed repeatedly, amalgamated into various offensive combinations. Fortunately, all seem to be proceeding smoothly, with the inflicted damage escalating progressively. Under the state of martial soul manifestation, the blade of light strike, bolstered by the holy light of angels. Though not as imposing as the aura of the blade of light strike armor, still exhibited a potency that surpassed the previous assault. Boom! The attack concluded. Qian Renxue and Gu Rong exchanged incredulous glances. The outcome remained unchanged. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, utterly unharmed. Conversely, the Grand Priest of the Martial Soul Hall, bereft of the protection of the forward battle armor, bore the brunt of damage rebounding from Lin Yi. He positioned the Holy Angel Sword before him, simultaneously unfurling 6 massive golden wings to dissipate the waves of damage directed towards Xueqinghe. This spectacle left Gu Rong gasping in astonishment. Qian Renxue, with a grave expression, analyzed, "It seems the higher the damage inflicted, the greater the rebound we experience. It is our turn. The sect master and your majesty must surely remain in the rear." Even Douluo at level 99 is exercising such caution, which emphasizes the formidable nature of the damage rebounding from that youth. This young man, perhaps, is the very embodiment of what every soul master aspires to become. Even seated, he generates damage that instills fear in the limit Douluo. Yet, astonishingly, he simply yearns for his demise. Qian Renxue, perplexed, could scarcely fathom Lin Yi's mindset. Lin Yi glanced at the panel. Health lost, 241536. Remaining health, 999988833125. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, Lucky Big Wheel 1. Host reward, Lucky Big Wheel 2, to his surprise. He received the same reward as his grandfather. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, both grandfather and grandson having drawn identical rewards. Though he pondered whether Xueqinghe would follow in Qian Daolu's footsteps, having drawn a white reward, Qian Douluo was still mulling over his misfortune. Had it not been necessary for him to remain and assist his granddaughter with damage output, he would have returned home to weep into his pillow. However, this time, the reward crit was somewhat lacking, as Lin Yi received 2 big wheels, whereas Qian Douluo had at least managed to secure 3. With damage at 241536. Classified as red beginner, this reward also constituted a lucky big wheel. After stating this, Lin Yi tossed the red orb of light into the air, transforming it into a massive circular wheel, divided into 13 segments. Yet, on this circular wheel, the area of gold was a verdant hue. Qian Daolu's eyes widened in terror, as if confronted with a ghastly apparition, prompting him to retreat. Xueqinghe, lifting his chin, felt his heart race upon encountering this object. Damn it, such a terrifying item. And I too have drawn it. Lin Yi observed the grandfather and grandson, finding their expressions increasingly comical. With his grandfather's experience, Xueqinghe now perceived this object as exceedingly ominous. You should all be somewhat familiar with this by now. Today's prize pool is green. Allow me to elucidate the benefits of the verdant gold pool. The verdant gold pool, should you draw a reward that can be quantified, will have its quantity doubled. Xueqinghe exclaimed, impressive. The quality of rewards from the prize pool was already exceedingly high. Doubling it effectively equated to receiving 2 prize rewards. Qian Douluo gazed longingly at the wheel, yet memories of his previous experience engendered a pang of sorrow, prompting a resigned sigh. You may begin, Lin Yi instructed Xueqinghe. Nodding, Xueqinghe approached the lucky big wheel. Just as he was about to raise his hand, Qian Douluo suddenly shouted, Your Highness, counterclockwise. Xueqinghe, momentarily taken aback, noticed the solemnity in his grandfather's expression, as if imparting a final wish. Undeterred, he raised his hand and grasped the pointer. At that moment, the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. This was undoubtedly the most precarious reward they had encountered thus far. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why everyone had suddenly grown silent, their faces etched with seriousness, as if Xueqinghe were conducting some significant ritual. With a deep breath, Xueqinghe lifted his hand decisively. The pointer spun rapidly in a counterclockwise direction. Xueqinghe swallowed hard and stepped back, quickly turning his back. I shan't look. You all can inform me of the outcome later. He then squatted down, covering his face with his hands. Ning Fengji and the others were left dumbfounded. What was this peculiar behavior? They fixated on the colored segments of the wheel, and upon recalling Xueqinghe's earlier explanation of the rules, their eyes widened in realization. Could be. Never mind. It's still unclear. Let me ask someone. The pointer gradually slowed. Each time it passed through the white zone, Qian Douluo felt a pang of distress. It must at least yield a red or higher, otherwise it would be a tremendous loss. not only wasting a reward, but also compromising damage potential, an absolute disaster. At this moment, Qian Douliu's anxiety surpassed even that of Xue Qinghe, counting each second as an eternity. As the pointer crawled along, creeping past the white zone, Qian Douliu's eyes widened, and he instinctively puffed his cheeks, blowing towards the pointer. "Dear friend, please remain calm," Lin Yi addressed Qian Douliu, gesturing to the golden crocodile, Douluo, and others. The priests promptly ascended the platform, attempting to support Qian Douliu. "Release me. I am perfectly calm," Qian Douliu retorted angrily. Suddenly, the pointer halted. 67. Xue Yi exclaimed, "I weep. This is your doing." Xue Qinghe, alerted by the commotion, tightly shut his eyes, while Qian Douliu spun around abruptly. Everyone present, including Ning, Fengji, and the others, who had only just grasped the nature of the lucky big wheel, fixated intently on the pointer. The pointer landed on gold, classified as beginner. A wave of unrestrained joy washed over Qian Douliu's face. "Gold! It's gold!" he exclaimed, animatedly dancing on the platform. The exuberant display of emotions from Qian Douliu did not surprise anyone. Rather, it stirred an overwhelming sense of sympathy within their hearts. After enduring countless hardships to achieve a red damage score and earn a reward, only to be informed of an opportunity to access the jackpot, it was utterly disheartening when the outcome turned out to be a white score. Anyone would be driven to despair. Therefore, it was entirely natural for Qian Douliu to exhibit such fervent excitement upon seeing the pointer indicate gold. Upon hearing the commotion, Xue Qing, he promptly stood up and turned around. His gaze fell upon the position where the pointer had halted, and his eyes instantly shone with an unmatched brilliance. Gold! It was gold! Xue Qing, he leaped with joy. Xue Yi, witnessing this, was equally elated. It was rumored that gold required over 500,000 damage points, which meant a significant windfall. He approached with the intention of celebrating with Xue Qinghe, but as he drew near Xue Qing, he suddenly dashed towards the stands, embracing Qian Douliu in an ecstatic hug. "Zhuye?" The two individuals in the stands appeared as if they were long-lost friends, embracing and jumping with uncontained joy, their excitement palpable as they repeatedly shouted gold. It was entirely natural for Xue Qing to express gratitude to Qian Douliu for the reward he had helped secure. Yet, it struck Xue Yi as peculiar that Qian Douliu was so exuberantly happy. He quickly defined it in his mind. The spirit hall must be scheming something, thus projecting a facade of friendliness toward the empire. This was hardly surprising. After years of political maneuvering, how could I not discern the truth? After celebrating with Qian Douliu, Xue Qing, he eagerly approached Lin Yi. "May I inquire, esteemed senior, what is my golden reward?" he asked with great anticipation. Lin Yi felt a twinge of jealousy. The method through which Xue Qing he had obtained his reward via the lucky draw was one he could not replicate, let alone achieve a critical hit. Yet, he consoled himself with the fact that he possessed 5 lucky draws. This evening, he would indulge in a lottery with Poseidon. Lin Yi raised the dazzling golden orb in his hand towards Xue Qing and proclaimed, "You are the first to receive a golden reward from me. Congratulations." "Ha ha ha." Xue Qing, he laughed heartily. Suddenly, he noticed how truly magnificent the golden orb appeared, radiant and captivating. "So what is the reward?" "Your initial golden reward is a complete set of soul bones from 10,000 years. These few simple words plunged the entire venue into a state of profound shock. A sudden silence enveloped the crowd, breaths audible in the stillness. Xue Qing, he was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Yi casually flicked his wrist, sending the golden orb into the air. The small golden sphere instantly transformed into 6 pieces of soul bones radiating a crimson glow. The soul bones floated in midair, exuding a fierce and terrifying aura, incomparable to ordinary soul bones. At that moment, the stabbing porcupine silently compared his own 10,000-year torso bone against it. The black-hued torso bone paled in comparison to the 10,000-year variant, appearing utterly insignificant. Moreover, there were 6 pieces at once. Is this truly the golden initial reward? Damn, incredible. Are they all mine? Xue Qing, his voice trembled as he pointed toward the 6 floating soul bones, his disbelief evident. "If you don't want them, you can give me a few," Lin Yi thought to himself. "They are all yours. Take good care of them." "Yes, esteemed senior." Gulp. Shueqing he swallowed hard and walked over to carefully collect the 6 soul bones into his soul guide. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the venue as soul masters gazed longingly towards the stands, their bodies uncontrollably yearning to rush forward. No soul master could maintain their composure upon witnessing soul bones, let alone a complete set with a 10,000-year age. Observing the turmoil, Qian Lu furrowed his brow and signaled to Bibi Dong, prompting several elders to silently position themselves around the stands. Suddenly, a voice resonated, cold and authoritative, penetrating enough to reach the depths of every individual's consciousness. In my sight, should any attempt to seize the reward arise, the instigators shall face merciless retribution. Lin Yi's voice, empowered by his formidable spiritual strength, echoed in everyone's minds. Almost instantaneously, the venue fell into silence. The restless individuals stood frozen in place, trembling with fear. Shueqing he glanced at Lin Yi and smiled. Indeed, having an esteemed senior present provided a great sense of security. He contentedly stored the last soul bone and descended from the stands. As he stepped down, Ningfeng Ji could no longer contain himself. He was truly unable to remain composed. He intended to pull Qian Renxue up, but a young man suddenly appeared before them. "Hey, Master Ning, don't rush. Senior Lin Yi has stated that we must not cut in line. Surely, you wouldn't dare defy the senioress orders, would you?" Douluo tilted his head, grinning at Ningfeng Ji. "Who are you?" Ningfeng Ji frowned. "Who is this audacious young man?" "Me?" Douluo turned around, revealing a roguish smile. "I'm the second offering of the Spirit Hall, Douluo." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes widened in realization. He recalled how his father had described Douluo to him and recognized the striking resemblance. Save for the age. Could this be the effect of the longevity crystal? Let me take a look. Juye, suden animated, aprorochit. He stood before Douluo, scrutinizing him closely until he made Douluo feel uncomfortable. Finally, Shui excitedly turned to Qian Renxue and declared, "To be honest, I desire a longevity crystal. Your Majesty Shui, longevity crystals cannot simply be acquired by desire. It requires luck. I was extraordinarily fortunate to draw 2 in a row." Douluo replied leisurely as he ascended the stage. After speaking, he turned and launched an attack on Lin Yi. 6 soul skill. After the attack concluded, Douluo was left dumbfounded. He stared blankly as another longevity crystal integrated into his being. His body began to shrink, his features regressing to a youthful appearance, and his attire became loose. The Douluo, who had just appeared to be 18 or 19, instantaneously transformed into a child of 8 or 9 years. "Congratulations. You have gained an additional 500 years of life." Lin Yi said with a smile. "No, I don't want more lifespan. I don't want that. I want other rewards." Douluo, his expression one of profound melancholy, his youthful voice crying out, "Shui, I am in tears. This is your doing." 68. Would embracing the lovely maid while drawing lots bring better luck? Third update, something is amiss. The young Douluo stood on the stands, hands on his hips, frowning. Lin Yi, with a knowing smile, gazed at him and replied, "What seems amiss? Everything appears perfectly fine. Thanks to you, I could live for 10,000 years. But it's not right." The child frowned, his cherubic face filled with discontent. Lin Yi's expression remained calm as he questioned, "Are you doubting my fairness?" Upon hearing this, Douluo widened his eyes slightly and quickly waved his hands in protest. No, it has nothing to do with you, senior. I just feel cursed." His tone shifted suddenly to one of determination. "As for today's second assault, I, Douluo, shall withdraw. I will return to the Hall of Offering to evade the storm, and will try again tomorrow. Continuing down this path, I fear I might become an infant again. Even with a power level of 98, it would be futile." Douluo was genuinely losing his composure. After speaking, he flailed his arms and hopped down the steps. Racing towards the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue gazed at the retreating figure of the second offering and couldn't help but murmur, "I truly wonder whether he is fortunate or unfortunate." Of course, he is fortunate, Shui suddenly exclaimed, his face flushed, startling Qian Renxue. "Your Majesty, please remain calm. We will be next." Ningfeng Ji quickly restrained the overly excited Shui, offering him quiet reassurance. However, As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the stands, where the third offering was ascending the steps. Ning Fengji was taken aback. He rushed forward, anxiously inquiring, "Esteemed senior, is it not our turn?" The third offering turned, casually observing him. "Do you not see us queuing? Do you wish to defy the rules set by Senior Lin Yi and cut in line?" Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, glanced nervously at Lin Yi, who was seated cross-legged, and swallowed hard. "All right, you first," he replied, his face pale as he returned to his position. When would it finally be their turn? The anticipation was unbearable, especially for Shui Yi, who was green with jealousy after witnessing Jin Ao Duo's recent acquisition of the Longevity Spirit Stone. Ning Fengji reassured Shui Yi, "Do not worry, Your Majesty. We shall wait a little longer. Once these offerings are concluded, it will be our turn." He glanced at the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh offerings in line, and Shui Yi sighed, reluctantly nodding in agreement. However, events took an unexpected turn. After the seventh offering concluded, Ning Fengji exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to pull Shui Yi onto the stage, a man stepped into their path. Douluo turned, his eyes narrowing into slits. "What does Sect Master Ning intend to do? Do you wish to cut in line?" Ning Fengti inhalet debli. "This is truly outrageous. The Spirit Hall is conspiring to bully the honest. Brother Jian," he thought to himself, "you may intimidate a few offerings, but you, a mere elder, cannot possibly threaten me." Just then, Qian Renxue approached, his sharp aura instantly locking onto Douluo. The latter's previously arrogant demeanor shifted dramatically. Qian Renxue seemed genuinely formidable. Even a fleeting glance rendered Douluo uneasy. However, he was not one to be easily intimidated. Clenching his fists, he glared at Qian Renxue before suddenly adopting a sycophantic tone. "They're the ones cutting in line." Douluo rushed to the edge of the stands, pointing at Ning Fengji and his companions, reminiscent of a schoolboy reporting to a teacher. "Jian Xin." Ning Fengti. Lin Yi opened his eyes, his dark gaze fixed on Qian Renxue. Throughout their interactions, Lin Yi had grown increasingly disinclined towards them. Their initial approach had been laced with provocation, and he was not one to simply swallow his pride. Little did he know that the true instigator was currently standing nearby in a black silk skirt. Moreover, even though the plan for the Soul Master competition required Shui Yi's consent, Lin Yi had never intended to win his favor through flattery. To Shui Yi, Lin Yi himself was a temptation. The notion of seeking his approval was absurd. Lin Yi spoke coldly, "You have repeatedly cut in line, violating the rules time and again. I hereby punish you to stand at the back of the line with those lesser souls. Should you find this unacceptable, you may either leave or challenge me one-on-one." Gazing into Lin Yi's eyes, Qian Renxue involuntarily recalled unpleasant memories from the past. He promptly turned away, stating, "Sect Master, I shall wait for you at the back of the line." Ning Fengji. As night fell, after the last practitioner completed their turn, the disheveled Ning Fengji and his companions hurriedly approached. The night air was chilly, and Shui Yi had wrapped himself in a blanket. "Esteemed senior, may we finally take our turn?" The four looked at Lin Yi with eager expressions. Yet, Lin Yi merely regarded them with indifference. "Do you not see that night has fallen? Return tomorrow." "What? Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Shui Yi suddenly turned pale, his legs giving way beneath him. Qian Renxue quickly stepped forward to support him. "Let's find an inn to rest. Come early tomorrow, behave properly, and you may be allowed to stand before the ordinary soul masters," Lin Yi instructed, having shown considerable leniency. After all, it was late, and he was eager to commence the grand prize wheel spin, indifferent to their plight. Seeing Lin Yi's unyielding demeanor, Ning Fengji sighed, allowing Qian Renxue and Gu Rong to escort Shui Yi to find a nearby inn. Once they departed, Lin Yi hurriedly rose, rushing to his room to lock the door. 5 grand prize wheels. How exhilarating. Sitting on the bed, Lin Yi quickly retrieved a grand prize wheel and placed it before him. 13 identical segments awaited him, and, feeling a rush of anticipation, he rubbed his hands together. The prize pool of this wheel shimmered in blue and gold, promising permanence for all time-limited rewards. He placed his hand on the pointer, choosing to spin it counterclockwise, trusting in a stroke of fate. 1 minute later, the pointer halted on a white segment. Lin Yi was left speechless. "What the hell, system? I'm a host, and you betray me like this? Damn it, my composure is shattered. What a waste of a grand prize wheel." The reward was 100 gold soul coins, slightly better than Qian Renxue's luck, a meager consolation. Was it possible his spinning technique was flawed? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling his earlier plan. Would his luck improve if he held his beautiful maid while spinning? He had yet to properly examine what the real Poseidon looked like. Perhaps it was time to test the waters. With that thought, he prepared to summon the real Poseidon into the world. Ah, this is interesting. But what does this sophisticated maid outfit look like? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. The system listed a series of keywords: lace-trimmed apron uniform, lace, black thigh-high stockings with garters, black high heels, cat ear hairpin, and a large bow. Lin Yi's eyes widened slightly, and, without hesitation, he declared, "Change it." Understood. The maid Poseidon is currently under construction, with a countdown of 1 day. Lin Yi frowned suddenly. A day to change outfits? He had hoped to try his luck by embracing Poseidon during a draw. Or perhaps if his luck was lacking, let Poseidon assist him. The tangible humanoid is a golden intermediate reward, and wearing the yellow outfit requires a certain construction time. However, this day will not count towards the duration of the tangible humanoid's usage, the system explained. Lin Yi took a deep breath and thought, fine, I suppose I can wait a day. It's not too long to see her again. After withdrawing his consciousness from the system space, he turned his gaze to the 4 remaining lucky spinning wheels on his bed. He picked one up again. The prize pool on this lucky wheel was a radiant red gold. The red gold prize pool could trigger critical hits, with a chance to enhance certain reward attributes. Each lucky wheel's prize pool was filled with temptation. Lin Yi, too, craved such rewards. Obtaining a prize from a red gold pool would be worth sacrificing 10 days' worth of meager rewards. Since spinning counterclockwise yielded no results, he decided to try spinning clockwise instead. With his finger nudging the pointer, Lin Yi held his breath, his gaze following the movement of the pointer. Clang, 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 the pointer gradually slowed. In that moment, Lin Yi finally understood the anxiety that Qian Renxue had experienced today. The tension felt akin to awaiting execution. Those fleeting seconds were agonizing. Click! The pointer came to a halt, landing on the black novice prize. Lin Yi stared at the wheel, eyes wide, suddenly feeling despondent. It turned out his luck was rather dismal as well. He had thought being the host would grant him some lucky advantages. Damn, this system was frustratingly fair, showing no favoritism. With 3 spinning wheels remaining, he decided not to spin again. He would wait until tomorrow for Poseidon to sit on his lap and assist him with the draw. Perhaps Poseidon was a lucky charm. After storing the remaining wheels in the system space, Lin Yi laid down to rest, preparing his spirit for the blood draw the following day. In the offering hall, the statue of the 6-winged angel radiated a faint golden light, enveloping the young man below, as if bestowing protection. Xueqinghe sat cross-legged, beads of sweat trickling from his forehead. He was currently merging with a century-old soul bone, while Qian Renxue stood quietly nearby, guarding his granddaughter. This soul bone, aged for 100,000 years, had taken Xueqinghe 2 full hours to merge, and he had not yet completed the process. It must be said that encountering a 100,000-year quality soul bone was a rarity for Qian Renxue, let alone merging with it. He now understood that merging such a soul bone was no simple feat at that moment. Xueqinghe, drenched in sweat, opened his eyes. His face was pale as he looked at Qian Renxue, yet a smile graced his lips. "Grandfather, I have finally completed the merger. Well, let us pause here for today. The rest should be merged separately, or your body won't be able to withstand it," Qian Renxue replied solemnly. After saying this, he squatted down, using his sleeve to wipe the sweat from Xueqinghe's forehead. "How do you feel now?" I feel my strength has increased significantly." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue also smiled. "We truly must thank Lin Yi. To be honest, I can't fathom why he seeks death so ardently. If he were not so extreme, I would have put aside my pride to ensure you marry him." "Grandfather," Xueqinghe chided, her cheeks flushing with annoyance. "Ha, you little girl, I was merely jesting." Qian Renxue chuckled, playfully flicking her forehead. "Ignore you. I'm going to take a bath and sleep early. Otherwise, that woman will always be smugly rushing to meet the elder before us." Xueqinghe retorted as she stood up. "By the way, Bibi Dong asked you to find her after you finish merging the soul bone. She might have something to discuss," Qian Renxue added. Xueqinghe's expression darkened as she made her way to Bibi Dong's quarters. Bibi Dong was clad in a sheer nightgown, drying her hair in front of a mirror. The air was filled with the alluring fragrance of a mature woman, intoxicatingly pleasant. "What do you want?" Xueqinghe said coldly. Bibi Dong glanced at her reflection, her expression equally frigid. You can wash here. After that, I have something for you. Not interested, Shueqing replied before turning to leave. The mother and daughter both bore expressions as frosty as enemies meeting, each refusing to soften. Don't you desire the things from Lin Yi, Sr.? Bibi Dong's teasing voice echoed behind her. Shueqing halted abruptly, her eyes widening. She swallowed, slowly turning back to face Bibi Dong. What is it? Wash first, and then we'll talk. By the edge of the bathing pool, Qian Renxue shed her disguise. Her somewhat loose garment slid down, revealing her delicate, fair shoulders. She extended her crystalline legs into the water to test the temperature, finding it just right. As she stepped into the pool, her exquisite form gradually submerged beneath the surface. Listening to the sound of water, Bibi Dong retrieved 80 pairs of black stockings from her soul guide. Lin Yi had gifted her a total of 150 pairs, and she planned to give more than half to her daughter. Once Qian Renxue finished bathing, she donned a nightgown Bibi Dong had prepared in advance and approached her. Cool me. Sit before me, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. Qian Renxue sat down, her demeanor equally aloof. But the next moment, Bibi Dong suddenly lifted her skirt, causing Qian Renxue to clamp her long legs together in shock. What are you doing? Bibi Dong gazed at her with a half-smile, playfully twirling a thin black stocking between her fingers. Do you want to wear this? It was a gift from Lin Yi. Yes, Qian Renxue replied earnestly, without a moment's hesitation. Hold on, there are 2 more to go. Don't rush. Wearing it will enhance all attributes by 5%, but it only applies to women. Lin Yi has given me so many that I can't wear them all. I suddenly remembered you are a woman, so I might as well share some with you. Bibi Dong said defiantly, unwilling to admit her concern for her daughter. Qian Renxue was too excited to ponder the implications. Truth be told, women adore beautiful women. Today, aside from secretly observing Lin Yi, Qian Renxue had watched Bibi Dong the most, especially admiring her legs. Wearing these stockings would make her legs appear slender and elongated. The skin tone subtly visible, undeniably enhancing feminine allure. Qian Renxue truly loved black stockings, yet felt too shy to ask Bibi Dong for them. Now, she finally had a chance. She immediately stretched her fair, delicate feet towards Bibi Dong, her expression brimming with anticipation. Bibi Dong, though tempted to smile, maintained an air of reluctance as she assisted Qian Renxue in donning stockings. The rest you can manage yourself. Do you expect me to do all the work? Qian Renxue shot her an annoyed glance and adjusted the stockings in front of the mirror. Once adorned, she admired herself from side to side, a joyful expression illuminating her charming face. If only she could wear this openly outside, she would certainly want to show Lin Yi and hear his esteemed opinion. If you intend to wear that, you must put on trousers as well. After all, it is something only women should wear. I am well aware. No need for your reminders, Qian Renxue retorted, rolling her eyes at Bibi Dong. Morning had arrived. Lin Yi stepped out of his room with a calm demeanor. A fleeting glance revealed a sea of people. Do not be surprised. This is merely routine. It is said that the early bird catches the worm, and the Guasha masters had risen early to reach to reach their revered Lin Yi. Thanks to him, these masters possessed wealth they had never dared to dream of. The prosperity of the entire spirit city hinged on Lin Yi. Even if the spirit hall were to fall, Lin Yi must remain steadfast. However, for Lin Yi, this early hour was exceptionally tedious. He felt like a robot, endlessly dispensing money. In a moment of respite, he glanced at the number of gold spirit coins in the system space. 10 million. A staggering 10 million gold spirit coins. I am utterly amazed. This gaggle of Guasham masters. Aside from making me the richest in the continent, what else can you do? Were it not for your sheer numbers. Every little fly counts. I would truly prefer to ignore you. At that moment, figures appeared in the distance. Bibi Dong and several elders were slowly approaching. Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy. Bibi Dong was the woman he most longed to see each day. After all, her arrival signified the onset of trouble. He quickly resumed an expression of profound depth, embodying the aloof, solitary figure with an almost obsessive desire for death. This persona could not falter. In these times of fallen stars, as a celebrity of the spirit city, Lin Yi could not afford to collapse. Juju Daw cleared his throat and could not help but inquire of Ghost Awe. How was the grand offering's mood yesterday? You seem quite well. Do not worry. Fine, I will trust you this once. Juju Douluo, with lingering trepidation, remarked. having heard that the grand offering nearly fainted upon drawing white. Fortunately, he had been clever enough to escape early. Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed the grand offering's entourage approaching with an imposing demeanor. Douluo felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly concealed himself among the elders, feigning calmness. "Hurry up, she's getting ahead again," Shuqinghe urged impatiently, pushing Qian Renxue forward. Behind them, the golden crocodile Douluo wore a sullen expression, held by the hand of the third offering, clearly reluctant. "Old three, you really don't need to hold my hand. It's quite humiliating," the golden crocodile Douluo protested in a youthful voice. The third offering looked down at him. "This is the grand offering's command. The crowd around the viewing platform is dense and complex. If you were to be lured away by someone with ill intentions using candy, the offer hall would lose its second offering." The golden crocodile Douluo felt hesitant about attending today. If he were to draw a longevity crystal again, it would shatter his composure more than the grand offering drawing from the white prize pool. Bibi Dong commanded the elders to disperse the guasha masters again, clearing a space for the spirit hall's personnel. At that moment, the offerings finally arrived. Watching Bibi Dong ascend the steps, Shuqinghe stamped his foot in frustration. "Damn it. She has gotten ahead again. Honestly, I feel she is even more interested in Lin Yi than you are. Do modern women truly favor such extreme personalities in young men?" Qian Renxue could not refrain from asking. "How could she possibly be more interested than my grandfather? I'm not interested in him at all. I'm merely interested in his rewards." "Never mind. It's impossible to explain this to you." Shuqinghe realized she had nearly misspoken, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and anger, prompting her to ignore Qian Renxue. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Bibi Dong leaned forward to catch a glimpse of Lin Yi. As expected, he remained with his eyes closed. Today, Bibi Dong had donned a long skirt with a slit. Her black silk-clad legs were tantalizingly visible as she walked, even revealing the curve of her thighs. Though her overall aura was not as fiery as the previous day, it was undeniably more graceful. A quintessential mature look. Who knows how Lin Yi feels about such a type? Alas, the only strategy Bibi Dong could conceive to attract Lin Yi to the spirit hall was the allure of beauty, for it seemed he lacked nothing except for women. "Senior, I have arrived," Bibi Dong whispered. Lin Yi opened his eyes, casting a dispassionate glance at her, and nodded calmly before closing his eyes again. "Wow, I like this. How come I never noticed how well Bibi Dong dresses in the original text? The anime always portrayed her in just one outfit." The Bibi Dong before him was genuinely captivating. Yet, Bibi Dong stood there, momentarily stunned, without a hint of reaction. "Senior, what style do you truly prefer?" Bibi Dong felt utterly drained, but she would not concede. Lin Yi was of utmost importance to the spirit hall. For the sake of unity across the continent, she had to entice him into their ranks by any means necessary. "What are you waiting for? Will you not make a move?" Lin Yi opened his eyes, his dark gaze fixed on Bibi Dong. "Yes, lovely. Let me steal another glance." Bibi Dong responded somewhat dejectedly. For now, her priority was to seize rewards. The allure of beauty must be approached with patience. Today, she opted for a combination of the second soul skill from her demon scythe. 71. Bibi Dong's reward item card. Randomly answer 3 truths. The last attack had reached a staggering damage of 220,000. This time, she needed to exceed that threshold. Bibi Dong resolved that when the day arrived when her damage could no longer improve, she would endure a period of diminished reward quality. During this time, she would thoroughly study how to achieve a breakthrough. Speaking of which, she had drawn a fragment of the Demon God experience card last time, and she still had not received any news. Sigh, it truly is a matter of luck. Were she to possess the Demon God experience card, how could she not surpass her previous damage? Second soul skill. Spider Emperor's Cocoon. Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed as she unleashed a torrent of webbing towards Lin Yi. Layer upon layer, the threads enveloped him, swiftly forming a massive cocoon. The venom began to consume Lin Yi from within. Bibi Dong planned to launch her demon scythe assault when the cocoon was undone, ensuring the damage would be counted together. Just then, Lin Yi's calm voice resonated from within the cocoon. "I will break your cocoon in about a minute. After all, it will not vanish until you perish. Lest we waste time waiting too long." At the very moment the spider silk was breached, you seized the opportunity to connect with the demon scythe. Bibi Dong listened, seemingly oblivious. This was the mark of a true expert, even going so far as to guide others on how to defeat him. Remarkably, despite Bibi Dong not mentioning her intention to wield the scythe, Lin Yi had already anticipated it. Truly, the senior was formidable. After a minute had elapsed, an intense heat suddenly erupted from the cocoon. Ashes from the burning silk drifted through the air, and Bibi Dong seized the moment, summoning the demon's scythe into her grasp. She charged towards Lin Yi, the scythe emitting a ghastly howl as it sliced through the air before striking Lin Yi. Boom! Perhaps due to her earlier overwhelming concentration, Bibi Dong had entirely forgotten that the red damage would inevitably trigger a counterattack. Her eyes widened in shock as she was sent flying backward by the ricocheted damage, only to find the scythe pressing against her back. The scythe seemed to convey, "I can assist you only to this extent." "Ah, Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Several elders gasped in horror, rushing towards the stage. However, upon reaching the steps, they halted. The elders exchanged awkward glances, signaling each other silently before retreating. Bibi Dong blinked, still in shock, and lowered her gaze, only to find herself kneeling atop Lin Yi's crossed legs. She was bewildered. "Did you intend to suffocate me in this manner?" Lin Yi's cold voice pierced through the air. Bibi Dong was taken aback. She quickly rose, retreating several steps. Lin Yi's expression was icy, blood seeping from his nose as he stated, "This method yields no damage enhancement. I advise against harboring such twisted thoughts." "I didn't mean to. It was the scythe." Bibi Dong stammered. "But, Senior, why are you bleeding?" Initially filled with remorse, she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, hastily raising a hand to wipe his nose. "Oh no, I really am bleeding." Everyone was astonished. Bibi Dong was the first to draw blood from Lin Yi. "My apologies, Senior." Bibi Dong quickly apologized again, approaching with a handkerchief to wipe his nose. "Step back. This is your final warning." Lin Yi barked. "Damn it, I've lost all face." Yet they seem unaware of why I'm bleeding. Bibi Dong, holding the bloodied handkerchief, immediately retreated. "I'm sorry," she said, feeling a bit wronged. It was truly the scythe that had pushed her into Lin Yi. But how could her soft body have caused Lin Yi to bleed? This left Bibi Dong utterly perplexed. Lin Yi stared darkly at the panel. Health lost, 234651. Remaining health, 9999866035512. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, truth card, current reward enhancement item. Host reward, truth card 3, applicable below gold level. It was something new. And Lin Yi took a moment to scrutinize it. Your damage is 234,651, categorized as beginner red damage, and the reward is a truth card. After saying this, he flicked the red orb in Bibi Dong's direction. A card floated before her, shimmering gold with the words truth card inscribed upon it. Taking the card, Bibi Dong gazed at Lin Yi puzzled. "Senior, I don't quite understand what this means." Lin Yi elucidated. "This is a prop card that will randomly select 3 questions for you to answer. At least 2 of your answers must be truthful to trigger an effect that elevates your current reward by 1 level. Thus, a beginner red reward will upgrade to a middle red reward. Should you provide fewer than 2 correct answers, your reward will remain at the beginner red level. In other words, this is merely a welfare item that allows you to exchange 2 truthful answers for an upgrade in reward." Bibi Dong's eyes widened slightly, realizing, "So, I only need to truthfully answer 2 out of 3 questions?" "Correct. And they are random questions, not subjective ones posed by me. Do you accept the challenge? If I don't, will it have any repercussions?" "No, the reward will still stay at the beginner red level." Bibi Dong hesitated before nodding. "I accept the challenge." "Very well. Once you are prepared, I will commence with the questions." A sense of unease washed over her as she nodded. "I am ready." Within the system space, the 3 questions were rapidly being filtered out. After briefly glancing at the questions, Lin Yi was taken aback. This system truly had a wicked sense of humor. Was it intentionally trying to tarnish his reputation? Were these questions even appropriate for a normal person to pose? Noticing Lin Yi's peculiar expression, Bibi Dong tentatively asked, "Senior, what are the questions?" "I'm ready." Lin Yi cleared his throat, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. The first question, what indecorous actions do you often engage in while bathing? You must disclose at least 1. Upon hearing the question, Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lin Yi. What kind of question was this? She had expected something more commonplace, perhaps a riddle or a trivia question. Instead, she was faced with this dilemma. The answer was certainly affirmative, but Bibi Dong bit her red lip, her expression torn. The first chapter is presented. I implore daily readership. 72, middle red reward. A 10,000-year external soul bone, 8 spider spears. Bibi Dong's beautifully arched eyebrows knitted tightly together, her lips seemingly sealed shut, unable to utter a word. There were far too many indecorous actions committed in the bath to count. Yet, every single one was too embarrassing to disclose. Revealing even one would mean facing the world the next day without any dignity. As she struggled with her thoughts, Bibi Dong turned around only to widen her eyes in astonishment. All the soul masters below the stage had gathered closely, fully intent on hearing the forthcoming explosive content. Elders, worshippers, and even Qian Douluo, who stood nearby, were secretly straining to listen. You all, how utterly shameless. Humph, you shall not hear any secrets from me. Bibi Dong glared at Lin Yi, her irritation bubbling forth. I forfeit this question. Please ask the second one. Lin Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded, understood. You still have 2 opportunities left. You must answer truthfully to all to utilize the prop card. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yi added, to clarify. These 3 questions are entirely randomly generated by the prop card and are not of my own making. After hearing this, Bibi Dong cast him a curious glance. Why did she feel such skepticism? The second question. Do you wear both top and bottom undergarments while sleeping? The moment the words left his lips, Bibi Dong stiffened. In that fleeting instant, she felt an overwhelming multitude of gazes converge upon her, igniting a fiery heat on her back. What is with these questions? I am truly going to lose my temper. However, the red intermediate reward requires a staggering 300,000 damage, which is no easy feat to achieve. Even if one manages to reach that figure, it merely signifies a single instance of high damage, ultimately escalating the difficulty of subsequent challenges and rendering the endeavor less worthwhile. Thus, the opportunity to acquire a red intermediate reward is indeed a rare gem. Bibi Dong gazed at Lin Yi with a hint of melancholy. Yet what she encountered was an expression of utmost seriousness in his eyes. Could it be that he was not the one to propose this? Well, at least this question was better than the previous one, and there were only 2 opportunities left. Neither of them will be dawn, Bibi Dong stated coldly. What? Oh my, what have I just heard? The moment Bibi Dong finished her sentence, the men in the room erupted in excitement. Whistles and enthusiastic cheers filled the air. Several elders wore expressions of bewilderment, yet they were compelled to maintain their composure due to their esteemed status. However, the uproarious crowd quickly fell silent. For at that moment, a woman in the stands was casting a cold, serpentine gaze downwards. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. It seemed that everyone was rather idle, taking such an interest in the personal matters of His Holiness the Pope. Yet, it was quite enlightening to discover that Bibi Dong preferred to sleep in a vacuum. Lin Yi managed to maintain a neutral expression, returning to a facade of indifference. Your answer is valid. I now pose to you the third question. Yet, as he cast his eyes upon the third inquiry in the system's interface, his pupils trembled, and he found it difficult to voice it. To utter this question would not only tarnish his own image, but even if Bibi Dong respected him, it would surely lead to a breach of decorum. When was the last time you were intimate? What a ludicrous question. Must the system delve into such private matters? No, this question is utterly unacceptable. Lin Yi could envision the gravity of this situation. Bibi Dong could choose not to answer and forfeit the item, but he would be subjected to public scorn. Reassess the third question. He commanded within his mind. Please confirm, confirmed. Initiating filter. Filtering successful. What is a recent lie you told? And reveal the truth. This question was relatively more palatable. Lin Yi's expression softened as he inquired of Bibi Dong. What is a recent lie you told? And reveal the truth. Upon hearing this question, Bibi Dong instinctively exhaled in relief. Finally, it was no longer a matter of such intimate nature. Yet this question made her frown slightly as she pondered her recent conversations. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Stealing a glance at Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong hesitated. I gifted someone 80 pairs of black stockings, yet deceived her by claiming it was due to my surplus. The truth is I genuinely intended to give her that many. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe paused, astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yi listened to the system's judgment and nodded. Your answer is valid. Congratulations. Your reward has been upgraded to a red intermediate level. He then raised a crimson orb aloft. Bibi Dong felt a surge of excitement as the frustration stemming from answering the question dissipated. The reward was a 10,000-year-old external soul bone known as the 8 spider spears, capable of evolution. Upon finishing, Lin Yi flicked the red orb toward Bibi Dong. An external soul bone. 10,000 years. The crowd was astounded. External soul bones are far rarer than ordinary soul bones, and this one was already of 10,000-year quality. Oh my, it seems that for Senior Lin Yi, soul bones are as common as cabbage, given freely at will. However, unlike the others who were amazed, Lin Yi was astonished that this external soul bone was actually Tang San's 8 spider spears. It appeared that Tang San's version was merely a drop from a 3,000-year-old faceless demon spider, making this 10,000-year variant immeasurably superior. As the orb landed in Bibi Dong's hand, it transformed into an external soul bone radiating a crimson aura, resembling a skeletal form. Yet, as Bibi Dong held the external soul bone, a frown creased her brow. It was not due to the quality of the soul bone. On the contrary, she recognized its exceptional caliber. The issue was that she already possessed an external soul bone. It seemed this reward was not meant for her. She would set it aside for now. Senior, I am prepared for a second assault. Very well. Bibi Dong, seizing the momentum, initiated her second attack. The first soul skill, Martial Spirit True Body, Rascal Demon Scythe. The standard damage of the first soul skill was 60,000, with the Martial Spirit True Body adding an approximate 60,000 enhancement, while the Rascal Demon Scythe provided a hefty 160,000 boost. However, considering that her previous damage was 230,000, Bibi Dong resolved not to exert her full strength this time. As the stakes rose, everyone became increasingly meticulous about damage calculations, and Bibi Dong was no exception. As her long dress fell away, spider silk enveloped her, transforming her into a vision of elegance and allure amidst a dazzling web. After summoning her martial spirit, Bibi Dong radiated breathtaking beauty, yet exuded a lethal aura. In her right hand, she wielded the Rascal Demon Scythe, while her left hand conjured the Spear of Death, resembling a deadly beauty emerging from the depths of hell. With a swift motion, Bibi Dong charged toward Lin Yi, unleashing the Spear of Death, which shattered into fragments upon contact with him. Her gaze turned icy as she seamlessly transitioned to the Rascal Demon Scythe. The deadly arc of purple-black light slashed through the air, striking Lin Yi with immense force. Boom! Bibi Dong had anticipated this, donning the thorn spider armor to absorb the damage rebound aimed at her. The entire sequence of attacks flowed effortlessly, a flawless execution. Lin Yi glanced at the panel. Damage taken, 249,731. Remaining health, 999, 986, 354. 132. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, Rascal God Experience card, 1 minute x5. Host reward, Rascal God Experience card, 1 month, x2. This particular reward was somewhat unique. The red beginner reward coincided with the black advanced reward, the sole distinction being that the black advanced reward was a Rascal God Experience card, 5 minutes, x1. This reward had a drawback. Once the experience card was utilized, it would immediately expire after 5 minutes, with no pause during the countdown. The red beginner reward conveniently addressed this issue, converting the 5-minute experience card into 5 1-minute cards, allowing for flexible usage. However, for Lin Yi, the ability to manipulate time through the system was a privilege of being the host. Damage, 249, 731, red beginner. Your reward is 5 1-minute Rascal God Experience cards. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across her face. She stood there, stunned, as if a delightful revelation had just struck her. Did I hear that correctly? Indeed, it appears to be the reward you have long desired. Upon concluding, Lin Yi raised the crimson orb in his hand. Seeing Bibi Dong nod enthusiastically, he flicked the red orb toward her. The orb transformed into 5 purple-black experience cards, suspended before Bibi Dong, each adorned with the visage of a terrifying deity. Treating them as treasures, Bibi Dong promptly gathered the 5 cards. Just at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the crowd. Apologies. We are late. Ning Fengji waved his hand from a distance, hurrying over with Qian Renxue, Gurong, and Shui. They navigated through the throngs of onlookers and approached the edge of the viewing platform, bowing in regretful apology to Lin Yi atop the platform. We are truly sorry. We had no idea when the platform would open, and we ended up delaying our arrival. Ning Fengji spoke with a humble demeanor. That morning, upon waking and approaching the inn's window, he was taken aback to see the area surrounding the platform teeming with people. His heart sank immediately, prompting him to hastily dress and rush over with the others. However, Lin Yi merely regarded them with an indifferent expression. Now that you are here, simply join the queue. All right. Ning Fengji and the others glanced around but hesitated. Where should we line up? Lin Yi calmly replied. Naturally, you will stand at the back of the line. As per your arrival time. Ning Fengji grew anxious and stepped forward. But senior, didn't you mention last night that we could at least queue ahead of the ordinary soul masters? Lin Yi's gaze turned icy. I was under the assumption you would arrive early. Tell me, is there anyone here who arrived later than you? Ning Fengji's face paled, rendered speechless. Shui Yi sighed. Forget it, Sect Master Ning. Let's head to the back of the line. At least Qing, he is still ahead. That is your son, not mine. Ning Fengji thought to himself, but he could only silently follow to the end of the queue. Observers from the Wuhuan Temple looked on with satisfaction at this scene. Indeed, Lin Yi had provided you an opportunity, yet you squandered it, arriving late and still wishing to cut in line? Not a chance. Every person here had arrived bright and early, including the Pope and the Grand Priest. Qian Douluo surveyed the direction of Ning Fengji and the others, snorting derisively as he ascended the steps. He glanced at the scoreboard on the platform, noting that his damage record still stood at over 260,000. With his 2 attacks today, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely set 2 new damage records. The first attack should not exceed 300,000, while the second was uncertain. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to earn a red intermediate reward today. For his first attack mode, he chose the first soul skill and the 5th soul skill. Qian Douluo was adept at precisely calculating damage. 5th soul skill, Sacred Fire Conflagration. The 6-winged angelic apparition behind him spread its arms wide, radiating holy light, coalescing into a blazing white fireball in his palms. The fireball soared toward Lin Yi's position, leaving a trail of distorted air in its wake due to the intense heat. Qian Douluo followed closely behind. This is a combination of damage and physical assault. First soul skill, Sword of Judgment. He extended his right hand, a golden sword hilt materializing, making the holy light above the platform even more resplendent. The angelic sword, gleaming with golden light, was swung by Qian Douluo as it sliced toward Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi also made his move. As the blazing white flames erupted from him, Lin Yi quickly raised his sword hand, instantaneously halting the spread of the white sacred fire. Dissipate, he murmured, and all the blazing flames vanished. In the next moment, Qian Douluo's sword strike landed upon him. Clang! Boom! The rebound of damage surged forth, and Qian Douluo raised the angelic sword to withstand the tremendous impact. He exhaled, realizing that each time he attacked, he felt as though he were the one being struck. Health loss, 274365. Remaining health, 9999860794112. Damage level, red, intermediate, random reward. 1 component of the forward battle armor, right shoulder armor and upper arm armor. Host reward, complete set of forward battle armor, 11 components. Lin Yi glanced at the panel and nodded in approval. It seemed that Qian Douluo's streak of bad luck from yesterday had come to an end, showing signs of a turnaround today. Damage of 274,365, red intermediate level. Congratulations on once again breaking your own record. Your reward is another component of the forward battle armor, this time the right shoulder armor and upper arm armor. The components Qian Douluo originally possessed were the right gauntlet and forearm armor, and with this new reward, his entire right arm and shoulder could now be completely covered by the forward battle armor. This would undoubtedly enhance his damage output further. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt that Qian Douluo was the most likely candidate to achieve golden damage. Yet, everyone seemed astonished by more than just that. The Grand Priest's damage was so precisely calibrated. Incredible. I am astounded. Just shy of 1,000 more than last time. That damage calibration is remarkable. Qian Douluo beamed with pride, naturally, considering who he was. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with Qian Douluo, as he was currently the main force in breaking shields. He propelled the red light sphere toward Qian Douluo's right upper arm. Upon contact, the light sphere immediately transformed into the forward battle armor, adhering to Qian Douluo's right upper arm and shoulder. But that wasn't all. Buzz! At the elbow joint, fine golden threads shot out from between the upper arm armor and forearm armor, connecting them in a highly technological manner. 74. You don't believe in Captain America as shield defense? Let me prove it to you. Crack. The right upper arm armor and right forearm armor interlocked, forming a complete right arm armor. Qian Renxue joyfully wiggled his arm, directing the forward battle armor into his body with his mind. His right arm and shoulder were revealed once more. Using his mental focus again, stars glimmered on his arm and shoulder, and the forward battle armor reappeared. It was evident to everyone that Qian Renxue was thoroughly enjoying himself. Indeed, one's mood each day was determined by the treasures one obtained. Once you are ready, you may initiate your second attack, Lin Yi stated. All right. Qian Renxue did not stow away the forward battle armor, indicating his intention to utilize it in this attack. However, Lin Yi suddenly interjected, I must remind you that the damage enhancement from the forward battle armor components depends on their connection to the attack method. For instance, your first soul skill is the Sword of Judgment. If you wield the angelic sword with the right gauntlet, there exists a direct contact and a force correlation. This high degree of connection allows for a 100% enhancement. However, your right upper arm and shoulder armor do not have direct contact with the angelic sword. Hence, the enhancement cannot reach 100%. Not every component possesses a 100% enhancement. It varies based on the circumstances. Lin Yi's explanation was exceptionally detailed, and Qian Renxue understood. I comprehend. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. Nonetheless, I still choose to utilize the forward battle armor to assist in my attack. That is your decision. You may commence whenever you are prepared, Lin Yi replied coolly. Very well. Qian Renxue inhaled deeply. Let us hope this attempt yields no less than 270,000 damage. His attack mode was first soul skill, forward battle armor. The last time I faced the forward battle armor with only my forearm, the damage inflicted by this attack mode was slightly over 200,000. I wonder how much damage boost the right arm armor and right shoulder armor can provide. First soul skill, Judgment Sword. Qian Renxue intoned solemnly. His right hand formed a fist, and a sword hilt materialized in his palm, radiating a golden holy light that elongated into a sharp blade. Qian Renxue stomped on the ground, leaping into the air, the angelic holy sword glowing with a blinding white light. The sword slashed down. Boom! An overwhelming rebound of damage erupted from Lin Yi. Qian Renxue's expression grew serious as he plunged the angelic holy sword downward. The force of the impact knocking him back several meters, leaving a scar on the stage's surface. Lin Yi frowned slightly at the sight. You've ruined my stage. Remember to find someone to repair it. Sure. Qian Renxue chuckled apologetically. Health lost, 279743. Remaining health, 999985790038. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, Captain America's shield, modified, X1, permanent. Random reward, Captain America, modified, X1, permanent. Upon seeing the rewards, Lin Yi was utterly flabbergasted. System, you've gone too far. What does it mean to gift me a modified Marvel character? A woman would have been fine, but you give me a muscle-bound man? What use do I have for a muscle man? Lin Yi glanced at the description, eager to discover what the modified Captain America entailed. Bodybuilder physique, astonishingly firm buttocks, limitless low-level strength, limitless low-level speed, no skills, possesses a modified Captain America's shield. Absolute obedience to commands, speaks Chinese, can be freely accessed in the system space. Lin Yi mused. So, it's essentially a thug I've been given. Fine, I'll treat him as a little brother. Turning to Qian Renxue, he remarked, damage of 279,743. A beginner red damage level has once again shattered the record you just set. Your reward is a shield called Captain America's shield. After speaking, Lin Yi tossed the red orb he held towards Qian Renxue. The orb transformed mid-air into a predominantly blue round shield, causing Qian Renxue to widen his eyes in surprise as he swiftly caught it. Expecting it to be heavy, he was astonished to find it remarkably light. While Qian Renxue examined the shield, Lin Yi explained, the capability of this shield is straightforward. It possesses absolute defensive power, capable of withstanding a deity's attack without issue. And anything below limitless Douluo is not even a concern. Is that true? Such a light shield has such exaggerated effects. Qian Renxue exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yi glanced at him calmly and replied, raise the shield. Huh. Lin Yi stood up and approached Qian Renxue. Upon reaching him, he offered no further explanation. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and pulled it back. Qian Renxue's eyes widened as he witnessed the air around Lin Yi's fist distort violently. Understanding Lin Yi's intent, he quickly raised the shield. Simultaneously, Lin Yi's punch struck down upon the shield. Boom! The shield emitted a resonant hum as the air erupted in a series of explosive waves. The tremendous force surged from the podium below. The edge of the stage shattered instantly, sending marble fragments flying. Holy crap! Zhu Duo and Qian Douluo and others cried out, propelled backward into the crowd by the shockwave unleashed by that punch. Unfortunately, they were positioned directly behind Qian Douluo. As the dust settled, chaos ensued. Qian Douluo stood behind the shield, his eyes wide. Although he felt no impact holding the shield, he caught glimpses of the devastation around him. The marble layer laid across the stage had been obliterated by Lin Yi's punch, and the nearest soul masters, including Douluo, were sent flying into the throng. On the periphery, Qian Renxue and Gu Rong stared in disbelief, their jaws dropping as they gazed at Lin Yi as if he were a monster. Surprised by the shield's defensive power? You felt not a thing, and your position remained unchanged, Lin Yi inquired, his expression calm. Qian Douluo struggled to respond. He was indeed astonished, but the shield is secondary. What astonishes me most is your strength. It's even more outrageous than the shield's defense. Holy cow! Qian Douluo turned to look behind him. The scene was one of utter devastation. The soul masters who had fallen to the ground were disheveled, struggling to rise. Their bodies covered in marble shards. They gazed at Lin Yi on the stage, their expressions filled with grievance. They felt wronged, realizing that Lin Yi had treated them as experimental subjects to demonstrate the effectiveness of his reward. Though they felt aggrieved, they remained silent. Do you still not believe me? Lin Yi pressed, noticing Qian Douluo's silence. I believe, Qian Douluo replied, his heart still racing as he regarded Lin Yi. I truly believe it. Please, spare me from a second demonstration. That's good. Lin Yi nodded, walking back while instructing Bibi Dong. Remember to find someone to help me repair the stage. Thank you. 3 updates delivered. Seeking daily readership. Thank you. And have a splendid weekend. Bibi Dong, it's begun. First update. Bibi Dong nodded in bewilderment. Is this the archetype of Steel Man? A character of ironclad disposition, ironclad physique, and ironclad fists. His personality is straightforward and fierce. When challenged, he simply delivers a punch to prove his point. Suddenly, Bibi Dong found herself admiring this style of handling affairs. It was certainly preferable to those men who were indecisive and hesitant. Lin Yi approached the record board and altered its contents. Highest damage record, 279743 damage level. Red beginner, damage holder. Qian Douluo. This record on the wooden plaque left most present in awe, including Zhu Duo and Gui Douluo, who had previously aspired to hold the record. They gradually realized they were drifting further from this goal. Lin Yi returned to his mat, sitting cross-legged once more. Who's next? He inquired, his expression indifferent, gazing at the crowd before him. At that moment, Xueqing stepped forward, excitedly ascending the steps to the podium. It's my turn, senior. Let us begin, Lin Yi replied. Upon seeing Xueqing take the stage, Qian Douluo promptly stowed the shield. He had just spent some time examining it, suspecting it might be a semi-artifact. Lin Yi's punch evidently rivaled divine power. And without the shield's protection, Qian Douluo believed he would have had no chance of survival at the center of such a storm. This round had indeed been worth it. Speaking of which, both rewards today had been quite advantageous. Grinning, he approached his granddaughter. To his surprise, Xueqing suggested an offensive strategy. Grandfather, let us choose the same attack method as last time, your third soul skill, martial soul true body, combined with my angelic holy light. Xueqing whispered softly. Qian Douluo frowned. Identical? Are you certain? An identical soul skill does not guarantee the same damage. Fluctuations are to be expected. Moreover, it is highly probable that the damage will be less than before, and the rewards may shift from red initial to black high, which will be quite a loss. Yet, Xueqing smiled confidently. Rest assured, your granddaughter is wearing black silk. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Qian Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. The grandfather and granddaughter took their positions, and as the golden light of angelic radiance enveloped Qian Douluo, he began to manifest his martial soul. A colossal and divine, 6-winged angel appeared behind him, drawing the angelic holy sword in accordance with Qian Douluo's movements. With the third soul skill activated, the angelic holy sword descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar, causing the very particles of stone in the stands to tremble violently. Clang! Lin Yi tilted his head slightly as the massive blade landed upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, the fierce impact sent fragments of stone soaring into the air before they fell back down. Damage taken, 253,600. Remaining health, 9999855363342. Damage level, red initial. Random reward, 100,000 years of kill, 10 seconds control time, x10. Host reward, 100,000 years of kill, 10 seconds control time, infinite times. Detected previous similar reward for host. Replacement executed. For the first time, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment due to the rewards. Last time, Yen had obtained 1,000 years of kill with only a 1-second control time. Undoubtedly, with the control time extended to 10 seconds, this was now an absolute control skill. Moreover, Yan's condition for use required the opponent to harbor malice, whereas this one did not. A divine skill, an unequivocal control technique. However, it felt somewhat devalued. Furthermore, the true identity of the opponent was a female. System, are you certain this was not intentional? Lin Yi glanced at Xue Qinghe and remarked, damage, 253600, red initial. He recalled their previous attack pattern and noted that this time, by choosing the same mode of attack, the damage had increased by approximately 10,000. A 5% enhancement. It seemed Xue Qinghe was indeed wearing black silk. Given this, the target of Bibi Dong's deceitful words appeared to be Xue Qinghe. The love-hate relationship between mother and daughter was rather intriguing. What about the rewards? Xue Qinghe inquired eagerly, leaning closer to Lin Yi with curiosity. 100,000 years of kill, 10 seconds of extended control time, applicable in various scenarios, without the need for hostility, and 10 opportunities to experience it. Lin Yi raised the red orb in his hand, a rare smile gracing his normally indifferent face. His laughter was not intended to persuade Xue Qinghe to accept the reward. Rather, it was an uncontrollable reaction to the familiarity of the reward. In that fleeting moment, Xue Qinghe's pupils trembled. No, I don't want it. I reject this reward. She suddenly seemed to witness something terrifying, fixating on the red orb in Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi frowned slightly. This is a control divine skill. It can be utilized in any circumstance, and 10 seconds of control time is ample for your companions to unleash several skills. I refuse, Xue Qinghe lamented, her face a mask of distress. Who has ever seen a little fairy wield such a sordid skill? Lin Yi's expression remained impassive as he extended the red orb towards Xue Qinghe. Then how shall we handle this reward? Xue Qinghe recoiled, clutching Lin Yi's wrist and forcefully flinging it in a direction. Whoever wants it can take it. The red orb shot off rapidly, and all eyes followed its trajectory until it merged with an individual. Bibi Dong looked down, staring blankly at the red orb that had integrated into her body. She, along with Xue Qinghe and Lin Yi, fell into a moment of silence. The crowd was momentarily enveloped in silence. Ultimately, the recipient of this ability turned out to be Bibi Dong. The elders were stunned, but soon suppressed laughter erupted. How amusing it would be to witness the dignified, elegant Pope wielding such a control skill. Suddenly, expectations surged. Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she glared at Xue Qinghe, a smile that was neither here nor there on her lips. Your Highness, let us not miss the evening rendezvous. Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in shock, instinctively retreating a few steps, hands covering her backside. May I observe this evening? Lin Yi pondered silently as he watched the two, hoping that Qian Renxue would wear black silk as well. No ulterior motives, merely a curiosity about the quality of the silk gifted by the system. Ha ha ha! What an unexpected turn of events. Xue Qinghe chuckled awkwardly, hastily moving to her grandfather's side, addressing Lin Yi, Senior. Let us initiate the second offensive. We shouldn't delay everyone's time. At this moment, Xue Qinghe remained unaware that Bibi Dong's statement was indeed serious. By nightfall, it would be her moment of reckoning. 76, the absurd adventure card. Lin Yi thought, this broken shield. Better to leave it untouched. Second update. To be frank, this is indeed a control divine skill. Those under control cannot move for over 10 seconds, a time frame brimming with infinite possibilities. Yet Bibi Dong could not bring herself to utilize it, not even in dire circumstances. Her principles, dignity, and honor forbade her from wielding such a skill. Thus, to rid herself of the distasteful ability, Bibi Dong resolved to expend all her chances in a single night. Qian Renxue, naturally, would be the target. After all, she was a piece of flesh that had fallen from Bibi Dong, and the latter would not disdain her own daughter. Furthermore, the reason she obtained this ability was precisely due to that troublesome girl. Damn, tonight, she would use it all on her. As Xue Qinghe prepared for the second offensive, she remained blissfully ignorant of the hellish 100 seconds that awaited her. Qian Douluo continued to position himself alongside Xue Qinghe. He whispered, "This time, I will use my third soul skill along with my forearm armor. Together, they should yield a damage output of precisely 260,000. As for you, 260,000 actually surpasses the 250,000 from last time, so you need not attack. However, if you refrain from attacking, Lin Yi would not receive any treasures." As Qian Douluo was the primary attacker and had already exhausted his 2 opportunities for treasure drops today, should I lightly strike him in front of the senior? Xue Qinghe inquired tentatively. Qian Douluo chuckled in agreement. That works. After their discussion, Qian Douluo pondered and retrieved Captain America's shield from his soul guide. Be cautious with this. The damage rebound from the senior can be quite dangerous if you get too close. Understood, Grandpa. Observing as Qian Douluo handed the shield to Xue Qinghe, the onlookers remained puzzled regarding their intended method of attack. However, Qian Douluo has always been the king of damage dealing, and he seems to have discovered trick. Xue Qinghe approached Lin Yi while holding a shield. He bowed slightly, appearing somewhat reserved, and stood obediently beside him. For some reason, Xue Qinghe could maintain his composure in front of anyone else, but before Lin Yi, he became unusually shy and anxious, almost as if he were not himself. At that moment, the gauntlet and forearm armor appeared on Qian Douluo's arm as he gripped the holy sword of angels and exhaled softly. Third soul skill. Qian Douluo charged towards Lin Yi, the holy sword radiating a divine glow, the sharp blade slicing through the air as it aimed for Lin Yi's neck. Clang! Simultaneously, an overwhelming damage reflection spread outwards. Qian Douluo swiftly blocked it with the holy sword and looked at Xue Qinghe, urging, "Quick, follow up with an attack." The damage reflection that reached Xue Qinghe had already been neutralized by Captain America's shield, and Xue Qinghe had now moved closer to Lin Yi. So close? How will he attack me? Lin Yi looked up at Xue Qinghe, feeling a bit puzzled. Xue Qinghe swallowed hard, intending to throw a punch at Lin Yi's face. But upon meeting those pitch-black eyes, he felt his body soften instantly. His outstretched left hand hesitated in midair for a moment. Resolutely, Xue Qinghe advanced, gently pinching Lin Yi's cheek with his slender fingers before quickly retreating. Lin Yi. Qian Douluo. Bystanders. What kind of attack was that? Is it over already? Xue Qinghe returned to Qian Douluo's side and whispered, "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I didn't dare to hit him. I was scared. It's all right, even at this distance." Grandpa is also afraid. Huh? Xue Qinghe widened his eyes at Qian Douluo. Seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed, Qian Douluo cleared his throat awkwardly twice. He quickly changed the subject, stating, "The key is whether you dealt any damage just now. If you didn't, our previous attack would have been in vain." Indeed, Xue Qinghe stepped forward shyly and asked Lin Yi, "Senior, did my attack just now deal any damage?" Lin Yi replied with a calm expression, "Yes, 20. Great." Xue Qinghe exclaimed joyfully, not caring about the amount of damage, as long as there was any. Health lost, 263124. Remaining health, 999985270731. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, great adventure card, current reward enhancement item. Host reward, great adventure card 3, golden reward for below usage. The damage dealt was 263,124. Categorized as red beginner damage. Lin Yi reported, "Wow, no wonder their attacking method is so unique. It barely exceeded the previous damage by less than 10,000. The Grand Offerings damage card is exceptionally precise. This is a mad scheme to exploit the senior." Sure. Qian Douluo felt increasingly proud, as though this were a significant honor. Xue Qinghe was solely concerned about the reward, trusting that his grandfather had calculated the damage intricately, so he need not worry. "Senior, what is the reward?" Lin Yi raised the red orb in his hand and flicked it towards him. The Great Adventure card operates under the same rules as the previous Truth or Dare card. It will randomly select 3 actions for you to perform, and completing at least 2 will grant you an upgraded reward. Just as Xue Qinghe was about to speak, Qian Douluo interrupted him, stepping forward with a serious expression. "May I ask, Senior, what are the 3 actions? Will they be too outrageous or inappropriate?" Lin Yi shook his head. "I cannot provide an accurate answer. It requires the prince's consent for the item card to proceed with the action selection. However, even if the actions are selected, the prince retains the right to refuse, and refusal will not affect the quality of the reward. Qian Renxue seemed to have forgotten the rules of the previous truth or dare. Upon hearing this, he sighed in relief. Shuqing nodded. All right, I agree. Now, I will select 3 actions for you. After Lin Yi spoke, the system began to operate. Dog system, whether or not they agree to execute, is their business. But could you please refrain from presenting such absurd questions? If you present outrageous items, it will tarnish my image. My current persona is so perfect, yet you're dragging it down with a few questions. Selection complete. 3 questions appeared before Lin Yi. Lin Yi. His response was that 1 or 2 were relatively absurd. Lin Yi didn't even want to read the first one. Damn, I just want to give up. This broken shield, it's not worth scraping. Forget it, I'll read it. Perhaps the person will refuse anyway. Lin Yi, with a serious expression, stated. The first question is, may the prince select a man named Lin Yi from the audience and kiss him on the lips. 77. My child, you indeed deserve to be my child. Broad-minded and unconcerned with trifles. Third update, Lin Yi. Who here is named Lin Yi? As soon as the question was posed, the audience fell into silence. A deathly silence. Squints stood on the platform, staring blankly, his cheeks suddenly turning as red as a monkey's backside. No one spoke. Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue both widened their eyes. But their thoughts were entirely different. Bibi Dong frowned, her face displaying clear disapproval. No, she cannot kiss Lin Yi. That is absolutely unacceptable. I do not agree. Bibi Dong was expressing strong protest in her heart. Qian Renxue's expression was much more animated compared to Bibi Dong's. Upon hearing the question, he felt ecstatic. His granddaughter kissing Lin Yi. What an opportunity presented to him. If only his granddaughter could make an effort to lure Lin Yi into the offering hall. If she succeeded, he would immediately hand over the position of grand offering to his granddaughter's husband. Qian Renxue was well aware that Squints was a girl, which gave him confidence that if his granddaughter agreed, Lin Yi would undoubtedly develop a different perception of her. Throughout history, heroes have struggled at the beauty's gate. With Squints' beauty, how could Lin Yi possibly resist? However, all of this depended on his granddaughter's consent. Qian Renxue wholeheartedly supported this notion, but he would not force her if she was unwilling. Lin Yi looked at Squints with a calm expression. I must state in advance that such questions are random. The prince is completely free to refuse. No, I agree, Squints replied, her face flushed yet trying to appear composed. Bibi Dong's pupils quaked. No, you little brat. But she dared not intervene, as their statuses did not align, and she feared it would leave Lin Yi with a negative impression. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's mouth broke into a grin. Just then, a burly man with an exposed chest hair stepped forward from the crowd of onlookers. The man, with a serious expression, said, to be honest, my real name is Lin Yi. As he spoke, he moved closer, earnestly fixing his gaze on Lin Yi. I know that Senior Lin Yi must be unwilling, as what man would want to be kissed by another man? I, Lin Yi, willingly. I shall bear this pain for Senior Lin Yi, the man declared as he ascended the platform. My only desire is for Senior Lin Yi to remember my good intentions, allowing me to advance a bit further in the future. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, 2 feet suddenly pressed against his chest. Bang! Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue joined forces, delivering a kick that sent him flying into the crowd. The man lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth and unconscious. Bibi Dong cast a cold glance, uttering not a word, before returning to her position. Qian Renxue seemed taken aback that Bibi Dong could not resist joining in, and he looked at her with surprise before sternly addressing the man. In the holy land of the Spirit Hall, it is forbidden to expose one's chest hair. Remove him. Yes, great offering. Lin Yi could not help but nod inwardly, recognizing the soundness of this rationale. At that moment, Squints was ready and approached Lin Yi. He knelt before Lin Yi, his face flushed as he leaned closer, gently pecking Lin Yi's lips in a swift motion. The process was fleeting, yet Squints carried a fragrant scent that was quite pleasant, and his lips were soft, akin to jelly. After the kiss, he immediately buried his head and returned to his place, his ears seemingly radiating heat. The first task is complete, Lin Yi stated calmly. The rapidity of the process left little sensation, with the only vivid impression being Squints' delightful fragrance. Senior, why did you not refuse? Does His Highness not possess the power to decline? Yet you do not? Bibi Dong suddenly inquired, unable to suppress her displeasure. Lin Yi regarded her with indifference. Those who are destined to perish do not concern themselves with trifles. Bestowing rewards is my duty, and in comparison, these matters pale in significance. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yi seemed to transcend to a higher realm, garnering respectful gazes from all present. I deeply apologize, Senior. It is I who have overstepped. Xue Qinghe immediately knelt on one knee, bowing his head to Lin Yi. The embarrassment he felt had dissipated, leaving only unease, yet predominantly reverence. I have stated it is of no consequence. Lin Yi continued to observe the system space. The second task required His Highness to deliver a heavy slap to Master Ning. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was taken aback. What a splendid task, he thought. This sentiment was echoed by everyone in the Spear Hall. The task was simply too agreeable. Even Bibi Dong, who had been somewhat dejected, cast a curious glance. On the periphery of the crowd, Ning Fengji stiffened. What kind of absurd task is this? It must be a joke. I am a prince's instructor. He cannot do this. This contravened the traditional virtue of respecting one's teacher. I protest. Strongly protest. Just then, Xue Yi, standing nearby, unexpectedly turned to Ning Fengji. The exalted emperor of the Tiando Empire lowered himself, performing a deep bow with both hands clasped. Ning Fengji was astounded. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? I cannot bear such honor. Xue Yi's face revealed a pleading expression. Master Ning, Qinghe has already sacrificed his dignity by kissing a man under the public's gaze, which pains me greatly. Yet, I comprehend his resolve to attain a higher quality reward. All that Qinghe has done is for the empire. I, Xue Yi, earnestly beseech you, Master Ning. After bowing once more, Ning Fengji, overwhelmed, stepped forward to support him. Your Majesty, please do not rush into such actions. You and your son have conspired against me. Haven to you, this truly burdens me. Your Majesty, Qinghe has it hard. I implore you to show him some leniency and not refuse. Xue Yi stated, bowing deeply, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Ning Fengji was in despair. Very well. Xue Yi's face lit up with joy as he called out to the platform. Qinghe, come quickly. Master Ning has agreed. Ning Fengji thought, did I mishear? Your Majesty appeared quite sorrowful just now. Upon hearing Xue Yi's call, Xue Qinghe descended the steps, traversing the crowd to stand before Ning Fengji. Thank you for your generous concession, teacher, he exclaimed. No, I mean your generous sacrifice. Xue Qinghe corrected himself in excitement, bending lower, fearing Ning Fengji might see the smile on his face. It is nothing. Come forth. I shall not mind, Ning Fengji replied, albeit reluctantly. After swallowing hard, he leaned his cheek toward Xue Qinghe. Upon seeing this, Xue Qinghe straightened up, rolled up his sleeves, and delivered a resounding slap to Ning Fengji's cheek. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the air. Ning Fengji nearly burst into tears, his cheek ablaze with pain. Yet, Lin Yi frowned at this moment. The system interface did not indicate that the task was completed, suggesting that the force was insufficient. It appears I have not registered completion. Perhaps the force was inadequate. Please do it again. What nonsense! Ning Fengji exclaimed, wide-eyed, his composure crumbling. Xue Yi anxiously glanced at Xue Qinghe. Qinghe, why did you not exert more force? Your gentleness toward Master Ning serves no benefit. It will only increase his suffering. I thought I had applied enough force, Xue Qinghe pondered. Nevertheless, he immediately apologized. I am sorry, teacher. I did not apply sufficient force due to your status. I shall rectify this next time. What? Next time? Ning Fengji stared incredulously at Xue Qinghe. Xue Yi then added, Master Ning, let Qinghe deliver another slap. Otherwise, the previous one would be rendered a waste. He had gained experience regarding the force needed, and they could not let all prior efforts go to waste. Ning Fengji clutched his face, incredulity washing over him as he listened to these words. However, he could not conjure a rebuttal and found the reasoning quite sound. At that moment, Lin Yi in the stands expressed his impatience, urging, if you are to strike, do so promptly. Xue Qinghe immediately nodded, yes. Ning Fengji could only grit his teeth and once more present his cheek. Qinghe, you must exert some strength this time. I implore you, he said with his eyes closed. Xue Qinghe, with a serious expression, gathered some soul power in his hand and delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, Ning Fengji's facial muscles twitched. His mind momentarily blank as he tilted sideways. Observing this, Xue Qinghe rushed to support him, exclaiming, "Teacher! Teacher!" Gasping for air, Ning Fengji finally regained his composure. "That hurt," he remarked, not looking at Xue Qinghe, but rather towards Lin Yi. "So what do you think, senior? Was that acceptable?" Lin Yi glanced at the words completed in the system space and nodded. It was satisfactory. Xue Qinghe beamed with joy, bowing once more to Ning Fengji before hastily making his way back to the stands. "You have completed 2 tasks and earned the right to use a prop card. Do you wish to challenge the 3rd task?" Lin Yi inwaited. Xue Qinghe, still shaken, shook his head vigorously. No. He chose to forego the challenge. And Lin Yi silently breathed a sigh of relief, as the 3rd task was equally related to him and quite absurd. "Very well. Your reward has been upgraded from Red Novice to Red Intermediate. Congratulations." "Thank you, senior." Xue Qinghe expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm. Lin Yi raised the newly acquired red orb and stated, "Your Red Intermediate reward is the mastery of the Guanyin tier technique. This attack method ignores defenses and never misses, even inflicting damage on deities." Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of attack method can actually harm deities? The description regarding inflicting damage on deities was derived from the original plot, and the current Qian Renxue had experienced it firsthand. To his surprise, she had also learned the Guanyin tear this time. The orb merged into Xue Qinghe's body, and his mind rapidly absorbed all information regarding the Guanyin tier. At that moment, he was astounded. Undoubtedly, this was a divine technique. While the creation method was undeniably rigorous, its power was exceptionally formidable. The information in his mind even detailed the damage effects clearly. Xue Qinghe suddenly felt that aligning with Lin Yi this time was truly a tremendous gain on various levels. Lin Yi looked at him with some envy. Xue Qinghe acquired the Guanyin tier in this manner, yet the system could not provide him with a single Guanyin tier. This impressive attack method, which held significant prestige in the original story, was something Lin Yi greatly desired. "Is the next one the golden crocodile, Douluo?" Xue Yi then asked Ning Fengji. With half of his face swollen, Ning Fengji nodded. "What is it, your majesty?" "To be candid, I have a request of him." On the stands, the golden crocodile Douluo was being forcefully pulled by the 3 offerings, his small face filled with resistance and grievance, utterly refusing to go up. "I don't want to." The 3 offerings frowned. "Second brother, this opportunity is hard to come by. How can you simply give up?" The great offering would certainly not agree. No, I don't want it. I don't want to receive the longevity reward anymore." The golden crocodile, Douluo, cried. Reverting to a childlike state, his mentality seemingly diminished as well. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, the 3 offerings reluctantly raised their palm. A serious expression crossed his aged face. "If you do not listen, my great palm will fall upon your bottom." The golden crocodile, Douluo, frowned at this remark. In that instant, his aura shifted dramatically. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red ascended from his small frame. The 3 offerings' expressions froze momentarily. The hand that threatened to strike hung in the air, trembling slightly. "Third brother, dare you try to hit me?" The golden crocodile, Douluo, said defiantly. The aura radiating from him was that of a 98th level super Douluo. "Try might lead to your demise." The 3 offerings blinked. "Though your body has shrunk, your abilities remain unchanged." Terrified, he immediately embraced the golden crocodile, Douluo, softening his tone. "Second brother, please comply. The great offering instructed me to take care of you. Just listen to me and attack." When Xue Yi and the others arrived, their expressions were one of shock. They witnessed an elderly man pleading with a child, calling him second brother in a subdued manner. After listening for a while, Xue Yi and the others finally understood the situation. It turned out that the second offering feared receiving the longevity reward, hence his refusal to go on stage. Xue Yi had also heard that the second offering's rewards had always pertained to longevity, without exception. The luck was so absurd that it astonished not only others, but even himself. However, Xue Yi was here precisely for that. Since it seemed they would not have their turn anytime soon, and even if they did, they might not receive the longevity reward. It would be better to obtain it through the second offering. At least his luck was highly reliable. With this thought, Xue Yi stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Second offering, I am willing to exchange something with you for the longevity reward, as long as you are willing to go up and attack." The golden crocodile, Douluo, looked at Shui Yi, furrowing his brows. What do you intend to exchange with me? Shui Yi straightened up slightly and smiled. Whatever you desire. Just name it, as long as it secures the longevity reward. Shui Yi had previously inquired about the current damage capacity of the second offering, learning that it had reached the red level. A red level longevity reward would entail at least a millennium. Shui Yi was certain this was a surefire deal. What harm was there in offering something in return? The golden crocodile, Douluo, pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming with excitement. Then you shall give me a city. I want to be the city lord. After speaking, he began to cheer and jump in place, envisioning himself as a formidable ruler over thousands. Shui Yi, however, froze momentarily. This proposal was rather excessive, almost challenging the empire's limits. Yet, although it was a bit extravagant, it was acceptable. A millennium of longevity rewards for a mere city? Was this not an incredible bargain? Would I not be able to achieve great feats across the continent by that time? What was the cost of giving away a small city? Very well, I agree, Shui Yi declared generously. Ning Fengji and the others were taken aback, realizing that Shui Yi was truly willing to go to great lengths for longevity. However, the golden crocodile, Douluo, furrowed his brow again. But what if I do not receive the longevity reward? Fear not, the city is yours regardless. I do not want any other reward. I merely hope that if you receive the longevity reward, you let Senior Lin Yi throw it upon me, Shui Yi said with a smile, appearing quite amenable. He had not made this decision without thorough consideration. The second offering consistently yields longevity rewards, a fact well known to all. Even the esteemed Lin Yi perceives an inexplicable fortune and coincidence surrounding him. To suggest that this time it is not a longevity reward? Preposterous. Very well, I shall take the stage. The little golden crocodile Douluo, with his short legs, ascended the steps, excitedly swinging his little arms as he approached Lin Yi. He was certain this time would also be a longevity reward. At least he would not need to fuse into an infant, and the reward would not go to waste, as it could be exchanged for a city. 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true form. 3rd soul skill, golden crocodile, tail whip. The diminutive golden crocodile, Douluo, stood on stage, tilting his head back to let out a roar towards the heavens. The scene was rather endearing, prompting laughter from many onlookers. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze. A powerful beast's roar erupted from above the stands. The golden crocodile, Douluo, raised his vertically slit eyes, and suddenly, a colossal golden figure, towering several meters high, ascended from behind him. It was a magnificent golden crocodile, its massive body clad in thick scales, its imposing vertical eyes and fearsome fangs evoking terror. The golden crocodile opened its cavernous maw, brandished its sharp claws, and roared again. It lifted its tail, robust and adorned with golden spikes, bending it towards one direction before sweeping it horizontally towards Lin Yi. The scales scraped against the marble surface, producing countless sparks, until the tail struck Lin Yi with a resounding thud. Boom! Following the noise, Lin Yi opened his eyes. A wave of damage rebounded from him. The golden crocodile, Douluo, startled, widened his eyes. In his immature state, witnessing the spectacle, his first instinct was to turn and flee. Alas, but the damage rebound had already reached his back, knocking him down onto the stands. Ouch! It hurts so much. I mustn't cry. I need to stand up and determine the extent of the damage. As for the reward, he was indifferent, certain it would still be a longevity reward. After all, he didn't want it. It was meant for Snow Knight. With this thought, the golden crocodile Douluo got up, dusted himself off, and ran over to Lin Yi, asking in a childlike voice, Senior, how much damage did I take this time? Damage taken, 216,345. Remaining health, 99998505345. Damage level, red beginner. Random reward, breakthrough, celestial stone. Host reward, 3 breakthrough celestial stones. The breakthrough celestial stone is applicable for any soul power level below level 98, allowing for a level increase. In other words, it is specifically designed for the transition from level 98 to level 99. So it's best not to use it until reaching level 98, as ascending from level 98 to 99 is exceedingly difficult, and using it then maximizes its efficacy. Your damage this time is 216,345, classified as red beginner. Oh, that's good. The golden crocodile, Douluo, nodded, seeming satisfied with the damage this time. He then looked at the red orb in Lin Yi's hand and said, Senior, please give the reward to His Majesty Snow Knight. I made a deal with him to give him the longevity reward. Upon hearing this, Snow Knight immediately pushed through the crowd, excitedly nodding and shouting, "Yes, Senior. I'm not cutting in line. Just throw the reward to me." Lin Yi stared at the two, somewhat bewildered. Why am I having trouble understanding? Did I mention this was a longevity reward? He was also surprised. Previously, the golden crocodile Douluo's rewards were always related to longevity. But now luck had seemingly turned into misfortune. He anticipated this time to be a stroke of good fortune, drawing something else entirely. Moreover, this reward was likely what the golden crocodile Douluo desired most at this moment. After all, upon fusion, he would become the youngest limit Douluo in the Douluo continent. Did I say this was a longevity reward? What are you two talking about? Lin Yi observed them with curiosity. Snow Knight's expression momentarily faltered, and a question mark seemed to hover above the golden crocodile Douluo's head. Your reward is a breakthrough celestial stone, suitable for a soul power level increase for any level below 98, perfectly aligned with your current level. Congratulations, you are now a limit Douluo. After uttering these words, Lin Yi tossed the red orb onto the belly of the golden crocodile Douluo, which merged seamlessly. Your Majesty, what is wrong? At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience. 80, Lin Yi summoned the corporeal Poseidon. Third update, watching the breakthrough celestial stone merge into his body. The golden crocodile Douluo took a step back in disbelief. What? This time it's not a longevity reward. Hearing the commotion, he quickly turned to gaze towards the audience. He saw Snow Knight's legs weaken, his body leaning directly into Ning Fengji's embrace, a look of profound sorrow on his face. Your Majesty, please calm down. Stay composed, Ning Fengji said with concern. Snow Knight was with them. If anything happened, the responsibility would fall squarely on their shoulders. My longevity reward is gone. Snow Knight, lying in Ning Fengji's arms, gazed at the sky, murmuring, I've lost the city as well. At this, he could not help but choke on his words, tears streaming down his face, a moment of sorrow overwhelming him. Lin Yi, witnessing this, began to grasp the situation's context. He replied calmly, the rewards from attacks are entirely random. There cannot be a fixed reward. The previous occurrences with the second offerings were merely coincidences. The only thing you can influence is the quality of the rewards, as that is entirely determined by the damage dealt. If you have a specific target in mind, you can only rely on luck. I hope you all can maintain your composure. The golden crocodile Douluo scratched his head, his expression somewhat peculiar. He felt a tinge of guilt for having obtained a city from Snow Knight without any effort. At that moment, he sat cross-legged, regulating his inner energy. Before long, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed in his mind. I actually broke through. I have ascended. The golden crocodile Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He was now also a peak Douluo at level 99. Hooray! Hooray! The golden crocodile Douluo joyfully jumped on the spot, unabashedly expressing his excitement and joy as a child. Your Majesty, please calm down. Hearing the jubilant cheers from the second offering in the stands, Snow Knight's eyes widened, and his breath quickened. Ning Fengji promptly pinched his acupoint, attempting to rouse Snow Knight from his daze. Your Majesty, please stay calm. Our Tiando family has great ambitions. There are plenty of cities. We are not lacking one. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Ning Fengji's reassurance, Snow Knight's condition worsened, and he struggled to breathe. The scenes above and below the stands were starkly contrasting. The golden crocodile Douluo eagerly approached Lin Yi, unhesitatingly hugging him and planting several kisses on Lin Yi's cheek. Despite the imposing and solemn demeanor of the golden crocodile Douluo in his elder form, his youthful appearance was undeniably pure and adorable, endearing him to many. Yet, Lin Yi maintained his aloof demeanor. Child, keep your distance from me. He spoke with an air of indifference. Upon witnessing this, Qian Renxue felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and swiftly approached to grasp the hand of the golden crocodile Douluo, leading him down from the spectator stand. Child, do not let the elder's fist shatter you. Now, the Hall of Offerings has gained yet another limit Douluo, albeit one with the appearance and temperament of a mere child. One cannot discern whether this is a boon or a bane. As the offerings concluded their attacks one after another, Shui was also ushered away from the crowd by Ning Fengji. Perhaps the air had become a tad more breathable. Or perhaps Shui had begun to accept the grim reality of their blood loss, At this moment, his condition finally showed signs of improvement. The four of them continued to wait outside, silently praying for the conclusion of the proceedings ahead. No, the dragon spear Douluo knelt upon the stage, his hands clasped over his head, his expression one of profound anguish. Ever since he inflicted a damage of 199,999, he had not surpassed that figure again. Thus far, the dragon spear Douluo had acquired 4 black intermediate rewards, all of which had descended from higher quality black items. Why? Why? He cried out in disbelief. Lin Yi, with a look of resignation, remarked, "You are the most single-minded person I have ever encountered. Why can you not utilize 3 soul skills simultaneously? With proper coordination, the damage can indeed be cumulative." The dragon spear Douluo, however, bore a heavy countenance. "I shall not. I trust in my martial soul. I refuse to believe that the next manifestation of my martial soul will not elevate my 9th soul skill to a damage of 200,000. It must be said that the dragon spear Douluo's luck had been rather poor. The black intermediate rewards he had received recently had not contributed to any increase in his damage. Truly, a case of being an unfortunate soul. Just as the dragon spear Douluo contemplated leaving the stand, Lin Yi suddenly inquired from behind, "Have you forgotten something?" The dragon spear Douluo turned. Confusion etched on his face. "What matter? It seems you did not cough up blood today. Thank you for the reminder, elder. I have felt a bit weak these past days, and today I did not. How embarrassing. It appears that my frequent blood loss has left quite the impression on the elder." Lin Yi, however, believed that it was precisely due to his excessive blood loss that his damage had not improved, as his body had grown frail. Once all the elders had concluded, the 4 from the periphery of the crowd gazed eagerly toward Ning Fengji. Indeed, Lin Yi merely offered a cold wave to the ordinary soul masters. Disregarding the 4 of them, Ning Fengji felt deep regret, fully aware that their tardiness was to blame. As night fell, Bibi Dong and her companions returned to the spirit hall. After finishing her bath, Qian Renxue remained in her room, studying the crafting method of guanine tears when Douluo knocked on her door. "Dear granddaughter, Bibi Dong has summoned you, saying she has something important to give you." "What is it?" "This woman claims it is of great importance, though I'm unclear on the details." "Very well, I shall go." Qian Renxue was indeed aware of Bibi Dong's affection for her. It was precisely for this reason that she had gifted her a considerable amount of black silk. She resolved to present herself more amiably to Bibi Dong this evening, not wishing to appear as indifferent as before. Clad in a golden nightgown, Qian Renxue closed her door and strode with her long, delicate legs towards Bibi Dong's quarters. However, it was not long before her piercing screams echoed, rhythmic and lasting about 10 seconds each time. As night fully descended, a cold wind howled through the streets. Lin Yi had just seen off all the scraping masters, leaving only 4 individuals remaining beside the stand. Wrapped in a blanket, Shui Yi and his companions stood before Lin Yi, resembling beggars. Ning Fengji's voice trembled as he asked, "Elder, do you think we still have a chance?" Lin Yi, with a tranquil expression, replied, "Not today. Come early tomorrow. I shall strive to arrange for you to be positioned behind the elders." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was overwhelmed with gratitude, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply. "Thank you." Shui Yi, his lips pale from the cold, also bowed in thanks, and the 4 of them departed with a sense of despondence. After their departure, a voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind, announcing, "Construction complete. The corporeal manifestation of Poseidon, dressed in a high-class maid outfit, is ready." The 24 hours had finally elapsed. Lin Yi promptly rose from the mat and dashed into his room, locking the door behind him. He then retrieved 3 lucky spinning wheels and arranged them neatly on the bed. "Summon the corporeal manifestation of Poseidon," Lin Yi commanded. "Recommend a book by a prominent author of the prehistoric era, prehistoric, master of the Xianmen, a seasoned author with guaranteed quality. 81. Come, embrace your master. I shall guide you through the spinning wheel." First update. Instructions received. Upon the conclusion of the mechanical voice from the system, a flash of light illuminated the room, and a blue silhouette gradually materialized before Lin Yi, akin to a ray being scanned from bottom to top. He first beheld a pair of black high-heeled shoes, followed by slender calves encased in sheer black stockings. The perfectly proportioned legs elegantly converged, their fair skin subtly visible. Ascending from the black stockings, the smooth, pale thighs were revealed, clad in mid-calf black stockings that gently hugged the flesh. Vertical black straps wound their way up the thighs, resembling a slender black serpent weaving beneath a frothy lace skirt. Further up, a delicate waist beckoned, with a pair of dainty hands resting gracefully in front. The black and white uniform rose, the lace edges faintly covering a hint of white along the neckline. As Lin Yi's gaze ascended, the scanning of the blue light concluded, and the breathtaking visage of Poseidon was unveiled. Her face was flawless, her features awe-inspiring. A pair of autumn-like blue eyes reflected Lin Yi's countenance, as Poseidon gazed quietly at the young man before her. Her expression was serene, yet her aura exuded an ethereal grace. Merely by looking at her, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable pressure, not from a suppression of strength, but rather for being awestruck by Poseidon's beauty. Lin Yi believed that regardless of who stood before Poseidon, be they male or female, they would inevitably exclaim, "How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? Such a woman, whose very image conveyed an air of superiority and unmatched nobility. Could she truly be entirely obedient to his commands?" Lin Yi could not help but ponder. He confirmed, "Poseidon, do you acknowledge me as your master? Will you wholly obey my commands?" "Yes, master, Poseidon will completely adhere to your commands." Poseidon nodded slightly, fixing her gaze upon Lin Yi, her voice melodious and identical to that of their previous conversation. However, the present Poseidon exhibited no discernible emotion in her tone, nor did her countenance betray any expression. Is she truly a one-to-one corporeal manifestation? With such a thought, Lin Yi approached her, only to find Poseidon's eyes steadfastly locked on him. Being scrutinized by such a beautiful woman was somewhat disconcerting. "Look elsewhere." "Yes, master." Poseidon obediently turned her gaze in another direction. As Lin Yi moved beside her, he was immediately enveloped by a refreshing fragrance emanating from her. A one-to-one replication. Could it be that even the original's scent was replicated? Quite intriguing indeed. Unexpectedly, Poseidon appeared quite tall, and when she donned high heels, she stood a head taller than Lin Yi. Of course, this could also be attributed to Lin Yi's youthful physique. After circling her a few times and observing her closely, Lin Yi squatted down and gently pinched her snow-white thigh. The texture of her skin felt remarkably real, elastic, and the pores were exquisitely fine, suggesting that her skin was indeed exceptional. To his astonishment, it was warm. She truly possessed body heat. This system was remarkable. At that moment, Poseidon remained obediently gazing in one direction, entirely oblivious to Lin Yi's presence beneath her. "By the way, how is your luck?" Lin Yi asked as he stood up and sat at the edge of the bed. Poseidon redirected her gaze to him and replied, "Master, this pertains to specific probability issues." "Don't lecture me on probabilities. I loathed that subject in school." Lin Yi then picked up one of the lucky spinning wheels and placed it on his lap. "Cool, me. Sit here." He patted the space beside him. "Yes, master." Poseidon approached and respectfully sat beside him. At this moment, Lin Yi held a lucky spinning wheel with a green gold prize pool. The green gold pool enhancement meant that any rewards involving quantities would be doubled. "Please help me spin the pointer." Clockwise, Lin Yi instructed, placing the wheel on Poseidon's thigh. She glanced down, her delicate fingers deftly rotating the pointer in a clockwise direction. Poseidon maintained an impassive expression throughout. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was filled with anxiety. He hurriedly crouched next to her leg, his eyes fixated on the spinning wheel. The pointer whirled rapidly, and his heart raced. Although he was the host, he could not dictate the outcome of the golden and colored rewards. His only hope rested on these 3 spinning wheels. "Master is experiencing negative emotions," Poseidon suddenly remarked. I'm just a bit nervous. It's nothing." At that moment, Poseidon's small hand gently rested on Lin Yi's head, caressing him tenderly. Surprised, he looked at her. "What is this? Didn't you say that a tangible human does not possess self-awareness?" With her expression unchanged, she replied, "Statistically, head pats can alleviate 50% of negative emotions, including anxiety. This method is suitable for providing comfort from this angle." Lin Yi remarked, "You truly think ahead for your master. That isn't necessary. Please remove your hand." "Yes, master." She straightened her posture once more. Clang! The pointer came to a stop. Lin Yi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The pointer landed on white. "Damn, if I'm an unlucky player, does that mean Poseidon is also unlucky? How can your luck be worse than mine?" Lin Yi looked up at her in bewilderment. Before he could finish, Poseidon suddenly stood up from the bed with an expressionless face. Lin Yi was taken aback, standing to confront her, frowning. "What are you doing? Did I say something to provoke you?" Poseidon, still devoid of emotion, stated, "Please choose a punishment method, master." What? At that moment, a panel of items appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Various punishment tools flashed before his eyes. A ruler, a whip, a washboard, ropes. What the hell? Lin Yi was astonished, as if he had discovered a new world. Then, the washboard? He found it amusing that this tangible human was so intriguing, akin to an intelligent robot with a human body, always considering her master's emotional state. Washboard selected. Soon, Poseidon held a wooden washboard in her hands. She skillfully placed on the ground, then bent her legs to kneel upon it, lowering her head slightly, embodying a posture of contrition. "Does it hurt your knees?" Lin inquired curiously. Poseidon calmly lifted her gaze and asked, "Does Master wish for me to feel pain or not? Which would excite Master more?" Lin Yi responded, "This tangible human is quite different from what I imagined. Please rise. Let us continue spinning the wheel." Lin Yi, somewhat exasperated, remarked, with 2 spinning wheels remaining. He couldn't afford to waste them frivolously. Since both he and Poseidon were unlucky, perhaps they could turn their fortunes around? "Come into my embrace. I'll guide you in spinning the wheel," he beckoned. "Yes, master." Use the truth card to upgrade the wheel's prize pool. Poseidon rose from the washboard, and through the thin layer of black silk, Lin Yi could even see the red marks on her fair knees. If she was realistic, she indeed possessed a human form. Yet she resembled an intelligent robot. Lin Yi couldn't help but internally critique. Fortunately, she was entirely obedient, which satisfied him. Poseidon approached obediently, sitting sideways on Lin Yi's lap, her arms gently wrapping around him, while her fragrant and soft form nestled against him. It also left Lin Yi feeling bemused. "Did you not hear the latter part of my sentence? How can I guide you in spinning the wheel like this? Please choose a punishment method." "No need for punishment. Just change your position." "Yes, master." Poseidon adjusted herself, leaning back against Lin Yi's chest, her arms wrapped around herself, appearing quite delicate and reliant. He wondered what Douluo would think upon witnessing this scene, with his beloved now so obediently resting in Lin Yi's embrace. Lin Yi speculated that even if Douluo feared him, he would likely pursue him through the city wielding the angelic sword. At this moment, would Douluo be sleeping with a tangible doll? The thought stirred a hint of sympathy in Lin Yi. He retrieved the second-to-last spinning wheel, glancing at the color prize pool. This one was orange gold. The orange gold pool enhancement ensured that for every orange gold reward drawn, a randomly selected reward of red or higher quality would be added, with no restrictions on types. This enhancement was quite favorable. Frankly, all colors offered decent enhancements. The key was whether one possessed the skill or sufficient luck to obtain colored rewards. Sigh, there was still a long way to go. At this moment, this lucky spinning wheel was his sole hope. Lin Yi grasped Poseidon's delicate hand, hesitating, should I spin clockwise or counterclockwise? "Master, both probabilities are equal." "I don't want to hear about probabilities. Just tell me how to spin." Lin Yi, growing impatient, squeezed her hand gently. "Master, Poseidon lacks the authority to make subjective choices for you." "Fine," Lin Yi conceded. He took Poseidon's hand and instructed, "Extend your index finger." "Yes, master." With both fingers poised on the pointer, Lin Yi chose to spin clockwise. If his luck remained so dismal, he might as well return Poseidon to the system space. "Your luck is so poor. What use are you as a maid? Fighting doesn't require your involvement. Aside from warming the bed, what else can you do?" The pointer began to spin once again. Just as Poseidon was about to turn back and pat his head, Lin Yi sternly declared, "Do not touch my head. I'm not nervous. The master is lying. Whatever I say is final. No contradictions allowed." "Yes, master." Poseidon obediently turned away. Lin Yi waited for a moment, his expression growing increasingly tense. "Well, I'm still nervous. After all, this is my second-to-last chance to claim a prize from the reward pool. The number of grand prizes is exceedingly rare, and who knows when the next opportunity will arise." Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi urged, "Turn back." "Yes, master." Once Poseidon turned back, Lin Yi immediately buried his face against her, choosing to remain oblivious. His ears, however, remained attuned to the sound of the pointer spinning. As they both exerted a bit too much force, the pointer's rotation felt particularly prolonged this time, the sound gradually diminishing. As it stopped, Lin Yi's muffled voice came from Poseidon's chest. Reply to Master, not yet. Then continue to keep your face buried. I do not wish to look. Nor do I dare. After a brief moment, Poseidon said, Master, it has stopped. Finally, it has come to a halt. If it hadn't, I might not have been able to lift my face. No, I shall not look at the result myself this time. Lin Yi still did not lift his head, but instead inquired of Poseidon, Tell me, where has the pointer come to rest? Red advanced. Lin Yi abruptly raised his head, causing Poseidon's chest to tremble slightly. Indeed, the pointer on the wheel was pointing to red advanced. This was a reward that had yet to incur any damage. A fortunate turn of events. Nevertheless, Lin Yi did not immediately claim the reward. He still had an item to use. System, retrieve the truth card. Following instructions, the truth card was held in Lin Yi's hand, 3 in total, acquired from Bibi Dong's reward crit. This card could elevate the current reward by 1 level, meaning the red advanced reward on the wheel could be upgraded to a gold primary reward. He merely needed to answer 2 truth questions correctly. Bibi Dong found it challenging to respond due to the circumstances, facing nearly 1,000 soul masters. Yet Lin Yi had no such worries. In the small room, it was just him, a maid, and a system. How difficult could it be to answer truth questions? Filtering questions. Following instructions. Truth question filtering in progress. Complete. First question. Host, what is the most embarrassing thing you have ever done? The most embarrassing thing? Lin Yi embraced Poseidon, searching his mind. Suddenly, he halted. He truly recalled an incident. Oh my goodness. Even now, it makes me want to dig a 2-story villa with my toes. Lin Yi's expression turned grim as he began. During university, I finally got the chance to share a rental with a goddess I secretly admired. She seemed to know of my feelings, and perhaps she had some interest in me too, but it was never explicitly stated. The rental had only 1 bathroom, which we shared. One day, she felt unwell and used the toilet. Right after she finished, I urgently needed to go. I rushed into the bathroom while looking at my phone and accidentally dropped it into the toilet. In a panic, I grabbed a chopstick from the kitchen, intending to fish the phone out. Who would have thought the bathroom door would crack open, and my goddess would see me frantically searching the toilet with a chopstick? I will never forget the look she gave me. She probably thought I liked her well, let us just say, more than I liked her. Lin Yi Sikit. The embarrassment of this incident undoubtedly ranked first in his mind. However, Poseidon showed no reaction. She lacked the capacity for mockery. At that moment, the system space reacted, lighting up a green light. Answer confirmed. Now, presenting the host with the second question. Do you have any intention of sleeping with the real Poseidon tonight? The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. 83. I can finally claim a prize from the reward pool. Third update. Lin Yi froze for a moment. No, answer not valid. You have 1 more opportunity to respond. Would you like to continue? What? Lin Yi was astounded. System, are you malfunctioning? How could I not be aware of such thoughts? The system space offered no response to Lin Yi's thoughts. Pure slander. Fortunately, the real Poseidon does not possess emotions. Otherwise, hearing such a thing would undoubtedly be an embarrassment worthy of digging a 2-story villa with my toes. As for the truth of the matter, Lin Yi firmly denied it. It was simply untrue. The system malfunctioned now and again is normal. Proceeding. Third question. Host, did you really only take the chopstick into the bathroom to find your phone? Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi twitched his lips. Indeed. Answer confirmed. The system space lit up with a green light. Lin Yi suddenly felt the urge to uninstall the system. However, it was fortunate that it did not declare the previous answer invalid. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have truly lost his temper. Congratulations, host. You have qualified to use the truth card. The red advanced reward has now been upgraded to a gold primary reward. Dear host, the reward you have received is Buddha's Fury Tang, Lotus 3. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, ranked first among the Tang sect's mechanical hidden weapons. This reward was quite good. However, Lin Yi felt its quality should be classified as red intermediate, on par with the Guanyin tier. The reason it was categorized as gold primary might be due to the quantity, as there were 3 Buddha's Fury Tang Lotuses in total. With 1 last lucky wheel remaining, Lin Yi was determined to go all out. The rewards on this lucky wheel remained in orange gold, randomly accompanied by a reward of red primary quality or higher, with no restrictions on reward quality. Lin Yi continued to hold Poseidon in his arms, grasping her delicate hand as they once again spun the pointer together. Come on. Yes, master. Embracing Poseidon's slender waist, Lin Yi buried his cheek into her warmth. He hoped Poseidon could lend some strength, aiming for a gold-level reward this time, or at the very least a red one. After all, he still had 4 item cards to use. Ah, so soft, Lin. He found himself feeling a bit drowsy during the wait. Bang! Master, the pointer has stopped. Poseidon promptly informed. Where did the pointer stop? Gold advanced. Oh my goodness. This time, Lin Yi could not contain his excitement and shouted. He joyfully embraced Poseidon's slender waist and planted a kiss on her warmth. Poseidon's hands are unparalleled. Indeed, the revelation was astonishing. Lin Yi proclaimed that the tangible and lifelike Poseidon would henceforth serve as his exclusive mascot. Should there be another fortunate spinning wheel in the future, he would undoubtedly embrace his mascot while participating. His excitement stemmed not merely from the golden premium reward, but from the possession of a prop card that enabled him to elevate the golden premium reward to an even higher tier. What might this elevation entail? The orange gold prize pool. Lin Yi was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He never anticipated that the final lucky spin would grant him a cash prize. As for the selection of the prop card, he thought it prudent to avoid the truth-telling system, which often malfunctions, and instead opted for a daring adventure. Just as Lin Yi was poised to utilize the adventure card, Poseidon abruptly rose from his embrace, her expression calm as she proclaimed, hostility detected. She approached the door, preparing to open it and return to the system space. Lin Yi swiftly commanded Poseidon, enveloping her in a blue luminescence, and she was retracted back into the system's confines. His mental acuity sensed the stirrings outside. There were at least 20 soul masters, varying in strength, the weakest among them being at the soul Douluo level. Lin Yi also returned the spinning wheel to the system space before stepping outside. On the desolate streets of Soul Master City, the ambience was dim, with a howling night wind rustling through Lin Yi's lightweight garments. Before him, 20 shadowy figures approached, clad in dark attire and obscured by masks, clearly intent on concealing their identities. Boss, it seems the kid isn't asleep. He's come out, one soul master whispered to the leader amongst them. Perfect timing. Let's bind him swiftly without causing harm. His Majesty in Xingluo is eagerly awaiting him. The hushed exchange did not escape Lin Yi's keen perception, as his formidable mental prowess captured every word. The mention of the Xingluo Emperor elicited a quiet chuckle within him. After waiting with bated breath, he thought to himself, at last you have arrived. Lin Yi understood that his commotion would surely attract the attention of spies from the Xingluo Empire, and it appeared their emperor had developed an insatiable desire for his treasures. However, the method by which the Xingluo Emperor sought to acquire these treasures was unexpected. They intended to abduct him. Such an affront was utterly unacceptable. Lin Yi would never acquiesce to such indignities. He would only entertain the notion of the 2 emperors crawling to him, begging for rewards. Attack, commanded the dark-clad leader. At that moment, the most robust of the soul masters charged at Lin Yi, his massive hand reaching out as if to seize him. A smile graced Lin Yi's lips. As the burly soul master reached him, a dull thud echoed, and the soul master cried out in pain, his body unexpectedly hurtling backward. The leader of the dark-clad figures steadied the hefty soul master, whose soul power dissipated from his palm. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Was that a clown from circus? Dressed in a tight blue uniform, Captain America gradually retracted his fist, muscles bulging as he wielded a 5-star shield in the other hand. The tight attire accentuated his athletic physique, particularly his well-defined posterior. Steve, deal with them, but spare one to carry the message back. Lin Yi ordered nonchalantly from a bench, leaning back to observe the unfolding spectacle. This group of inept intruders had interrupted his opportunity for a cash prize, and they would face the consequences. He was curious about what the prize pool might yield. Understood. My master, Captain America replied in somewhat halting Mandarin. Boss, what is that thing? Is that shield his martial spirit? Who cares? Just move. We must capture that boy today, or His Majesty will be frantic. The dark figures surged forward, yet Captain America remained steadfast, his gaze imbued with determination and protectiveness. He murmured, I can fight you all day. With a resounding crash, Captain America smashed his shield into the ground. The 5-star shield rebounded, colliding with the advancing soul masters and sending them sprawling. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could the trajectory have changed so unexpectedly? The shield then returned to Captain America's grasp in an improbable parabolic arc 3rd soul skill. crimson flame sphere. A small orb resembling a miniature sun hurtled toward Captain America down the dimly lit street. With the agility of a gymnast, he somersaulted in mid-air, deflecting the fireball back toward its origin. The Soul Master who had launched the fireball gaped in disbelief as it struck him, propelling him several meters away. "Steve, end this swiftly," Lin Yi called from his perch, his expression unperturbed. "Understood, my master." Captain America positioned his shield behind him and charged at the dark-clad Soul Masters. His speed was remarkable, his movements fluid as he skillfully evaded the barrage of soul skills unleashed upon him. The Soul Masters were astonished. The boy's companion seemed entirely devoid of a martial spirit, relying solely on his formidable physical prowess to combat them. In mere moments, Captain America had dispatched all but the leader of the Soul Masters. He stood resolutely, locking eyes with the leader. "Young man, I advise against foolishness. Attempting to offend my master is absolutely intolerable." The Soul Master leader, astonished by the sight of his comrades writhing in pain on the ground, was taken aback. "Why do you serve that boy when you possess such strength? Join us in the Xingluo royal family, and we can all partake in royal benefits." Upon hearing this, Captain America let out a cold snort. "Young man, my master surpasses me in strength, and your proposition has crossed the line." With that, he unslung his shield, muscles rippling as he charged toward the Soul Master leader. "You missed," the leader taunted, easily sidestepping the attack. Captain America spoke calmly, "To your left." "What?" Suddenly, the errant shield returned mid-air, its whistling sound intensifying, and it struck the Soul Master leader's left cheek with great force. This collision shattered his lower jaw. Captain America retrieved his shield, and Lin Yi rose from his seat, moving towards that direction. "Master." Captain America lowered his head in greeting to Lin Yi. "Return and inform Emperor Xingluo that I await his personal apology here." Lin Yi spoke coldly to the group of Soul Masters sprawled on the ground. "Yes, yes." The frightened group hastily scrambled to their feet and fled the scene. Upon returning to the system space, Lin Yi stored Captain America back inside and then returned to his home, locking the door behind him. "If it weren't for these people wasting my time, I would have long claimed my reward." He took out the lucky roulette and the dare card, preparing to filter through the questions. "Let's see what the system has in store." As soon as he finished speaking, the already spun lucky roulette reappeared in his hand, and the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Dare question filtering completed. First question: please kiss the physical manifestation of Poseidon for 1 minute. Just as I expected from you, system. Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi remained unfazed. He simply wished to complete the task. He summoned the physical manifestation of Poseidon. Obeying orders, Poseidon, dressed in an elegant maid outfit, stood before Lin Yi once again. "Master, please command me." Poseidon slightly bowed, her demeanor respectful. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped forward, enveloped her in his arms, and pressed his lips against hers. The minute elapsed. First question completed. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yi lifted his head. Poseidon continued to lie in his embrace, gazing at him with a calm expression. Though her demeanor had not changed throughout, her lips appeared slightly more vibrant. "You may rise now." Lin Yi spoke nonchalantly. At least he appeared so on the surface. "Yes, master." System, please state the second question. Second question: please go to the Pope's Hall and steal a pair of original black stockings from Bibi Dong. Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. This question is a bit challenging. Let me see what the third question entails. Apologies, host. According to the rules of the item card, you must complete or forfeit the current question before proceeding to the next. Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. "Fine, I forfeit." State the third question. Third question: please hold the physical manifestation of Poseidon and sleep until dawn. Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. "It's just holding, right?" "Yes." "That's easy enough. It just requires some time delay until tomorrow morning." However, he was also quite tired after a long night. If he didn't catch up on sleep, he might end up dozing off during the shield contest tomorrow. "Come over, take off your shoes, and lie on the bed." Lin Yi beckoned to Poseidon. "Yes, master." Poseidon obediently replied, sitting at the edge of the bed to remove her black high heels, then placing her long, slender legs in black stockings on the bed, lying down dutifully. Lin Yi followed suit, wrapping his arms around the fragrant and soft Poseidon, burying his head in her gentle embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, in the early hours, a faint light streamed through the gaps in the window. Third question completed. Dare item card has been used, upgrading your golden high-level reward to an orange gold reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a cash reward for the first time. The system's voice roused Lin Yi from his sleep. As he opened his eyes and lifted his head, he noticed Poseidon was watching him. Wait, aren't you going to sleep? Startled, Lin Yi sat up, quickly swallowing and pulling Poseidon's clothing up to cover her. It seemed that his head had been rather restless during the night. However, he had to admit, last night's sleep was exceptionally comfortable, akin to lying on a bed of soft, fragrant cotton candy. Wait a moment. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon a bite mark on Poseidon's body. What happened there? After you fell asleep last night, Master, you remarked that the cotton candy was soft and fragrant, and then I took a bite. Poseidon replied calmly. Lin Yi twitched his lips. Why didn't you wake me? It wasn't tea dawn yet. It wasn't tea time for you to rise, Master. You truly are a diligent maid. After Lin Yi spoke, he glanced at the lucky roulette. Finally, I can see what the orange gold reward is. 85. The sight of His Highness with his rear end in the air is truly adorable. First, he needed to store Poseidon back into the system space and summon her again when he went to sleep at night. Lin Yi had no other intentions. After sitting all day, he wanted to improve his sleep quality. Once Poseidon was safely stored, he took up the roulette. A swirl of orange gold light began to rise from the roulette. Indeed, the cash reward pool was distinct even in the representation of its light. The orange gold light was essentially an orange orb, enveloped in a delicate golden glow. The orb floated gracefully in the air, emanating magnificence. Your random orange gold reward is a reduction of 100,000,000,000 in shield health. Your random bonus reward is a black high-level reward, Fire Apricot Blossom. Lin Yi was taken aback. His orange gold reward had directly reduced his shield health by 1 trillion. He promptly checked his remaining shield health. 899982004653. The leading digit had changed to 8, instantly thinning the shield by 1/10. Lin Yi felt a significant leap closer to unlocking the divine body. The divine body granted by the system was a transcendent physique that surpassed the entire Douluo continent and even the divine realm, completely unconstrained by the Douluo world. It seemed the system had anticipated his inner thoughts and randomly awarded him such a reward from the orange gold pool. If fortune favored him, perhaps within a week, he could draw 10 lucky roulettes and receive 10 cash rewards, all of which would be health deductions. He believed that within a week, he could unlock the divine body, becoming a super god-level existence in the Douluo continent. Unfortunately, he doubted he would have such luck. After tidying up briefly, Lin Yi exited his room. The scene outside surprised him slightly. Amidst the long line of massage therapists, he spotted Ning Fengji and his trio. They were positioned near the middle of the line, relatively close to the front. Well, they arrived quite early today. After all, no one from the Spirit Hall had appeared yet. Good morning, Senior Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi step onto the platform, everyone in the line immediately bowed in unison, showing respect in their greetings. Ning Fengji and his companions were no exception. After enduring 2 days of Lin Yi's strict regulations, they finally became obedient and compliant. Please proceed in the order of the queue, Lin Yi stated calmly. Considering the time, the Soul Master competition was about to commence. Once the Star Luo Emperor arrived, Lin Yi planned to instruct Bibi Dong to collaborate with the 2 emperors to begin re-establishing the competition rules. Thus, the only task at hand was to await the arrival of the Star Luo Emperor. I believe that within 3 days, the 3 rulers across the Douluo continent will bow before Lin Yi. Capturing the hearts of these 3 rulers is merely the initial step in Lin Yi's execution of the shield-breaking plan. In the offering hall, Qian Douluo furrowed his brow as he knocked several times on the door of Qian Renxue. Knock, knock. My dear granddaughter, are you awake? It's time to leave. He recalled that when Qian Renxue returned yesterday, it was nearly midnight, and he was oblivious to what had transpired with Bibi Dong that had caused such a late return. Knock, knock. Qian Douluo knocked again. The door finally creaked open. At that moment, Qian Renxue had disguised herself as Xue Qinghe. However, upon closer inspection, Qian Douluo noticed that his granddaughter's eyes were swollen and red. Have you been crying? No, Qian Renxue replied coldly, though her voice betrayed a hint of sobbing. Who made you cry? Grandfather will teach him a lesson. Qian Douluo felt a pang of heartache. It was rare for his granddaughter to come home, and he could not bear to see her wronged in her own house. me fine, grandfather. Let us go, Qian Renxue insisted, determined not to reveal the events of yesterday, which she deemed too embarrassing to share. She could only swallow her grievances and keep them to herself. As Douluo glanced at Qian Renxue's retreating figure, he suddenly paused. Why did her gait appear so peculiar today? Not only was her rear slightly elevated, but her legs also seemed to be somewhat apart, and she walked with a cautious demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Bibi Dong emerged from the papal hall, where the elders had been waiting for some time. She seemed particularly cheerful today, and her first words astonished the elders. Let us see if the grand offering and His Highness Qinghe are prepared. A knowing smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she spoke, and she walked toward the gathering with an air of anticipation. Ah, His Highness Qinghe can actually get out of bed today. Spotting Qinghe from afar, Bibi Dong could not resist making a remark, her tone laced with schadenfreude. Bibi Dong, the world speaks truly. You are indeed a woman with a heart of a viper. Qinghe's temper flared at Bibi Dong's taunt, and he was instantly transported back to the hellish 100 seconds of the previous night. After it was over, he lay on the bed for half an hour to recover. At that moment, it felt as though heaven and earth had turned against him. Listening to himself beg for mercy while the woman behind him displayed no pity whatsoever, even laughing with delight, was utterly humiliating. The offerings and elders were bewildered. How had a conflict suddenly arisen between Bibi Dong and Qinghe? Unfazed by her daughter's insults, Bibi Dong sauntered over to Qinghe, her long legs moving gracefully. I wonder why His Highness has resorted to such foul language. If you have grievances, speak up and let us adjudicate. Qinghe gritted his teeth. How could he possibly voice his shame? Bibi Dong had clearly relished his predicament. With a swift motion, while Qinghe was distracted, Bibi Dong playfully slapped his backside. In that instant, Qinghe trembled, his face turning pale, frozen in place. Observing his reaction, Bibi Dong could hardly contain her laughter. Your Highness's posture is quite adorable, she remarked with satisfaction before striding away from the Wuhuan palace, leaving the elders trailing behind in confusion. Why did a mere slap on the prince's posterior bring such joy to the Pope? As the members of the Wuhuan palace approached the viewing platform, they discovered Shui Yi and Qian Renxue already standing there. When did these four arrive? They are here even earlier than us today. Bibi Dong sneered as she made her way over. Normally, she would have expelled Shui Yi and his companion from the stage immediately, for this was her territory, and she believed she should be prioritized. However, in consideration of Lin Yi, she refrained from openly clashing with Shui Yi, especially since she needed to discuss alterations to the Soul Master competition rules with him in a few days. Shall we let them stay, Your Majesty? Douluo inquired from the side. It matters not. I'm also eager to see what rewards they might acquire. As Shui Yi hesitated, glancing at Lin Yi, he was acutely aware that they were on the territory of the Wuhuan Palace. He feared there might be hidden regulations favoring the palace's members. It seemed that Bibi Dong and her party were adhering to a principle of first come, first served today. Since they had indeed arrived first, Lin Yi spoke with an indifferent expression. Let the competition begin. Yes. Shui Yi and Qian Renxue nodded enthusiastically, genuinely grateful for Bibi Dong's concession. They had awaited this moment for far too long. Having thoroughly studied the rules beforehand, they had already decided on their initial attack strategy. Qian Renxue would be the primary attacker, while Shui Yi would play the supporting role. Their offensive strategy was as follows. Qian Renxue would employ his first soul skill, the longsword's edge, while Shui Yi would activate his third soul skill, Swan's Dream. Shui Yi's third soul skill, akin to Qian Renxue's sixth soul skill, Angelic Holy Light, bestowed a layer of golden auxiliary radiance. This was precisely why Qian Renxue had chosen to release this soul skill, as it was beneficial for disguise. Following the positioning of Douluo and Qinghe, Qian Renxue and Shui Yi took their places, one in front of the other. Shui Yi swiftly unleashed his third soul skill, Swan's Dream. He was exceedingly nervous. His heart raced continuously since stepping onto the stage. The desire for longevity rewards consumed him, and he fervently hoped for the favor of Lady Luck during their first assault. A golden auxiliary light enveloped Qian Renxue. After becoming accustomed to the assistance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda, Qian Renxue could not shake the feeling that Shui Yi's auxiliary soul skill paled in comparison. However, it mattered not. Aside from Lin Yi, he had never felt a sense of defeat before anyone else. After all, he was the continent's foremost attacker. First soul skill, Longsword's Edge. 9 soul rings soared into the air, and an intensely sharp aura pervaded the viewing platform. Qian Renxue was indeed formidable. Lin Yi regarded him and mused silently, for his shield was gradually losing durability. Qian Renxue was the only one thus far capable of causing Lin Yi's shield to diminish merely through his aura, as it was strikingly sharp. At this moment, Qian Renxue's long hair danced wildly as he focused intently. A pristine white, long sword gradually materialized before him. As the blade was drawn, it emitted a sharp, metallic sound that resonated through the air. In an instant, a dazzling flash of white light flickered before Lin Yi, and the entire offensive was concluded. The soul masters below were left in a daze. They had barely registered the event when Qian Renxue had already finished his first soul skill. Even several titled Douluo could not help but express their astonishment. Among the titled Douluo, Qian Renxue truly stood apart. While others failed to grasp the sequence of events, Lin Yi, possessing unparalleled speed, saw everything clearly. In that fleeting moment of attack, Qian Renxue had executed 3 strikes. The speed was so astonishing that it created the illusion that he had merely drawn the sword before the assault was over. Health decrease, 114632. Remaining health, 899981885638. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, Mastery of Qi Observation, Douluo Edition. Host reward, Mastery of Qi Observation, no critical hit. Lin Yi glanced over. The absence of a critical hit indicated that the reward he and Shui Yi received was of identical quality. Both of their damages stood at 114,632, classified as black intermediate, with the reward being Mastery of Qi Observation. Shui Yi was instantly filled with disappointment, for he had hoped for a reward related to longevity. Nonetheless, given that it was their first offensive reward, he still exuded excitement and anticipation as he gazed at the black orb in Lin Yi's hand. What is this Qi Observation? Lin Yi had previously taken the liberty of reviewing the system notes and explained, it is a straightforward ability. Upon mastering Qi Observation, you will discern the unique aura emanating from each individual. This aura represents potential and is categorized by color, ranging from low to high potential, identified as white, yellow, purple, black, and red. A higher level signifies greater potential. As an emperor, this ability suits you well, for selecting talent is not solely reliant on a discerning eye to gauge another's future. Mastery of Qi Observation essentially places the correct answers before you. Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, the crowd's eyes widened in surprise. Could such a skill truly exist? Would their potential and its nature be so easily perceived by the Snow Emperor? At that moment, Douluo raised his hand from the crowd. Senior, is there a way to conceal one's aura? Lin Yi replied, no. Douluo could not help but chuckle. What troubles you, Ju? Afraid your potential is merely white and will be exposed by His Majesty Shui Yi? Get lost. I am definitely red. You might as well be red on your backside. After listening to the explanation, Shui Yi nodded earnestly. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Lin Yi. It is my duty, Lin Yi replied, tossing the black orb towards Shui Yi. As the orb integrated with his being, Shui Yi stumbled backward a few steps, blinking rapidly as a fleeting golden light flickered in his pupils. You may test your ability on-site, Lin Yi encouraged. Shui Yi nodded and directed his gaze towards the audience below, and in that moment he was astonished. Upon activating this ability, a myriad of colors began to ascend from the bodies of all present. Among the ordinary soul masters, most emitted white and yellow auras. The heights of these auras varied, with white reaching about 10 meters and yellow extending to 20 meters. Shui Yi frowned slightly, for he noticed that the majority were indeed white and yellow, and he had yet to see any other colors. Just then he spotted a purple aura. It belonged to a middle-aged man, whose aura distinctly set him apart from those around him, suggesting he was at least a soul emperor. The purple aura rose to a height of 50 meters, appearing far more imposing than the yellow and white. Shui Yi turned to Ning Fengji, who also radiated purple. Qian Renxue and Gu Rong, however, were enveloped in black, a deep, inky black that soared to a height of 100 meters. Not only they, but the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall also predominantly displayed black auras, with several black pillars shooting up into the sky. Old Ju isn't white. He's black, haha. Juiet remarked. To his surprise, Qin Douluo also exhibited a black aura, as did the second elder. It seemed that even the title Douluo at level 99 were merely of black potential. Yet, at that moment, Shui Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had spotted a striking red among the crowd. The protagonist's aura could indeed be perceived, and it was something to anticipate. Amidst the sea of white and yellow, the purple was already a rarity, and the scant black auras were even more exceptional. The sudden appearance of the red aura left Shui Yi momentarily speechless, evoking a profound sense of respect within him. He lifted his gaze. There were two prominent red auras in total. One hovered above the head of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, rising majestically to an astounding height of 500 meters, 5 times that of the purple. As the Pope, and so youthful, she possessed the most formidable potential in the vicinity, which did not surprise Shui Yi. What astonished him was the other red aura's owner, his own son, Xue Qinghe. The red aura above Xue Qinghe's head was no less impressive than Bibi Dong's, boasting a robust presence and height that surpassed even the black level. Among the nearly 1,000 soul masters present, only these two red auras stood out starkly. Shui Yi's gaze swiftly swept past Xue Qinghe. Not lingering for too long, he wished to keep his son's potential concealed to avoid attracting danger. Although it appeared that potential was defined by soul power levels, the emergence of red in Xue Qinghe led Shui Yi to silently reconsider this hypothesis. Perhaps other factors were at play in determining potential. How is it, Your Majesty Shui Yi? What have you discerned? Please share with us. Douluo inquired curiously from below. Indeed, I find myself quite curious. Is it true that red is the highest? Do any of us possess red potential? More and more voices from the crowd pressed for answers. Shui Yi stepped forward with a smile, respectfully bowing towards Bibi Dong. The only red potential present belongs to Your Holiness the Pope. Your Holiness has boundless prospects and astonishing potential. I am in admiration. After Shui Yi spoke, Lin Yi cast a glance towards Xue Qinghe, who also possessed the ability of Qi observation and could undoubtedly see the red aura surrounding him. It was clear that Shui Yi sought to protect Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing Shui Yi's words, the elders widened their eyes, revealing expressions of surprise that were nonetheless within reason. The Spirit Hall, along with all the soul masters of Spirit City, spontaneously bowed in reverence to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness the Pope is truly deserving. With you present, it is a fortune for our Spirit Hall and a blessing for the continent. Surrounded by such flattery, Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Did she possess the only red potential here? On what basis was this potential determined? Could it be inherited from the deities? Bibi Dong, feeling a touch of shyness, responded, Everyone, please be at ease. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will endeavor to fulfill my duties. Seeing this, Shui Yi sighed in relief. As long as no one noticed Xue Qinghe, he hastily prepared to claim the second reward. Turning around, he bowed to Lin Yi, saying, Thank you, Senior, for this grand gift. In that moment, Shui Yi's expression suddenly froze. He widened his eyes, astonished to the point of stumbling back, even tripping over himself and falling onto the stands. Qian Renxue immediately rushed forward. Your Majesty. Shui Yi remained seated on the ground, unable to rise. He could only stare incredulously at Lin Yi, his expression one of utter shock. Above the indifferent youth sitting cross-legged, an extraordinarily thick stream of colorful gas shot up into the clouds. Shui Yi's eyes widened as he desperately attempted to see where the colorful gas ended, only to find it seemingly endless. The 7 colors. What did the 7 colors signify? Regaining his ability to speak, Shui Yi pointed at Lin Yi's head in astonishment and asked, The gas is only white, yellow, purple, black, and red. What are you talking about? Lin Yi looked at him, puzzled. But the gas above your head is multicolored, Shui Yi exclaimed. Lin Yi tilted his head up, unable to see the gas above himself. Do I have it too? Or is it just the multicolored gas outside the realm of levels? After hearing Shui Yi's words, shock spread across everyone's faces. Even a 3-year-old could discern that the multicolored gas was undoubtedly superior to the red. It transcended the established hierarchy of potential. Could it be that white, yellow, purple, black, and red were merely classifications for human potential? Was it because the senior was a deity that he possessed the multicolored gas? With this realization, everyone suddenly understood, and their gazes toward Lin Yi were filled with genuine awe and longing. In the past few days, one indication after another pointed to the fact that Lin Yi was indeed the rumored deity, moreover, at the level of a creator god. However, Lin Yi held his own perspective on this matter. This potential likely manifested when he broke the shield and merged with the divine body. It was evident how exceptional the divine body was. The reason why Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong were red was likely that they would inevitably inherit divinity in the future. As for Lin Yi's divine body, represented by the multicolored gas, it was evidently far more powerful than theirs. Enough of this dawdling. My potential is of no consequence and does not concern you. Let us continue our assault, Lin Yi said with an indifferent expression. Zhuya nodded, hurriedly wiping the sweat from his forehead as he stood. He had genuinely been startled after being shocked by the red. He turned around to see the even more astonishing multicolored gas right before him. Who could endure such a heart-stopping sight? Exhaling, Shui Yi moved behind Qian Renxue. For their second assault mode, they decided on second soul skill Spirit Sword Guardian, Qian Renxue, and third soul skill Swan's Dream, Shui Yi. Ning Fengji looked on anxiously from below, feeling a sense of urgency. Your Majesty, could you please expedite this process? Ning Fengji had a nagging feeling that once Shui Yi finished, Bibi Dong and her group would seize the opportunity to intervene. After all, the hostility from a spirit hall side was palpable, and they were rather stingy. After the attack concluded, Qian Renxue distinctly sensed the damage rebounding from Lin Yi. Though not substantial, he could foresee the extent of the damage rebound to come. With a solemn expression, he sheathed his sword. If he were to be injured by the rebound, it would certainly be a disgrace, and Qian Renxue could not allow that to happen. Health lost, 138463. Remaining health, 899981747345. Damage level, black, intermediate. Random reward, Evolution Spirit Stone X1. Host reward, Evolution Immortal Stone X1. The long-awaited evolution reward had finally appeared. The last evolution that left an impression on Lin Yi was the Dragon Spear Douluo's martial soul, evolving from a snake spear to a dragon spear. What would Shui Yi's swan martial soul evolve into? 88. Swan Species Evolution. New type of roulette drop. Second update. Damage 138463. Black intermediate. Your reward is an Evolution Spirit Stone with 1,000 evolution points. As Lin Yi held the black orb in his hand, Shui Yi had yet to react when the crowd below erupted in excitement. He had come specifically for the evolution reward. Undoubtedly, evolution rewards were primarily aimed at the evolution of martial souls. Due to the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile, Ning Fengji could only reach a maximum of level 79. Thus, he was in dire need of a reward that would allow the 7-treasure glazed tile to evolve. However, compared to Ning Fengji's 7-treasure glazed tile, Shui Yi's swan martial soul had even more shortcomings. Firstly, the quality of the martial soul was inferior. In terms of both offense and defense, it lagged significantly behind other martial souls. Had it not been for the consideration of royal bloodline inheritance, this somewhat underwhelming martial soul would have long ceased to exist. However, now that the task of bloodline inheritance had fallen into Shui Qing's hands, Shui Yi had no cause for concern. Therefore, he too required this evolution spirit stone. At this moment, Lin Yi flicked the black orb toward Shui Yi. After it merged into his body, Shui Yi sat cross-legged, feeling the changes within himself. Meanwhile, the audience began to murmur, most of them curious about what changes would occur in the Tianshou royal family's inherited martial soul. It couldn't possibly transform from swan into a white tiger, could it? Before long, Shui Yi, seated in meditation, finally began to show signs of change. At that moment, the golden glow enveloping him abruptly vanished, replaced by a vibrant emerald hue. In the next instant, a vigorous aura emanated from Shui Yi. He opened his eyes, a mixture of confusion and elation evident within them. Senior, what is this martial soul? It just healed the hidden ailments within me. Shui Yi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Release your martial soul and see, Lin Yi instructed. All right, Shui Yi complied, and suddenly, in midair, feathers resembling emerald crystals began to cascade down. A pair of green wings unfurled behind him. The evolved martial soul let out a clear cry, raising its slender neck, its translucent emerald body shining brilliantly in the arena. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Shui Yi's golden swan had transformed into an emerald swan, and its aura had completely changed. Martial soul, emerald swan. At that moment, the system provided an answer in Lin Yi's mind. Your current martial soul is named Emerald Swan, a healing-type martial soul. While it may not excel in offense, its healing capabilities are exceptionally formidable. I can assure you that all prior ailments, hidden diseases, and toxic residues in your body have now vanished. Lin Yi remarked, if I recall correctly. There is indeed a fierce beast in the Star Doe forest known as the Emerald Swan. Her name is Bijia, and she has existed for over 400,000 years. If Shuya were not particularly fixated on the offensive capabilities of martial souls, this situation would be a tremendous gain for him. What? The Emerald Swan? Shuya exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this martial soul. Possessing the Swan martial soul, he naturally had an understanding of its factions and branches, which was almost a compulsory subject for the royal family of Tiando. The Emerald Swan is the most noble and proud among the swan spirit beasts. They possess extraordinarily potent healing abilities, earning them the reverence and support of other spirit beasts everywhere. Across the entire Douluo continent, the number of emerald swans is pitifully scarce. Truly, this is a martial soul of exceptional quality. Shuya, feeling a sense of urgency, immediately bowed to Lin Yi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing such great favor upon me. I pledge that you shall forever be a distinguished guest of the Tiando royal family. Lin Yi regarded him with a cold demeanor. No need for gratitude. Here, we exist in a realm of equal exchange. Of course, Lin Yi was fully aware that he held a significant advantage in this arrangement. However, he saw no need to explain this to others, content to savor his silent joy. Indeed, the balance was far from equal. Shuya, filled with myriad emotions, could only perceive Lin Yi's unwavering contributions while suffering only harm in return. You call this equality? After bowing once more to Lin Yi, he excitedly descended the steps. To his surprise, such immense rewards awaited him on his initial offensive. Qian Renxue remained on stage, assisting Ning Fengji in occupying his position. Once Shuya stepped down, Qian Renxue immediately signaled Ning Fengji. Master, come up quickly. Ning Fengji understood and hastily ascended the platform. In truth, there was no need for such urgency, as Bibi Dong was currently preoccupied with another vexing matter. With Shuya now possessing the Emerald Swan martial soul and having purged the toxic remnants from within his body, their plans at the Spirit Hall had been thwarted. Shuqinghe glanced over at Bibi Dong with a resigned shrug. The poison he had previously administered to Shuya should have dissipated by now. Moreover, since Shuya's martial soul had already transformed, they could no longer employ the method of poisoning. It was time to contemplate alternative strategies. Alas, Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities had unintentionally led to Shuya's detoxification. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Ning Fengji turned to Qian Renxue. Sir Uncle, how is your condition? Should we bring Bone Uncle up? It's fine. Even if the damage decreases, it translates to greater potential for improvement. It's not a loss, Qian Renxue replied. Very well then. The two maintained their previous stances, their attack mode set to First Soul Skill, Sword Strike, Qian Renxue. First Soul Skill, Power, Ning Fengji. Qian Renxue summoned his martial soul, the pristine white 7-killing sword materializing before him, its blade unsheathed and gripped firmly in his hand. Simultaneously, Ning Fengji began to move. He raised his right hand, a dazzling light emanating from his palm as the exquisitely crafted 7 treasures glazed pagoda floated in midair. Below, Shuqinghe observed intently. After all these years, he was sincerely regarding Ning Fengji as a mentor. He needed to learn how to wield the 7 treasures glazed pagoda effectively. The 7 treasures are renowned, with the first being power. Upon reciting the incantation, a crimson orb of light surged toward Qian Renxue, enveloping his form. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda, the foremost auxiliary martial soul in the world, provides an assistance effect equivalent to 10% of a soul master's soul power level, integer. As a soul sage, Ning Fengji could grant Qian Renxue an enhancement of 80%. This was truly formidable. The white blade flashed before Lin Yi, delivering a swift 3 slashes, commencing and concluding in an instant. Damage, 157,864. Remaining health, 899981599763. Damage level, Black Advanced. Random reward. Cost exchange for Big Roulette 1. Host reward. Cost exchange for Big Roulette 3. Upon seeing the reward, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. A new Big Roulette had appeared. Without hesitation, he turned his attention to the system's annotations. After reading them with a somewhat peculiar expression, Lin Yi announced the results to Ning Fengji. Damage 157864, Black Advanced. Your reward is a cost exchange for Big Roulette. Lin Yi, how did you manage to be both fortunate and unfortunate? Upon hearing of this brand new Big Roulette, Qian Douluo below stiffened momentarily, as if reacting instinctively. Even Shui Qinghe, who had drawn a golden reward earlier, could not help but wear a strange expression. His earlier stroke of luck was indeed fortunate. Had his fortune been slightly less favorable, he might have met a fate akin to his grandfather's, crashing directly into Lin Yi. Cost exchange for Big Roulette? Ning Fengji inquired with a puzzled expression. Lin Yi nodded, casting the black orb of light into the air. The orb floated, transforming into a large double-layered roulette. Indeed, this roulette featured 2 layers, equipped with 2 fixed pointers vertically aligned above and below. Lin Yi elaborated. This is the cost exchange for Big Roulette. The pointers do not rotate. Rather, it is the 2 back roulettes that spin. One roulette contains a random prize pool, evenly divided into 13 sectors. The other roulette features random costs, also evenly divided into 13 sectors, each representing a different cost. As the name suggests, it allows one to exchange a certain cost for a reward from a prize pool, with the nature of both the reward and the cost being determined by chance. You might use a minimal cost to acquire a jackpot prize pool, or conversely, a substantial cost might yield a white prize pool. Ning Fengji swallowed hard. At that moment, the roulette before him remained sealed, rendering the costs hidden from view. This big roulette seemed even more treacherous than the lucky roulette. As if sensing Ning Fengji's thoughts, Lin Yi continued. This represents a black reward. The lucky roulette corresponds to a red reward. Indeed, black rewards are not as advantageous as red ones. However, the opportunities they present are equivalent. It merely requires a greater cost for black rewards. If you're prepared, you may begin. Of course, you have the right to forfeit this reward. Lin Yi's expression remained indifferent. How could I possibly forfeit? This is my first reward. Moreover, there is a chance to obtain the jackpot prize pool, with odds the same as the lucky roulette. With this thought, Ning Fengji solemnly declared, I will not forfeit. I am ready. Then let us begin. I wish you the best of luck. Ning Fengji nodded and approached the big roulette. At that moment, those around him mostly bore expressions of excitement, as this big roulette seemed even more intriguing than the lucky one. Standing beside the big roulette, Ning Fengji placed a hand on each of the 2 large rotating discs. Gritting his teeth, he pulled down with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 roulettes spun simultaneously. The outer casing concealed their rotation from view, and only when they came to a halt could the results be revealed by lifting the movable panels beneath the 2 pointers. The process was somewhat torturous, but this was only the case for Ning Fengji. The others were mostly filled with anticipation, eager to see what price Ning Fengji would pay. With a click, the prize pool came to a halt first. Ning Fengji watched anxiously, and soon after, with another click, the prize wheel also stopped. At this moment, the positions indicated by the 2 pointers revealed what price Ning Fengji would pay and what prize he would receive. Lin Yi spoke up. It's over. Would you like to see the prize first or the prize? Let's see the prize first. Ning Fengji took deep breaths, his heart racing. He was no longer concerned about the price. As long as the prize was worthwhile, everything would be fine. All right. Lin Yi manipulated the system and opened the panel beneath the pointer pointing downwards. Ning Fengji leaned in eagerly, his eyes wide open, but his expression quickly fell. Black primary. He felt a pang of disappointment. The damage he had just dealt had already reached black advanced, yet the wheel yielded only a black primary. This was a significant loss. And now he still had to face a price. Seeing Ning Fengji's despondent demeanor, Lin Yi calmly remarked, Are you already saddened without knowing what reward you've earned? Ning Fengji looked sorrowful. I've already lost. The prize pool has dropped 2 levels, and I still have a price to pay. Lin Yi raised the black orb in his hand and said, What if I told you that your reward is an evolution crystal? Would you still be upset? What? Ning Fengji's eyes widened in disbelief. An evolution crystal? Lin Yi smiled slightly. Indeed, it is the evolution crystal. After saying this, he flicked the black orb towards Ning Fengji. Upon merging with the crystal, Ning Fengji eagerly released his martial soul. Radiant colors burst forth in the air, and at that moment, his 7 treasures glazed tower transformed, becoming the 8 treasures glazed tower. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in joy, his face beaming with delight. His martial soul had evolved. It had finally evolved. Now, even if he were told that a price awaited him, he would care little. As long as his martial soul could evolve, he could accept any price. From this moment on, his soul power limit had instantly increased to level 89, a cause for celebration. Qian Renxue and Gu Rong looked at Ning Fengji, both feeling a surge of happiness for him. "Senior, let me see what the price is," Ning Fengji declared, puffing out his chest. This reward was too valuable. Even if it meant facing a price, he felt it was worth it. All right. Lin Yi controlled the system and opened the panel for the pointer pointing upwards. Ning Fengji smiled as he approached his 8 treasures glazed tower to inspect the price. Suddenly, his smile froze, and his expression became rigid. Quality of martial soul decreased. Ning Fengji stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. What? He could hardly believe what he was seeing. The next moment, the 8 treasures glazed tower in his arms suddenly flew into the air. Ning Fengji staggered back, watching helplessly as his tower lost a layer, reverting to the 7 treasures glazed tower. His legs went weak, and his breathing quickened. Master! Master! Qian Renxue hurriedly stepped forward to support Ning Fengji. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Even Lin Yi's expression became somewhat peculiar. What kind of luck is this? Could it be a heart-wrenching betrayal? This was even more disheartening than a direct decrease in martial soul quality. Indeed, Ning Fengji's emotions at this moment resembled a roller coaster, having just reached the peak only to plummet into despair. This felt worse than death. Lin Yi couldn't help but speak up. In fact, you should have chosen to see the price first. Perhaps it would have eased your feelings a bit. Moreover, I can't comprehend how you managed to be both fortunate and unfortunate at the same time. Final blow. Ning Fengji clutched his chest, forcing a smile as he said, "It's fine, I'm all right. I can endure this. At least my martial soul hasn't changed, right?" Although it was a self-comforting statement, tears suddenly welled up in Ning Fengji's eyes. It felt as if his efforts had amounted to nothing, leaving him with no reward. "Qian Renxue, get ready. Let us commence the second assault." Ning Fengji gritted his teeth. 3 updates delivered. I hope you continue reading daily. 90. A modified version of the universe shift appears, with Ning Rongrong descending on the scene. First update, Master, are you alright? Do you need a rest? Qian Renxue asked, looking at Ning Fengji with concern. This experience of highs and lows was filled with dramatic tension and heart-wrenching moments, even for him as an observer. Fate seems to be toying with us. No need for rest. Let's press on, Ning Fengji declared resolutely. He refused to believe that even if he could not obtain the evolution crystal today, he would end up with no other rewards. Impossible. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Resuming their previous positions, Qian Renxue switched to his second skill, while Ning Fengji continued to use his first soul skill, which had a direct damage enhancement. The 7 treasures glazed tower floated in the air, its radiance illuminating the surroundings. Looking at his unchanged martial soul, Ning Fengji could not suppress the pain in his heart. Alas, there is nothing to be done. Such bad luck. Red light surged forth once more from the 7 treasures glazed tower, enveloping Qian Renxue. With the dual effects of the spirit sword's protection and the amplification of strength, the 7 kills sword emitted a sharp whistle. The sound of metal grinding once again echoed as Qian Renxue drew his sword, executing a light speed slash with a cold moonlight hue. The sword mark sliced through, and the attack concluded. The 7 kills sword returned to its sheath, its brilliance concealed. Each of Qian Renxue's strikes was swift and fierce, giving the impression that the battle had ended before it even began. Especially the sounds of the sword and the flashes of light on the battlefield provided a feast for both the eyes and ears, captivating to the point of never becoming tiresome. However, Qian Renxue on the platform was not feeling well. He stared at his slightly trembling right hand, glancing apprehensively at the indifferent youth seated on the ground. Although the boy remained still, the pressure he exuded was undeniably formidable. Lin Yi opened his eyes, his pitch-black gaze fixed on a panel. Health lost, 198,462. Remaining health, 899981400324. Damage level, black, advanced. Random reward, Mastery of Universe Shift Skill, modified. Host reward, Mastery of Universe Shift Skill, modified. Target could be freely changed. This reward momentarily stunned Lin Yi. Could it be that a martial arts manual from Jin Yong was also in the prize pool? He quickly checked the annotations and realized he had overthought. The functions were entirely different. At this moment, Ning Fengji took a step forward, slightly bowing, his expression bitter as he asked, "Senior, it can't possibly be the price wheel again, can it? I certainly do not wish to draw a second time." Lin Yi shook his head. "Damage, 198462, Black Advanced. Your reward is the mastery of Universe Shift. This is not good." At this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly frowned and spoke. "Master, our damage plan has encountered an issue. This is only your second attack, and our damage has already reached 190,000. Ning Fengji took a deep breath, exclaiming, "It matters not. The enhancement from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is inherently formidable. With such a high baseline, our damage ceiling will naturally be elevated as well. Uncle Jian, perhaps we shall be the first to touch the golden prize pool." Upon hearing this, Douluo, seated below, furrowed his brow. "You will be the first? Are you certain? I possess the forward battle armor. Can you really assert that the enhancement from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda can surpass this high-tech marvel?" At this moment, Lin Yi flicked the black orb in his hand towards Ning Fengji, explaining, "First, allow me to congratulate you. This is a permanent skill. Its usage is remarkably simple. When activated, simply envision a person you have seen before, and you will be instantly transported to their location, while they will arrive at yours." Upon hearing Lin Yi's introduction, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled. "So, I can appear at their location at any time and place? As long as I wish. I can go to her?" By this point, he already had a test subject in mind. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. However, just as he was about to elaborate further, Ning Fengji suddenly vanished. In his place stood a girl clad in a verdant dress, possessing a sweet and beautiful visage. Her eyes, an expression emanating an aura of vitality. "Ning Rongrong." Gu Rong and Qian Renxue exclaimed in unison, astonished. Ning Rongrong stood there, her mind in disarray. "Who am I? Where am I? What is this place?" Her eyes widened in shock as she surveyed her surroundings. Spotting Qian Renxue and Gu Rong, she dashed towards them. "Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, where is this? How did I suddenly appear here? Why are you both here?" At that moment, a multitude of gazes, numbering over 1,000, fixated upon her, each adorned with fierce expressions. Ning Rongrong had never encountered such a scene, her face paling in fear. Qian Renxue and Gu Rong found it difficult to explain, turning their gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, exasperated, understood Ning Fengji's excitement at finally receiving a reward. Yet, must he not at least comprehend the specific rules before validating it? Noticing the 3 pairs of eyes upon him, Lin Yi replied coolly, "Do not worry. In 5 minutes, you shall return to your original location." "Who are you?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, gazing at Lin Yi in the stands. Although frightened, she was intelligent. In a brief moment, she observed and analyzed the situation, realizing that everyone present seemed to look to this youth for guidance. For amidst the assembly, he alone sat, while all others stood in a circle around the platform. "Wait, is that Bibi Dong?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at Bibi Dong and the others. She then looked up to behold the colossal statue of the 6-winged angel not far off. The Spirit City. Is this truly the Spirit City? What is happening? Is there a ceremony underway? Why are even the Pope, along with my grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu, surrounding this young man? Lin Yi did not respond to Ning Rongrong's confusion. He remained impassive, closing his eyes, awaiting Ning Fengji's return. Why has he fallen silent again? Ning Rongrong wondered it. Turning to Qian Renxue and Gu Rong. "Senior Lin Yi is always like this. He treats everyone the same. It is not personal. Rongrong, just remain quiet." Qian Renxue gently explained. He was genuinely concerned that Ning Rongrong might inadvertently utter something distasteful to Lin Yi, given her tendency to speak her mind. "What? Senior?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, astonished. "Grandfather Jian, you actually refer to him as a senior? He appears to be no older than I am." "Shoo!" Qian Renxue, alarmed, quickly covered Ning Rongrong's mouth. He finally adopted a serious demeanor. "Do not speak. Just stay here quietly for a few minutes, and you will return." Qian Renxue was genuinely frightened. If Lin Yi became displeased, he could not protect her. At that moment, he dreaded the thought of being locked in Lin Yi's icy gaze again, a sensation he wished to avoid experiencing a second time. He certainly did not want Ning Rongrong to endure it either. Fortunately, Lin Yi remained aloof, his eyes closed, seemingly disinterested in Ning Rongrong. Lin Yi's indifference was a relief to Qian Renxue. The fleeting moments felt interminable. Master, please return soon. Grandfather Gu, why are you silent? Ning Rongrong, her mouth covered by Qian Renxue, could only cast a pleading glance at Gu Rong. Sure. But to her surprise, Gu Rong wore a grave expression, placing a finger to his lips. For heaven's sake, please consider the circumstances. You may act freely within the sect, but here, we must exercise restraint. We are already racing against the spirit hall. We cannot afford to be reckless. Should you cause a scene, Lin, you might just send us to the back of the line. Being sent to the back is merely the least of our worries. If Lin Yi shows no regard for Shui Yi and expels us from the spirit city, we would have nowhere to lament our misfortune. Gu Rong believed Lin Yi was certainly capable of such an act. He had nothing to fear, yet he was overwhelmingly powerful. Gu Rong could hardly fathom anything that could intimidate Lin Yi. Ah, yes, he fears being alive. Very well, I shall remain silent, Ning Rongrong conceded. Qian Renxue, half convinced, removed his hand. Ning Rongrong indeed kept silent, yet her curiosity about Lin Yi on the platform intensified. The commotion at the spirit hall had not even reached Heaven Do City. She found it hard to believe. It was also possible they were preoccupied with investigating the mastermind behind Master S' death, thus oblivious to the happenings. Once she returned, she would undoubtedly share her experiences with her companions. This was utterly absurd. Why should this boy, of the same age, be revered by all while she was not? Surely, he must also participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament? From the looks of it, he would surely have connections to gain an advantage. After all, Ning Rongrong noticed that Bibi Dong and Shui Yi were present, both occasionally displaying a reverent demeanor towards the youth. However, unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong, Lin Yi did indeed participate in the Soul Master Tournament, albeit in a different capacity. Just as she wished to continue her observations, a sudden flash of light enveloped her, and she vanished. Upon Ning Fengji's return, he breathed a sigh of relief. Did you just see Rongrong? He inquired hurriedly. Qian Renxue and Gu Rong exchanged bitter glances and nodded. Ning Fengji smiled. That is splendid. Now, whenever I wish to know where that girl is, I need not fear losing track of her. He stepped forward, addressing Lin Yi, Sr. I have just discovered that this skill requires a certain amount of time to return. Correct? Lin Yi opened his eyes and nodded in affirmation. 5 minutes are required, and I have yet to explain the rules fully. Moreover, I realize that your understanding of this ability diverges from its true function. At this moment, Ning Fengji felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Please continue, Senior. Lin Yi shot him a perplexed glance and replied, this skill is actually utilized when one finds themselves in peril. When faced with danger, you can summon someone to take a fatal blow on your behalf. Furthermore, you can only replace the first summoned individual once they have perished. Lin Yi it. How could a prestigious black tier reward merely serve the purpose of observing where your daughter is and what she is doing? Undoubtedly, this reward has been squandered. After all, you wouldn't wish for your daughter to endure a deadly strike in your stead, would you? If she survives, you'll forever be bound to exchange places with her. At that moment, a thunderclap seemed to resonate in Ning Fengji's mind, leaving him stunned. He was baffled by how his thoughts had strayed to concern for his daughter's whereabouts. Blast it! 2 opportunities squandered. The first was mere bad luck, while the second was a disastrous start, ruining a perfectly good hand. Deeply pained and frustrated, Ning Fengji descended from the stands. Zhongzhu, Qianxin called out from behind. Enough! Jinshu, I need some solitude. For now, I can only place my hopes on tomorrow. Although Shui Yi had not acquired the rewards he desired, Ning Fengji felt a wave of envy towards him. At least Shui Yi's reward was of some utility. Old Bones, you go first. Qianxin gestured towards Gu Rong. Aren't you continuing? I need a moment to recover. After unleashing 4 consecutive soul techniques and enduring 4 rounds of damage backlash, Qianxin transitioned from an initial numbness in his hands to a complete emotional fatigue upon witnessing Ning Fengji's lack of resolve. I can't go on like this. My heart won't withstand it. If you're going to attack, do it quickly. Must we all sit here and watch you dawdle? A cool voice interjected from the side. Gu Rong turned to see Bibi Dong, her expression frosty, arms crossed, flanked by a group of imposing title Douluo glaring at them. Gu Rong's expression faltered as he quickened his pace to the stance. In someone else's territory, one must heed their demeanor. Senior Lin Yi, I pay my respects. Let's begin. Gu Rong nodded, and the vibrant hues of yellow, purple, and black soul rings ascended around him. As a 95th level super Douluo, though his talent and comprehension did not rival Qian, he still exuded a formidable aura. First soul technique. Bone Dragon Stab. In an instant, a chilling sound of bone grinding echoed through the arena, as if countless fractured bones were reassembling. Soon, a massive skeletal dragon emerged behind the bone Douluo, its pale bones quaking and gradually taking shape, causing the earth to tremble with each step. The colossal bone dragon let out a thunderous roar. Qian smirked from below. This old fellow may lack true strength, but his martial soul's release is always impressive. Gu Rong's eyes twitched. He caught Qian's murmuring. Once the great skeletal dragon's roar subsided, the bone Douluo charged forward, merging with the dragon's phantom roar. The attack landed on Lin Yi. Bang! The skeletal dragon's apparition shattered instantly, while he was thrown back several steps by the recoil before steadying himself. Gu Rong widened his eyes and exhaled. He had not anticipated the impact to be so formidable. This damage is indeed significant. Lin Yi glanced at his panel. Health lost, 55234. Remaining health, 899981398432. Damage level, Black Beginner. Random reward, Martial Soul Mutation Crystal. Host reward, Martial Soul Mutation Spirit Stone. Lin Yi paused momentarily. This was the first time he had encountered a mutation crystal. Undoubtedly, it represented a dual-faceted reward. Damage, 55234. Black Beginner. Your reward is a Martial Soul Mutation Crystal. 92. Mutated Evil Spirit Dragon Knight. Second attack drops Pet Blind Box. Martial Soul Mutation Crystal? Gu Rong's expression turned peculiar. From its literal meaning, it was clear that this crystal could induce mutations in one's martial soul. However, Lin Yi nodded, observing the black orb in his hand, and continued. You must understand that the direction of martial soul mutation is fraught with uncertainty. It can either improve or deteriorate. Thus, the decision to integrate it rests with you. Surprisingly, Gu Rong merely chuckled. I shall integrate it. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on him. Are you certain? Do not make a decision you may regret, akin to Ning Zhongzhu. Ning Fengji interjected, killing and desecrating. Senior, you never fail to impress. Absolutely. Gu Rong replied nonchalantly. You see, I've been stuck at level 95 for a decade, stagnant and lacking the drive to advance. Whether or not I integrate this mutation crystal makes little difference. At that moment, Qian suddenly chuckled. Be careful not to end up weaker than you were before. Huh. Gu Rong shot him a glance before turning back to Lin Yi. Let us proceed, senior. Lin Yi nodded, tossing the black orb towards Gu Rong. After integrating the crystal, Gu Rong sat cross-legged to meditate briefly. The onlookers, including Lin Yi above and the gathered crowd below, waited in silence. Soon, Gu Rong opened his eyes. Lin Yi squinted. At that moment, he perceived two flickering flames within Gu Rong's gaze. Gu Rong's expression was a mix of perplexity and excitement. I can almost sense the change. His vague statement ignited immense curiosity among the audience. Qian, being an old friend, could hardly contain his impatience. Old bones, what is your martial soul mutated into? Release it for us to see. Oomph. Gu Rong regarded Qian with a knowing smile. He rose, and his 9 soul rings ascended. Simultaneously, an intense heat radiated from him. Qian's expression shifted. After years of knowing Gu Rong, he instantly recognized the change in the aura. How can there be fire? I have never heard that martial soul mutations could unexpectedly gain an additional attribute. A similar sound of bone grinding resonated around Gu Rong. As he lifted his gaze, he now bore witness to 2 flames dancing in his eyes. Roar! A fierce roar erupted, and in the air, what emerged was no longer merely a collection of pale bones, but massive bones engulfed in fierce flames. Each flaming bone quickly assembled in the air, and in an instant, a colossal fire-breathing bone dragon was formed. In the gaps of the skeletal dragon's bones, flames danced, and in its hollow eye sockets flickered 2 bright crimson sparks. It exuded an air of majesty and reverence, radiating intense heat. Everyone gazed upwards, momentarily entranced. Qian Renxue's jaw dropped in astonishment. This was undoubtedly a positive mutation. Its grandeur had more than doubled. With each step forward that Gu Rong took, the fiery skeletal dragon followed suit, flames occasionally cascading from its form, only to dissipate into the air. The visual spectacle before them was utterly explosive. Lin Yi, too, was momentarily stunned, not due to the nature of the mutation, but because he felt that the current form of the skeletal dragon resembled that of a Death Knight's skeletal steed. The fiery skeletal dragon martial spirit had been concealed by Gu Rong, who excitedly knelt before Lin Yi on one knee. Thanks to your esteemed guidance, my soul power has also surged to level 96. I'm immensely grateful. After a decade of stagnant soul power, a single mutation crystal had propelled him forward. What a tremendous surprise. No need to thank me. This is merely the result of your own fortune. Gu Rong was exceptionally thrilled and inquired, esteemed senior, I have never encountered a martial spirit like this mutated form before, nor has it ever appeared. I humbly request you to bestow upon it a name. Naming it? A vivid image suddenly flashed in Lin Yi's mind. Since it bore such a resemblance to a Death Knight's flaming skeleton, why not call it the Death Spirit Dragon Knight? Death Spirit Dragon Knight. Gu Rong murmured the name, although it contained no reference to fire. The essence of this martial spirit resembled that of a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Did it not? Excellent. Excellent. Gu Rong's face flushed with excitement as he clasped his fists together. Thank you for bestowing a name upon it. From this day forth, my martial spirit shall no longer be the skeletal dragon, but the Death Spirit Dragon Knight. You also have a second attack. Understood. Gu Rong rose, taking several deep breaths. He did not intend to use his second soul skill. Instead, he aimed to continue utilizing his first. He was eager to ascertain whether this mutation was beneficial or detrimental, although he already had an inkling of the answer. First soul skill, Fire Dragon Charge. Indeed, his first soul skill had transformed from Skeletal Dragon Charge to Fire Dragon Charge. Gu Rong charged towards Lin Yi, the spectral figure of the Death Spirit Dragon Knight, igniting in flames beside him. Bang! A violent collision. The flames erupting from Gu Rong scattered into the sky, with sparks resembling starlight drifting through the air. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that his defensive capabilities had also been elevated to a higher tier. He had clearly seen the damage rebound upon him, yet he felt none of the discomfort he had previously experienced. What an incredible gain. Thus far, he had indeed profited more than Lin Yi. For even if Lin Yi possessed a mutation crystal, he could not control its direction. Health lost, 85736. Remaining health, 899981246354. Damage level, black, primary. Random reward, Pet Blind Box, various realms. Host reward, Pet Blind Box 3, various realms. A blind box. A novel item. Could this be yet another tantalizing gimmick following the lucky roulette and costly Wheel of Fortune? Your damage is 85,736, black primary damage. Upon hearing the damage number, Gu Rong's eyes brightened. This was a full 30,000 more than his previous damage. Of course, it still fell short by about 10,000 compared to Qian Renxue. Yet Gu Rong was a defense-oriented soul master. Damage was not his primary strength. This clearly indicated that the Death Spirit Dragon Knight had seen improvements across the board. Esteemed senior, what is the reward? A pet blind box. Do you desire a pet? Gu Rong's expression faltered. The onlookers were equally taken aback. A pet? Gu Rong asked, his expression perplexed. Is it the kind of pet like a cat or dog? Lin Yi chuckled it. Do you truly think I would bestow such a pet upon you? At those words, Gu Rong's mouth slightly agape. A look of immense anticipation crossed his face. Seeing Lin Yi's confident smile, he felt reassured. I want it. Whatever you grant me, even if it's just a little earthworm, I shall cherish it, Gu Rong declared with a grin. Shameless, Qian Renxue muttered, unable to bear the sight. Lin Yi's smile faded almost instantly, his expression returning to its usual cold demeanor. I will conduct a draw for you. When I say the draw begins, you shout stop, and it will cease. The blind box draw occurs within the system space. I ask for your daily perseverance in following along. Thank you all. 93. You may have misunderstood. That one is indeed your pet. Listening to Lin Yi, Gu Rong nodded half understanding. He had not seen where the draw was taking place. But since Lin Yi had said so, it must be true. All he needed to do was shout stop once it began. Lin Yi then looked towards the system space and announced. The draw begins. Simultaneously, exquisitely crafted blind boxes began flashing before him on the panel. Each box bore different designs, colorful and diverse. Some even depicted specific characters directly on their surfaces. Lin Yi had just glimpsed a Pikachu and perhaps a Houndoom. Within those fleeting seconds, 10 blind boxes whirled by. Truly, These pets from various realms came with an overwhelming array of characters, leaving Lin Yi momentarily dazzled. You may call out stop at any time. Gu Rong nodded, eagerly counting the seconds. Perhaps the best ones were yet to come. After approximately 30 seconds, Gu Rong promptly looked up and shouted, "Stop!" As soon as he spoke, the blind boxes on the panel halted their movement. A silvery gray blind box settled on the panel. Immediately after, a voice resonated within Lin Yi's mind. "Congratulations. You have drawn a double yellow blind box. It contains one main pet and one auxiliary pet, with the host holding permanent control over the auxiliary pet." Hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. This meant that the main pet belonged to Gu Rong, while the auxiliary pet was his. That was rather fortunate. By drawing Gu Rong's blind box, he could also bask in its glow. Lin Yi turned to Gu Rong and said, "The blind box has been drawn. It will be opened in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded. The silvery gray box opened, and 2 beams of golden light floated out, landing directly below the viewing platform. Suddenly, a cacophony of metallic clashing erupted. The Soul Masters were startled and instinctively recoiled, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their eyes gradually rising. Gu Rong's eyes widened as he witnessed a silvery gray metallic creature rapidly assembling on the ground. Its size grew exponentially as it raised its head, ultimately transforming into a colossal being towering at 40 to 50 meters. The creature shimmered with a silver-gray metallic sheen, as if composed of countless razor-sharp metallic weapons. It possessed a metallic head, a metallic body, and metallic fangs. Roar! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. It exhaled flames, burning fiercely in midair, intense and ardent. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment, or rather, terror. The dragon-like creature before them had somehow formed from a mere piece of metal. What sorcery was this? However, Lin Yi recognized the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, recalling its origins. It was a creation from the 4th installment of Transformers, which had left him utterly captivated. Gu Rong gazed at the colossal mechanical beast, kneeling in reverence. With such a dragon as his pet, could he not ascend to the heavens? Would he not reign supreme over the Douluo continent? Lin Yi, my esteemed senior, you are truly like a father to me. Gu Rong roared within his heart. How does one coax a dignified individual to willingly become their son? The answer: bestow upon them unimaginable benefits. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus stood silently, as if awaiting its master's command. Despite its metallic composition, the ferocity and majesty of its visage rendered all present speechless, unable to meet its gaze. Grateful for such a grand gift from his senior, Gu Rong was overwhelmed with gratitude. He immediately turned and knelt before Lin Yi, clasping his fists in excitement and bowing deeply. Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor, merely glancing at the emblem on the control panel. At that moment, a subordinate pet emblem hung above the head of the immense mechanical Tyrannosaurus. It was not the primary pet from the blind box. The primary pet was something else entirely. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus is my pet, while yours appears to be at its feet, Lin Yi clarified. In his line of sight, besides the golden aura emanating from the Tyrannosaurus, a small creature at its feet also glowed with a golden light. Gu Rong, puzzled, approached hesitantly, lowering his gaze to discover, to his dismay, a mere earthworm. Senior, is there an error? There is only an earthworm here. The crowd rushed to look, and indeed, it was a humble earthworm. It was so inconspicuous that one might not notice it at first glance. Indeed, the pet you just summoned is this earthworm, Lin Yi stated without hesitation, for he could see the primary pet emblem atop the earthworm's head. I refuse to believe it. Gu Rong's expression was one of despair. His martial spirit was related to dragons. Yet how could this mechanical Tyrannosaurus not be his pet? Lin Yi, however, replied with an indifferent expression. If you believe this mechanical Tyrannosaurus is your summoned pet, then test whether it obeys your commands. Gu Rong nodded and cautiously approached the foot of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, tentatively reaching out to touch its metallic toe. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus lowered its head, its cold metallic eyes seemingly locking onto him. Gu Rong paused, forcing a friendly smile. Yet, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly bowed down, its gaping maw before him, roaring fiercely, causing a powerful gust to knock Gu Rong to the ground. He was utterly stunned. Lin Yi remarked calmly, your pet will undoubtedly heed your commands. If you doubt this, You may interact with that earthworm. Gu Rong stared blankly at the earthworm. In the next moment, he witnessed the earthworm raise its head, as if sensing its master's presence, and it began to wriggle toward Gu Rong, appearing exceedingly affectionate. Surely you can perceive its fondness for you? Fondness. Gu Rong was so startled that he instantly sprang to his feet. Did you not say that even if I gifted you an earthworm, you would care for it? Lin Yi observed him with steady composure. Gu Rong's expression stiffened as he awkwardly nodded. I suppose I shall care for it. After speaking, he carefully picked up the earthworm, cradling it in his palm. Since it was a gift from Senior Lin Yi, it must not be an ordinary earthworm. Gu Rong's heart raced. Yet he decided to nurture it for a time, pondering whether the earthworm might transform into a true dragon. Meanwhile, those from the spirit hall were nearly in fits of laughter, but out of respect for Lin Yi, they restrained themselves, most suppressing their mirth. Shui Qinghe bore the brunt of this struggle, his face already flushed from laughter, now reddening even further. Qian Renxue had composed himself, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed the pet in Gu Rong's hands. It seemed that apart from Shui Yi, both the sect leader and Gu Rong's fortunes were elusive. Nonetheless, this was still an opportunity. Even if luck were somewhat lacking, they would not suffer significant losses. With this thought, Qian Renxue hurried to the viewing platform. At this moment, Bibi Dong, surprisingly, was no longer in a rush. Regardless of the outcome, the people from Spirit Hall had witnessed the antics of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's members, laughing heartily from start to finish.